Chapter 1. A Decade of Indulgence. Rewarded with a wine sword Immortal Body. Qingzhou, Yuxian sect. Nothing to do today. Let's enjoy some tunes at the brothel. Atop a hill adorned with the vibrant blossoms of peach trees, a young man clad in white reclined on the grass, taking generous swigs from a wine gourd. The fragrant aroma of the wine filled the air, flowing through his insides, and he let out a contented belch before stretching lazily. Han Yu staggered down the hill, swaying with each step, embodying the very image of a drunken reveler. In stark contrast, disciples of the sect flew through the air on their swords, diligently attending to their responsibilities, bustling about in a flurry of activity. How can Master Han Yu, soon to inherit the position of peak master, still be so lethargic? Every day, he's either drinking or cavorting in brothels. It's quite scandalous. Come now, haven't you heard what Master said? Han Yu is merely an orphan picked up by Master Mu Bingyao to appease the sect leader. His innate roots are pitifully weak. He will forever remain at the body refinement stage. What's the point of striving? Indeed, one cannot fault Master Han Yu. The pressure to revitalize Tianjian Peak must be overwhelming, and perhaps he resorts to wine and pleasure as a means of numbing himself. It's rather pitiable, really. While the disciples chattered amongst themselves, Han Yu had already squandered a fortune in the bustling mortal marketplace, acquiring barrels of fine wine. As the sole heir of Tianjian Peak, he wielded control over its finances, and given his dismal innate roots, he had no choice but to spend lavishly on indulgences rather than cultivation. Over the past decade, no matter how desperately Han Yu poured money into purchasing exquisite wines and generously tipping the courtesans, he found it impossible to exhaust his funds. Honestly, even living as an ordinary person, drinking and seeking pleasure daily, isn't so bad. It's certainly far more enjoyable than being a beast of burden in my past life. Han Yu is not a native of this world, but rather a transmigrator from Earth. His luck had been quite poor, as he had arrived as a mere beggar. Yet he also considered himself fortunate to have encountered Mu Bingyao, who was descending the mountain to recruit disciples. Without so much as a question, Mu Bingyao had taken him back to Yuxian sect, presenting him to the sect leader, Lu Ruyan. From this moment forth, he shall be my personal disciple. Are you satisfied? She then left the 80-year-old Han Yu to roam freely on Tianjian Peak, and to this day, the instances he had seen Mu Bingyao were few and far between. He vaguely recalled her as a stunning beauty, exuding an aura of icy elegance, her silver hair cascading like a waterfall, prompting instant reverence in those who beheld her. What a pity the Yuxian sect is now in decline, each generation weaker than the last. I wonder how much longer I can continue this leisurely life. Though Han Yu appeared carefree, he understood the significance of strength. Only by wielding formidable power could he maintain a stable environment. Only with stability could he truly relax. Just as Han Yu was lost in thought, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! It has been detected that the host has completed the pre-task for System Awakening, a decade of indulgence. Task evaluation. You are the born embodiment of indulgence, absolutely avoiding effort whenever possible, mastering the art of pleasure, and knowing how to indulge in the most comfortable manner. Task rating. Perfect. Ding! The beginner's gift package is being distributed. Due to the host achieving a perfect rating, a 10,000-fold critical reward has been triggered. Ding! You have obtained the wine sword Immortal Body. Rating. Supreme, Celestial. Physical description. Others laugh at my madness, but I laugh at their inability to see through it. The heavenly emperor summons me without courtesy, for I am the immortal of wine. Ding! You have obtained the Qinglian Immortal Sword. Rating. Supreme, Celestial. Weapon description. Flourishing amidst a corrupt world. One sword of Qinglian blooms. One sword brings peace to the world. Ding! You have obtained the Universe Gourd. Rating. Supreme, Celestial. Item description. Qinquan encompasses all under heaven. The Immortal Gourd contains all things. As Han Yu stared at the lines of system information, he was so astounded that he belched again. This system is excessively extravagant, isn't it? Such powerful offerings. It was well known that the rating of physiques and weapons was divided into 4 major tiers: treasure, spirit, saint, and celestial, with each tier further subdivided into 4 ranks: extreme, upper, middle, and lower. To receive the highest tier of celestial right from the start was enough to shock anyone. Yet, as he pondered, a nagging feeling began to creep in. With so many celestial bodies and celestial artifacts as rewards, could it be that I am expected to cultivate diligently? That would be far too exhausting. The mere thought of it made Hanyu feel fatigued. If he could simply lie flat, he absolutely would not want to exert himself. At that moment, the system's voice rang out once more. Ding! The distribution of the beginner's gift package has been completed. Congratulations, host! You have awakened the Genius Investment System. System description. Invest in geniuses while others toil. I shall lie flat. While others reap rewards, I receive 10,000-fold returns. Searching for suitable investment targets for the host target locked. Target description. Name, Ji Yanling. Age, 18. Cultivation, 9th layer of body refinement. Physique, Fire Phoenix Immortal Body not fully awakened. Tag, Reincarnation of the Empress. Ding. The character has been detected as the host's first investment target. Activating trial investment, commencing 10,000-fold guaranteed returns. Boom. Before Han, you could fully comprehend the situation. He felt a series of rumbling within him. Ding. You have received a 10,000-fold return of the power of the 9th layer of body refinement. An endless surge of body refinement power courses through you, breaking through the limits of body refinement, reaching the first great realm of the physical body. Breaking extremes. Ding. You have reached the 10th layer of body refinement. Ding. You have reached the 99th layer of body refinement. Ding. You have reached the upper limit of the breaking extremes realm. With the remaining body refinement power, your advancement speed remains unimpeded. Congratulations, you have broken through to the second great realm of the physical body, rebirth. Ding. You have reached the 100th layer of body refinement. Ding. You have reached the 999th layer of body refinement. Ding. Insufficient remaining body refinement power for a breakthrough. Please continue your efforts. Hanyu took considerable time to calm his racing heart. Having traversed for a decade, he was well-versed in the basics of cultivation knowledge. Breaking extremes of the physical body. Rebirth of the physical body. In this era dominated by the mainstream path of Qi cultivation, I am akin to a living fossil. The paths of cultivation in the world are vast and varied, but ultimately, they can be distilled into 3 main avenues. Body refinement, Qi cultivation, spirit cultivation. Yet through countless ages, only the path of Qi cultivation has not only been perfectly inherited, but has also ascended to new heights, with nearly every school of thought primarily focusing on Qi cultivation. As for the other 2 paths, they have gradually withered away, especially the path of body refinement, which has long since fallen out of favor in this era. Qi cultivation is mainly divided into 10 great realms: body refinement, Qi refinement, foundation establishment, immortal platform, Dan condensation, primordial spirit, king realm, emperor realm, lord realm, and emperor realm. However, body refinement typically consists of only 4 great realms: breaking extremes, rebirth, transcendence, and dragon transformation. Now that Hanyu has completed the 999th layer of body refinement, even an ordinary king realm expert would find him a formidable opponent. Below the king realm, he is virtually invincible. With a single punch, he could reduce foes to a mist of blood. How exhilarating! Hanyu never anticipated that this system would cater so perfectly to his inclinations. With such power, not only would he be able to indulge without pressure, but he would also find it even more enjoyable. Ding! It has been detected that the host's first investment target, Ji Yanling, is currently at Yuxian Sect Ascension Plaza seeking a master. In order to indulge more effectively, please establish contact with her promptly to expedite the investment process. At the Ascension Plaza, a maiden stood gracefully among a crowd of eager disciples, resembling a crane among chickens. Her nose was as delicate as jade, her brows arched like distant mountains, her eyes sparkling like autumn waters. Dressed in a flowing red gown reminiscent of a princess from the Fire Nation, she drew countless gazes merely by standing there. Every person who beheld her, regardless of gender, was left in awe. Unfazed by the attention, Ji Yinling remained composed, devoid of the usual fluster found in young women. I never imagined that the once glorious Yuxian sect would have fallen to such a state. Ji Yinling glanced at the peak masters deliberately displaying their king realm auras, provoking respect from the masses, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. To ordinary people, the king realm seemed unattainable, yet to her, a former empress, they were merely mediocre individuals. Were it not for the fact that this Yuxian sect possessed what she desired, she would never waste her time in such a decrepit sect. Just as Ji Yinling pondered, a mechanical voice suddenly resounded in her mind. Congratulations, host, you have awakened the genius comparison system. System description: bind to a genius at regular intervals. Comparisons will occur. If successful, you will receive abundant rewards. If unsuccessful, you must complete the punishment of the loser to receive compensation. System: what kind of vile entity dares to invade this Empress Soul Sea? Ji Yinling seethed with rage. As a true empress, how could she possibly need assistance from such a dubious source? Even if she cultivated normally, she would undoubtedly reclaim her throne within a millennium. Vile entity, leave this Empress Soul Sea at once, or I shall obliterate you into ashes. Ji Yinling threatened, yet the system seemed unfazed, continuing its announcements as if it had heard nothing. Ding! A beginner's gift package has been issued for the host. Congratulations, host, you have received the extreme Tao Emperor weapon, Crimson Lotus Sword. As she gazed at the crimson long sword that appeared within her soul sea, radiating with boundless might, she couldn't help but swallow hard, instantly halting her threats against the system. There was no denying the rewards were simply too enticing. With a single gesture, it bestowed upon her an extreme Tao Emperor weapon, and one suited to her fire affinity at that it was impossible to refuse. Do not think that a mere extreme Tao Emperor weapon can sway me. This empress merely wishes to see what tricks this so-called system can conjure. Although Ji Yinling was quite satisfied with the system's rewards, she recited with an air of haughtiness. Ding! You have been successfully linked to a suitable counterpart for comparison. Target introduction. Name: Hanyu. Identity: senior brother of the Heavenly Sword Peak. Tag: useless. The first comparison will take place in 10 days. The countdown has commenced. Please establish contact with the comparison target promptly to facilitate the subsequent tasks. After inquiring among those around her, Ji Yinling learned that this person named Han Yu was, in fact, a notorious drunkard and a failure from the Yuxian sect, eliciting a derisive chuckle from her. Is your system truly looking down upon this emperor? To compare me with a mere failure? Could it be merely to shower me with rewards? Chapter 2. Taking on a disciple. The reincarnated empress's junior sister, uncertain of the method by which this system draws comparisons, Ji Yinling concluded that, for the sake of convenience, she must first establish a reasonable connection with Hanyu. Perhaps she should simply join Tianjian Peak. After all, the inheritance of the Yuxian sect was but a trifling matter to her, and joining any lineage would yield similar results. As she pondered this, it was her turn to undergo the aptitude assessment. Atop the Ascension Square stood a towering aptitude stele. Ji Yinling approached, extending her fair, jade-like hand to press against its surface. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The aptitude stele trembled violently, and a brilliant light erupted forth, revealing several prominent characters. Physique: low-grade holy body. Upon seeing those resplendent golden words, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The various peak masters present were filled with excitement. Some leaping from their seats. A holy body. After so many years, our Yuxian sect has finally produced another holy body. This girl must join Tianjian Peak and fight for the honor of our sect. Nonsense! Did you not see that she possesses a fire attribute physique? She ought to join Tianhua Peak instead. The peak masters began a quarrel, each offering enticing terms in a bid to secure Ji Yinling. Ultimately culminating in two prominent victors. Point one was Sun Huang, the master of Tianhua Peak, and the other was Zhou Yongxin, the master of Tiandao Peak, both of whom presented offers far surpassing the others. Once the internal victor had been determined, the two eagerly awaited Ji Yinling's decision. Furrowing her delicate brows, Ji Yinling found herself perplexed. She had not uttered a word, yet these individuals were clamoring, as if she were merely a commodity. Discontent brewed within her, and with a cool voice, she declared, "I wish to join Tianjian Peak." At this proclamation, the Peak Masters fell into a stupor, especially the two who had bid the highest, their eyes filled with confusion. Zhou Yongxin, the master of Tiandao Peak, forced a laugh before speaking. This young lady must have misspoken. She meant to say Tianjian Peak instead of Tiandao Peak. Ji Yinling shot him a disdainful glance and reiterated, "Please listen carefully. I wish to join Tianjian Peak, not Tiandao Peak." At her words, Zhou Yongxin grew anxious. "My dear girl, the master of Tianjian Peak has been missing for many years, leaving only a useless drunkard behind. What do you hope to gain by joining there? I admire the esteemed reputation of immortal Mu Bingyao and wish to join her Tianjian Peak. If that is not possible, then I shall not join the Yuxian sect at all." Upon hearing this, all the Peak Masters grew frantic, attempting to persuade her otherwise. Despite their earnest entreaties, Ji Yinling remained resolute in her desire to join Tianjian Peak. The Peak Masters exchanged glances, baffled by her stubbornness. What was the meaning of her insistence on joining Tianjian Peak? Who was even left there? Just as the Peak Masters were left confounded, gasps arose from the crowd. Who is that person? He is so striking and carefree, as if descended from the heavens. A throng of beautiful maidens gazed with starry eyes at the figure ascending the steps to the square, their attention fixated upon him. The man appeared ethereal. Clad in flowing white robes, his long black hair cascading freely, exuding an air of nonchalance, a wine gourd hung from his waist, his stance teetering as though he might fall at any moment. Yet he never did. This drunkard is just in time. Perhaps he can persuade this girl. Zhou Yongxin of Tiandao Peak murmured upon seeing Han Yu's arrival. Throughout his journey, Han Yu had been contemplating how to logically invest in Ji Yinling and had ultimately concluded that it would be best to coax her into joining Tianjian Peak. Yet he found himself pondering how to persuade her effectively. After all, Tianjian Peak was in a state of utter decline, and it was unlikely that even a genius without a special physique would be foolish enough to join. As Han Yu sighed in frustration, Zhou Yongxin of Tiandao Peak hurriedly approached him. "Drunkard, junior brother Han Yu, this girl has awakened her holy body and insists on joining Tianjian Peak. You must persuade her not to make such a foolish decision." "What?" At this revelation, Han Yu was taken aback, turning to gaze at the young woman in red, a look of astonishment crossing his features. Without needing further introduction, he recognized that this young woman was indeed the investment target designated by the system. Ji Yinling was also observing Han Yu, and upon noting his lack of spiritual aura, she couldn't help but smile. Now she was certain that her system was akin to a fortune-bringing spirit. It seemed, as others had claimed, that Han Yu was indeed a waste. After so many years of cultivation, he had yet to reach the chi refining stage, although she, too, was currently only at the body refining stage. It was because she aimed to break through to the ultimate level of body refining. Only by mastering each stage could she, in the future, reclaim the throne and suppress all enemies in the world. Ji Yinling mused to herself. She had only awakened her past life's memories a few days prior, and given her capabilities, if she wished to break through to the chi refining stage, she ought to have reached the 9th level of chi refining, or even the foundation establishment stage by now. Seeing Han Yu in such a feeble state, she felt a mix of pleasure and dissatisfaction. This system truly underestimated her. Facing such a weak opponent left her devoid of any desire for challenge. She hoped that next time, it would help her select a more suitable target, for now that she had awakened, she was confident enough to overshadow all contemporaneous prodigies. Ji Yinling was exceedingly proud. Akin to a noble phoenix perched atop a parasol tree, unwilling to bow to anyone. As for Han Yu, he had not anticipated that Ji Yinling would actively request to join Tianjian Peak. With no more hesitation, he approached her, donning a warm smile. "Hello, young lady. My name is Han Yu, the senior disciple of Tianjian Peak. Welcome to our peak. You shall be my little junior sister from now on." As the senior disciple of Tianjian Peak, he had the authority to take on disciples, although he could only accept ordinary disciples. Only Mu Bingyao herself could recruit direct disciples. Han Yu's words. The Peak Masters were once again taken aback. Zhou Yongxin of Tiandao Peak trembled with indignation, immediately scolding, Hanyu, what are you doing? She is young and naive, but you should know better. This is a prodigious holy body. The hope of our Yuxian sect. By bringing her to Tianjian Peak, are you not jeopardizing her future? Hanyu cast a dismissive glance at Zhou Yongxin. Given the historical rivalry between Tiandao Peak and Tianjian Peak, Zhou had always held a grudge against him. Thus, Hanyu merely stretched, casually replying, Brother Zhou, these disciples are free to choose which peak they wish to join after passing the test. If you have any objections, you may wait for the sect leader's return and report it to her. In any case, I shall take my leave. With that, Hanyu led Ji Yinling away from the Ascension Square, leaving Zhou Yongxin fuming with rage at their departing figures. That wretched boy! He merely got lucky by being taken as a direct disciple by Master Mu. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have the right to converse with me. How dare he speak to me in such a manner? It is utterly outrageous. Very well. I shall see what he can teach her. If this young lady's cultivation foundation is ruined, when the sect leader returns, I will certainly ensure he faces the charge of negligence in training. Chapter 3. The first comparison begins. Hey, Hanyu, where are you taking me? Ji Yinling inquired, crossing her arms and regarding Hanyu with a condescending gaze, unwilling to even address him as her senior brother. Noticing Ji Yinling's attitude, Hanyu sighed in resignation, yet a smile graced his lips. Tianbao Peak to procure some cultivation resources for you. His words. Ji Yinling blinked in surprise, taking a closer look at her newfound senior brother. She had not anticipated that he would be so generous as to offer to purchase cultivation resources for her on their first meeting. Initially, Ji Yinling had held some disdain for him as a waste. But given his willingness to assist her, she found herself open to the idea of supporting this advantageous senior brother in the future. Ding! Ji Yinling's favorability rating increased by 1, currently at acquaintance. A notification from the system prompted Hanyu to raise an eyebrow in surprise. He had not expected such a feature to exist. System, what is the significance of favorability ratings? Ding! The higher the favorability rating of the investment target, the greater the probability of critical returns, along with a higher chance of receiving special items. Upon hearing this, Hanyu smiled, thinking that he should cultivate a deeper bond with his little junior sister in the future. Neither of them had reached the chi refining stage. They were unable to manipulate spiritual energy for sword flight, necessitating their use of a ferry boat. Upon arriving at Tianbao Peak, Hanyu retrieved a pouch of spirit stones and exchanged a substantial amount of cultivation resources based on Ji Yinling's needs. The disciple responsible for the exchanges was left utterly astonished by Hanyu's generosity. Having rarely visited Tianbao Peak, the disciple did not recognize him. Upon witnessing Hanyu hand over all the resources to Ji Yinling, he exclaimed, "This senior brother is incredibly generous to his companion. These resources should be sufficient for her to cultivate to the immortal platform stage. I, Wang Defa, have been in charge of resource exchanges for many years, and this is the first time I've seen such a magnanimous senior brother." Upon hearing his words, Ji Yinling couldn't help but feel her fair cheeks flush, casting a resentful glance at Hanyu. In the past, such remarks would have certainly incited her anger. Yet, witnessing the substantial resources Hanyu had expended on her behalf, she found herself unable to feel anything but gratitude. With this abundance of resources, even the most inept among them could effortlessly cultivate to the realm of the immortal platform. Although he might be reluctant to use them for himself, he had generously bestowed them upon me. Truly, this senior brother is commendable. Should I, Ji Yinling, achieve success in my future cultivation, I will undoubtedly repay him handsomely. Despite her fiery temperament and prideful nature, Ji Yinling was deeply loyal and principled. Consequently, she developed a fondness for Hanyu's selfless actions. Meanwhile, Hanyu was secretly elated. Ding! Ji Yinling's favorability increased by 40, current status. Friendly. With such abundant resources, my junior sister is bound to make significant progress, that I wonder what realm she will reach in return. Thinking of this, he felt an overwhelming sense of anticipation. Hearing the exclamation from Wang Defa, a disciple of Tianbao Peak, Hanyu chuckled and explained, "Do not speak carelessly. She is our newly received junior sister from Tianjian Peak." Upon hearing the name Tianjian Peak, Wang Defa's mouth fell agape as he immediately connected the dots regarding Hanyu's identity. He hastily clasped his hands in salute, respectfully apologizing, My apologies, Uncle Han. I failed to recognize you. Despite the disparaging remarks circulating within the Yushin sect, wherein many considered Han Yu a waste, most individuals treated him with respect upon meeting him in person. After all, his seniority was undeniable, being the direct disciple of Mu Bingyao. A second-generation disciple of the Yushin sect, these fourth-generation disciples had no choice but to address him as uncle out of respect. Failure to do so would likely result in a reprimand from their master. Han Yu waved his hand nonchalantly and own need for concern. Focus on your own duties. We shall take our leave. As he and Ji Yanling departed, the disciple couldn't help but muse. Uncle Han possesses quite a good temperament and is remarkably handsome. What a pity about his poor aptitude. Alas, at Tianjian Peak, the mountains were adorned with peach blossoms, fragrant grass thrived, and fallen petals danced in the air, with surrounding foliage meticulously trimmed. Han Yu occasionally employed some servant disciples to maintain the area. Hence, despite residing there alone, it was far from neglected. After all, this was his dwelling. Excessive dirt and disorder would directly impact his quality of life. Junior sister, there are many rooms here. Feel free to choose any. Should you require anything, just use your disciple token to contact me. As for cultivation, I cannot assist you. You must strive diligently on your own. With that, Han Yu prepared to leave, intending to spend a few days at the foot of the mountain. As he longed for the exquisite wines of Wanhua Tower and the enchanting courtesans, Ji Yanling furrowed her delicate brows and inquired softly, Senior brother, what are you going to do at the foot of the mountain? Having always fought alone in her past life, she was still unaccustomed to addressing someone as her senior brother. Caught off guard by her question, Han Yu was at a loss for words. Some of his intentions were not suitable for her young years, and he did not wish to corrupt her innocence. Ji Yanling had previously inquired about his activities and had a rough idea of his plans. Thus she promptly advised, Senior brother, although your aptitude is lacking, if you work hard in your cultivation, reaching the foundation establishment realm will not be difficult. Therefore, you should not waste time on trivial matters. Han Yu was momentarily taken aback. He anticipated that this junior sister would be offering him counsel. Seeing her earnest demeanor filled him with satisfaction, he thought, she's right. I must apply myself diligently. Only through her effort can I continue to enjoy a life of leisure. Consequently, Han Yu bestowed a gentle smile and affectionately ruffled her hair. Although Ji Yanling initially intended to evade his touch, for some reason, she hesitated for a brief moment before allowing him to tousle her hair. Junior sister, you speak wisely. However, those are not trivial matters. They are but a few of my cherished hobbies. Your unwavering dedication to cultivation pleases me greatly, yet I must also remind you that my life will remain as it is. You have boundless potential, so do not slacken your efforts. With that, Han Yu chose not to disturb her further and bid her to concentrate on her cultivation. Watching his retreating figure, which seemed somewhat forlorn, Ji Yanling felt a pang of emotion and couldn't help but sigh. Alas, I should have spoken to my senior brother in such a manner. Regardless of my past or present, my talents are exceptional, and I cannot fathom the struggles he faces with his poor aptitude. Never mind, since he is now my senior brother. If he does not cultivate, once I return to my peak, I shall seek out some rare longevity elixirs for him, ensuring his life is prolonged and filled with glory. With this resolution, Ji Yanling swiftly found a clean room and began to sit cross-legged in meditation. Assisted by the resources Han Yu had generously acquired, her physical refinement accelerated drastically, inching closer to the realm of body tempering. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Boom! Ji Yanling could faintly hear a certain barrier within her body being shattered, as her organs and limbs experienced a qualitative leap. She had finally reached the 10th level of body tempering, breaking through to the extreme realm of body refinement. Now I can challenge the Qi refining realm and become a Qi refiner. Ji Yanling practiced the path of Qi refinement, which did not necessitate excessive focus on body refinement. The extreme realm of body tempering had already laid a remarkably solid foundation for her future cultivation journey. Thus, Ji Yanling began to channel her previous life's technique, the fire refinement method, drawing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, transforming it into primal spiritual power within her dantian. Boom, boom, boom. Streams of spiritual energy flowed through her myriad acupoints, continuously transforming into pure spiritual power. 7 days slipped by like grains of sand through her fingers. During this time, Ji Yinling's cultivation surged forth, propelling her directly to the 9th level of qi refining, wiping the beads of sweat from her smooth forehead. Ji Yinling revealed a satisfied smile. In just 7 days, she had ascended to the 9th level of qi refining, a speed that far surpassed her previous life. Even the former emperor could not compare to the present. Dear senior brother, you shall soon find yourself overshadowed by me. Contemplating Han Yu's carefree, yet lonely silhouette, Ji Yinling felt a twinge of reluctance. If only he knew of my rapid breakthroughs, would it not dishearten him? Despite her current prowess being largely attributed to her previous life's experiences, along with days of relentless effort, it was equally undeniable that she owed her progress to the resources provided by her senior brother. Alas, I wonder how the system will compare our strengths. If I were to strike my senior brother, would that not seem incredibly ungrateful? I hope he wouldn't be hurt by it. Ji Yinling found herself in a quandary when the system's mechanical voice suddenly chimed. Ding! 10 days have passed. The first round of comparison is about to commence. Please prepare, host. If this comparison succeeds, the host will be rewarded with 100 pounds of fire spirit liquid. Should the task fail, the host must fulfill the penalty for the defeated, providing services to the talented Han Yu until a satisfactory level is achieved, thus earning a resource compensation. The comparison will be simulated in the system space. Focusing on physical strength, Chapter 4. Comparison failure. How could senior brother possibly be stronger than me? Upon hearing the system's reward of 100 pounds of fire spirit liquid, Ji Yinling was instantly overjoyed. Wonderful! Only with spiritual power achieving 9 transformations can I reach the extreme realm of qi refining. If I wish to break through to that level, I must invest heavily in refining my primal spiritual power. This fire spirit liquid is the best resource for overcoming such limits. Ji Yinling had not anticipated that her opportunity would arrive so fortuitously. With 100 pounds of fire spirit liquid, she could effortlessly achieve 9 transformations of spiritual power. Before her excitement could subside, she felt her perspective shift, transporting her to a vast, white expanse. Ding! Welcome to the comparison space, replicating the comparison target. The system's mechanical voice echoed. And soon Ji Yinling beheld a carefree figure appear before her. The individual had flowing hair, a wine gourd in hand, strikingly handsome features, yet an air of utter nonchalance surrounded him. The comparison target has been replicated. The countdown begins. 5, 4, 3, this system possesses some skill. The replicated senior brother is indeed identical. Ji Yinling smiled and waved at Han Yu. Senior brother, thank you for the fire spirit liquid. Her voice was playful as she awaited the system's countdown to conclude. In an instant, Ji Yinling darted toward Han Yu, like a red sparrow. Her physical cultivation had reached the extreme realm of body tempering. Despite her delicate and graceful appearance, a casual strike could shatter stone. Boom! Ji Yinling struck Han Yu's chest with her palm, yet he remained unmoved, merely smiling at her while casually taking a sip from his wine gourd. What? Ji Yinling's heart jolted, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. Before she could react, Han Yu extended a finger and lightly flicked her fair forehead. Crack! Ji Yinling's form shattered into countless shards of light, and her consciousness immediately returned to her original body. Stunned for a moment, Ji Yinling's lovely visage flushed with fury as she seethed. System, are you jesting with me? Why can't I even lay a finger on my senior brother? Ding! The comparison this time is fair and just. As the objective of comparison is a perfect replication, the host's failure is attributed to the higher physical realm of the comparison target. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Ji Yinling shook her head repeatedly. This emperor is at the pinnacle of body refinement. Those who can reach this realm are exceedingly rare. How could my senior brother possibly be superior to me in this aspect? Ji Yinling was utterly unconvinced. She believed the system simply did not wish to grant rewards and was spouting nonsense. Ding! The system has not erred. If it were to make an error, it would compensate the host 10,000-fold. The system's mechanical voice was indifferent, yet its content was resolute. You're still being stubborn. Ji Yinling, filled with indignation, immediately retrieved her disciple token to contact her senior brother. Once this emperor summons him, let us see how you will argue your case further. outside the Yushin Gate, within the city of Panshan. In the one, the scene of merriment unfolded, filled with the songs of orioles and the fragrance of cosmetics. Hanyu reclined on a couch, surrounded by beautiful women attending to him, some kneading his legs, others massaging his shoulders, while one lady knelt beside him, delicately feeding him fruit with her jade-like fingers. Hanyu, listening to the gentle melodies and watching the alluring dances, felt utterly at ease, reveling in the bliss. However, what delighted him even more were the continuous notifications from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The investment target Ji Yanling has surpassed the pinnacle of body refinement. Her current favorability is at 55, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Ding! The potent energy of body refinement courses through your limbs and bones, reinforcing your flesh and sinews, and shattering the barriers to transcending the physical realm. Boom! 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 After countless impacts, you have finally broken free from your shackles and ascended to the 1,000-fold realm of body refinement. You have reached the stage of transcending the mundane. You feel a qualitative elevation from within to without, as if you have transcended the limitations of your corporeal form, advancing towards a higher plane of existence. With the remaining energy of body refinement continuing to assist you in overcoming the myriad barriers, ding! You have ultimately reached the 1,999th layer of body refinement. The rapid advancement of his physical prowess did not cause Hanyu to feel any discomfort, nor did it lead to any uncontrolled outbursts of strength that might shatter a wine cup or trample the floor. I could see this moment. Even if Hanyu possessed the strength to vanquish a spirit realm powerhouse with a single punch, he still handled it with utmost ease, every ounce of power at his command. Indeed, this is how it should be. The system is considerate, sparing me the time to adapt to my newfound cultivation. Hanyu was quite satisfied. He stretched lazily, embracing the two charming courtesans and indulging in the warmth of their company. After a lifetime of toil, what was wrong with enjoying himself in this life? Let the music play on. Let the dance continue. Hanyu felt no psychological burden. If one were to traverse dimensions only to neglect enjoyment, wouldn't that render the journey pointless? Days passed in a haze of indulgence. And Hanyu received another notification from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The investment target Ji Yanling has reached the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Her current favorability is at 61, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Ding! Within your Dantian space, your innate spiritual root is flourishing, and the immense power of Qi refinement is merging with the spiritual root, causing it to grow rapidly, giving birth to primordial spiritual energy. Ding! You have broken through to the 1st layer of Qi refinement. Ding! You have broken through to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. The residual Qi refinement power remains unabated, continuing to refine your primordial spiritual energy. Ding! You have completed the 1st transformation of Qi refinement. Your spiritual energy has become more solid, and with the same amount of spiritual energy, the effects of your spiritual techniques will surpass those of other Qi refiners. Meanwhile, among peers, your spiritual energy reserves will be even more abundant. Ding! You have completed the 9th transformation of Qi refinement. Ding! You have completed the 99th transformation of Qi refinement. Your spiritual energy has become so pure that it is beyond imagination. Even a mere wisp of spiritual energy, when harnessed for techniques, exceeds that of the majority of peak Qi refiners. Upon seeing the system notification, Hanyu was taken aback, nearly diving into the embrace of one of the maidservants in astonishment. 99 transformations of Qi refinement. How outrageous! Hanyu understood that the so-called 1st transformation of Qi refinement was merely a re-refinement of a wisp of primordial spiritual energy that to achieve the 9th transformation of Qi refinement is to reach the pinnacle of Qi refinement. What on earth is this 99th transformation? Hanyu was elated, and disregarding the pleasures of wine, promptly departed Wanhulu in search of solitude, shaking the magical gourd gifted by the system. The celestial treasure-possessed spirit. It seemed to conceal its nature, appearing merely as an ancient wine gourd, devoid of any signs of the magical artifact. The beam of azure sword light erupted from within the gourd, adorned with lotus flower patterns. This was the Qinglian sword, a reward from the system. Originally, Hanyu intended to store it within his storage pouch, But the moment it left the system's space, it unexpectedly burrowed back into the gourd of its own accord. The vast space within the gourd also possessed the ability to nurture all things. Thus Han Yu did not retrieve the Qinglian sword. However, it proved to be amusing, occasionally sneaking sips of the fine wine Han Yu had stored inside, consuming nearly half of what would have lasted 10 days and nights. This compelled Han Yu to spend a fortune to procure an entire month's supply of wine. Having drunk my wine, it is time for you to earn your keep, Han Yu said, summoning the Qinglian sword to fly freely. Then he leapt onto it, swaying precariously as he nearly fell. Subsequently, Han Yu brought his fingers together and pointed at the Qinglian sword. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Qinglian sword trembled slightly, akin to a luxury sports car revving up, shooting forth into the distant sky. Holy moly, why is this sword control technique so powerful? Han Yu's heart raced. He was entirely unaccustomed to flying with a sword. But to his surprise, his first attempt yielded such remarkable results. If ordinary chi refiners flying on their swords resembled riding a bicycle, Han Yu was now piloting a plane. Typically, chi refiners flying on their swords could only cover a distance of a few dozen zhang in a single breath. Yet, as Han Yu attempted to accelerate, he effortlessly reached a distance of 1,000 zhang in a single breath. Due to the excessive speed, the fierce winds whipped around him, almost sending Han Yu tumbling from the air. Fortunately, he employed some basic wind-stabilizing techniques to steady himself. These were not difficult foundational techniques. Han Yu had merely glanced at them during his idle moments and learned them, not out of exceptional talent. But because such basic techniques were so simple, they hardly warranted attention. Yet at this moment, these seemingly inconsequential foundational techniques produced astonishing results in Han Yu's hands. How exhilarating! Riding his sword through the vast skies. His black hair billowing, he felt utterly carefree. Just as he reveled in the joy of sword flight, the disciple token within his storage pouch began to hum. Upon checking, he realized it was a message from his junior sister. The communication function of this disciple token was quite straightforward, revealing only a few characters at a time. Senior brother, please return swiftly. Han Yu initially thought Ji Yanling was in urgent need of his presence, and without hesitation, transformed into a beam of sword light. Racing towards Tianjian Peak, Ji Yanling sat idly beneath a peach blossom tree, awaiting her senior brother's return, when suddenly, she spotted a beam of sword light approaching from afar. Her brows furrowed instantly. Her senior brother had mentioned that Tianjian Peak was home only to the two of them, and outsiders rarely visited. This was in perfect alignment with Ji Yanling's preferences. She enjoyed tranquility and disliked disturbances. She was curious about the identity of the approaching figure, and as the sword light drew nearer, a strikingly handsome young man in white robes came into view. Upon seeing that handsome face, Ji Yanling's heart skipped a beat. Senior brother, you have broken through to the Qi refinement realm? Chapter 5. The Punishment of the Defeated, a deep massage for my senior brother. Ji Yanling's small face was filled with astonishment, while Han Yu coughed lightly, casually saying, just lucky, accidentally broke through. Junior sister, what was the message you sent to summon me? Lucky. Ji Yanling narrowed her beautiful eyes. She did not believe Han Yu's words. It seemed her senior brother had been stimulated by her words that day, secretly training hard elsewhere over the past few days. Alas, I must be more cautious with my words in the future. I cannot hurt my senior brother's sensitive heart. Ji Yanling pondered this. Her eyes sparkled, and she sweetly said, Senior brother, there's no particular reason I called you back. I just felt a bit hungry. Ji Yanling concocted a casual excuse, opting not to directly inquire about Han Yu's physical cultivation, as that would be too abrupt. Hearing his junior sister's words, Han Yu suddenly realized, I'm sorry, junior sister. I forgot to prepare some food for you. The thought of his recent indulgence at the foot of the mountain while his junior sister toiled away in hunger filled him with guilt. His own cultivation was built upon her diligent efforts, and he could not let her suffer. Come on, junior sister. I'll take you to Tian Shifeng for a proper feast. Han Yu summoned the Qinglian sword and extended his hand toward Ji Yanling. Her eyes lit up, and she grasped his hand, stepping onto the sword. Junior sister, hold on tight. Han Yu casually infused a trace of spiritual energy, and with a swift whoosh, the Qinglian Immortal Sword soared into the air. He did not accelerate too rapidly, as he feared that Ji Yanling would be unable to endure it. Han Yu's capability to withstand the flying sword speed of over 1,000 zhong in a single breath was due to the strength of his physical body. Other cultivators seeking to endure such velocity would need to employ more advanced spiritual techniques. Otherwise, the fierce winds alone would slice like sharp blades. Yanling grasped Han Yu's hand, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. In her previous life, she had been solitary, rarely interacting even with women, let alone in such a close proximity. She could detect the fragrant aroma of wine emanating from Han Yu. Strangely, while others often exuded a pungent stench after drinking, her senior brother smelled delightfully enticing. Ji Yanling found herself involuntarily swallowing, feeling an unexpected thirst. Damn it, Ji Yanling, you must focus on assessing whether your senior brother possesses formidable physical prowess, rather than indulging in these frivolous thoughts. Gritting her silver teeth, she extended her delicate finger and pressed it against Han Yu's back. She applied just the right amount of force, intending not to harm him. Even a cultivator at the 9th level of body refinement would only feel pain. However, as her finger met Han Yu's body, she felt as though she was striking a copper wall or an iron bastion, the powerful rebound force shocking her. Ji Yanling's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. This physical strength surpassed even the pinnacle of body refinement, and by more than just a slight margin. Could it be that her senior brother was a body cultivator? She had not anticipated that the system had not deceived her. Her senior brother's physical cultivation truly surpassed her own. Very well, I concede. It seems my senior brother is not the useless person the rumors suggested. The reason he remained at the body refinement level was that he was indeed a body cultivator. How interesting this situation has become. Ji Yanling felt no sense of defeat. Rather, she found the challenge invigorating. Senior brother, you must have heeded my advice, for you have not confined yourself to body refinement, and have begun cultivating qi as well. This is a wise choice, for in today's world, cultivating qi is the grand path. However, in this regard, I, your junior sister, shall not concede. The system had already provided the next round of comparative content regarding qi cultivation following the initial assessment. Thus, Ji Yanling was filled with confidence, certain she could leave Han Yu far behind. The two of them arrived at the grand dining hall of Tianshi Peak, indulging in a sumptuous meal prepared by the spiritual chefs before returning to Tian Sword Peak. As night fell and silence enveloped the surroundings, a bright moon hung high in the sky. Very well, junior sister. You should return and rest well. I have already informed Tianshi Peak. You need not worry about meals, as disciples will deliver dishes to your door at regular intervals. If there is nothing else, I shall be on my way. Upon hearing Han Yu's words, Ji Yanling initially intended to nod in agreement. But at that moment, the system suddenly issued a prompt. Ding! Host, please be aware, the duration of the punishment task for the loser is limited. Kindly complete it as soon as possible. Ji Yanling suddenly remembered the SYSD. It is said that the esteemed elder brother of Tianjin Peak is quite the libertine, spending his days in the brothels at the foot of the mountain, consorting with women that I had presumed he would maintain some semblance of propriety. Yet I am astounded to discover that he is so desperate as to extend his wicked hands toward the flame spirit fairy. Such an act is truly unforgivable. A group of male cultivators seethed with indignation. Had Han Yu been present, even though their generation was a tier below his, they would have been unable to suppress their rage and would have likely confronted him. In their minds, Han Yu had unequivocally become synonymous with lecherous scoundrels and debauches. Meanwhile, Ji Yanling, engrossed in her reading, felt her cheeks flush as she perused the various peculiar massage techniques, a sensation of dryness and heat suffusing her body. She had not anticipated that such a simple act could encompass so many variations. Was it truly necessary to adopt such methods to enhance satisfaction? Was it not overly shameful? How vexing! Perhaps it would be best to abandon the idea. No, the myriad rewards could significantly bolster my cultivation, enabling me to ascend the throne and exact vengeance upon those scoundrels. It matters not. After all, he is my elder brother, and engaging in this manner is not so grave. If I succeed in my cultivation, I can certainly take him as my partner in the future. Ji Yanling steeled her resolve, ultimately laying aside the book and soaring back to Tianjin Peak on her sword. The male cultivators gazed enviously at her departing figure, their eyes filled with jealousy and resentment. Unbeknownst to them, in the shadows of the night, several pairs of eyes glinted with malice, exuding an ominous intent. They too flew through the air on their precious artifacts, trailing Ji Yinling from a distance. Are you certain that the great formation of Tianjian Peak has not been activated? The leading shadow inquired through a transmission of spiritual energy. Indeed, my lord, we have meticulously scouted the area over the past few days, and not a single formation has been triggered at Tianjian Peak. Yes, it is said that the elder brother of Tianjian Peak refrains from activating the great formation to conserve spirit stones. Ha ha ha! What a fool! He is truly courting death. I did not anticipate that the ninth princess possesses the sacred body. Should she grow strong, she would undoubtedly become a significant threat to the crown prince, and thus must be eliminated promptly. A group of cloaked figures conferred as they made their way toward Tianjian Peak, stealthily descending and confirming the absence of any formation's aura, their hearts filled with elation. As they approached the living quarters, they overheard a male and female voice emanating from a room. Ah, junior sister, is it not inappropriate for men and women to engage in such closeness? Do not fret. Elder brother, this matter is known only to you and me, and heaven and earth. Now, be obedient and strip off your clothes. Ah, junior sister, do not act like this. The cloaked figures exchanged astonished glances, not expecting the aloof ninth princess to exhibit such fervor. My lord, shall we proceed with the plan now? One of the cloaked figures whispered, Doubt of course. Are we to wait until they finish? The leader of the black-clad figures retorted. The ninth princess is meant to be presented to the crown prince of the great Xian dynasty. We cannot allow that scoundrel to defile her. Once we have subdued the ninth princess, we shall eliminate him. No, we shall castrate him. The leader issued the command, and the others nodded in agreement, immediately kicking open the wooden door with a resounding crash, sending splinters flying. Inside, Han Yu found himself stripped to the waist, while Ji Yinling, her hands slick with oil, was vigorously massaging him, causing him to jump in fright. Who dares to trespass upon Tianjian Peak? Han Yu furrowed his brow and coldly admonished. The intruders disregarded him entirely, their gazes fixated on Ji Yinling, grinning maliciously. Ninth Princess, it is time to return home. Ji Yinling's eyes narrowed, a fierce killing intent radiating from her. Are you henchmen of the crown prince? The figures remained silent, unleashing their spiritual energy and charging toward Ji Yinling with ferocity. The aura revealed, Ji Yinling's face paled. Foundation Establishment Peak, without a moment's hesitation. She summoned the Red Lotus Sword into her grasp and swiftly slashed at her assailants. With a swift motion, a fiery arc of sword energy surged forth, instantly forcing the black-clad figures back. What a formidable weapon! Its quality is undoubtedly exceptional that I did not expect you to possess such a treasure. The leader of the black-clad figure's eyes gleamed coldly, but he soon scoffed, Alas, your cultivation is too weak. Even the finest weapon cannot alter the outcome of this battle. As he spoke, he hurled a flying wheel-shaped artifact toward Ji Yinling, unleashing his powerful aura. Celestial Platform Realm. Ji Yinling's complexion drained of color. With her current strength, she could easily contend with Foundation Establishment cultivators, but against someone a celestial platform, it would prove challenging that it seemed she would have to fight with all her might. Just as she prepared to bite her tongue and unleash her secret technique to fully tap into her innate combat prowess. A large hand gently pressed upon her shoulder, accompanied by a soothing voice. Junior sister, step back. Let your elder brother handle this. Ji Yinling trembled. Having grown accustomed to fighting solo, she nearly forgot that her elder brother was right behind her. However, she quickly reminded him, Elder brother, I know you possess some body refinement cultivation, but this fellow is of celestial platform. His strength cannot be underestimated. Rest assured, junior sister, I can handle this. That IT merely requires a bit of my blood essence. Ji Yinling insisted, unwilling for Han Yu to take unnecessary risks. Unbeknownst to her, Han Yu felt underestimated by his own junior sister. Without further ado, he extended his hand toward the spinning flying wheel. Upon witnessing this, the black-clad figure sneered, seeking death. Initially expecting the wheel to sever Han Yu's hand, none anticipated that he would firmly grasp it, regardless of the black-clad figure's attempts to channel his spiritual energy to move it. How is this possible? The black-clad figure's pupils widened in astonishment. Yet he quickly composed himself, diving deep into his dantian. There, a small tree of spiritual energy took root, with 9 branches supporting a pyramid-like structure. Atop which rested a platform that a mysterious power swirled around the platform, hovering in the air. This was the unique energy of the celestial platform realm, known to cultivators as celestial power. It was an energy far surpassing that of spiritual energy, multiplying the effectiveness of weaponry and spells by 100-fold. With a thunderous boom, a strand of celestial power shot forth, entering the top-tier flying wheel. The once-still artifact began to tremble violently. Die. The black-clad figure formed seals with his hands, exerting all his strength to activate the wheel. Aiming to cleave Hanyu in two, however, Hanyu merely smirked, a cold laugh escaping his lips. "I guess that all you've got," before the words had left his mouth. The wheel erupted with a deafening crash, shattering into several large fragments. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Even Ji Yinling's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, filled with disbelief. To crush a top-tier artifact with bare hands. Is this still human? He is nothing short of a humanoid beast. Oh no, this child possesses an overwhelmingly powerful physique. We must retreat. The leader of the black-clad figures immediately communicated with the others, casting a speed-enhancing technique upon himself before fleeing toward the outer reaches of Tianjian Peak. "Since you have come, do not leave just yet," but a voice resonated behind them. As the words reached their ears, the figures before them blurred into motion. The sound of crisp slaps echoed as several black-clad figures had their masks shattered, clear imprints of fingers left on their faces. This single slap obliterated their protective spiritual technique, scattering countless shards of spiritual energy. In that moment, they realized just how terrifying the physical strength of the individual before them truly was. The speed displayed earlier was beyond even the leader of the celestial platform realm could capture. Who the hell said this elder brother of Tianjian Peak was a waste? The onlookers lamented internally, while the leader of the black-clad figures immediately cried out in surrender. "My lord, we are cultivators from the neighboring Qingshan sect. This is all a misunderstanding, that we beseech you to show mercy and allow us to depart." Hanyu remained silent, while Ji Yinling furrowed her brow, her voice icy. "Have you allied yourselves with that scoundrel?" Ji Xingyang, aside from the Great Yin dynasty and several major dynasties, Qingshan sect was one of the cultivation powers in Qingzhou, boasting a king-level powerhouse. Each time the ruler of the dynasty changed, there would be a struggle for succession, and if someone could garner the support of these cultivation sects, their chances of seizing the throne would greatly increase. Ninth Princess, our Qingshan sect has long since chosen to side with the Crown Prince. Our actions against you are merely to alleviate our master's burdens. We implore you not to take offense. I have long since stated that I have no interest in the position of the dynasty's ruler." Ji Yinling scoffed, her brows tightly knitted, her beautiful eyes flickering with murderous intent. "Yet you persist in pursuing me relentlessly. Had it not been for my elder brother's assistance today, I would have undoubtedly found it difficult to escape unscathed. How can you expect me to spare your lives?" At her words, the group displayed expressions of terror, hastily exclaiming, "You cannot kill us. Should we perish here, the Qingshan sect will not let this matter rest. Indeed, the Crown Prince will surely learn of this and will not spare you, nor will he forgive your elder brother." Upon hearing these words, Ji Yinling's raised red lotus sword faltered momentarily. She herself was unafraid of offending the Crown Prince. Yet the potential repercussions for her senior brother made the situation rather precarious. That instant, Ji Yinling suddenly realized that a large hand had grasped her smaller one, lifting the red lotus sword and channeling spiritual power into it. Swiftly cleaving towards the group, the surge of fiery sword energy erupted, instantly severing the individuals in half, flames engulfing them in a blaze that reduced their bodies to ashes in mere moments, leaving only a few storage rings behind. Turning her head, Ji Yinling saw Hanyu smiling at her, his voice gentle as he spoke. "Junior sister, do not overthink it. When it is time to strike, one must strike." A tremor ran through Ji Yinling's heart, and she could not help but show a hint of remorse. "Senior brother, I'm sorry for dragging you into this. What nonsense are you spouting? I am your senior brother. It is my duty to protect you." Hanyu dismissed her concerns, Casually picking up the storage rings and inspecting them, he found only a few hundred low-grade spirit stones and some cultivation pills. How impoverished! Han Yu shook his head, for as the acting peak master of the Heavenly Sword Peak, he received at least 10,000 low-grade spirit stones each month from the Yuxian sect's treasury. Thus, he found little value in the meager savings of these minor cultivators. Nevertheless, to be fair, a few hundred low-grade spirit stones was not an insignificant amount, as disciples of the Immortal Platform realm in the Yuxian sect only received a monthly allowance of 100 low-grade spirit stones for their cultivation. Junior sister, consider these items as pocket money. Han Yu tossed the storage rings to Ji Yinling, who nodded and replied sweetly, "Thank you, senior brother. Congratulations to the host. Ji Yinling's affection level has reached 80. Current status, intimate." Upon seeing the system notification, Han Yu smiled faintly. Ji Yinling looked at Han Yu, her own smile blossoming. She realized her growing admiration for the senior brother, feeling increasingly at ease accepting anything he offered without discomfort. Of course, Ji Yinling did not believe Han Yu should sacrifice for her, but rather cherished his kindness in her heart, waiting for the day she could repay him. Speaking of repayment, Ji Yinling glanced at the system panel, noting the punishment task for failure remained incomplete, prompting a dry cough. "Senior brother, shall we continue?" More." After a night passed, the dawn broke, sunlight cascading upon the Heavenly Sword Peak and the fragrance of peach blossoms wafting through the air, flooding the room through doors and windows. Han Yu covered Ji Yinling with her blanket, shaking his head helplessly. Last night, this little girl had kept him occupied for most of the night, exhausting him before she finally fell into a deep sleep. Having the reincarnated empress give me a massage is quite the experience. However, judging by her demeanor, it seemed the little girl had not awakened her past memories. Otherwise, as a dignified empress, she would never engage in such behavior. Han Yu stretched lazily, stepping out of the room and heading to the core of the Heavenly Sword Peak, where he invested a substantial number of spirit stones to activate the protective formation. Looking at the spirit stones, Han Yu felt a pang of regret. While 10,000 low-grade spirit stones may seem significant for an individual, it was hardly sufficient to sustain the entire Heavenly Sword Peak. Just maintaining the protective formation consumed over 100 low-grade spirit stones each day, and if an attack occurred, the expenditure would multiply. There's simply not enough. The thought of this ignited a spark of anger within him. It's all that Qing Shan sect's fault, and that damn crown prince. I was having a fine time with my junior sister, and they had to come and disrupt us. No, they must compensate for the losses. Han Yu's eyes narrowed as he donned a white mask, then summoned his sword and soared into the wind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Han Yu propelled the Qinglian Immortal Sword with all his strength, reaching a speed of 3,000 zhong per breath, and soon arrived at the Qing Shan sect. The peaks here towered majestically, with pavilions and towers scattered throughout. Thousands of disciples soared through the sky on their flying instruments, creating a bustling scene befitting a grand sect. Not bad. They certainly appear wealthy. Han Yu's heart stirred, summoning his spiritual power to unleash a basic echo technique, bellowing towards the Qing Shan sect. All members of the Qing Shan sect, I give you an incense stick's time to evacuate. Those who remain after they'll be executed without mercy. Chapter 8. Battle of the Yuan Spirit. A single punch to shatter the law. His voice echoed thunderously, resonating for miles. Everyone in the Qing Shan sect was startled, turning their gazes towards Han Yu. Upon sensing the aura of his Qi refinement realm, they could not help but twitch their lips, gazing at him as if he were a fool. This guy insane? A mere Qi refinement cultivator dares to provoke a major sect with a Wang realm presiding over it. Has he lost his mind? Many regarded Han Yu with disdain, yet a few discerned something amiss. How could a Qi refinement cultivator possess such a booming voice? They pondered why the echo technique had such an impressive effect. A handful of astute cultivators sensed the danger and discreetly retreated behind the crowd, preparing to adopt a strategy of retreating while the mountains still stood, fearing the worst. However, a few headstrong Foundation establishment cultivators scoffed, charging towards Han Yu. Hey, kid, who gave you the audacity to challenge our Qing Shan sect? Take off your mask. I dare you to. These individuals were exceedingly arrogant, summoning their treasured artifact to strike down this audacious interloper. demonstrating the authority of the sect's disciples, as their artifacts flew towards Han Yu with unmatched might. Sufficient to slay any Qi refinement cultivator, he merely waved his hand, effortlessly seizing the artifacts. With a surge of power, he hurled them back with ferocity. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The artifacts, akin to mountains, shattered the bodies of the Foundation establishment cultivators, reducing them to a mere puddle of flesh that rained down from the sky. Han Yu employed the attraction technique, his thoughts guiding the artifacts and storage rings into his possession, that he slowly regarded the dazed Qing Shan sect disciples. His voice calm and composed as he stated, "I do not wish to repeat myself, but by the way, before you leave, ensure you leave behind your storage rings. Otherwise, you shall meet the same fate." All Qing Shan sect disciples felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. Those closest to Han Yu frozen in place. Whoosh, 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 a number of figures transformed into streaks of light, rushing out from various corners of the Qing Shan sect. "How dare you kill our Qing Shan sect disciples? You seek death." Upon seeing those figures, the hearts of the Qing Shan sect disciples surged with joy. These are the various deacons of the sect, possessing the strength of the Dan Formation realm. In the Qingzhou region, cultivators of the Dan Formation realm were veritable pillars of their respective forces, revered wherever they went, enjoying considerable status. One of the burly deacons hurled his flying sword, which transformed into a beam of golden light, expanding to a size of 10 zhong, like a small mountain, and struck down towards Han Yu with tremendous force. The surrounding Qing Shan sect disciples gasped in astonishment. Is this the giant sword technique of the Dan Formation realm? Truly terrifying. With this strike, Han Yu would undoubtedly be turned into mush. Yet as the golden light giant sword descended upon him, he merely extended his hand and casually slapped it. The clang of metal rang out as the giant sword was sent hurtling back, crashing into the deacon. The latter's expression shifted to one of horror as he hastily conjured several protective spells in a desperate attempt to shield himself. Golden light shield, golden body technique. Yet, the force of the giant sword, upon its return, far exceeded the strength it had when launched. Upon colliding with the deacon, his protective spells shattered instantaneously. What followed was the same fate as the previous Foundation establishment disciples, his body likewise exploding into a mass of flesh. Onlookers stood in stunned silence, gazing at Han Yu as if he were a demon. The remaining deacons of the Qing Shan sect felt their breaths hitch, trembling uncontrollably as they exchanged secretive messages. What incredible physical strength! To what level has this fellow's body cultivation reached? This is not a foe to confront directly. We must await the arrival of the mountain masters from each lineage. Their gazes towards Han Yu were filled with trepidation. Han Yu, however, merely smiled slightly, his voice soft. "Rest assured, I do not revel in slaughter, but if you comply with my words, your lives shall be spared." Upon hearing this, the deacons finally exhaled, bowing respectfully to Han Yu, while reluctantly tossing their storage rings aside. "Thank you, Senior, for your mercy." As soon as the words left their lips, several figures surged forth from deep within the Qing Shan sect, each emanating an extraordinary aura. Yuan spirit realm experts. In the Qingzhou region, these individuals were undoubtedly the pinnacle of power. Each could be considered a guest of honor in any major faction, and even the Yin dynasty, with its royal presence, would treat Yuan spirit realm experts with utmost reverence. Every Yuan spirit realm expert could stand against 1,000 foes, equivalent to an entire army. The Yuan spirit realm experts from the Qing Shan sect were all mountain masters, each possessing formidable skills. One burly mountain master fixed a fierce glare upon Han Yu, his eyes glinting with malice. "So, a body cultivator? Heh, is that the basis for your arrogance in the Qing Shan sect? How amusing. I shall see just how capable you, a fallen practitioner, truly are." Boom, boom, boom. As the burly man spoke, his spiritual power erupted forth, and a Yuan spirit law avatar began to materialize behind him. This was the most potent technique of the Yuan spirit realm. The ethereal manifestation of the primordial spirit exuded a potent aura of earth attributes, resembling a humanoid figure constructed from a mound of stones, its eyes as vast as wheels, each measuring several dozen zhong in size, projecting an awe-inspiring presence. Youngster, remember in your next life to act with more discretion. The burly man scoffed, manipulating the primordial spirit to suddenly charge at Hanyu. The latter, however, calmly retorted, I shall extend the same sentiment to you. With a resounding boom, Hanyu unleashed a powerful punch, his vital energy surging like a dragon, creating a tempest of force that collided directly with the stone giant. The sound of shattering echoed as countless shards of energy scattered into the air. With a single strike, he shattered the manifestation. Everyone's breath caught in their throats. The burly man's expression transformed into one of sheer disbelief. No, how is this possible? As his words faltered, he was struck by a backlash. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, in the next moment, a figure appeared before him, grasping his neck firmly. No, Senior, spare me. I was wrong to offend you. The confidence that once adorned the burly man's face had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming terror. You only realize now that death is imminent. Hanyu's voice remained flat as he prepared to sever the man's neck when a furious shout rang out from the Qingshan sect. Stop! All eyes turned to see an elderly man clad in green robes traversing the air, devoid of any artifacts or spells. His mere presence, an indication of a formidable Wong realm expert, suffused the surroundings with an oppressive aura. Even the few who wielded primordial spirit powers found their breath laboring, eyes filled with reverence. The mountain lord, whose neck was clutched by Hanyu, revealed a glimmer of hope and cried out, Sect Master, save me! Yet Hanyu feigned ignorance, applying pressure with his hand. Crack! The man's neck snapped with a sickening sound, and Hanyu effortlessly retrieved the storage ring, discarding it as one would refuse trash. Those who seek to kill shall themselves be killed. While Hanyu abhorred slaughter, he did not shy away from it. Only through death can peace be momentarily attained. Preposterous! The green-robed elder seethed, his gaze toward Hanyu brimming with murderous intent. Yet the latter remained unfazed, softly inquiring, Do you wish to meet your end as well? At this proclamation, silence enveloped the crowd. Even the green-robed elder hesitated, taken aback by the audacity of this young man who, in the face of a Wong realm expert, exhibited such calm. Could it be that he had reached the stage of corporeal transcendence? The elder pondered, deeming such a possibility exceedingly slim. A Wong realm expert. He was acutely aware of the challenges posed by the path of physical cultivation, for before one could transcend the corporeal realm, there lay the formidable barrier of 999 heavenly layers. In this era, such an existence could hardly emerge in a place like Qingzhou. Chapter 9. Decapitating the Wong realm. The Qingshan sect, annihilated, although the elder was convinced that Hanyu could not possibly have achieved corporeal transcendence. He refrained from immediate action, instead speaking with a grave tone. May I ask why you have come to the Qingshan sect to unleash such carnage? Hanyu regarded the elder calmly, replying slowly. It is because your sect has chosen the wrong side and engaged in actions you ought not to have. Upon hearing this, the elder's heart trembled, exclaiming in shock, You are one of the sixth prince's men? The Qingshan sect had secretly pledged allegiance to the first prince, and among the 9 princes of the Dian dynasty vying for supremacy, only the sixth prince held the legitimacy to contest the first prince. Hanyu did not respond to the elder's question, but coldly declared, What you ought to do now is not to inquire further, but to relinquish all your possessions and vacate this place. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Ha! Are you not being overly arrogant? A mere physical cultivator dares to speak so brazenly upon learning that Hanyu was affiliated with the sixth prince. The elder's confidence swelled, for he recognized that the Wong realm experts under the sixth prince's command were known to him, ensuring that this individual's combat prowess could not possibly rival that of a Wong realm expert. You dare to act insolently within the Qingshan sect. Today, you shall meet your demise here. Mountain God manifestation, rise. The ground trembled as a colossal mountain figure ascended behind the elder, an aura of earth attributes enveloping the vicinity, pressing heavily upon the surrounding cultivators. This was the unique technique of a Wong realm expert, the true intent of heaven and earth, regardless of the type of true intent when infused into spells and manifestations. It wielded tremendous power. All cultivators found their flight heights plummeting, unable to withstand the oppressive force, incapable of soaring alongside their opponent. They gazed at the green-robed elder with awe, inwardly acknowledging the terror of a Wong realm expert. Yet suddenly, they noticed that the masked figure opposing the mountain giant remained utterly unperturbed, facing the onslaught with unwavering composure. The elder scoffed, fully aware that this was the characteristic of physical cultivators, who could nearly disregard any pressure of momentum. Ordinary primordial spirit cultivators would struggle to maintain their spiritual energy in the presence of a Wong realm expert. Yet the physical cultivator showed no fear. The elder felt no surprise, merely coldly asserting, "You shall meet your end here. Once I vanquish you, I shall fashion you into a guardian puppet." Heh! Physical cultivators make for the finest puppetry. No sooner had he spoken than the mountain giant hurtled towards Han Yu with tremendous force. Let us conclude this. Han Yu sighed softly, leaping from the Qinglian's sword, and with a powerful stomp on the air, the sound of bursting air erupted like an arrow released from a bow, propelling him directly toward the mountain giant. Witnessing this, the elder's heart sank, realizing the gravity of the situation. The drawback of physical cultivators was that they could only traverse the void unaided after reaching the realm of corporeal transformation. In contrast, once a Qi cultivator attained the Wong realm, their spiritual energy would undergo a qualitative change, allowing them to float naturally. Yet this individual managed to achieve the same effect through sheer force of will, indicating that his physical strength had reached an unimaginably terrifying level. Before his thoughts could settle, Han Yu collided fiercely with the mountain giant. Compared to the giant's immense size, Han Yu appeared minuscule. Yet the impact of his sturdy frame against the 100-zhong behemoth resulted in the latter crumbling like fragile tofu. The manifestation of the Wong realm expert was rendered utterly impotent before Han Yu. The elder steadied himself, swiftly employing a movement technique to retreat back to the Qingshan sect, immediately spewing a mouthful of blood, his face etched with horror. Corporeal transformation. You truly have achieved corporeal transformation. The elder exclaimed repeatedly, not daring to hesitate for even a moment, as he grasped the sect master's token. Fully activating the protective array, he was merely a primary true king of the second layer of the Wong realm. And even if his opponent had only just entered the realm of transformation, he was not a match for such an entity. Friend, the Qingshan sect has long been a loyal servant to the first prince. As the saying goes, a minister cannot serve two masters. It is impossible for us to switch allegiance to the sixth prince. If you would be so kind as to depart, we can offer you 10 million lower-grade spirit stones. The elder wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with trepidation. The other Qingshan sect cultivators, witnessing their sect master's defeat in a single blow, were equally breathless, gazing fearfully at the masked figure hovering above. I have stated, you have but a stick of incense's time to depart. Should you fail to leave, I shall show no mercy. Allow me to remind you, time is running out. Han Yu's gaze was frigid, and those he surveyed felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. The elder, gritting his teeth, spoke in a chilling tone, "We are both practitioners of the path. Why must you press so ruthlessly, entangling us in such karma? The Qingshan sect has 3 Wong realm elders outside. Should you escalate this matter, they will undoubtedly retaliate to restore our sect's honor." Han Yu disregarded the elder's threats, silently waiting until he had already provided the others with a glimmer of hope. If they chose not to cherish it, he would not be to blame. Many cultivators of the Qingshan sect, witnessing the unfolding situation, grew increasingly restless, some experiencing heart palpitations and stealthily retreating. Observing the behavior of those within the sect, the elder barked, "What are you afraid of? Our protective array can withstand the assaults of peak Wong realm experts. As long as you remain within, he cannot harm us." Hearing the elder's words, many felt reassured, yet some remained unconvinced and slipped away. The defensive array traditionally only permitted entry, not exit, and the elder could only angrily bellow at the fleeing disciples. "You cowardly wretches, by betraying the Qingshan sect today, you will inevitably face retribution. Your entire clan shall perish." Upon hearing the elder's threats, those fleeing trembled in fear, abandoning any hesitation as they began tossing their storage rings toward Han Yu. Each desperately fleeing as the incense burned swiftly away. The murderous intent flickered in Han Yu's eyes. "Time is up, my friends. Safe travels." A chilling voice reverberated, causing everyone to tremble uncontrollably as they fixated on the figure suspended in midair. Han Yu no longer held back. The surging vitality within him erupted, manifesting as a colossal hand of blood energy in the air, which he forcefully struck towards the protective formation of the Qingshan sect. At the moment the bloodied hand appeared, the elder in a green robe realized that he had miscalculated once more. This individual was not merely at the transcendent stage. He was far beyond the ordinary. With the explosive force of a body at the pinnacle of the 1999th layer, not even a peak true king of the 9th layer could withstand a single blow. Destruction, as the bloodied hand descended. The entire territory of the Qingshan sect trembled violently, the protective formation emitting sharp cracking sounds as spiderweb-like fissures appeared, swiftly shattering into countless fragments. In just one strike, the protective formation was obliterated. The elder in green trembled, his voice quaking as he urgently pleaded, "Fellow Taoist, I am willing to offer all the treasures of the Qingshan sect. Please spare the other disciples and allow a sliver of our legacy to endure." Beneath the mask, Han Yu's eyes held no compassion. He coldly uttered 2 words. "Too late." Boom! 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 The bloodied hand relentlessly struck down, reducing the peaks of the Qingshan sect to rubble, and numerous cultivators were annihilated into mist. The elder in green, his eyes wide with despair, ignited his life force to reconstitute his spiritual form. "Demon, why must you be so ruthless? Why must you extinguish the lineage of the Qingshan sect?" With a casual swipe, Han Yu shattered the mountain-like spiritual form. "You have only yourself to blame for your poor choices." As the words left his lips, the elder was struck down with a single palm. The king's realm extinguished under the might of the bloodied hand. The entire Qingshan sect crumbled, tens of thousands of disciples vanquished completely. This sect, which had endured for over 10 millennia in the region of Qingzhou, was utterly annihilated today. Chapter 10:8's news spread. The city of Yinjing trembled, the spiritual power reaching 999 turns. After surveying the battlefield, Han Yu soared on his sword, disappearing into the ether. After some time, cultivators arrived at the vicinity, and upon witnessing the ruins of the Qingshan sect, they all gasped in disbelief. The Qingshan sect has been eradicated. The news spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of Qingzhou within just days in the Grand Prince's mansion in the city of Yinjing. The first prince, Ji Xingyang, seethed with rage. "This is outrageous. That person has brazenly destroyed the Qingshan sect. ISNT, this a blatant slap in the face to me." "Your Highness," a grim-faced old eunuch reported, "our spies have not managed to glean any information about that body cultivator from the 6th prince. It is as if he appeared out of thin air." "What does this imply? Is there anyone aside from the 6th who possesses the strength and motive to strike against my influence?" Ji Xingyang retorted. "Currently, aside from one sect, 3 of the 5 factions are under my control, their power sufficient to crush that 6th prince. With the Qingshan sect destruction, he now possesses the strength to rival me. Since he shows no mercy, I cannot be blamed for my ruthlessness. Relay word to the various kings. We must recover our losses from the Hanzhan sect and the Tai Dao sect." Hearing the prince's words, the old eunuch hesitated, then cautioned, "Your Highness, the king's realm battlefield is about to open. That if we incite a war in the king's realm, the losses could be detrimental to the fortunes of our great Yin dynasty. If this reaches the ears of His Majesty, it will surely complicate the struggle for the throne. Thus, Your Highness, we must prioritize the greater good." Ji Xingyang, upon hearing this, erupted in fury, smashing the sandalwood table before him. "Prioritize the greater good? Why not tell that to that Ji Xingzhou fellow? Your Highness, the reason the 6th prince is so audacious is that this body cultivator leaves no trace linking him to the 6th prince. Otherwise, you could easily present evidence to His Majesty to accuse him of overstepping and engaging in internal strife." The old eunuch implored. Ji Xingyang, known for his fiery temper, took a long moment to cool down, a fierce glint of murder flashing in his eyes. In that case, I shall have no need for the people of the great Yin dynasty." Ji Xingyang sneered, and the old eunuch was momentarily stunned, quickly grasping the prince's intent. "Your Highness, do you intend to borrow troops from the crown prince of the great Qian dynasty? However, That prince is notoriously greedy. The price for borrowing King's realm experts will be steep. I am well aware, but I have my ways to economize. Ji Xingyang's lips curled into a sinister smile. Didn't that wretched girl awaken the sacred body? If I were to sell her to Xian Fengyi, I could easily exchange for several King's realm experts to serve for years. It's only a matter of time before he ascends to the throne of the great Xian dynasty. And his position is already secure. He will undoubtedly accept this deal. Upon hearing this, the old eunuch was taken aback, never expecting the first prince to so willingly offer up the sacred body genius of the great Yin dynasty. However, upon recalling that it was the oft-ignored ninth princess, he felt a sense of relief. The ninth princess had always been neglected by the emperor and was destined for a future of political marriage. Now, with the first prince's actions, even if the emperor were to find out, it would not pose a significant issue. When one seeks to become a sovereign, they need not concern themselves with trifles. Issue the order for the Wudu sect to act, go to the Yuxian sect, and secretly bring that wretched girl back, Ji Xingyang commanded with a cold snort. Originally, this task was entrusted to the Qingshan sect, but they failed miserably and were annihilated. What a bunch of worthless fools, the old eunuch furrowed his brow, then spoke up. Your Highness, do you think that body cultivator might originate from the Yuxian sect? Perhaps he targeted the Qingshan sect for this reason? Have you lost your mind? The Yuxian sect has never intervened in the power struggles. If they were involved in this, the sixth prince could have claimed the title of crown prince directly. Why would he have to engage in covert battles with me for so many years? Ji Xingyang dismissed the notion, and the old eunuch pondered for a moment, agreeing that the possibility was slim. Firstly, the Yuxian sect lacks a tradition of body cultivation, and secondly, they would hardly risk offending the first prince over such a matter. Even if we entertain the worst-case scenario, there is no reason to outright destroy the Qingshan sect. Then let the old slave relay the order for the Wudu sect to take action. In the city of Yanjing, at the residence of the sixth prince, laughter echoed. Good, good, good. That Ji Xingyang has truly fallen into misfortune. He has no idea what kind of powerful figure he has offended, resulting in the direct loss of a King's realm expert. This struggle for succession has just tilted more in my favor. A refined-looking young man laughed heartily, while a strategist in a long robe beside him responded with a smile. The first prince acts flamboyantly and without scruples. It is only natural he would offend someone powerful. However, that body cultivator who destroyed the Qingshan sect is shrouded in mystery. The first prince may find it difficult to uncover his background, and he might end up being blamed for this. Unfazed by the strategist's warning, Ji Xingzhou remained indifferent that IT matters not. That powerful figure has eliminated the Qingshan sect for me, and should he take the blame, so be it. By the way, instruct our people to continue searching for this powerful figure's whereabouts. If I can recruit him under my banner, my chances of claiming the throne will greatly increase. However, if we do find traces of this powerful figure, we must not recklessly disturb him. A generous reward will suffice to establish a favorable rapport. The strategist nodded in agreement, then added, Your Highness, the individuals you dispatch to the Yuxian sect should be arriving soon. The ninth princess has a solitary temperament and, due to her mother's circumstances, harbors resentment towards the royal family, making her difficult to win over. Not a problem. If I cannot win over the ninth princess, neither can the eldest prince, even if she cannot be of use to me. As her elder brother, it is only right that I send her some cultivation resources. She possesses the sacred body, and it is crucial to maintain good relations rather than enmity. Ji Xingzhou appeared quite open-minded, and the strategist grew increasingly convinced of the potential of this prince. Had he not been a year younger than the first prince, who had seized many advantages, perhaps the title of crown prince would have already been his. At the Yuxian sect, atop the peach blossom-laden Tianjian Peak, a powerful aura surged forth from a modest dwelling, causing the surrounding flora and fauna to tremble in fear. I have finally completed the 9 transformations of spiritual power and am on the brink of breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. In terms of chi refinement, I am likely far ahead of my senior brother. Ji Yinling's delicate face radiated joy, her lips curling into a confident smile. However, completing the 9 transformations in such a short time was largely due to her senior brother providing her with ample resources. coupled with the assistance of 200 pounds of fire spirit liquid. Ji Yanling was acutely aware that her current achievements were thanks to her senior brother, and she pondered how she would ever repay him. The memory of how she had repaid her senior brother flashed through Ji Yanling's mind, and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. That time, I truly lost my head, resorting to that kind of massage method on my senior brother. Now that I think back, it's truly humiliating. To satisfy Han Yu, the notorious libertine, in matters of massage to a perfect degree, was no simple feat. It's all that wretched system's fault for assigning such bizarre tasks. How can I face my senior brother now? Sighing, she resolved to continue her cultivation and strive for an early breakthrough to foundation establishment. Meanwhile, under a centuries-old peach tree, Han Yu enjoyed a drink while humming a tune. And the system delivered yet another piece of good news. Ding! Investment target Ji Yanling has completed the 9 transformations of spiritual power, current affection level at 88, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Ding! Your spiritual root has been nourished endlessly, radiating vibrant vitality and flourishing into a towering tree. Ding! Your spiritual power has completed 999 transformations. Upon seeing the system notification, Han Yu could hardly contain his excitement as he turned inward to examine his dantian. Goodness, for other Qi refining practitioners, their spiritual roots and the 9 fundamental sources of spiritual power are likely no larger than ordinary flowers or grasses. Even the most accomplished Qi refiners, who have completed the 9 transformations of spiritual power, would merely resemble a small sapling. Yet now, Han Yu's spiritual root has fully matured into a magnificent, towering tree. Even those at the celestial stage, who have received celestial nourishment for their spiritual roots, cannot attain such a level. With a flick of his hand, a solidified strand of spiritual power swirled in his palm. He narrowed his eyes, pondering whether his spiritual power, having undergone 999 transformations, could rival the celestial power wielded by practitioners at the celestial stage. As Han Yu contemplated how to test this, the token from the Peak Master within his storage ring began to tremble violently, indicating that someone was tampering with the formation at Tianjian Peak. Without hesitation, Han Yu transformed into a fleeting shadow, swiftly arriving at the site. Nearby, several practitioners were clandestinely undermining the formation. Han Yu's heart leapt with joy. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity for experimentation? Chapter 11. Spiritual power stronger than celestial power. Next to the formation at Tianjian Peak, a few individuals whispered among themselves. Brothers, this task is exceedingly simple. There's only one formation to break at Tianjian Peak, and there are no formidable experts guarding it. We've been here for half a day and haven't seen a single soul. With our cultivation at the celestial stage, capturing the 9th princess from a useless person poses no difficulty at all. Those unfortunate souls from the Qingshan sect won't even receive the rewards they were promised. They've been wiped out, and it's our Wudu sect that is fortunate. The group was elated, viewing this task as akin to a pie falling from the sky. Ah, so you are from the Wudu sect. A voice suddenly emerged from behind them, startling them to be on guard. The disciples of the Wudu sect felt their spirits tense, but after a moment, one of them broke into a smile. Brothers, do not fear. This person is the senior brother of Tianjian Peak. I believe his name is Han Yu, the so-called waste of the body refinement stage that I gathered intelligence on him when I arrived and even saw his portrait. Upon hearing this, the others relaxed immediately. One of them remarked, I wondered why I felt no fluctuation of spiritual power. It turns out he's just a body refinement waste. Old 8, take him down. Let us continue to dismantle the formation. Wait, no. This fellow must possess a disciple's token to bypass the formation. If we kill him, we won't need to waste any more time. The man felt clever, a self-satisfied grin appearing on his face. Old 8, upon receiving the command, grinned wickedly and confidently stated, All right, boss, with my poison bee technique, I'll turn him into a puddle of blood within 10 breaths. As he spoke, he quickly formed seals, conjuring a fist-sized poison bee that darted toward Han Yu. Observing the feeble creature, Han Yu felt that with his current physical cultivation, he could easily annihilate it with a mere breath. However, intent on testing the strength of his spiritual power, he refrained from any extravagant actions and simply flicked his finger, sending forth a strand of spiritual power. Bang! before the poison bee could get close. It shattered into countless fragments. Witnessing this scene, Old Eight's mouth fell open in astonishment, as if he could fit a pile of dog excrement inside. Boss, weren't we told he was only at the body refinement stage? How could he possess spiritual power? And what kind of spiritual technique is this? It effortlessly shattered my fourth-tier technique. The others were equally shaken, and the leader immediately declared coldly, "This person is unusual. Do not underestimate him. Everyone, give it your all, and eliminate him here. We cannot allow him to escape. Otherwise, if the experts from the Yushin sect discover this, we will surely be in grave danger." The disciples of the Wudu sect, now on high alert, summoned their treasured artifacts, unleashing dozens of meticulously cultivated poisonous insects, snakes, insects, rats, and ants, all at the fourth tier, comparable to the celestial stage, swarmed towards Hanyu. Yet he remained unfazed, casually releasing dozens of strands of spiritual power. The moment the poisonous insects came into contact with his spiritual power, they erupted with a deafening blast, transforming into countless clouds of blood mist. Why spiritual power is exceedingly formidable. Hanyu was somewhat taken aback. It was worth noting that he was merely employing spiritual power for defense, without even utilizing the most basic first-tier techniques. Yet, despite this, each strand of spiritual power he shot forth easily dismantled their fourth-tier techniques. Achieving such prowess is no small feat. Not even those at the celestial stage, let alone the Dan condensation stage, could accomplish this. Experiment concluded. It is time for you to perish. A smirk curled at the corners of Han Yu's mouth, causing the group to tremble in fear. Without a word, they began to unleash their techniques and flee with remarkable speed. You cannot escape. Han Yu casually tossed a few basic fire spark techniques. In the hands of an ordinary practitioner, this technique could merely ignite a flame. However, when Han Yu unleashed his fire spark, though it was the size of a fingernail, it contained an unimaginably intense heat. The moment it landed on the fleeing figures, they ignited into roaring flames, reducing them to ashes. That it seems I am indeed suited for this basic technique. Simple and effective, and the key is that it allows for an infinite supply of spiritual power to enhance its effects. The higher the tier of spiritual power, the more complicated its application becomes. It's akin to constructing a house, requiring bricks and tiles to build it up. Basic techniques, however, are like those very bricks and tiles. They can be wielded directly in battle, albeit with limited power. Yet while the bricks and tiles of an ordinary chi refiner may shatter upon contact, Han Yu's are akin to tempered steel. Anyone who dares to touch them meets their demise. Casually collecting the storage rings of the fallen, a glint of ferocity flashed in Han Yu's eyes. Having wiped out a Qingshan sect, another Wudu sect has emerged. This Grand Prince truly seems relentless. Were it not for the protection of the royal city of Yanjing, fortified by the National Luck Array, I would have flown over and annihilated you directly. At present, even a powerhouse at the 9th level of the royal realm is no match for Han Yu. However, if he were to encounter someone of the imperial realm, it would likely be a desperate struggle. Han Yu preferred it this way. A crushing victory in battle is far more comfortable. That it is not that he enjoys fishing for a catch, but rather that it is safer for him. Having already killed disciples of the Wudu sect, it is likely they will send more in retaliation, instead of waiting for these pesky flies to come knocking one after another. It would be far better to eradicate them directly. With this thought, Han Yu made up his mind without hesitation. He donned a mask, summoned the Qinglian celestial sword, and soared through the sky. The Wudu sect was relatively distant from the Yushin sect, but fortunately, Han Yu's spiritual power had surged significantly that he poured his energy into the Qinglian celestial sword, and with a simple sword technique, he achieved a speed that covered thousands of feet in a single breath. Along the way, he passed numerous long-distance flying vessels, leaving many practitioners standing at the bows in stunned silence. What on earth just whizzed past us? I don't know. Could it be some speedster flying beast? You must be kidding. As a practitioner of the celestial stage, I didn't even catch a glimpse of its shadow. Only a royal realm beast could possess such speed. Several hours later, Han Yu had traversed a distance of several 100,000 miles and finally arrived at a mountain range shrouded in miasma. Amidst the towering peaks, a mountain gate rising several hundred feet high loomed, adorned with the words Voodoo Sect in a dragon and phoenix style. Numerous practitioners, clad in dark green garments, flew back and forth on their flying devices, creating a bustling scene, albeit with most wearing in different expressions, signaling that outsiders should stay away. Due to the poisonous nature of the Voodoo Sect's cultivation methods, their practitioners often found themselves in the company of snakes, insects, and rats, making them less than welcome in the outside world. However, Hanyu was not one to harbor discrimination against practitioners, so he chose to extend an opportunity to the Voodoo Sect's members. Gathering his spiritual power, he employed the echo technique, calling out in a deep voice, "All Voodoo Sect practitioners, you have 1 incense stick's time to relinquish your storage rings and swiftly vacate this place. After the incense burns out, those who remain shall be mercilessly slain." To avoid a repeat of his experience with the Qingshan sect, where he had to eliminate wave after wave, Hanyu resolutely gathered his blood energy into a giant palm and struck down upon the protective array of the Voodoo Sect. Crack! The protective array shattered with a resounding crash, unleashing a terrifying force. All the Voodoo Sect practitioners felt as if they had fallen into an icy abyss, trembling in fear as they gazed up at the figure hovering above them. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Panic ensued among the crowd, and moments later, several powerful auras ascended into the sky. This is just perfect! Fortunately, the Grand Prince is astute enough to foresee your return to wreak havoc on our remaining forces, prompting us to return and guard the sect. Today, I shall see how you intend to annihilate my Voodoo Sect. Among the figures that emerged, for were the leaders and elders of the Voodoo Sect. While 2 were elders from the Qingshan sect, in total, 6 individuals, all powerful figures of the royal realm. Chapter 12. Martial Technique, Blood Demon, Shattering Heaven Fist, 1 battle. Annihilate 6 kings, the original Voodoo Sect practitioners. Initially flustered by the destruction of their protective array, found solace in the appearance of the powerful royal realm figures. Wonderful! The elders of the royal realm are here. We are saved. With 6 royal realm powerhouses guarding us. This person is surely doomed. Little did they expect to witness the fall of a royal realm expert in their lifetime. They felt fortunate indeed. All present were filled with anticipation, showing no desire to depart. Among the 6 individuals, 2 elderly members of the Qingshan sect led the charge, their gazes fixed coldly upon Hanyu. "Demon, while we were absent from the sect, you slaughtered our Qingshan sect's leader and annihilated our disciples. You deserve a fate worse than death. Indeed, today we shall offer your head as a tribute to honor the souls of the tens of thousands within our sect." The 2 were consumed by righteous indignation, their eyes nearly ablaze with fury. Each time they reflected on the destruction of their millennia-old sect at the hands of their own generation, they yearned to flay Hanyu alive. However, upon hearing their words, Hanyu remained calm and replied, "I had given them a chance that day, just as I am extending one to you now that I advise you all to leave while you still can. It may spare your lives that I do not relish bloodshed, so I implore you not to force my hand to eradicate you completely." At his words, the 2 elderly men from the Qingshan sect erupted into laughter, their anger transforming into scorn. "Arrogant fool, we are 6 formidable warriors of the King realm, for of whom stand at its pinnacle you truly believe you can contend with us? Do you think yourself a sovereign?" They laughed heartily. "Qingshan brothers, this man is clearly aware of his impending doom and attempts to frighten us into retreat. Let us not waste words. We shall strike him down and claim his head for a reward." An elder from the Wudong sect chimed in, his face twisted with derision. "Indeed, my friends, this man is merely a body cultivator, his skin tough and his flesh resilient, making him difficult to kill. Let us all join forces to ensure he does not escape." The group revealed their divine manifestations, the oppressive aura of the King realm enveloping Hanyu, creating a scene of sheer terror. Yet, Hanyu remained unperturbed, slowly articulating, "Gentlemen, please wait a moment." This declaration caught everyone off guard. "Madman, are you preparing to deliver your last words?" sneered an elder from the Wudong sect. Hanyu shook his head. "No, what I mean to say is that the time of the single incense stick has not yet elapsed. You may still wait, granting yourselves a chance, as well as a chance for others." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into laughter. What an arrogant fool! Even in the face of death, he remains so brazen. Very well, let us end his life, roared the elder from the Qingshan sect, who then joined forces to unleash a 6th-tier spiritual technique. Mount Qingshan, with a resounding crash, a colossal mountain, 1,000 feet high, manifested and plummeted toward Hanyu. All disciples below trembled in fear. Merely witnessing the terrifying mountain made them feel as though they might be crushed, their breaths becoming labored. Since you all refuse this opportunity, do not blame me, Hanyu declared, his blood energy surging forth like a dragon, coalescing into a titanic figure of blood energy that extended its arms to withstand the descending mountain, just as practitioners of qi cultivation possess divine manifestations. So too do body cultivators wield manifestations of blood energy. The previous sect leader of Qingshan had simply failed to provoke Hanyu's blood energy manifestation, with one hand bracing against the mountain. The other transformed into a fist, blood energy gathering at its tip as he began to unleash a barrage of devastating strikes. The mountain quaked violently, debris cascading down as countless fragments of spiritual energy dissipated into the air. The two elders from the Qingshan sect exchanged alarmed glances, recognizing that Hanyu possessed considerable strength, capable of withstanding their combined might. No wonder he is so audacious, fellow members of the Wudong sect. I implore you to assist swiftly. Fear not. Let him experience the venom of my centipede king, cackled an elder from the Wudong sect, summoning a 100-foot-long centipede that lunged at Hanyu, furrowing his brow. Hanyu directed his blood energy manifestation to deliver a powerful kick at the centipede. The creature was sent flying, emitting a mournful wail, yet it seized the opportunity to unleash a torrent of toxins upon Hanyu. The noxious green mist enveloped him, steadily eroding his blood energy manifestation. I too shall join in. Let him taste the potency of my poison frog king, and my poison bee king as well. 4 practitioners from the Wudong sect each summoned a toxic beast. 3 were at the initial stage of the 7th-tier king realm, and 1 at the pinnacle of the 6th tier, unleashing a barrage of toxins toward Hanyu. Ha ha! I am eager to see just how much blood energy you possess and how long you can endure our onslaught, snickered one of them. A mere body cultivator, practicing such a decrepit path, dares to challenge us. How utterly laughable! As they mocked him, they unleashed a variety of high-tier spiritual techniques to besiege Hanyu. This strategy ensured that Hanyu remained suppressed by the towering mountain, unable to unleash his full power, while they sought to wear him down gradually. That moment, Hanyu recognized his critical flaw: the absence of martial techniques. Qi cultivators wield spiritual techniques, while body cultivators utilize martial techniques. Without martial techniques to support him, his blood energy could only be employed in the most rudimentary manner, significantly limiting his potential. If it comes to that, I shall simply retreat from the fray. Hanyu pondered. Just then, a notification from the system resounded in his mind. Ding! Investment target Ji Yanling has broken through to the Foundation Establishment realm. Current favorability is at 89. 10,000-fold return activated. Ding! You have reached the 9th level of Foundation Establishment. Ding! The surging power of Foundation Establishment still courses through your body, solidifying the most robust foundation. Ding! Your 9-layer Foundation Establishment platform has undergone 9 refinements, and you have attained the pinnacle of Foundation Establishment. The mere elevation of his qi cultivation left Hanyu astonished. Now endowed with the power of Foundation Establishment, should he employ the sword control technique to flee, the King Realm practitioners would scarcely catch a glimpse of his retreating form. Yet his excitement did not end there. The system continued to relay notifications. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have triggered a special return, granting you 1 extraction opportunity. Please select your extraction type: martial technique, spiritual technique, divine weapon, immortal treasure. A smile crept upon Hanyu's lips. It seemed that his desires were being fulfilled. Without hesitation, he chose the martial technique option. Ding! You are extracting a martial technique. Ding! You have acquired the first volume of Blood Demon Shattering Sky Fist, Imperial Grade. Bestowing enlightenment upon you. Ding! You have perfected the first volume of Blood Demon Shattering Sky Fist. As the system notifications concluded, Hanyu's eyes ignited with a blood-red hue, emanating an overwhelming ferocity. Gentlemen, it is finished. His voice resonated like the roar of an infernal demon. Accompanying this proclamation was Han Yu's earth-shattering punch, which effortlessly shattered the colossal mountain looming above him. Countless streams of earth and with elemental spiritual energy cascaded down like a rain of ethereal droplets, creating a visually spectacular scene. Witnessing this, everyone was taken aback. Quickly, stop him! Several King Realm members from the Wudong sect immediately urged their poisonous beasts to charge at Han Yu. Yet with a mere flick of his wrist, Han Yu unleashed the blood demon, shattering sky fist, obliterating the beasts, which erupted into a shower of crimson rain that a sense of dread washed over the remaining practitioners. This was the overwhelming might of a body cultivator at the King Realm, capable of slaying beasts of the same realm with a single blow. Truly astonishing. Seizing the moment of distraction provided by the beasts, the remaining practitioners hastily took flight, fleeing into the distance. Now you choose to escape? It is too late. The Qinglian sword transformed into a streak of light as Han Yu pursued one elder from the Wudong sect, delivering a sudden punch. What? How can he move so quickly? The elder, caught off guard, had never anticipated that the masked man could be so swift. Body cultivators traditionally possessed slower flight speeds, yet he was taken aback by Han Yu's terrifying velocity. In a split second, he activated his defensive spirit artifact and employed protective techniques to shield himself from Han Yu's assault. With a resounding clang, the artifact shattered, and the protective technique crumbled in the next instant. The body of this King Realm powerhouse erupted into a cloud of blood mist. That is the first, Han Yu declared, his voice echoing ominously. With a swift motion, the Qinglian sword darted toward another King Realm warrior, delivering yet another devastating punch. The same scene unfolded anew. That is the second. The remaining 4 warriors turned to see 2 of their comrades felled, their hearts filled with panic. They could no longer afford to flee and began to plead for mercy. Fellow cultivator, we are willing to submit. Please spare our lives. We are all subjects of the great Yin dynasty. If you kill us, the emperor will not let this go lightly. Consider your actions carefully. Ignoring their pleas, Han Yu continued to unleash his relentless punches. The third, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth. The sight of each King Realm practitioner falling was an indelible image, forever etched in the minds of the Wudong sect. As Han Yu's gaze fell upon them, they felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread. Next, it is your turn. The resounding echoes of battle persisted. And after a considerable time, not a single soul remained alive within the Wudong sect's domain. Having cleared the battlefield, Han Yu took to the skies on his sword. News of the 6 fallen King Realm warriors spread. The entirety of the great Yin dynasty, and even the whole of Qingzhou, erupted into chaos in a single battle. 6 kings were annihilated. Such prowess was utterly terrifying, rendering Han Yu the foremost cultivator beneath the imperial realm within Qingzhou. Who then was this body cultivator? Chapter 13. The return of sect leader Lu Rian in the Yin capital, within the Emperor's Hall. Your Majesty, I must report that the 6th has indeed gone too far. Our great Yin dynasty has suffered the loss of no less than 7 King Realm warriors, a blow that has imperiled the very foundation of our nation. The Crown Prince Ji Xingyang's expression was earnest, his eyes barely containing a raging fury. Meanwhile, the 6th Prince Ji Xingzhou first bowed in greeting, then wore a face filled with righteous indignation. Royal brother, you have provoked an unknown master outside, causing our great Yin dynasty to suffer significant losses. And now you are attempting to place the blame on me. That not exceedingly unjust. The Crown Prince's anger surged as he pointed at Ji Xingzhou and exclaimed, You dare to quibble before a father? How outrageous! You slander me. And do you expect me to bear this unjust accusation in silence? Ji Xingzhou scoffed coldly, suddenly flicking his sleeve that on the throne, the sovereign of the great Yin dynasty, Ji Huamao, rubbed his forehead, then his demeanor shifted as he bellowed sternly. Enough! Stop your bickering! Ji Huamao looked down at the 2 princes, feeling a slight headache. The struggle for succession in the great Yin dynasty has existed since time immemorial. Yet this generation was particularly fierce. Eldest, 6th, I do not wish to pursue this matter further, but I hope such incidents will never occur again. Both of you are prodigies of the sacred body, destined to ascend to the imperial realm. Regardless of who sits upon the throne, you must unite and lead the great Yin dynasty to greater heights. The losses sustained are far too great, and in the long run, it benefits no one. As Ji Huamao spoke, he cast a significant glance at the sixth prince, clearly indicating that he believed the latter was also implicated in the matter. Ji Xingzhou forced a wry smile. Though he was the greatest beneficiary of the situation, he truly had no connection to it. However, he understood that no one would believe him if he voiced this. Since Ji Huamao was not inclined to investigate further, anything he said would be futile. He would bear this blame, as long as he could ascend to the throne and gain the fortune of the nation. It would all be worthwhile. Ji Xingzhou found himself in a bittersweet position, while Ji Xingyang was left with only discomfort. Father, according to the rules, the struggle for succession must not invoke a war among the kings. How can this matter simply be brushed aside? Ji Xingyang spoke while glaring at Ji Xingzhou, his heart filled with resentment. This prince has lost 7 kings, and I am left with scarcely a handful. While that scoundrel has control over 2 major sects and numerous kings that if he emerges unscathed, this struggle for succession will undoubtedly lead to my defeat. Ji Huamao, of course, recognized the current predicament and sighed helplessly. You two must cease your internal strife, for it would be detrimental to our great Yin dynasty. I have already discerned your capabilities over the years. Thus, the struggle for succession must come to an end. Upon hearing this, both princes were taken aback, their hearts filled with trepidation. Ji Huamao's meaning was clear. He was prepared to choose the crown prince. Both of you possess your strengths. Whosoever ascends to the throne will pose no issue for our great Yin dynasty. I now present you with a final test. Whoever can retrieve the 9th prince from the immortal gate unharmed shall be granted the title of crown prince. Oh, and remember, neither of you may let your kings harm one another. Should anyone violate this, they shall automatically concede. At this pronouncement, both were momentarily stunned, still grappling with the implications when Ji Huamao departed from the royal hall. 6th, you truly possess remarkable means that I wonder where you found a kingly body cultivator. But since this trial forbids kings from intervening, I surely have a great advantage. Ji Xingyang declared as he flicked his sleeve and strode away, leaving Ji Xingzhou wearing a bitter smile. A kingly body cultivator? If only he were truly under my command. However, this elder has attacked the forces of the eldest twice, which must undoubtedly be for a reason. There is surely some connection between them that must be uncovered. At Tianjian Peak, in a fragrant chamber, a young woman clad in red opened her beautiful eyes, her face radiant with joy. Surrounding her was a dense aura of foundational power, having already reached the 9th level of foundation establishment. The next step was to refine the foundation platform and break through to the ultimate realm. With the system's rewards of 10 foundational spirit materials, within a month, I shall undoubtedly succeed in breaking through. At that point, I will be a cultivator of the 3 realms, and if I can maintain this until the kingly realm, I could become a 7-realm battle king, capable of even slaying emperors. Ji Yinling's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Yet, breaking through to the ultimate realm was akin to stacking stones. The more one stacked, the harder it became to break through to maintain one's position until the kingly realm. Various resources were indispensable. Fortunately, I have that mysterious system to assist me. With just 2.5 months remaining, I wonder what rewards await me then. Recalling the system, Ji Yinling realized she had not seen her senior brother for several days, and she felt a pang of longing. After so many days, he should have forgotten what transpired that night. I shall go see what he is up to. Ji Yinling stepped out of her room, soared around Tianjian Peak on her sword, and soon spotted Hanyu beneath a peach blossom tree. Her senior brother remained in his usual languid demeanor, cradling a wine gourd and drunkenly reclining against the tree roots. For reasons unknown, Ji Yinling suddenly felt playful and stealth in his mind. An enchanting silhouette materialized, a woman whose charm and grace coexisted harmoniously. Her waist was as supple as a water snake, captivating countless young men, both youthful and aged. Over the years, this exquisite figure was none other than Lu Ruyan, the esteemed leader of the Yuxian sect. Chapter 14. The Fire Serpent Spirit Body, Zhao Hongying Yuxian sect. Conference hall. A strikingly beautiful woman sat poised at the head of the table, adorned in a flowing gown of pale lavender with billowing sleeves, which clung to her form, accentuating her alluring figure. Sect leader, that Han Yu is utterly heartless, corrupting the saintly prodigy of our Yuxian sect. The deeds he has committed are beyond shame. Indeed, what a promising imperial realm talent. In what should be the prime of their cultivation, they are instead at the Tian Shu peak, indulging in such frivolous literature. It's utterly incomprehensible. Exactly. A fine young lady has been led astray by that scoundrel Han Yu, were it not for the sect's rules. I would have long since stormed Tianjin Peak and given that rascal a sound thrashing. Several middle-aged and elderly peak masters lamented to Lu Ruyan, their voices tinged with sorrow for the squandered potential of a prodigy. Shortly thereafter, Han Yu and Ji Yanling entered the conference hall, walking closely together, their shoulders nearly touching. Upon witnessing this scene, the peak masters were filled with even greater despair. It seemed their suspicions were confirmed. This saintly prodigy had indeed been led astray by the wretched Han Yu. Junior Han Yu, I pay my respects to my esteemed martial aunt. Han Yu saluted Lu Ruyan with a clasped fist. This woman was the senior sister of his master, Mu Bingyao, appearing no older than 20. Yet in reality, she had lived for centuries. Many of the peak masters present, who seemed to be in their 40s or 50s, were actually younger than Lu Ruyan, most barely reaching a century or two of age. Han Yu gazed at Lu Ruyan, inwardly marveling at how her figure had grown even more voluptuous in his brief absence. Beside him, Ji Yanling noted Lu Ruyan's lack of a formal greeting, the reincarnation of an empress. She held an air of pride towards everyone except Han Yu. Observing their demeanor, Lu Ruyan's lips curled into a slight smile. Unfazed by these minor formalities, she cast a fleeting glance at Han Yu, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of surprise. Little Yu, you have established your foundation? Upon hearing Lu Ruyan's words, the other peak masters were equally astonished. Han Yu's cultivation, having undergone countless refinements, was now so refined that it exuded an aura of tranquility, revealing not a hint of his true level. Even though these peak masters were all formidable figures in the king realm, they struggled to discern his specific cultivation stage. They had not anticipated that this so-called waste of a junior brother, who was said to have only reached the body refinement stage after 10 years of training, had now ascended to the foundation establishment realm. However, their surprise was fleeting. They paid it little heed. After all, a mere foundation establishment was nothing to them, as each peak master had thousands of disciples at that level under their command. Han Yu nodded and addressed Lu Ruyan. In response to my esteemed martial aunt, it was merely a stroke of luck. Lu Ruyan did not believe such words, nor did Ji Yanling beside him. I hadn't expected my senior brother to reach the foundation establishment realm as well. Could it be that he is not a waste, but a genius? Oh, I was a bit foolish. My senior brother possesses the physical prowess to instantly slay those in the immortal platform realm. How could he possibly be a waste? Not only does he have impressive physical talent, but his aptitude for chi refinement is also remarkable. It seems everyone has underestimated my senior brother. Delighted to discover Han Yu was not a waste. Ji Yanling felt a surge of joy. Although this meant the challenge of surpassing him had become significantly greater, she still wished for her senior brother to excel. That I said, how could such a generous system choose a waste? Yet even if my senior brother is a genius, this empress fears him not. After all, my physique is not fully developed. Given sufficient resources, I can undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of the Immortal Body. Ji Yanling remained brimming with confidence, a smile gracing her lips. Lu Ruyan's eyes sparkled with intrigue at Han Yu's breakthrough to the foundation establishment realm. It seemed her junior sister had chosen a disciple of no ordinary caliber. Carrying countless heavy secrets, she could not reveal anything to me. I wonder if I can find a breakthrough point through her disciple. Lu Ruyan's heart stirred, her thoughts retracting as she turned to Ji Yanling. Her surprise palpable. Your name is Ji Yanling, is it not? They say Han Yu has led you astray and wishes for you to leave Tianjin Peak. What do you think? Ji Yanling furrowed her delicate brows and surveyed the peak masters. Her voice icy as she demanded, "Who said that?" Step forward. A chorus of peak masters in the king realm gasped, secretly thinking this girl was quite fierce. We are of the king realm. How can you speak to us like that? Those unaware might think you intend to strike us. Yet, Ji Yanling's aura was indeed extraordinary. As expected of saintly prodigy, she exuded an impressive presence. The peak masters did not take offense at Ji Yinling's rudeness. Rather, they admired her spirit. This was the demeanor a prodigy should possess, unafraid of the strong and courageous enough to express herself. Realizing this, their gazes toward Han Yu grew increasingly discontented. Among them, the peak master of Tianhua Peak, Sun Huang, slowly stood, his weathered face breaking into a smile as he addressed Ji Yinling. Little girl, do not misunderstand that we are not targeting you. It's just that with your talent, you should not remain in a place like Tianjian Peak. The other peak masters nodded in agreement. Indeed, little girl, regardless of which of her sex you join, you could reach the Yuan Shun realm within a decade. However, if you stay at Tianjian Peak, you may not reach the Yuan Shun realm even in 30 years. Upon hearing their words, Ji Yinling's anger flared just as she was about to retort. However, Han Yu seized her hand and stepped forward, saying, "Brothers, it is rather inappropriate for you to undermine my sect in my presence. I believe Yinling is doing quite well at Tianjian Peak, as long as she does not wish to leave. No one can force her to depart." At this proclamation, the peak masters wore displeased expressions. What do you mean by doing quite well? Currently, there is only you at the Foundation Establishment realm at Tianjian Peak. What can you possibly teach this young lady? Are we, the King Realm Masters, not capable of more than you? Han Yu found their words somewhat absurd. Were it not for the desire to avoid future disturbances, he would have liked nothing more than to deliver a resounding slap to each of these individuals that a mere king realm. I've already dealt with several of you, since you all believe we at Tianjian Peak cannot nurture this young sister. Why not let your disciples step forward for comparison? At this suggestion, the peak masters' faces lit up with delight. Very well. You have proposed this, Sun Huang replied, not one to miss an opportunity. Let us not take advantage of you. We have recently accepted a fire serpent spirit body disciple at Tianhua Peak who joined around the same time as Ji Yinling. Let us see how they measure up. Sun Huang produced a peak master token and sent out a message, evidently having prepared for this moment, as the other peak masters looked on with eager anticipation. These old schemers. Han Yu discerned their intentions but remained unperturbed, smiling as he said, "Since this is a competition, surely we must have some stakes involved, as esteemed kings. I trust you will not be stingy." Sun Huang chuckled at this, and, not wishing to dwell on it, responded, "I possess a 7th grade dragon fire fruit. Regardless of the outcome, I am willing to gift it to Ji Yinling. What say you?" The 7th grade elixir was of considerable value, even to those in the king realm, making it a prized possession. Clearly, Sun Huang was confident in his victory. His generosity intended to garner favor with Ji Yinling. The other peak masters, seeing this, were quick to follow suit, each offering items of worth as stakes, with Sun Huang's precedent set. They all declared that regardless of the outcome, these items would be gifted to Ji Yinling. However, in the hearts of these peak masters, they were certain she would lose. The reason was simple. They had seen the fire serpent spirit body girl from Tianhua Peak, who had long since awakened and reached the immortal platform realm. Ji Yinling, having only entered at the body refinement stage, would undoubtedly be outmatched. While waiting, Ji Yinling leaned close to Han Yu and whispered a few words, to which he nodded before turning to Sun Huang, smiling as he asked, "Brother Sun, if Yinling wins, might she be allowed to challenge the Fire Mountain at your Tianhua Peak?" Upon hearing this, Sun Huang pondered for a moment before nodding. No problem. Regardless of which sect Ji Yinling ultimately joins, she may try her hand at the secret realm. The Fire Mountain at Tianhua Peak was a treasure trove not to be missed by fire attribute cultivators. Other fire attribute cultivators from various sects would offer resources to gain entry as a member of Yuxian sect. Sun Huang did not impose any difficulties in this regard, seeing Sun Huang's willingness to cooperate. Han Yu smiled slightly, feeling a bit more favorably towards these individuals. Before long, a tall girl in a red outfit with a high ponytail entered the hall. Her features were striking, with slightly elongated eyes that exuded a sharpness and vigor. The girl bowed to the assembly, and Sun Huang beamed as he introduced, "This is my personal disciple, Zhao Hongyi, hailing from the Blaze dynasty, possessing a top-tier spirit-grade physique. Currently, her cultivation has reached the 9th layer of the immortal platform realm." Upon hearing Sun Huang's introduction, Hanyu narrowed his eyes. It seemed this Zhao Hongying was no ordinary adversary. Chapter 15. Ji Yanling, Dual Realm, Astonishment. Upon the gathering of the two individuals, the esteemed leader of Tianhua Peak, Sun Huang, wasted no time in idle chatter. With a casual wave of his hand, an array of fire attribute weapons levitated in the AI to ensure fairness. You two may select one weapon from this collection. All are of equivalent quality. Zhao Hongying stepped forward, seizing a fiery wooden spear. With a flick of her wrist, the spear tip vibrated ominously. Meanwhile, Ji Yanling opted for a 3-foot-long sword, giving its blade a light flick that produced a clear, ringing sound. There's no need for an arena. The space here is ample. Prepare yourselves, and let the battle commence, announced one of the peak leaders. With such a multitude of kings present, concerns of mishap were unfounded. Your Highness, I shall not hold back, Zhao Hongying declared suddenly, prompting the onlookers to sense an underlying tension. It seemed Zhao Hongying harbored a special sentiment towards Ji Yanling. Only Sun Huang, with a knowing smile, appeared to be well aware of the relationship between the two. Upon hearing Zhao Hongying's words, Ji Yanling narrowed her beautiful eyes, fully grasping the implication as memories surfaced in her mind. The Blazing Fire Dynasty? My mother in this life seems to hail from the Blazing Fire Dynasty. Suppressing her thoughts, she nodded at Zhao Hongying. You may unleash your full strength. I will not be courteous. The spectators were momentarily taken aback. Ji Yanling's words gave the impression that her cultivation was superior. This young lady seems a tad overconfident, pondered Sun Huang. After all, being a holy body prodigy, a degree of arrogance was to be expected. Allowing Hongying to temper her sharpness would undoubtedly benefit her future cultivation. As the two locked gazes, the battle was imminent. With a swift motion, both women executed their respective techniques, weapons in hand, charging towards one another. Zhao Hongying moved like trailing her spear across the stone ground to create sparks. Before suddenly thrusting it forward, Ji Yanling's fiery energy erupted beneath her feet, allowing her to evade Zhao Hongying's attack. She slashed diagonally with her sword, unleashing a wave of fiery sword energy. Feeling the might of the flames, Zhao Hongying's heart skipped a beat, prompting her to retreat, activating her protective technique and being pushed back several meters. What a formidable sword energy! Gasped the spectators as the duel unfolded. Their respective cultivation levels became apparent. Within less than a month, Ji Yanling had astonishingly reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. This speed typical for a holy body cultivator? Exclaimed one of the peak leaders in astonishment. It appeared Ji Yanling had mastered a method to conceal her aura, leading them to initially underestimate her level, thinking she was merely at the chi refinement stage or the early stages of foundation establishment. The atmosphere shifted, and many peak leaders exchanged glances, feeling a bit embarrassed. They collectively turned their gazes towards the sect leader, Lu Ruian. As expected, Lu Ruian showed no surprise at Ji Yanling's prowess, having already seen through her cultivation. One peak leader discreetly transmitted a message, cursing, who the hell said Ji Yanling hadn't been cultivating diligently? She's already at the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Hold on, this has nothing to do with Hanyu. Isn't it a testament to Ji Yanling's exceptional talent? If she can achieve such rapid progress alone, imagine what she could accomplish with our guidance and ample resources. True, let's remain calm, even if she's at the 9th level of foundation establishment. Facing a 9th level of celestial platform, she would undoubtedly lose. This disciple is ours to claim. Remember, whoever takes this holy body prodigy as a disciple must compensate the others. The peak leaders debated quietly amongst themselves, maintaining an outwardly composed demeanor, exuding the grace of seasoned experts. Only Lu Ruian, observing Ji Yanling in the arena, displayed a hint of surprise. Indeed, she is a practitioner of the supreme realm, excelling in both body refinement and chi cultivation. This little girl possesses considerable ambition. With dual cultivation realms complemented by her holy body, it was plausible for her to challenge even the celestial platform at the foundation establishment stage. Is the reason for that young man's calm demeanor? Lu Ruian mused, directing her autumn-like gaze at Hanyu, her curiosity intensifying. While she could discern some aspects of Ji Yanling's foundation, Han Yu remained an enigma. Lu Ruyan, endowed with the holy body of cold water, could sense the essence of others within and was expected to perceive both Ji Yanling and Han Yu clearly. Yet, both youths exhibited a certain peculiarity. One had mastered a profound technique to mask her aura, while the other, although seemingly unmasked, displayed an extraordinary level of restraint. Could this young man be a hidden master seeking a life of seclusion in my Yushin sect? Lu Ruyan contemplated, before chuckling at the absurdity of the notion. Having watched Han Yu grow, she dismissed the idea of him being an unparalleled expert, attributing his prowess to mere fortunate opportunities. As Lu Ruyan pondered, the battle reached a fevered intensity. Ji Yanling and Zhao Hongying unleashed various techniques, each drawing power from their bodies and extending it through their weapons, thriving in close combat. This pertains to a branch of Qi refinement practitioners. Some favored long-range attack techniques or controlling distant treasures, while others relished the thrill of close-quarters combat, enhancing their physical capabilities with diverse techniques that in the past, most Qi refinement practitioners focused on distance, rendering themselves weak and reliant on body cultivators for protection. However, as the path of body refinement waned, fewer practitioners remained, leading many Qi refiners to innovate and create close combat methodologies that a plethora of unique techniques emerged, significantly accelerating the decline of body refinement. Many body cultivators labored tirelessly to strengthen their physiques, only to find that Qi refiners could effortlessly amplify their strength with basic techniques, creating an insurmountable disparity. Rather than endure such a fate, many chose to embrace the path of close combat Qi refiners, circumventing decades of struggle. In the arena, Ji Yanling and Zhao Hongying had both activated their respective innate abilities, manifesting distinct physical phenomena. One wielded a sword, surrounded by a flaming phoenix, while the other thrust her spear, conjuring a serpentine fire. Zhao Hongying had ascended to the celestial platform realm, gaining a modicum of fire-based celestial power. Thus, despite her innate gifts being lesser than Ji Yanling's, Zhao Hongying maintained the upper hand due to her superior cultivation. Yet, Ji Yanling's dual cultivation granted her immense physical strength, far surpassing Zhao Hongying in that aspect. Moreover, her Qi refinement prowess was exceptional, coupled with her holy body and battle experience from her past life. In time, Ji Yanling began to turn the tide, ultimately piercing through Zhao Hongying's protective technique, her blade resting against Zhao Hongying's throat. "Your Highness, I concede," Zhao Hongying declared with a smile, her exhilaration evident despite her loss. Ji Yanling frowned delicately, shaking her head. "You did not exert your full strength. As the pinnacle of the celestial platform, you could have utilized a stronger fourth-tier technique, yet you opted for the same third-tier technique as I." Zhao Hongying took a moment of silence before responding. "I already possess such a substantial advantage in cultivation. There is no need to press further with my techniques. Besides, Your Highness consistently finds the flaws in my techniques, overcoming them with minimal effort. Even if I employed a fourth-tier technique, the outcome would remain unchanged." Ji Yanling nodded in agreement. "You speak the truth. Even if you gave it your all, I would still defeat you. However, should there be a next time, I hope you will not hold back, as it would benefit us both." With a calm demeanor, Ji Yanling concluded, and Zhao Hongying nodded, intending to say more, but was interrupted by Lu Ruyan's voice. "Everyone, did you witness that clearly?" Lu Ruyan smiled at the gathered peak leaders, who were now utterly astonished. After a brief silence, one finally stammered, "Sect leader, could that be the supreme realm?" Lu Ruyan lightly nodded, adding, "Indeed, it is the dual realms of body refinement and Qi cultivation." Upon hearing this, the peak leaders exchanged glances filled with complex emotions. Reflecting on their earlier remarks about Han Yu leading Ji Yanling astray, they felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. Who led her astray to achieve such dual cultivation? Even if it's merely the peaks of body refinement and Qi cultivation, the resources expended are immense, enough to gradually elevate an average cultivator to the pinnacle of Dan formation or even the early stages of nascent soul. Where did Han Yu acquire such resources? How lavish? As the peak leaders regarded Han Yu with newfound respect, he merely smiled serenely, his voice gentle as he addressed them. "Esteemed seniors, I trust you will refrain from competing with Tianjin Peak for disciples now." The leaders fell silent, And Han Yu continued with a smile. Since the competition has concluded, may I kindly request the previously mentioned rewards? Upon hearing these words, the myriad peak masters were struck with a dawning realization, reflecting that they had indeed fallen victim to Han Yu's machinations this time. Nevertheless, none of them hesitated. They promptly retrieved the promised rewards from their storage rings and sent them floating towards Ji Yinling with their spiritual energy. Ji Yinling hesitated slightly, for, to be frank, she had little desire for the possessions of others. Although these rewards were the result of a wager, accepting favors binds one to a debt of gratitude, which she was averse to, save for Han Yu. Junior sister, please accept this. It is a token of goodwill from your senior brothers. We are all part of the Yuxian sect, and should you achieve success in the future, we shall all share in your glory, benefiting from your light. There is no need for excessive formality, Han Yu remarked. Upon hearing his words, Ji Yinling nodded and accepted the rewards. The peak masters understood that Han Yu was extending a gesture of goodwill on their behalf towards Ji Yinling, which alleviated their discomfort. Their reluctance towards Ji Yinling remaining at Tianjian Peak seemed to diminish. However, Sun Huang, the master of Tianhua Peak, spoke up gruffly. Han Yu, do not think that Ji Zai Shimiai's breakthrough to the two great extremes is solely your doing. It is merely a testament to her extraordinary talent. Should she encounter any issues with her cultivation in the future, we shall hold you accountable. Sun Huang's statement appeared to express dissatisfaction toward Han Yu, yet it simultaneously acknowledged Ji Yinling's standing. Previously, they all aspired to take her as a disciple, but having lost the wager, they accepted this junior sister as an equal. The others chimed in, insisting that Han Yu must take good care of Ji Yinling, warning that if any problems arose, he would be held responsible. Han Yu did not contest their remarks and agreed with a smile. Initially, Ji Yinling felt somewhat irked by these individuals, yet she sensed their goodwill, which softened her stance and fostered a sense of belonging towards the Yuxian sect. Previously, she regarded this place merely as a stepping stone, intending to seek opportunities in other regions once she reached the King Realm. Now, with her senior brothers around, it indeed imbued her with a semblance of home. As the proceedings concluded, Lu Rian addressed the assembly. The rest of you may depart. Xiao Yu, stay behind. I have a few matters to discuss. The peak masters, upon receiving her command, bowed and took their leave, while only Ji Yinling cast a wary glance at Lu Ruyan, leaving the meeting hall with a hint of confusion. No sooner had she exited than Zhao Hongying caught up with her. Your Highness, I have some matters to discuss with you. Zhao Hongying immediately conveyed her thoughts to Ji Yinling through spiritual transmission, yet as Ji Yinling listened, her brow furrowed slightly, and she replied coolly, I have no interest in the throne or imperial matters. If you have nothing else, please leave. I wish to wait for my senior brother. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hongying's eyes dimmed, but she did not press the matter. Instead, with a grave expression, she said, Your Highness, regardless of your future intentions, you must not venture to the Dayan Empire again. If you promise me this, I shall refrain from urging you to return to the Qihua dynasty. Ji Yinling's brow furrowed, yet she nodded in acquiescence. Zhao Hongying sighed in relief, initially wishing to say more, but ultimately refrained, leaving with a faint smile. As she flew away, she glanced back at Ji Yinling, lamenting inwardly, It is for the best. The princess has endured much hardship over the years. Let her rest. I shall bear all the enmity on her behalf. In the meeting hall, Lu Ruyan gazed at Han Yu with a playful glint in her eyes, a smile gracing her lips, leaving him feeling somewhat uneasy. Uncle Master, why do you gaze at me so? It's rather disconcerting, Han Yu managed to say with a forced smile. Xiao Yu, do you not have anything to confide in me? Lu Ruyan asked, crossing her legs in a casual manner, her fair limbs intertwining, revealing hints of mystery. What do you mean by that, Uncle Master? If you remain silent, I shall take matters into my own hands. Before she finished speaking, a powerful surge of icy water spiritual energy erupted, forming a colossal hand that lunged towards Han Yu. Come, Uncle Master shall examine your physique? Ah, Uncle Master, please don't. Han Yu shivered, his internal spiritual energy instinctively activating to shield him. Buzz, Han Yu's spiritual energy manifested as a protective sphere, which Lu Ruyan's immense hand grasped firmly. Such robust spiritual energy. Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she regarded Han Yu. You two are an extreme realm cultivator, or perhaps even at the third extreme. At this moment, Han Yu's aura was unmistakably revealed, leaving no room for concealment, and he could only smile faintly. Merely a stroke of luck. Do you call that luck? Excessive modesty is a form of arrogance. You have hidden yourself quite well over the years. Lu Ruyan narrowed her eyes slightly, a smirk playing at her lips. However, your spiritual energy seems far more formidable than that of an average third extreme cultivator. Oh, Uncle Master, have you encountered other third extreme cultivators? Of course, I have not only met third extremes, but also seventh extremes. Are you trying to pry information from me? Lu Ruyan moved gracefully before Han Yu, her delicate finger lifting his chin as she exhaled softly. I thought you were a simpleton, but having heard about your indulgence in brothels over the years, it seems your cultivation is not so simple. Have you perhaps practiced some enchanting techniques? Lu Ruyan playfully licked her lips, her voice dripping with allure. Would you like me to accompany you in your cultivation? Han Yu's face flushed crimson, a wave of blood surging within him, nearly overwhelming his composure. It was said that water element cultivators were naturally bewitching, and indeed, this proved true. Even without practicing seductive arts, years of nurturing in the essence of water element spiritual energy rendered every inch of their skin enticing, akin to a ripe peach, inciting a primal desire to take a bite. Yet, Han Yu managed to suppress the turmoil within, sensing that Lu Ruyan was not to be trifled with his current strength. Attempting to engage her was utterly impossible. He could only risk being outmaneuvered. Thus, he resolved to remain discreet and coughed lightly. Uncle Master, please refrain. It would not bode well if our master were to find out. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan smiled knowingly, concluding that Han Yu had not practiced any nefarious techniques. Otherwise, he would not withstand her seduction so easily in this world. All techniques for absorbing yin or yang were deemed wicked, as they only brought harm to the recipient without any benefit. Many evil cultivators, in their haste to advance, often drained the life essence of common mortals, achieving rapid progress at the cost of their victims' lives. If Han Yu had truly embarked on such a path, she might have to take drastic measures. Having tested his resolve, Lu Ruyan smiled and spoke slowly. Since you mentioned your master, let us discuss our matters. Upon hearing Lu Ruyan mention his master, Han Yu's mind conjured the image of the silver-haired, red-eyed beauty. When he first traversed into this realm, he had nearly perished from starvation, had it not been for Mu Bingyao's rescue. He would not be where he was today. Thus, despite Mu Bingyao's hands-off approach after bringing him to Tianjin Peak, Han Yu harbored deep gratitude for her. Now, he yearned to learn about his master's whereabouts. He looked at Lu Ruyan, eagerly awaiting her revelations regarding Mu Bingyao. However, Lu Ruyan's lips parted to deliver words that plunged Han Yu into an icy abyss. Your master has passed away. Chapter 17. Unranked Spiritual Techniques. The gathering of 10,000 swords. What? Han Yu felt as though struck by lightning. He could not fathom this outcome. Uncle Master, how did my master meet her end? Murderous intent surged within Han Yu's gaze. Mu Bingyao had shown him kindness. If her demise was at the hands of another, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Seeing Han Yu's intense reaction, Lu Ruyan could not help but stifle a laugh. It appeared this lad held deep feelings for Bingyao, yet she had searched for her for years without a trace. Clearly, Mu Bingyao had been evading her, so why not let this young man seek her out after he achieved success in his cultivation? He possessed secrets of his own, yet his demeanor was rather laid back. Thus, it would be prudent to prompt him a bit. Lu Ruyan thought to herself, donning a sorrowful expression as she sighed. Very well. Some matters are not suitable for you to know just yet. We shall discuss it once you ascend to the Emperor realm. Lu Ruyan casually set a target for Han Yu in her view. It would likely take him decades to reach the Emperor realm. After hearing this, Han Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. While it might take considerable time to ascend to the Emperor realm, he would not require long to reach the combat prowess befitting that level. In fact, with his current strength, he could already contend with an average emperor. However, observing Lu Ruyan's grave expression, he surmised that the entity tied to his master's death was certainly no ordinary emperor. Regardless of the circumstances, the vendetta for his master must be avenged. Determination gleamed in Han Yu's eyes. Alas, it seems I must encourage my junior sister to strive even harder. Contemplating this, Han Yu took his leave from Lu Ruyan. Upon noticing the resolute glint in his eyes, she couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It seemed this young man would indeed strive diligently in his cultivation henceforth, although she could not ascertain the specifics of his background. The depth of his foundation suggested he possessed a formidable constitution. Such talent must be urged to unleash its boundless potential, but a faint smile graced Lu Ruyan's lips as she felt entirely in control of this young disciple. Han Yu stepped outside the hall. Senior brother, Ji Yanling greeted him with a radiant smile, standing gracefully at the entrance after having waited for some time. Han Yu approached her and affectionately ruffled her hair. She showed no resistance, allowing his large hand to tousle her locks, her smile unwavering. Han Yu informed Ji Yanling of their master's demise and urged her to commit herself to her cultivation, assuring her that resources would not be a concern. Though Ji Yanling held little sentiment for her somewhat lenient master, she cared deeply about Han Yu. Rest assured, senior brother, I will exert myself doubly. Whatever you wish to pursue, I shall accompany you, she declared. How about this? I will venture to the secret realm of the Flame Mountain tomorrow, and when I emerge, I shall attain the foundation establishment stage. Witnessing Ji Yanling's confidence filled Han Yu with satisfaction. Having such a sister-disciple was a treasure beyond compare. Very well, sister. If you require anything, do not hesitate to inform your senior brother. I shall surely fulfill your requests. Ji Yanling, without pretense, promptly listed her desired resources that a glance from Han Yu revealed that the total expenditure would amount to a few million low-grade spirit stones. Mere trifles for him at this juncture. Without delay, he proceeded to Tian Bao Peak, procured all the necessary resources, and presented them to Ji Yanling the following day. Han Yu personally escorted Ji Yanling to Tianhua Peak, watching her enter the secret realm of the Flame Mountain. Before departing, Ji Yanling waved goodbye to Han Yu, her voice warm and reassuring. Fear not, senior brother. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Han Yu nodded, and after bidding farewell to Ji Yanling, he did not idle away his time. He spent a considerable fortune having Tian Bao Peak procure a vast quantity of exquisite wines, expending hundreds of thousands of spirit stones that he then returned to Tianjian Peak, continuing his leisurely lifestyle of drinking and sleeping. For Han Yu, the wine sword immortal physique rendered drinking a form of cultivation. Even without formal training, his powers would gradually ascend through his libations. However, the most significant gains from drinking were not merely in cultivation, but in nurturing the essence of wine and cultivating sword energy. According to the description of the wine sword Immortal Body, every barrel of wine consumed would nurture a portion of wine essence and imbue a measure of sword energy. The more he drank, the richer the wine essence and the stronger the sword energy. Eventually, after imbibing thousands of barrels of fine wine, he would be able to unleash a torrent of swords with a mere breath, cleaving through the very fabric of realms. While Han Yu indulged in his drinks and restful slumber, Lu Ruyan occasionally dispatched people to gather news about him, reporting to the sect master. Master Han has spent this time drinking and sleeping, occasionally frequenting the brothels at the foot of the mountain, remaining unchanged. Initially skeptical, Lu Ruyan decided to visit Tianjian Peak herself, only to find this indeed to be the case. Leaving her utterly perplexed, could it be that my announcement of junior sister S demise has struck him so profoundly that it backfired? No, that seems unlikely. Perhaps it relates to this young man's unique constitution. This may very well be his method of cultivation. Lu Ruyan, unlike most, did not perceive Han Yu's behavior as mere drunkenness. Her extensive experience had shown her that there existed myriad paths to cultivation in this world. Whether through drinking, dreaming, or nurturing flora, none of these methods were considered peculiar. Interesting, she mused, junior sister, you have indeed acquired a remarkable disciple. No, not just him. That Ji Yanling child is no ordinary individual either. A spark of intrigue shimmered in Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes, and she increasingly felt that the situation was becoming quite fascinating. She recalled the words Mu Bing Yao had once shared with her. You claim to bear great karma, which we cannot withstand. Thus we must leave the Yuxian sect to avoid implicating us. I wonder if these two disciples of yours can endure it. Time flowed swiftly, like water in a stream. During this period, Ji Yanling gained substantial benefits within the Flame Mountain, her cultivation skyrocketing as she effortlessly completed the 9th refinement of Foundation Establishment, achieving the pinnacle of the Foundation Establishment realm. Soon after, she shattered the bottleneck of her cultivation, breaking through to the peak of the Celestial Platform realm. Simultaneously, Han Yu received feedback from his system. Ding! Your Foundation Establishment platform has undergone 999 refinements. A common Foundation Establishment platform pales in comparison to yours, akin to an egg against tempered steel. One touch, and it shatters. Ding! Your cultivation has reached the 9th layer of the Celestial Platform realm. And 9 strands of primordial celestial energy have emerged within you. Ding! You have triggered a special return, rewarding you with the unranked spiritual technique. 10,000 swords returning to the sect. Description: the unranked spiritual technique will manifest its power in accordance with the practitioner's strength. What is not, and what is not, is. Amidst the jubilant notifications from the system, Han Yu reclined comfortably, thoroughly enjoying himself. After a period, a group of uninvited guests arrived at UCN sect's guest peak. Your Highnesses, since the 9th princess has joined our UCN sect, she is now a member of our sect. It is improper for you to insist on her withdrawal, declared Huang Huihong, the peak master of the guest peak, with a displeased expression. Rules? My rules are the rules. The crown prince, Ji Zhengyang's gaze was frigid, his words laden with an unassailable tone. Huang Huihong, taken aback by Ji Zhengyang's blatant disregard, bristled. As one of the 36 peak masters, a formidable figure within the royal realm responsible for external affairs of the UCN sect, he could not be intimidated by a mere prince. Just as Huang Huihong was about to respond with ire, the 6th prince Ji Xing Zhou interjected to mediate. Peak Master Huang, we come by our father's decree merely to bring back the 9th princess for a time. Not to compel her to leave UCN sect. Regardless, she is still of the Dian royal family. Please, lead us to Tianjian Peak so that we may see her. Huang Huihong contemplated this reasoning and conceded that, despite Ji Yanling being a disciple of UCN sect, it was indeed reasonable for her to meet with her family. The group boarded a ferrying vessel and arrived at Tianjian Peak, where they found the place devoid of life. Ji Zhengyang scoffed derisively. Is this how you treat members of the royal family, leaving them to perish in this desolate place? And you dare prevent me from bringing my royal sister back? This is utterly ridiculous. Huang Huihong was left speechless as the peak master of the guest peak. He refrained from intervening in the internal matters of UCN sect, and thus knew little about Ji Yanling's situation. Leaving him silent, very well, summon the 9th sister. Ji Xing Zhou waved at his attendant, who promptly employed the echo technique to call out to Tianjian Peak. 9th princess, please return to the palace. After numerous calls went unanswered, frustration mounted. Everyone at Tianjian Peak dead. Someone, breach the protective array. I shall personally search for her. Ji Zhengyang commanded his subordinates, while Ji Xing Zhou wore a smile, offering no objection. Gentlemen, I did not bring you here to create discord. This is the territory of UCN sect. Huang Huihong protested. Ji Zhengyang merely snickered. Then call her out. Huang Huihong grimaced and shouted toward Tianjian Peak. Han Shidi, where are you? The Yin dynasty has come to see junior sister Ji. After several calls, a languid voice drifted from a peach orchard on Tianjian Peak that I was having a splendid sleep. Why are you all making such a racket? Can't a person rest in peace? Chapter 18. Lu Yin takes action. The realm of sovereigns, dressed in white, Han Yu emerged unsteadily from the peach grove, clutching a gourd of wine, squinting at the vessel in the sky, appearing as if he had just awoken. You must be the acting peak master of Tianjian Peak. Hand over Ji Yanling at once. Ji Zhengyang ordered imperiously, showing no regard for Han Yu. Han Yu ignored him entirely, turning instead to Huang Huihong. Brother Huang, did you bring these people here to disturb my peace? Huang Huihong wore an awkward expression, clearing his throat before explaining his intentions. After listening, Han Yu nodded. Oh, Brother Huang, you merely wish to inquire about my sister-disciple's stance. There is no need to waste time. She will not return to that Yin dynasty. Not now, nor ever. If there is nothing further, you may take your leave. Han Yu burped and prepared to resume his slumber, prompting Ji Zhengyang's furious glare. Who do you think you are to make decisions for the royal family? Hand over Ji Yinling. I do not wish to repeat myself. Otherwise, I shall dismantle this mountain peak. Han Yu frowned, casting a disdainful glance at Ji Zhengyang. Why so agitated? Are you feeling overzealous? Ji Zhengyang was taken aback, unable to comprehend the term overzealous, yet sensing it was certainly not a compliment. Detecting no hint of reverence in Han Yu's gaze only fueled his ire further. Seize him! Tear down this mountain peak. Among the followers, several figures stepped forward, all of whom were formidable beings of the Yuanshan realm. This is unacceptable. Huang Huihong was about to intervene when he felt two hands pressed down on his shoulders. Belonging to the Wang realm experts brought by Ji Zhengyang. Arrogance. This is the territory of the Yuxian sect. Do not be too reckless, Huang Huihong shouted angrily. However, those individuals seemed deaf to his words. They only heeded Ji Zhengyang's commands and unleashed their Yuanshan manifestations, advancing toward the protective formation of the Tianjian Peak. At that moment, a cold voice rang out. Who dares to move recklessly shall face death. Everyone turned to see Han Yu, who had previously appeared languid. Now, with a frigid expression and piercing gaze that a few Yuanshan realm experts scoffed at Han Yu's threat, for the aura he exhibited was merely that of a peak Xiantai realm cultivator. Such insignificant beings could be crushed with a mere flick of their hand. Consequently, the Yuanshan realm experts ignored Han Yu and continued their assault on the Tianjian Peak's formation. This formation was not particularly strong, and under the onslaught of several Yuanshan realm cultivators, it quickly disintegrated into countless fragments. Dig 3 feet into the ground. Find him, Ji Zhengyang ordered coldly. Ji Xingzhou narrowed his eyes, pausing for a moment to glance at Han Yu. Refraining from acting rashly, several Yuanshan realm experts soared into the air, approaching Tianjian Peak. Han Yu shook his head slightly, picking up a wine gourd to take a sip of fine wine. Since you all seek your own demise, allow me, Han, to escort you on your journey. Before his words faded, the foundation within him trembled violently, releasing torrents of celestial energy, causing the surrounding spiritual energy to surge. Subsequently, a spiritual sword coalesced beside Han Yu, followed by 10, 100, 1,000, and 10,000 swords. With each newly formed spiritual sword, the power of the others increased incrementally, until a myriad of spiritual swords filled the air, their might reaching its zenith. Go! With a casual gesture, Han Yu sent forth the myriad of spiritual swords, slicing through the sky with a resonating clang, charging toward the towering Yuanshan manifestations. How laughable that mere Xiantai realm techniques would dare to challenge the Yuanshan. In midair, Ji Zhengyang scoffed, dismissing Han Yu's spiritual technique as nothing but ostentation. Yet, only those engaged in battle could truly perceive the terrifying nature of those spiritual swords. Each sword contained pure spiritual energy, akin to steel forged through countless trials. Perhaps they appeared no different from ordinary spiritual swords, but only upon contact could one grasp their true horror. Buzzing echoed as the 10,000 spiritual swords surged toward their Yuanshan manifestations. How could these swords be so resilient? Is this truly a technique wielded by a Xiantai realm cultivator? One Yuanshan realm expert gasped in horror, realizing that the defensive technique he had just employed was shattered by dozens of swords at the cost of their own destruction. The once arrogant Yuanshan realm experts now felt utterly helpless. Countless spiritual swords swarmed toward them, dismantling their techniques before ultimately striking down their Yuanshan manifestations. The assault of the spiritual swords was simple yet brutal, exchanging life for life. Amidst the clamor of Lu Ru Yin finished speaking and vanished from the sight of the crowd, leaving behind a group of individuals whose hearts were still trembling with fear. Ji Zhengyang gazed at the spot where Lu Ru Yin had disappeared, then cast a glance at Han Yu, who was comfortably watching the spectacle atop Tianjian Peak, his teeth clenched in frustration and his eyes ablaze with fury. Beside him, Ji Xingzhou wore a complex expression, secretly relieved that he had restrained himself from taking action just moments ago. Otherwise, he would have surely faced a significant loss. In light of this, he cupped his hands towards Han Yu on Tianjian Peak and, with an apologetic demeanor, spoke, "Esteemed brother, It was indeed our fault to disrupt the protective array of this place. That I am the sixth prince of the great Yin dynasty, and I apologize on behalf of my elder brother. Here are 200,000 spirit stones to aid in the restoration of the array. I hope you will graciously accept them as a token of my sincerity." The sixth prince produced a small pouch from his storage ring and, using his spiritual power, sent it towards Han Yu, who narrowed his eyes and scrutinized the prince for a moment longer. "No need for that." Han Yu waved his hand dismissively, sending the pouch back. Before retreating into the peach grove, he intended to collect the debt for the broken defensive array, and allowing this grand prince to continue disturbing his peaceful life was no longer acceptable. Witnessing the sixth prince's overture being rejected, Ji Zhengyang let out a derisive laugh. "Serves you right. You enjoy playing the Good Samaritan, and now you find yourself with a cold shoulder, don't you?" Ji Xingzhou snorted in response. "Playing the Good Samaritan is far superior to your foolishness. I truly wonder how the scholars in the Imperial Palace have raised you. Do you ever think before you speak or act? Presumptuous! How dare you speak to this prince in such a manner? I am your elder brother. Do you not recognize the hierarchy of nobility?" Ji Xingzhou's gaze towards Ji Zhengyang was now laced with irritation. As a contender for the throne, he relished having such a dim-witted opponent. However, as a member of the royal family, he felt a sense of shame for having such a brother. If the great Yin dynasty were to fall into your hands, it would surely decline within a century. Ji Xingzhou coldly regarded Ji Zhengyang, who immediately erupted in rage. "You seek death, old six," he exclaimed, revealing his formidable aura, seemingly ready to engage in battle. Ji Zhengyang's cultivation was at the peak of the nascent soul stage, just a step away from the king realm, while Ji Xingzhou was only at the mid-level of the nascent soul stage. Both possessed the sacred body, and should a confrontation ensue, Ji Xingzhou would most likely emerge victorious. Humph. If you truly are as foolish as I say, then consider your king realm subordinates, many of whom are either dead or injured. Do you believe you stand a chance against me? Old six, our father has expressly forbidden us from engaging in combat with one another. Do you wish to defy his decree? My men merely protect me. They are not the aggressors. Even before our father, I have grounds to justify my actions. Ji Zhengyang glanced at several of Ji Xingzhou's subordinates, shaking his head with a sigh. And you? How many King Realm warriors have you lost thus far? Now you have completely offended the Yu Xian sect, rendering your retrieval of Xiao Jiao impossible. You ought to ponder how to explain this to our father. Upon hearing this, Ji Zhengyang's imposing demeanor faltered, and he could only withdraw in frustration. Enough, you two, it's time for you to leave. In the future, please refrain from causing trouble with the Yu Xian sect. I, the Peak Master, do not welcome you. The Peak Master, Huang Huihong, coldly stated, ushering the group out of the protective array of the Yu Xian sect. The Grand Prince and the Sixth Prince each boarded their flying vessels, taking residence in a nearby city, clearly indicating that neither intended to concede defeat so easily. Upon returning to their temporary lodgings, a faint smile appeared on Ji Zhengyang's face. Old Six, do you truly think I am a simpleton? He chuckled. What transpired today was merely to thwart your plans. You are ever so hypocritical. Having now thoroughly offended the Yu Xian sect, you will undoubtedly struggle to retrieve that wretched Ji Yin Ling through conventional means. With that in mind, it is now time for me to set my plans in motion. Ji Zhengyang's eyes glimmered with self-satisfaction as he took pride in his scheming. Little did he know, he underestimated Lu Ruyan's ruthlessness as she dared to brazenly kill someone from the great Yin dynasty. However, this could work to his advantage, as her father had long wished to annihilate the Yu Xian sect and fully incorporate it into their dominion, providing him with a pretext. Poor old Six, so self-assured, yet unable to perceive our father's true intentions, he thought with a sinister expression, revealing that he was not as reckless as he appeared. He summoned his servants to arrange fine wine and delicacies, indulging in self-poured drinks. Now, he would wait for the news from the Qihua dynasty to reach Ji Yin Ling's ears, confident that she would soon depart the Yu Xian sect. That moment, he would, just as Ji Zhengyang was lost in his calculations, a chilling voice echoed through the skies, resounding throughout the city. Ji Zhengyang, come out and face your death. Chapter 20, A Swift Pursuit. A 10,000-mile chase above Qingshan City, a masked figure stood upon his sword, gazing down at the city below. The city lord, upon hearing someone directly address the Grand Prince by name, trembled in fear and immediately bellowed, "Bold one, who dares to show such disrespect to His Highness the Grand Prince?" This city lord, a scholar of the Confucian sect, donned a scholar's cap and wielded a folding fan, appearing quite refined. Scholars of the Confucian sect typically entered the court as officials, which was also a form of their cultivation. Seeing Han Yu soaring through the air, the city lord dismissed him entirely. Though he was at the condensation pill stage, his status as the city lord allowed him to summon the city's fortune and control the city's protective array, making it difficult for even peak nascent soul cultivators to contend with him. Since the masked figure required a flying artifact, he could not possibly be above the nascent soul stage. Thus, he felt no fear. Contemplating this, a smirk crossed his lips as he grasped his writing brush and began inscribing a large character for prohibition. "Flying is prohibited in this area." Boom! The entire city's fortune surged at his command, merging with the ink, and a radiant golden prohibition character shot towards Han Yu. Han Yu's eyes narrowed. This was his first encounter with a Confucian cultivator, and he was somewhat taken aback. He summoned the blood energy within him and unleashed it towards the prohibition character. The blood energy coalesced into a fist, colliding with the prohibition character, which shattered instantly. However, this did not diminish the effects of the prohibition decree. The fragments of energy scattered around, draining the spiritual energy from the surrounding space and creating a vacuum. For chi refiners, flying with artifacts primarily relied on their innate spiritual power to resonate with the surrounding spiritual energy. With the atmospheric spiritual energy now depleted, Han Yu found no support beneath him and began to plummet. This Confucian technique is quite intriguing. Han Yu mused, a faint smile gracing his lips. The Confucian city lord, seeing Han Yu descending, felt even more disdainful. "I was curious about your capabilities, yet you seem rather mediocre," he thought. "How could His Highness the Grand Prince choose to stay in my Qingshan city while you dare to disrupt him? I shall suppress you." Before he finished speaking, he hurled a long, slender talisman from his hand. The artifact suddenly expanded, resembling a mountain as it descended towards Han Yu. It was clear he intended to seize the opportunity to eliminate Han Yu entirely. As Han Yu's body continued to fall, he glanced at the Confucian cultivator and let out a cold snort. "Since you seek death, do not blame me." He unleashed the blood energy within him, and with a sudden stomp on the air, a resounding explosion echoed as he shot towards the Confucian cultivator. The prohibition character merely drew away the spiritual energy and did not affect other gases. Han Yu shot forth like a bolt from a crossbow, and, as the massive talisman descended upon him, he effortlessly struck it with a casual punch, sending the Confucian artifact flying. What on earth is this creature? The Confucian city lord was filled with shock and immediately began to furiously wield his brush, composing verses of fatal poetry that coalesced into countless manifestations racing towards Han Yu. Unfortunately, Han Yu's blood energy erupted, transforming into a massive blood-red hand that swiftly swatted away the poetic manifestations, reducing them to mere ink and dissipating spiritual energy. The Confucian city lord himself was crushed into a pulp by Han Yu's single strike. With a thought, Han Yu summoned the city lord's storage ring into his hand. "Bold one." In the city lord's mansion, several figures soared into the air, all exuding the aura of the king realm. "Who dares to cause trouble here?" Several figures of the king realm loomed above, casting disdainful gazes upon Han Yu. Han Yu glanced to the shoulders of these individuals, from which new arms had already sprouted. For these formidable beings of the king realm, possessing the miraculous treasures that enable the rebirth of severed limbs was hardly a challenge. However, the newly grown shoulders would undoubtedly lack the familiarity of the original, and their ability to wield spiritual techniques would be diminished. It would take time to restore their prior strength. This was why Lu Rian bore no significant malice. As a sovereign, she could easily employ certain methods to seal the life force at their wounds, preventing these kings from regrowing their limbs. Nevertheless, even so, the kings harbored deep-seated displeasure, a simmering anger welling within them until this moment. Witnessing someone seeking death, they could hardly remain still, eager to unleash their pent-up frustrations. Han Yu did not engage in idle chatter with these individuals. With a sudden stomp of his foot, he vaulted into the air, the sturdy stone slab beneath him erupting into a deep crater. Countless fragments scattering. Simultaneously, a colossal figure of blood and vitality began to rise behind Han Yu, launching its fists towards the kings of the realm, a body cultivator. The onlookers were filled with shock as they immediately summoned their spiritual manifestations to counter Han Yu's assault. This individual was the one who had previously annihilated the Five Poisons sect and the Green Mountain sect. Someone exclaimed in alarm in a certain part of the city lord's mansion. Ji Zhengyang gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Old Six, you scoundrel, how dare you attempt to kill this prince? Very well, it seems you are even more ruthless than this prince had imagined. But alas, killing this prince will not be so simple. Once I return to Yanjing City, I will undoubtedly report to the royal family, and you shall face judgment. I end this struggle for the throne. You have already lost." In Ji Xingyang's view, Ji Xingzhou must have been driven to desperation to resort to such methods in this contest for the throne. If he were to perish here, perhaps his father would truly elevate him to power. After all, at that time, he would be the only saintly body among the younger generation of the great Yin dynasty. However, he was fortunate to possess an absolute life-saving technique. Ji Xingyang knew that his royal guards were no match for that body cultivator. Therefore, he immediately retrieved a long-distance teleportation talisman, unhesitatingly infusing it with spiritual energy. The surrounding space trembled violently, and his figure quickly vanished from sight. This commotion naturally drew the attention of Han Yu and all the other powerful beings present. He narrowed his eyes slightly. Activating the blood demon tremor fist, and with a single strike, he obliterated one of the kings. The others looked on in astonishment. The prince has already departed. This individual cannot be confronted head-on, that we must retreat from this confrontation. One of the kings declared, intending to flee into the distance. Yet, Han Yu's feet manifested the Azure Lotus Immortal Sword, instantly pursuing them. The blood demon tremor fist continued to unleash its power, directly annihilating another opponent amidst a shower of blood mist. "Today, none shall escape," Han Yu declared fiercely. Damn it, how could a body cultivator fly at such incredible speed? The kings were filled with disbelief, but what awaited them was Han Yu's merciless iron fist. "Fellow cultivator, please cease your assault. The first prince has already departed. Should he return to Yanjing City and report to his majesty, the sixth prince will surely face punishment, and you too will encounter retribution. If you halt now, it is not too late." These individuals viewed Han Yu as merely an extension of the sixth prince. Han Yu offered no further explanations, systematically dispatching them one by one before turning his gaze towards Yanjing City. Channeling his full energy into the Azure Lotus Immortal Sword. Buzz, buzz, buzz. After undergoing countless trials, the spiritual energy surged forth, transforming Han Yu into a streak of light, propelling him several 100,000 zhang away in the blink of an eye. No, this speed is still insufficient. Han Yu thought to himself. He was well aware of the treasure used by the first prince, the long-distance teleportation talisman, which could instantly traverse thousands of miles. Han Yu, in a single breath, could fly several 100,000 zhang on his sword, covering a distance of over 1,000 miles in mere moments. This speed was unattainable even for kings, let alone sovereigns. Under this velocity, even Han Yu's formidable physique felt a distinct sensation of tearing, yet it remained within his threshold. He continued to accelerate, not yet reaching the limit of his spiritual energy, having undergone countless refinements through the Qi refinement, foundation establishment, and immortal platform stages. The intensity of his spiritual energy had reached an unfathomable level. Continue to accelerate. Boom! The skin on Han Yu's body began to crack, and he immediately activated his protective spiritual technique, which alleviated his discomfort significantly. Before long, he sensed a figure fleeing while wielding a flying artifact. The long-distance teleportation talisman had a cooldown period, requiring at least 100 breaths before it could be used again, with the cooldown extending further with repeated use in a short time. Old Six, once this prince returns to Yanjing City, I will certainly report you. Even if my father spares you, once I ascend to the throne and gain the blessings of the nation, I will ensure your demise, Ji Xingyang thought to himself. But just at that moment, he felt an inexplicable tremor in his heart, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. An ominous premonition surged within him, and without hesitation, he poured his spiritual energy into the recently cooled long-distance teleportation talisman. In the instant Ji Xingyang's figure was engulfed by the power of space, he caught a glimpse of a masked figure in his peripheral vision, causing his heart to plummet. How is this possible? How could he catch up? Chapter 21. Slaying the first prince. As Ji Xingyang vanished, the area he had just occupied was struck by a blood-infused fist, shattering a nearby mountain into rubble, with countless fragments flying in all directions a moment too late. Han Yu's gaze narrowed, and the Azure Lotus Immortal Sword beneath him shot forth once more, disappearing in a flash. With his speed, traversing a distance of thousands of miles within 100 breaths was hardly a feat. The challenge lay in accurately pinpointing Ji Xingyang's location from such a distance. After all, the long-distance teleportation talisman transported its user in a specific direction rather than in a straight line. Once he reached that area, Han Yu would need to slow down and search carefully, lest Ji Xingyang attempt to conceal himself. This posed a significant test for his spiritual awareness. Ordinary Qi refiners reaching the immortal platform stage would not only gain immortal power, but also develop powerful spiritual awareness capable of penetrating through objects, offering numerous advantages, such as detecting enemies as if using radar. Typically, an average immortal platform Qi refiner could search within a range of 100 zhong. However, due to Han Yu's solid foundation, his spiritual awareness was even stronger, yet it could only extend to a range of 10,000 zhong. Thus, he had to spend some time meticulously searching to ensure nothing was overlooked. With a mere thought, Han Yu arrived thousands of miles away, quickly dispersing his spiritual awareness in a fan-like shape. Rapidly scanning the surroundings in a certain cave, Ji Xingyang trembled in fear, unwilling to continue flying on his artifact, as he would become an obvious target in the air. He swiftly concealed his aura and curled up within the cave. This was his first experience of being hunted, and his heart raced uncontrollably. Damn it, I've always been the one to chase others. How could I be the one being pursued? This is an unparalleled humiliation. Old Six, remember this. Even if my father spares you, once I ascend the throne and gain the nation's fortune, I will still have you executed. Ji Xingyang seethed with rage, feeling boundless hatred towards his sixth prince brother, Ji Xingzhou. He could never have anticipated that his seemingly righteous younger brother was even more ruthless than himself. What manner of creature is that? How can he fight with blood, energy, yet fly at such speed? Only a sovereign could achieve such feats. Could it be that he is a sovereign? Damn it, regardless of whether he is a king or a sovereign. Anyone who dares to kill this prince must pay the price. Once I return to Yanjing City, I will ensure my father puts him to death. After calming his chaotic thoughts, Ji Xingyang was left with nothing but endless resentment. Just then, he sensed a surge of spiritual awareness sweeping over him, causing his heart to race. Glancing at the long-distance teleportation talisman, he realized it had not yet fully cooled down. This is bad. Ji Xingyang immediately activated a movement technique, darting away into the distance, as expected. The next moment, a formidable killing intent descended upon him. Boom! The mountain he had attempted to evade was pulverized by a blood-infused palm print. In his peripheral vision, Ji Xingyang glimpsed the masked figure and immediately cried out for mercy. "Senior, please spare my life. Whatever Ji Xingzhou promised you, I will double it. No, I will give you 10 times the reward. If you kill me, you will be provoking the entire Great Yan dynasty. My father will surely seek vengeance. Ji Xingzhou may escape unscathed, but you will undoubtedly be hunted by several sovereigns. It's simply not worth it." As Ji Xingyang fled, he resorted to both threats and persuasion. However, Han Yu remained deaf to his pleas. With the Azure Lotus Immortal Sword flashing beneath him, he swiftly closed the distance to Ji Xingyang, and a colossal hand of blood energy descended. Boom! A streak of light shot forth from Ji Xingyang's storage ring, transforming into a massive shield, a low-grade holy artifact, only fit for sovereigns in Qingzhou to possess. Han Yu's blood-infused palm struck the shield, which managed to deflect the blow. Seizing this opportunity, Ji Xingyang hastily called out, "Why do you harbor such murderous intent towards this prince? I swear I will renounce the throne." Will that suffice? Until now, he still believed that Han Yu was associated with the Sixth Prince. Yet, as if oblivious to this notion, Han Yu directly unleashed the blood demon shattering heaven fist, suddenly striking down upon the colossal shield. After a brief span of over 10 breaths, with a resounding boom, the massive shield was sent hurtling away. Despite its formidable defenses, the one who wielded it was far too weak to withstand even a few of Han Yu's strikes. Ji Xingyang found himself exposed before Han Yu, their gazes locking, causing the former to tremble involuntarily. That moment, the long-distance teleportation talisman in Ji Xingyang's hand regained its potency, allowing spiritual energy to flow freely into it. Creating ripples in space, his figure became enveloped by the power of the space, and just before his departure, he wished to retrieve the giant shield, yet time was no longer on his side. With a swish, Ji Xingyang vanished, prompting Han Yu to frown slightly as he effortlessly summoned the Saint-grade inferior treasure shield back into his storage ring. Shortly thereafter, Han Yu arrived once more a myriad of miles away, extending his consciousness to initiate a thorough search. Although the long-distance teleportation talisman was indeed powerful, it bore a significant drawback. Its general direction of teleportation was easily discernible. While it might facilitate an escape from opponents below the royal level, many royals found themselves helpless against this sacred-grade artifact. Unfortunately for Ji Xingyang, he had encountered Han Yu, a man whose speed was utterly astonishing. Before long, Han Yu sensed Ji Xingyang's aura beneath a lake and, without hesitation, launched a punch downwards. The entire lake erupted instantaneously, countless droplets scattering into the sky, while a torrential downpour ensued within a 10-mile radius. Fish and shrimp from the lake flung themselves in all directions, and the surrounding villagers cheered in excitement, grateful for the celestial's bounty. Even with the lake's cushioning, that punch still shattered Ji Xingyang's primordial spirit manifestation. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with resentment. "Why must you kill me? I am a prodigy of the sacred body, destined to ascend to royalty in the future. You cannot kill me. You must not." Han Yu, however, chose not to engage in further discourse. Gathering his blood energy, intent on ending this man's life, Ji Xingyang trembled as he spoke, his eyes glinting with malice. "Might I die with clarity and learn your name, esteemed senior?" Han Yu, lacking any compassion, merely scoffed. The dead need not know such details. No sooner had he spoken than he brought his hand crashing down, obliterating Ji Xingyang into a mist of blood. With a flicker of his consciousness, he retrieved Ji Xingyang's storage ring, not lingering any longer, and took to the skies on his sword. After his departure, numerous cultivators soon flocked to the vicinity, gazing in terror at the battlefield. Wasn't that person just proclaiming himself the first prince of the Dian dynasty? Oh my heavens, that man is too terrifying. The first prince of the Dian dynasty. He kills at will. This audacious individual must undoubtedly possess a formidable background. We should refrain from meddling in such celestial conflicts and flee as far as we can. In Yanjing City, within the Royal Ancestral Hall, the Soul Lamp Hall, a palace eunuch yawned as a chilling wind swept through the hall. Suddenly, a lamp ignited with soul fire extinguished abruptly, nearly sending the eunuch into a panic, fearing he had committed a grave sin by snuffing out the soul lamp. Yet, in the next moment, he realized that it was not his doing. He lacked the ability to extinguish such a lamp. This soul lamp was a sacred-grade artifact, capable of connecting with the netherworld. Its extinguishment signified only one possibility: the death of its owner. He pondered which royal descendant had perished, praying it was not the offspring of the current monarch. The eunuch swallowed hard, silently invoking a prayer. Rubbing his eyes, he glanced at the name inscribed on the lamp's base, and terror struck him, causing him to collapse onto the floor. The first prince has fallen. He stumbled out of the Soul Lamp Hall, reporting this news urgently. Soon after, within the royal palace, a thunderous roar reverberated throughout the inner city of the royal family. "Who dares to kill my son?" Chapter 22. Shockwaves. The aura of the emperor surged forth, causing countless palace maids and eunuchs to collapse to the ground, drenched in cold sweat. Those too close and of insufficient cultivation were directly obliterated. Unable to utter a single cry of despair, in Han Mountain City, within the Lord's manor. What? The eldest brother is dead. The sixth prince, Ji Xingzhou, dropped his teacup, shock evident on his face. Your Highness, it seems once again that this matter involves the actions of that body cultivator. It may implicate you with the Emperor. A strategist beside him bore a grave expression. What we should be concerned about now is why that senior chose to kill the eldest brother. Was it due to his own actions, or did it involve the entire Dian dynasty? If the latter is true, then I need not worry about the Emperor's perspective. Merely surviving to return to Yinjing City is in question. Ji Xingzhou's words were piercingly insightful, causing the strategist to break into a cold sweat. I recall the first prince possessed several sacred-grade treasures for protection. Even if he encountered an ordinary royal, he could still preserve his life. Yet, if he perished despite this, then perhaps this individual is a master of the royal realm. If they were to act against us, we would likely face a perilous situation. Your Highness, we cannot delay. We must return to the capital at once. The strategist urged anxiously, but Ji Xingzhou quickly regained his composure, a spark of insight igniting in his eyes. There is no need. If even you have learned of this news, then if that person wished to kill me, they would have acted long. 8G IT appears to be similar to the previous two instances, where the eldest brother provoked this senior in some manner. What could be the common thread among these three occurrences? Ji Xingzhou pondered over his tea, sifting through various reports from his subordinates, and shortly thereafter, he shuddered with realization. I understand now. All three events are connected to a single individual. The strategist, not foolish, quickly grasped the implications, exclaiming in a trembling voice, that person must be the ninth princess. Your Highness truly possesses keen insight, pinpointing the crux of the matter so swiftly. It seems this incident must involve the actions of a Yuxian sect. The strategist fanned himself, presenting his analysis. The sixth prince took a sip of tea, narrowing his eyes, then shook his head. Not quite. If the Yuxian sect were involved, then Lu Ruyan should not have killed the eldest brother's subordinate before our very eyes. If she intended to eliminate those individuals afterward, why engage us openly in conflict with the Dian dynasty? Moreover, that person is a body cultivator, and the Yuxian sect lacks any such lineage. So they should not be connected. This left the strategist bewildered. After a moment, he spoke again that, if that is the case, then it must be related to the maternal family of the ninth princess. That is indeed a possibility. Ji Xingzhou nodded, then shook his head again. However, the likelihood is slim. The Qihua dynasty may harbor grievances against our royal family and could cultivate a body cultivator of the royal realm. Yet they would not act so impulsively as to first annihilate two major sects and slay 7 royal-level individuals. Now they dare to challenge the authority of our dynasty, killing my reckless royal brother. This would entirely jeopardize their standing with our dynasty. Does the Qihua dynasty possess the strength for such an endeavor? Do they have the audacity? Ji Xingzhou's words left the strategist utterly confounded, and he could only manage a wry smile. Your Highness, you used to detest us playing coy. Now that you have matured, you are the one being cryptic. Ji Xingzhou laughed heartily, no longer wishing to engage in further banter. Do you recall that day at Yuxian sect, the young man from Tianjian Peak? Of course, I remember. That individual, with the cultivation of the Xianai realm, was able to slay those of the Yuanshan realm. I still vividly recall this, never able to forget. The strategist, possessing Yuanshan-level cultivation, understood the magnitude of this event. If that young man did not employ any special means to conceal his cultivation, I assure you, he may possess the sacred body and holds a formidable legacy, which would explain his combat prowess. The strategist continued his analysis that it is no wonder that the sect leader of Yuxian sect shows no fear of our Dian dynasty. Should he be allowed to grow, Yuxian sect would not only unify Qingzhou, but would also secure a place within the entirety of the southern wilderness. Ji Xingzhou nodded in agreement. You are correct. That young man is distinctly extraordinary. But do you think it reasonable for such a prodigy to remain in a place like Qingzhou? Furthermore, I recall his gaze towards the eldest brother was utterly indifferent, as if he were staring at a corpse. The strategist's mouth fell agape, and he suddenly grasped a potential connection, exclaiming in astonishment, Your Highness, are you suggesting that the body cultivator is related to this young prodigy? Ji Xingzhou nodded, I surmise that the body cultivator may very well be the protector of this prodigious youth, and this young man may hail from the lands of the upper states. In the world, the various states are divided into upper and lower states, signifying the distinction between the elite and the common. Above them, there are the sacred and immortal states, generally within the realm of 1,000 states. Only a handful can be classified as upper states, while the remainder falls into the category of lower states. Typically, lower states are governed solely by royals, while upper states are overseen by revered figures. And sacred states are ruled by great emperors. As for Xianzhou, to the vast majority of cultivators, it exists merely as a place of legend. Whether it is Shangzhou or Xianzhou, each is an independent realm, and ordinary practitioners lack the qualifications to enter. Upon hearing Ji Xingzhou's analysis, the strategist found it quite reasonable. What His Highness said must be correct. First, that youth is extraordinarily exceptional, unlike anyone here. And second, the body cultivator is equally remarkable. With both factors combined, only His Highness's conjecture stands as the most accurate. The strategist felt a deep admiration and relief. Thanks to His Highness, we did not act rashly nor offend that young man. Reflecting on this, His Highness first had resources sent to the 9th princess, and later sought compensation for the damage done to that young man's array. Could it be that he had anticipated this all along? As he spoke, the strategist's eyes sparkled. Yet Ji Xingzhou shook his head that I am not that extraordinary. It is merely to cultivate a good relationship. After years of wandering, I have heard of numerous dynasties and sects meeting their demise. And I have learned a singular lesson. Bow when necessary and maintain a low profile whenever possible. This world is teeming with talents, hidden dragons, and crouching tigers abound. Exert only 70% of your strength when you possess a full 100, and never exceed it. Upon hearing Ji Xingzhou's words, the strategist felt a wave of shame wash over him, lamenting that at his age, he had wasted his life while His Highness, so young, had already grasped these truths. Previously, they, as strategists, urged Ji Xingzhou to employ underhanded tactics to win the struggle for succession. But Ji Xingzhou had consistently refused, being overwhelmed by the first prince in every aspect. Unexpectedly, now he has reaped the rewards without lifting a finger, winning this contest for the throne effortlessly. Since everything is now clear, we may return that I hope that when I convey this matter to Father, he will share my sentiments and refrain from offending that young man, as well as refrain from harboring thoughts toward the 9th sister. If so, perhaps we can ensure the safety and stability of our great Yin dynasty, somewhere in the Yuxian sect. After Han Yu finished his task, he returned beneath the peach tree on Tianjian Peak, indulging in wine and slumber, seemingly unaffected by the events occurring outside, living in blissful comfort, the Yuxian sect, at the peak of the sect master. Li Wanji, the master of Tianjian Peak, wore a grave expression as he personally reported the newly discovered information to Lu Ruyan. After listening, Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. Sect master, should we send someone to negotiate with the great Yin dynasty? After all, the first prince left our Yuxian sect just moments before he was murdered, which inevitably links this matter to us. Li Wanji's face was filled with anxiety, seemingly fearful of triggering chaos in Qingzhou. However, Lu Ruyan remained remarkably composed, stretching lazily and smiling. Your intelligence clearly indicates that the individual in question is a body cultivator, and our Yuxian sect possesses no lineage of body cultivation. How could this matter possibly relate to us? Very well, you need not concern yourself further. If the great Yin dynasty seeks to stir trouble, I shall handle it myself. Let us not forget that not only is the first prince not slain by our Yuxian sect, but if it comes to it, we shall engage him in battle. You should focus on another matter, one you are likely already aware of, regarding our senior brother Han Yu. Chapter 23. The War Ignition Bureau of Yuxian sect. Upon hearing Lu Ruyan mention Han Yu, Li Wanji immediately recalled all information regarding him. Reporting to the sect master, are you referring to the incident where junior brother Han Yu killed a soul formation cultivator in the Xiantai realm? Rest assured, I have already issued a gag order to the relevant personnel. The news will not spread widely as the intelligence branch of Yuxian sect. Tianji Peak is responsible not only for gathering information, but also for suppressing dissemination. Upon learning of Han Yu's feat of overcoming 2 levels to slay an enemy, Li Wanji's first thought was to avoid drawing attention, proceeding with caution. This way, they could prevent calamity from befalling Yuxian's sect while allowing Han Yu ample time to develop. Just as Li Wanji finished speaking, Lu Rian shook her head. You have misunderstood. I mean, there is no need to suppress the news, nor can you contain it. The events of that day were witnessed by our sect members. Can you silence your own people while also silencing outsiders? Instead of hiding, it would be better to proclaim it far and wide, letting the world know that our Yuxian sect has produced an unparalleled talent. Lu Rian's voice rang clear, leaving Li Wanji momentarily stunned, his brows furrowing tightly. Sect Master, ISNT this too ostentatious. It may provoke hostility from powerful figures in neighboring states, even if other states remain indifferent. The Great Yin dynasty would never allow our Yuxian sect to grow unchecked, jeopardizing their dominion. Hearing Li Wanji's concerns, Lu Rian shook her head once more that if we conceal this, we may invite disaster. The more upright we are, the more those snakes and vermin will be wary. Allow me to elaborate. There are details you need to consider. Wanji listened intently to Lu Rian's instructions, his eyes growing brighter, and his gaze towards her transformed. Sect Master, I see you are quite astute, far more cunning than I, who merely deals with intelligence. Lu Rian's plan was straightforward, to weave tales around Han Yu, portraying him as a scion from a prestigious family in the upper state who, due to unforeseen circumstances, found himself in Qingzhou and at our Yuxian sect. In essence, it was about throwing out some smoke screens to mislead those who might be curious about Han Yu. If they cannot see through it, they will not act against Yuxian's sect lightly. There was no denying that Han Yu's revealed talents had astonished everyone. Even Lu Rian, who had always held high expectations for him, was taken aback by her disciple's extraordinary prowess. Slaying a soul formation cultivator at the Xiantai level was a feat only achievable by legendary celestial body prodigies. Observing from the shadows, Lu Rian had been so startled that her delicate frame trembled. And even after forcing back the Great Yin dynasty's men, it took her considerable time to regain her composure. Oh, disciple, you truly have given me an immense surprise. After sending off Li Wanji, Lu Rian was filled with reflections. It appears I was correct. That lad, seemingly idle and preoccupied with drinking and sleeping, has actually been diligently honing his skills in secret. This must be the legendary path of the god of wine. As Lu Rian pondered, Li Wanji began subtly disseminating the information as instructed. Within the Yuxian sect, disciples gathered in groups, exchanging tales of recent extraordinary events. Have you heard? Master Han from Tianjin Peak is not a mere wastrel. His cultivation has already reached the Xiantai realm. Merely Xiantai. Our generation's top prodigy has long surpassed the soul formation realm. Hasn't he? He is older than us. What is there to be proud of in the Xiantai realm? Do not underestimate Master Han. Though he is in the Xiantai realm, he can slay soul formation cultivators across 2 levels. You are just boasting. How can you claim he can slay the king realm? It is true. That day I was flying by Tianjin Peak on my sword and saw the Peak Master taking people from the Great Yin dynasty there. I witnessed Master Han slaying several soul formation cultivators. And afterward, our sect master even engaged and defeated one of their king realm. That's impossible. Why are you just mentioning this now? I refuse to believe you could keep that a secret. I was just released from the gag order. I hadn't the chance to share before Tianjin Peak found me and imposed silence. It's true. I can testify. I saw it too, and I was also under a gag order until now. Within the Yuxian sect, Han Yu's name was once again brought up, but this time not as a cautionary tale. Instead, he was praised, and the embellishments grew ever more extravagant. All the while, Han Yu remained blissfully unaware, as he rarely interacted with disciples from the various peaks and was wholly engrossed in drinking and sleeping, oblivious to his newfound fame within Yuxian's sect. More than 2 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. At the entrance to the secret realm on Tianhua Peak, the space fluctuated rapidly, a rich scent of flames permeating the air as a figure clad in red emerged. She wore a fitted long skirt, her ample bosom accentuating her tall stature, and her exquisite features bore a hint of pride, resembling a noble fire phoenix. Following closely behind her was another figure in red, slightly less striking but exuding a sense of vigor. her hair tied up in a high ponytail, appearing quite capable, like a female general. These two were, of course, Ji Yanling and Zhao Hongying. Zhao Hongying smiled and spoke, "Congratulations, princess. At the rate of your cultivation, it won't be long before you break through to the Dan Formation realm." Ji Yanling nodded, her tone calm, as she replied, "And congratulations to you. You should be nearing the late stage of the Dan Formation realm, correct?" Regarding Ji Yanling's attitude, Zhao Hongying felt no dissatisfaction. Rather, she was quite pleased and nodded in agreement. During this period, the two had trained together in the secret realm of Flame Mountain, slaying numerous fire tribute beasts and acquiring much inheritance from Tianhua Peak. Their relationship had grown significantly closer. Initially, Ji Yanling was not fond of Zhao Hongying's approach, but over time, she recognized the latter's persistent goodwill and selflessness, which led her to become less resistant. The two walked side by side, engaging in conversation. Just as they stepped out from the confines of the secret realm S formation, a young girl hurriedly approached Zhao Hongying. "Bad news, Hongying Jie. There's trouble on the dynasty's side. The crown prince is about to ascend the throne and is preparing a major purge of the Zhao family. The General S mansion is already besieged. They have issued an ultimatum requiring you to bring the 9th princess back to the Qihua dynasty to acknowledge her ancestry." Or, before the girl could finish her sentence, Zhao Hongying slapped her across the face, gripping her throat with a chilling tone. "Who instructed you to speak such words?" The girl turned pale, realizing that Zhao Hongying had seen through her scheme. "Let me go. I've delivered the message. It's none of my business. I'm already in the crown prince's service. If anything happens to me, he will not spare you." Zhao Hongying, unfazed, coldly regarded the girl. "It cannot be the crown prince. No matter how audacious he is, he wouldn't dare target Her Highness the princess. Your master must be someone else. Speak quickly." "Which prince of the Dian dynasty?" The girl, taken aback by Zhao Hongying's intellect, could only grit her teeth and retort, "What if I don't say? I am also a disciple of Tianhua Peak. Do you dare to kill me?" Zhao Hongying's eyes narrowed, murderous intent flickering within. Just then, a figure appeared beside them, coldly snorting. "She may not dare to kill you, but what about the Peak Master?" This person was Sun Huang, the master of Tianhua Peak, who had been secretly observing for some time. "You conspired with outsiders to harm your fellow disciples. If you do not confess honestly, I shall send you to Tianhua Peak, where you will experience their interrogation methods." Upon hearing the name Tianhua Peak, the girl paled in terror. That it was notorious within the Shanshin sect, known for targeting those who had committed grave offenses. That I will speak. It's the Dian dynasty. Yet before she could finish, her eyes widened in shock, vitality draining from her as she collapsed lifelessly. Sun Huang was momentarily stunned, quickly deducing the cause of her death. This was a forbidden decree, perhaps a life-and-death edict, seemingly imposed by the Confucian sect's 3 vows of silence. From her expression, it appears she was unaware of the decree, likely struck down in secrecy. The timing of the decree's activation implies it was executed by a Confucian cultivator of the Wang realm. In Qingzhou, such power belongs directly to the emperor of the Dian dynasty, and no prince could mobilize it. Zhao Hongying was taken aback, exclaiming, "Are you saying the emperor of the Dian dynasty intends to act against Her Highness the princess?" "There is a strong likelihood. Enough of this. You need not concern yourselves further. I shall report this to the sect master." Sun Huang declared before departing. Yanling's brows knitted tightly, a glint of fierceness appearing in her eyes. "Why would he target me?" Zhao Hongying, fully aware of who Ji Yanling was referring to, knew it could only be her heartless father. Hesitating, she shook her head, refraining from voicing her thoughts. Ji Yanling's gaze turned icy as she fixed her stare on Zhao Hongying. Her voice low and firm. "Oh, you know something?" Zhao Hongying sighed, responding, "Your Highness, you must consider carefully. Should you uncover this matter, your life may become quite tumultuous. Speak," Ji Yanling commanded succinctly. Zhao Hongying nodded and began to recount the events. "Alas, had you not awakened the Fire Phoenix sacred body, perhaps you could have evaded this calamity. In the past, your mother awakened the Fire Phoenix sacred body, which led to the Dian dynasty using their might to force her into marriage with the crown prince Ji Huamao. The Dian dynasty, renowned for its fire lineage, possesses numerous fire-based alchemical inheritances and a unique secret technique. Whenever a direct descendant of the Dian dynasty engages in dual cultivation with another, they can utilize this technique to absorb the fire attribute power of their partner, enhancing their own physique and cultivation. At this point, Ji Yinling's brows furrowed, her voice cold as she interjected, "Isn't this absorption technique a form of dark sorcery? Is there truly no one to oversee this?" Zhao Hongying sighed in resignation. Though the path of absorption is frowned upon, the Dian dynasty's method is somewhat unique, targeting only specific physiques, posing minimal threat to others. Hence it has not drawn widespread condemnation. Ji Yinling shook her head, fully aware of the underlying issues. The so-called dark sorcery is often banned because it infringes upon the interests of many, inciting collective backlash. The Dian dynasty's secret method skirts the edges of legality, provoking little outrage, and those powerful enough to oppose the Dian dynasty are often reluctant to act. The distinction between righteousness and wickedness is merely a matter of differing positions. S. Zhao Hongying continued her explanation. Ji Yinling grasped the situation. Her fire phoenix sacred body was viewed as the ideal stepping stone by the Dian dynasty, ensuring that even if she severed ties unilaterally, they would not easily relent. Ji Yinling felt a surge of relief, thankful that she had chosen to awaken her hidden physique only after leaving the Dian dynasty. Otherwise, escape would have been impossible. Suddenly, a realization struck her, causing her heart to tremble. I had wondered why my body had not awakened its physique by the age of 18. It was deliberately concealed. She surmised that the one who had hidden her physique was none other than her mother, the previous princess of the Qihua dynasty, about whom she had scant memories, recalling only that she was a beautiful and gentle woman that prevent her daughter from falling into a fate similar to her own. Ji Yinling's mother likely employed some secret art during pregnancy to completely seal her physique. As this thought crossed her mind, Ji Yinling felt a surge of anger, not towards her mother, but towards the Dian dynasty. Originally, she wished to avoid entanglements with the Dian dynasty, but it appeared that the seeds of fate had been sown even before her birth as a rightful empress. Her mother had been slain by others, and now they sought to lay claim to her as well. This enmity must be avenged. The Dian dynasty must be destroyed. Ji Yinling resolved this in her heart, fully aware that it required careful planning and that she would need to wait until she ascended to the rank of king to possess the strength to act. The system's comparison was soon to commence, and after competing with her senior brother, she anticipated receiving system rewards that would propel her swiftly into the nascent soul realm, bringing her closer to the king realm. With these thoughts in mind, Ji Yinling bid farewell to Zhao Hongying and soared towards Tiandao Peak on her sword. Zhao Hongying refrained from suggesting that Ji Yinling return to the Qihua dynasty, recognizing that her highness would be safest within the Xiangxin sect. Even if the royal family of the Qihua dynasty became the Dian dynasty's lackeys, using the Zhao family to threaten Zhao Hongying, she would not allow the princess to take risks. Yet Ji Yinling could not remain idle. Her family and friends were in the Qihua dynasty, now under threat, and she had to return to devise a plan. "Your Highness, focus on your cultivation here. I will proceed first." At Tiandao Peak, in the Peach Blossom Grove, Ji Yinling spotted Han Yu, who was peacefully asleep with a cup of wine in hand. For some reason, she felt an inexplicable sense of relaxation. "Thankfully, my senior brother hasn't been secretly training hard. It looks like I'm bound to win this comparison." As this thought crossed her mind, Ji Yinling felt a wave of shame wash over her. "Oh, Ji Yinling, you previously thought your senior brother lacked talent and urged him to focus more on his cultivation. Now that you realize he is no longer a burden, you fear he might secretly surpass you. How hypocritical." After internally chastising herself, Ji Yinling composed her thoughts and sat beside Han Yu, secretly glancing at the system. "The second round of comparison is about to commence. Please prepare yourselves." Buzz! Ji Yinling's consciousness entered the system space, where Han Yu's figure appeared before her. The content of this comparison is based on Qi refinement cultivation. To enhance the clarity of the comparison, both parties' Qi refinement levels have been materialized. Boom! As the system's voice faded, Ji Yinling's Qi refinement surged forth, transforming into a vividly lifelike flame phoenix, exuding an overwhelming presence. Gazing at her materialized Qi refinement, Ji Yinling felt a deep sense of satisfaction that I have completed 8 rounds of refinement on the Immortal platform. I am but a step away from reaching the ultimate realm of the platform, Why senior brother will surely not match me. Just as this thought settled in her mind, a resounding boom echoed as Han Yu's chi refinement erupted, morphing into a seemingly unremarkable 3-foot Azure Sword. Wow, that startled me. I thought my senior brother's chi refinement was superior. It appears he is quite lacking. Ji Yanling finally let out a sigh of relief as the fiery redbird soared towards the 3-foot Azure Sword. Yet, before it could approach, the sword suddenly trembled, releasing strands of sword energy that erupted forth in an instant. The fiery redbird was torn to shreds. Ding! Regrettably, this comparison has ended in failure, and you are about to receive the penalty task for being a loser. The system's voice resonated, and Ji Yanling's consciousness returned. Confusion clouded her expression as she pointed at her sleeping senior brother beside her, and then at herself, inwardly exclaiming, "System, are you jesting with me? Do not claim my senior brother is superior to me in chi refinement. Do you expect me to believe that?" In response to Ji Yanling's protest, the system replied with indifference, "Ding," reporting to the host. This system conducts comparisons fairly and justly that, if there is an error, I am willing to compensate 1,000-fold. Please recognize your own shortcomings and promptly complete the penalty for the loser. Although the system's voice was devoid of emotion, Ji Yanling could discern a hint of disdain and contempt in its words. "Fine, you wish to play that way." Ji Yanling clenched her silver teeth, her face a canvas of defiance. She immediately shook Han Yu awake from the grass, calling out sweetly, "Senior brother, I'm back. Wake up quickly." Han Yu rubbed his eyes, belched, and though initially grumpy, his expression brightened upon seeing Ji Yanling. "Junior sister, you're back. That's wonderful. Come, let your senior brother treat you to a good meal," he exclaimed, genuine joy radiating from him. It was imperative to reward his diligent junior sister, who had been tirelessly honing her skills, and the system had provided him with numerous updates on her progress. With her current mastery in chi refinement, she could now contend with those at the king realm. Seeing her brother so elated warmed Ji Yanling's heart, yet she did not forget her own predicament. She got straight to the point and inquired, "Senior brother, could you tell me your current cultivation level?" Han Yu was somewhat surprised, but did not hesitate to reply, "I'm close to the condensation Dan realm." Senior brother, you are progressing so swiftly in your cultivation." Ji Yanling expressed her astonishment, realizing her brother's talent was on par with her own. However, she accepted this revelation without too much shock. Yet, she remained dissatisfied, inwardly questioning the system. Even if my brother's chi refinement level is similar to mine, he cannot possibly defeat me in an instant. You dare say there is no error in terms of chi refinement. At the same level, I would at most be evenly matched with my brother. Chapter 25. The second penalty for the loser. Keeping the bed warm for my senior brother Ji Yanling was quite indignant about the system's comparison results. She could acknowledge her brother's strength, but refused to believe she was inferior. System, regardless of the circumstances, you must provide me with an explanation today. Ding. Please do not be stubborn, host. The comparison results are entirely accurate. The system's mechanical voice remained unwavering and resolute. Stubborn? You claim I am stubborn. System, just watch. I will show you who is truly obstinate. Ji Yanling reprimanded inwardly, a flicker of anger evident in her eyes. Although Han Yu was half awake, he sensed something was amiss with his sister's mood. "What's wrong, junior sister? Who upset you?" Ji Yanling swiftly shook her head, donning a sweet smile. "It's nothing." "Well, senior brother, since you are nearing the condensation Dan realm, why don't we have a spar? Let us only use our chi refinement levels. What do you say?" Ji Yanling was determined to prove the system wrong on the spot. However, Han Yu's expression turned conflicted. "Junior sister, I'm not sure if that's a good idea. Given Han Yu's current strength, even using only his chi refinement skills, he could easily best 100 Ji Yanlings. However, if you were to defeat her, she might lose her confidence, diminishing her motivation to cultivate, which would be a significant loss for him." Observing her brother's hesitance, Ji Yanling speculated, could it be that senior brother is afraid of losing face if he were to lose to me? Men tend to care about their pride. It's only natural he has such concerns. With this thought, she leaned closer to Han Yu and whispered, "Don't worry, senior brother. It's just the two of us here. We can spar freely, and no one will see. I won't tell anyone that." Realizing Ji Yanling misunderstood his hesitation, Hanyu thought to himself. My junior sister is proud. If she were to lose, it would undoubtedly be a blow to her. In that case, I should hold back my strength and aim for a draw. Having come to this conclusion, Hanyu agreed to Ji Yanling's sparring request. They both condensed their qi into swords and unleashed various spells. Engaging in a fierce battle amidst the peach blossom grove, that it was only through combat that Ji Yanling realized her senior brother truly possessed remarkable skill. Senior brother, although you seem to lack combat experience, your fundamentals are solid, and the spells you wield are indeed formidable. The two exchanged blows, sword energies intertwining, scattering peach blossoms like confetti. Ji Yanling's techniques were all related to the sword, and her seamless integration of various spells, coupled with her superior timing in battle, far surpassed Hanyu's that, after all, she was the reincarnated empress, armed with prior battle experience that made Hanyu feel inadequate. However, Hanyu, possessing the wine sword immortal physique, had an extraordinary comprehension of swordplay. Throughout their battle, he learned numerous sword techniques from Ji Yanling, growing rapidly in skill. That Ji Yanling noticed this and was filled with astonishment. Something is amiss. How is my senior brother's combat skill improving so quickly? Could he be a rare sword genius? No, that's impossible. I've encountered many sword geniuses in my previous life, none of whom exhibited such rapid growth. That my brother must have already possessed such strength, but chose to conceal it until now. Forced to reveal it due to my pressure. Yes, it must be that way. Otherwise, how could he have remained dormant for so many years and suddenly flourished upon my arrival? Such an extraordinary occurrence cannot simply be coincidence. Ji Yanling's thoughts raced as she pieced together the clues. Senior brother, it turns out you've been hiding so deeply that even your junior sister was nearly fooled. No wonder this insufferable system chose you as a comparison target. It seems you truly are a peerless prodigy. It's a pity that while you can deceive others, you cannot deceive my system. However, the higher your talent, the more challenging it becomes for me to secure a victory in our comparisons. Which puts me in quite the predicament. Ji Yanling's heart was a whirlwind of emotions, which soon transformed into resolve. Why senior brother is so kind and handsome. He deserves the title of a transcendent genius. With such an exemplary figure beside me, he serves as my inspiration for growth. That I should not entertain other emotions, but strive diligently to surpass him one day. After a prolonged battle with Hanyu, it appeared as though they were evenly matched. Yet, Ji Yanling could see that her senior brother was holding back. My brother is evidently powerful, and yet he is so considerate towards me. He truly is a wonderful person. Ji Yanling's affection level increased by one. That observing Hanyu's cautious demeanor, warmth surged within Ji Yanling's heart. She took a step back, withdrew her energy, and smiled. Senior brother, let us call it a day. Hanyu wiped the sweat from his brow, exhaling deeply as he lay back on the ground, chuckling. Junior sister, you are truly amazing. I reckon if we continued, I would barely hold out any longer. Hanyu sincerely praised her. He was not exaggerating. Controlling his power so carefully was indeed exhausting. Hanyu was no longer merely holding back. He was practically letting the ocean flow, yet to avoid appearing too obvious, he had to create the illusion of an evenly matched contest, pushing himself to the brink, for soon he would genuinely be unable to continue. Ji Yanling, observing Hanyu's performance, couldn't he help but smile slightly. This senior brother, does he think I am naive enough not to see through his intentions? She chose not to expose him and accepted his kindness. Just then, the system chimed in with a reminder. Ding! Please complete the penalty task for the loser as soon as possible. Task requirement. Warm the bed for the comparison target. Task reward. 100 pounds of spirit cleansing essence. Upon hearing the words spirit cleansing essence, Ji Yanling's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was a coveted treasure among those in the condensation Dan realm, one that even wealth could not procure, capable of purging impurities from one's inner core and enhancing its purity. This spirit cleansing essence is immensely valuable to me. I must obtain it. However, recalling her previous experience, she knew she shouldn't concede too readily, lest the system increase the stakes. With this in mind, Ji Yanling firmly addressed the system. Hey system, not to say, but while I acknowledge my senior brother is slightly stronger than me, Your comparison process where I was instantaneously defeated seems a bit flawed. Let us do this. I 1T demand your 1,000-fold compensation. A measly 1,000 or 800 times will suffice. How about it? The mechanical voice in her mind paused for a moment before responding again. Ding, please recognize the reality. The system has encountered no errors whatsoever. Upon witnessing the system's unwavering determination, Ji Yanling felt a surge of dissatisfaction. If you are not mistaken, how could my senior brother engage in combat with me for so long without achieving victory, ultimately resulting in a stalemate? Ding, this is because the comparative target did not exert their full strength. Please come to terms with reality, host. Very well, then prove it. Prove that my senior brother did not use his full strength. Ding, please do not make things difficult for the system. Accept the results of this comparison. If you provide me with proof, I will accept the outcome, but if not, you must admit your error. Ding, the system is not at fault. The system is not at fault. The system is not at fault. All right, there is no need to rush. Even if you're not at fault, I shall concede. Is that satisfactory? Ding, what do you mean by even if? The system has never erred. After a prolonged argument with the system, Ji Yanling nearly caused it to overheat, but eventually, the latter relented and agreed to increase the task rewards. Ji Yanling also acknowledged that the system had not made a mistake, which satisfied it, plunging into silence. After a lengthy internal struggle with the system, Ji Yanling finally exhaled in relief. It appeared that attempting to exploit this system was no trivial endeavor. She glanced at Hanyu beside her, only to find that he had once again succumbed to slumber on the ground, clutching a wine gourd tightly at that moment. The sun was setting, and the night was descending. Ji Yanling swiftly lifted her senior brother and soared toward their dwelling on her sword. Senior brother, let us retreat indoors to rest. The ground is chilly. After placing Hanyu on the bed, Ji Yanling felt her cheeks flush slightly. After a moment's hesitation, she burrowed under the covers. After all, her senior brother was sleeping soundly. As long as she departed before he awoke, he would remain oblivious, and she could still complete her task. Ji Yanling thought to herself. Even if her senior brother were to discover it, what would it matter? It was merely warming the bed. She was fully clothed, after all. It was nothing of great consequence. She mentally reassured herself, and just then, the system emitted a notification. Ding, based on the host's current state. The task completion rate will not exceed 20%. Huh, what does that mean? How can I enhance the task completion rate? Ding, please explore this on your own. You wretched system. Ji Yanling's lips twitched as she recalled the last task, her breath momentarily catching in her throat as she swallowed hard, thinking, you can't possibly expect me to strip bare to warm my senior brother's bed. Can you? Chapter 26. Enhancing bed-warming progress. Ji Yanling pondered for a moment, gazing at Han Yu's handsome visage and recalling his kindness towards her during this time. She clenched her teeth. If I must, then so be it. Who's afraid? In a fit of rebelliousness, Ji Yanling swiftly removed her outer garments, revealing a fiery red belly band. After all, he was her senior brother, not a stranger. It was hardly a loss. With this thought in mind, she inquired once more. Hey system, what's the completion rate now? Ding, based on the current state. The expected task completion rate will not exceed 60%. What? Only 60%. Ji Yanling contemplated, steeling her resolve as she proceeded to strip Hanyu of his garments. Revealing his flat abdomen, the well-defined lines of his muscles were strikingly evident, creating an aesthetically pleasing sight. Oh, I didn't expect my senior brother to possess such a fine physique. He looks so slender, yet without his clothes, he is quite impressive, though. I almost forgot. My senior brother is a body cultivator. So how could his physique be lacking? Moreover, these muscles were not merely for show. She could faintly sense that within each muscle lay immense power. Ji Yanling mused, unable to resist reaching out to touch him. As she continued to explore, she found herself increasingly captivated, as if she were caressing a work of art, savoring every inch of Han Yu's skin. With such physical cultivation, he should be able to contend with a soul transformation realm cultivator. Shouldn't he? Ji Yanling speculated. Enough. Completing the task is paramount. Ji Yanling covered herself with a blanket, pressing closely against Han Yu as she immediately consulted the system. Ding, based on the current state, the expected task completion rate will not dip below 90%. What? It still doesn't reach 100%. You wretched system, do you intend for me to engage in that with my senior brother? Ding, please explore this on your own. I refuse to believe it. That night, Ji Yanling repeatedly endeavored to enhance the task completion rate. Han Yu slept soundly. Immersed in a peculiar dream, he dreamt of a great serpent slithering over him, writhing and struggling as he held it between his legs. Surprisingly, he felt no fear. Rather, he found it oddly comfortable that he was acutely aware that no matter how deeply he slumbered, the moment he sensed danger, he would awaken immediately. This was a characteristic of the wine sword immortal physique, intoxicated in form but not in spirit. Since he was sleeping so soundly, it indicated that the serpent posed no threat to him. Thus, Han Yu embraced the serpent as if it were a pillow, thoroughly enjoying a deep slumber. The following morning, as Han Yu's inebriation faded, he stretched lazily, only to find Ji Yanling standing before him, arms crossed, her gaze fixed upon him with an unfriendly demeanor. He was momentarily taken aback. "Sister, what is the matter?" "Nothing much, just wanted to ask, did you sleep well last night?" Han Yu scratched his head, seemingly recalling something, and nodded vigorously. "I slept splendidly, though I had a rather strange dream. I was grappling with a large serpent." He recounted the dream where he had engaged in close combat with the serpent, causing Ji Yanling's cheeks to flush crimson. She anticipated that merely warming a bed for the system task could turn so perilous. Given her senior brother's physical strength, had Ji Yanling not possessed some capabilities, she might have been crushed by the serpent. Fortunately, after their tumultuous night, her task completion rate had reached 100%. Yet, the memory of that arduous process made Ji Yanling cast a resentful glance at Han Yu. "Sister, why are you looking at me like that? It makes me feel a bit uneasy." Han Yu involuntarily shivered, while Ji Yanling merely pouted, shifting the subject. "Nothing. I just wanted to inform you that I'm preparing to enter seclusion for cultivation again." "Huh. You just emerged from the Fire Mountain secret realm yesterday. Are you going to seclude yourself again? You're really pushing yourself too hard." Han Yu felt both happy and concerned. "Humph. Don't put on an act, brother. I know that while I have been cultivating, you have certainly put in your share of effort as well. Otherwise, how could you have achieved your current level of cultivation?" Hearing Ji Yanling's words, Han Yu found himself at a loss for words. During this period, aside from occasionally stepping out to eliminate a few foes, he had mostly spent his time lounging in slumber. Surely, that didn't count as effort, did it? However, lying around could be considered a form of effort. Couldn't it? Han Yu cleared his throat, choosing not to dwell on that topic, and instead expressed his concern. "I have nothing to assist you with, so let us head to Tianbao Peak and acquire some cultivation resources for you." "Huh, brother, do you still have money?" Ji Yanling was momentarily taken aback. She had thought that after Han Yu purchased several million spirit stones worth of resources for her, he would be broke. "Not to worry. My family has ample resources. Just let me know what you need." "Really?" Ji Yanling felt a bit embarrassed. "But brother, you also need resources for your own cultivation if I take too much from you. Won't it affect your progress? Come now. What are you saying? We are siblings. Do we need to differentiate between you and me? Your progress in cultivation is equivalent to my own," without allowing her to argue. Han Yu took Ji Yanling's hand and soared towards Tianbao Peak, leaving her with a look of deep gratitude. "Brother, you are truly wonderful. Even though you need resources for your own cultivation, you still insist on sharing with me." "No, if I take your resources this time, I must refrain from asking again in the future," Ji Yanling resolved internally. "Once I break through to the Dan Formation realm, I will be able to contend with those in the Soul Transformation realm, thus gaining some strength to accept sect tasks and earn resources." Upon arriving at Tianbao Peak, Han Yu had not attracted much attention during his previous visits. However, this time, as they touched down in the square, a wave of astonishment erupted. Many gazes shifted towards Han Yu, their expressions shifting with excitement as they engaged in whispered discussions that "My heavens, is that Han Yu, the master uncle? Indeed, he is so handsome. Is he not the one who defeated a soul transformation realm cultivator while still in the immortal platform realm? Who else could it be?" There were always those who labeled Han master uncle as waste. I never believed it. Sure enough, he has been concealing his strength. Give it a rest. You were the one who scolded him the harshest before. A throng of disciples from the Yuxian sect erupted in exclamations upon spotting Han Yu. Many took out portraits to compare, confirming his identity, and their faces radiated joy. Seeing this commotion, Hanyu was momentarily taken aback. "This is strange. It has only been a short while since I last ventured out. How is it that everyone recognizes me now?" Hanyu casually invoked a basic listening technique, for his seniority made the disciples hesitant to speak freely. Consequently, their conversations predominantly relied on spiritual power for communication, where one could see mouths moving yet hear no sound. As Hanyu's listening technique swept through, it proved remarkably effective, intercepting a portion of the spiritual transmissions and relaying them to his ears, allowing him to grasp the situation immediately. However, the more he listened, the more absurd it became. Some claimed he had slain a soul realm cultivator while in the celestial platform realm, which was indeed true. Yet on top of this fact, others boasted that he had once witnessed Hanyu defeat a king realm expert. Even more exaggerated tales circulated, suggesting that Hanyu hailed from a prestigious noble family in the upper province, specifically sent to Qingzhou for training, and had spent recent years sequestered at Tianjian Peak in rigorous cultivation. What utter nonsense! Who on earth spread such outrageous rumors? This is simply too absurd. In Chapter 27, Lu Rian's speculation arose. Did Hanyu truly possess a remarkable background? Ji Yinling also discerned the unusual demeanor of the surrounding disciples. However, she did not employ the listening technique, leaving her oblivious to their discussions. Observing their expressions, it seemed they were gossiping about their senior brother. Could it be they had discovered his cultivation level? Yes, that must be it. After all, the Yuxian sect had a monarch overseeing it, and it was impossible to conceal her senior brother's prowess. While Ji Yinling pondered, Hanyu was deep in thought as well. Logically speaking, the events of that day, regardless of their concealment, should not have stirred such a commotion. There must be someone fanning the flames behind the scenes. Hanyu narrowed his eyes, nearly piecing together the reason it appeared the sect intended to craft a mysterious backdrop for him to intimidate any potential threats. This was not a bad idea, though he wondered if it would truly intimidate those individuals. Hanyu was acutely aware that the fierce competition among the major sect for prodigies often led to conflict. His display of combat prowess that day was unmistakably exceptional. Without a formidable physical constitution, it would have been impossible to defeat an opponent 2 levels above him. Although Hanyu had not activated the Wine Sword Immortal Body that day, the Soul Realm cultivators could hardly withstand the power of his myriad swords returning to their origin. Yet, others were unaware. They merely assumed Hanyu possessed an extraordinary physique. Such a uniquely gifted cultivator, without adequate backing, would undoubtedly incite conflicts among various forces and one wished to see a potential threat to their own status arise within their territory. They would either seek to recruit him or eliminate him in his infancy, with no other outcomes possible. While the sacred body prodigies could be safeguarded by the Yuxian sect, the immortal body prodigies were beyond their control. Having deciphered these intricacies, Hanyu understood why rumors about him were circulating. It had to be the handiwork of Tian Jiafeng. Although such grand proclamations seemed a bit too conspicuous, if anyone were to harbor ill intentions towards him, they would hesitate to act if they gambled incorrectly. The consequences would be dire. With clarity restored, Hanyu no longer lingered on his thoughts. He led Ji Yinling to Tianbao Peak, where they exchanged for numerous cultivation resources, depleting several million spirit stones. Hanyu felt no regret. After all, these spirit stones had been seized. However, his extravagant spending only solidified the rumors among the other disciples. Heavens, to spend several million spirit stones so casually. Our branch leaders would never be so extravagant. Truly a genius from a prominent family in the upper province. How impressive. Oh, how I envy Han Shirshu's junior sister to have such a generous senior brother. That is several million spirit stones. If only I could spend them leisurely. I could reach the soul realm. I envy him to death. If only I could join Tianjian Peak. Alas, Han Shirshu has said they're not recruiting at the moment. The disciples buzzed with chatter, especially the female disciples, whose gazes towards Hanyu were filled with fervor. Were it not for his status as a senior uncle, they would likely have been unable to contain themselves, eager to present themselves as potential partners. Seeing the admiration in the eyes of those female disciples, Ji Yinling felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Yet, she was simultaneously moved by Han Yu's generosity, feeling a mix of gratitude and guilt. She bore the sacred body, allowing her to cultivate swiftly, yet her consumption of resources was far beyond the norm. Each realm required her to refine her cultivation to the utmost, further intensifying her resource demands. Without her senior brother's assistance, it would have been impossible for her to advance so rapidly. Alas, the debt of gratitude only grew heavier, leaving her uncertain of how to repay it. Forget it. No need to dwell on it. I shall focus on my cultivation. After procuring various resources, Han Yu departed with Ji Yanling, returning to Tianjian Peak to continue his leisurely life. Meanwhile, at the Yuxian sect master peak, Lu Ruyan was diligently managing various affairs. Having been away from the sect for several years, she needed to review numerous matters to ensure the sect's continued development. Being the sect leader was no simple task, as the Yuxian sect comprised tens of thousands of members, all requiring her attention. After handling a myriad of trivial matters, Lu Ruyan stretched, revealing her perfect silhouette. With a casual gesture, she summoned information regarding Han Yu, her beautiful eyes narrowing in intrigue. Where did this lad acquire such a fortune? Several million spirit stones are no trifling sum. Could it be that the tale I crafted for him at Tianjian Peak has become reality? Does he truly possess a mysterious background? The more Lu Ruyan pondered, the more she sensed something amiss. She pieced together various pieces of intelligence. A sudden revelation struck her. The death of the individual from the Great Flame Dynasty could not possibly be the doing of this lad. Could it? The more she considered, the more plausible it seemed. She recalled a previous matter concerning the deaths of several outer disciples, whose disciple tokens had gone missing. However, the records managed by Tianjin Peak regarding the sect's great formation indicated that the tokens of those disciples had indeed entered the sect. Yet there were no records of their exit. Such incidents had occurred twice recently, leading Tian Jifeng to suspect that someone had killed outer disciples and stealthily infiltrated the sect's domain. They had even enforced a lockdown for a time, but found no trace of the enemy, ultimately leaving the matter unresolved. While these were merely trivial occurrences, Lu Ruyan combined them with two other incidents and suddenly uncovered a pattern. The annihilation of the Five Poisons sect and the Qingshan sect coincided with this timeline. In an instant, Lu Ruyan pieced together a coherent narrative in her mind. It seemed that the Great Flame Dynasty had not only recently developed intentions towards Ji Yanling, but had long dispatched individuals to act against her. Yet, those adversaries had been effortlessly dealt with by Han Yu. Furthermore, he traced their origins and obliterated both sects. This lad is quite intriguing. He seeks vengeance without delay. A beautiful smile graced Lu Ruyan's lips as she rested her delicate fingers on her chin, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Given this, the mysterious body cultivator was not working for the Sixth Prince, but rather was a product of my esteemed junior's influence. No wonder he acted with such decisiveness. When he strikes, he does so with lethal intent. I never imagined that merely tossing out a few smoke bombs to confuse others would yield such fortuitous results. With this realization, Lu Ruyan grew ever more curious about Han Yu. She had often wondered why his growth was so rapid and his methods so peculiar. If he indeed had a mysterious background, everything would fall into place. Oh, junior sister, I always said you could not simply settle for any disciple to appease me. How fascinating. Initially, I pondered how to respond to the Great Flame Dynasty's probing, but it seems there is no need for concern now. Lu Ruyan glanced at the open document on her table, which detailed the recent movements of the Great Flame Dynasty. In summary, the Great Flame Dynasty was covertly supporting the first prince of the Qihua Dynasty against the Zhao clan, known for being Ji Yanling's maternal lineage, which had long sought to reclaim her and make her the queen of the Qihua Dynasty. Previously, the first prince would not have dared to act against the Zhao clan, but now, with the Great Flame Dynasty backing him, he had no hesitation, surrounding them without attacking, waiting for Ji Yanling to rescue them. Upon receiving this information, Lu Ruyan immediately sealed it, wishing to prevent it from reaching Ji Yanling or Han Yu. The Yuxian sect did not wish to sever ties with the Great Flame Dynasty nor place Ji Yanling in jeopardy. However, Lu Ruyan now felt there was no reason to maintain such secrecy. She decided to lift the blockade, letting Han Yu know and observing how he would respond. The Great Flame Dynasty, is it? You seek to test me? I shall see whether you will bring calamity upon yourselves. In the days that followed, Han Yu continued to indulge in his leisurely existence atop Tianjin Peak, sipping wine and napping. However, as time passed, the monotony of such a routine began to wear on him, leading Han Yu to realize that he had not ventured down the mountain for quite some time. His prolonged stay at Tianjin Peak was due to his concern for Ji Yinling's safety, as well as the aftermath of the recent annihilation of 2 sects and the massacre of the Crown Prince's entourage. The weight of such bloodshed necessitated a respite, while Han Yu harbored no psychological issues. It seemed as though an unseen force had ensnared him due to the sheer volume of lives he had taken. He was acutely aware that in this realm of cultivation, the concepts of merit and sin were not merely abstract notions. He sensed that he had become entangled in a web of karma, a realization afforded to him by his exceptional physique at the celestial level. Moreover, the bloodshed he had engaged in had tainted him with negative energies such as killing intent, malevolence, and resentment, leaving him somewhat uneasy. The sole solace he found was in alcohol, which alleviated these disquieting feelings, hence his continued indulgence in drinking and slumber. Now, several months had elapsed, and the burdens he bore had lessened considerably. Han Yu found himself reminiscing about the charming courtesan. His junior sister had reached a level of strength sufficient for self-protection. Even if some petty individuals attempted to infiltrate, she would be in no real danger. Additionally, with the presence of a senior uncle overseeing the sect, it was unlikely that anyone would dare to send spies as they had before. Given this context, he decided to descend the mountain. For today held no pressing matters. He would indulge in music and merriment. Chapter 28. Departure, the Fiery Fire Dynasty. In a mission, Han Yu rubbed his hands together, summoning the Qinglian sword, which transformed into a streak of light as he soared toward the city beyond the mountains of the Yuxian sect. After enjoying some revelry at the foot of the mountain, he drank and admired the dances, occasionally employing his wind-listening technique to eavesdrop on the curious tales circulating among the common folk. He would also utilize his bright eyes technique to lean by the window and gaze upon the scenery. This lifestyle suited Han Yu splendidly. It was leisurely and relaxing, a stark contrast to the anxious, laborious existence he had led in his previous life. Have you heard? The Fiery Fire Dynasty is in turmoil. It seems they are at war, and many have perished. Yes, I know. Apparently, the newly crowned king has unleashed a massacre upon several families, one of which is the renowned Zhao family. Known for their generations of loyalty, they have been wrongfully accused of treason, and some cultivators from the Zhao family could no longer endure the injustice. Thus, rising in rebellion, I have visited the Fiery Fire Dynasty, and none of the recent kings have been virtuous. Their oppressive taxes are enough to make anyone's scalp tingle. They do not regard us commoners or lower-tier cultivators as human beings. Oh, it's not just the Fiery Fire Dynasty. Other dynasties are no better. Even the Great Flame Dynasty is similar, treating the lower classes with disdain. Thankfully, we are under the direct jurisdiction of the Yuxian sect, free from such arbitrary taxes. Indeed, the Yuxian sect is a major sect and looks down upon our trifling matters. However, many have fled here in recent years and have been taken in by the Yuxian sect, which has displeased the Great Flame Dynasty. I wonder if they will retaliate against the Yuxian sect. I certainly do not wish for conflict. As the chatter continued, Han Yu narrowed his eyes, his mind racing with thoughts upon hearing more intricate details. The Zhao family. Was that the family of Zhao Hongying? That girl seemed to have a significant connection with his junior sister. Intrigued, upon returning to Yuxian sect, he sought out information atop Tianjin Peak. As the eldest disciple, and with the Peak Master Mu Bingyao absent, he wielded the authority of the Peak Master. Thus, he could access most of the information freely. Master Han, here is the information you requested. Please take your time to review it. A disciple of Tianjin Peak respectfully handed Han Yu a stack of books. Han Yu nodded and expressed his gratitude with a smile. The disciple, taken aback, quickly waved his hands in modesty. Han Yu, unbothered by the formality, stored the books in a spatial ring and carefully reviewed them upon returning to Tianjin Peak. The records detailed the relationship between the Zhao family and the royal family of the Fiery Fire Dynasty, as well as the various entanglements between the Great Flame Dynasty and the Fiery Fire Dynasty. After perusing the information, Han Yu's heart sank. It appeared that his junior sister's enmity with the Great Flame Dynasty was deeper than he had anticipated. Nonetheless, he resolved to wait until she emerged from her seclusion to witness her choices. Han Yu had little interest in these dynastic disputes unless they pertained to Ji Yanling. She was his treasure, and he was determined to protect her. It was evident that the Great Flame Dynasty had not given up on Ji Yanling. They had merely adopted a different approach, as long as they did not provoke him. Han Yu was disinclined to entangle himself with them. However, should anything happen to Ji Yanling, he would not stand idly by. He would wait for his junior sister to emerge from her seclusion. Time passed swiftly, and before long, 2.5 months had slipped away. During this period, Han Yu continued to live freely, indulging in whatever he desired, be it food, drink, or amusement. In contrast, Ji Yanling had been diligently cultivating day and night, effortlessly breaking through to the 9th level of the Dan condensation realm. Her next step was to refine her Fire Phoenix Golden Dan until she reached the pinnacle of the Dan condensation realm. As Han Yu relaxed, he received several notifications from his system. Ding! Investment target Ji Yanling has reached the 9th level of the Dan condensation realm. Target admiration level is 94. Current status is favorable. 10,000-fold return has been activated. Ding! Boundless Dan power courses through your body. Your innate Golden Dan has undergone 666 refinements, rendering your Dan power extraordinarily pure. Should you choose to unleash a self-detonation, it would effortlessly annihilate a sovereign. Upon reading the system's report, Han Yu couldn't help but grimace. Why on earth would I self-detonate? With his physical cultivation and the countless refinements he had undergone, he was more than capable of facing a sovereign without fear. Only a fool would resort to self-destruction. Initially, Han Yu expected only cultivation feedback, but the system soon delivered another piece of good news. Ding! You have triggered a special return, granting you 1 draw opportunity. Please select the type of draw: martial arts, spiritual techniques, divine weapons, or celestial treasures. Another special return: I already possess the Blood Demon Trembling Sky Fist for martial arts, the 10,000 swords returning to 1 for spiritual techniques, and the Qinglian sword and Qiankuan gourd for celestial treasures. Let's go for a divine weapon this time. Han Yu understood that divine weapons were suited for body cultivators, while celestial treasures catered to Qi practitioners. To forge the body into divinity, and to refine Qi into immortality. He now lacked a divine weapon. With 1 in hand, he could likely slay sovereigns with ease based solely on his physical prowess. Ding! Drawing for a divine weapon. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the divine weapon Chaos Demon God Halberd. Quality: Divine Tier Supreme. Description: the Chaos Demon God opened the heavens, and the massive axe cleaved through chaotic energy. The divine axe scattered across the myriad realms, one piece transforming into the Demon God Halberd. A grand and imposing divine weapon materialized within the system's space, appearing ancient and mysterious. The long handle was engraved with numerous ancient ferocious beasts, emanating a formidable aura. Excellent. A weapon of such grand design is perfectly suited for body cultivation. I'm quite pleased. Han Yu's lips curled into a satisfied smile at the sight of the divine weapon. Such a halberd could only be wielded by body cultivators. No other practitioners would be able to handle it. Eager to test its power, Han Yu found himself in need of a sparring partner when Ji Yanling emerged from her seclusion, expressing her desire to venture outside for some practical experience. Having recently dedicated herself to refining her spiritual power, she needed time to consolidate her progress. Han Yu, of course, would not hinder her and took Ji Yanling to Tianjian Peak, where they could undertake combat missions. These missions offered particularly generous rewards, typically involving the extermination of beasts in specific locales. Ji Yanling scanned the options and fixed her gaze on a task. Hunt down the flower thief, Ji Buchong. The reward is 100,000 low-grade spirit stones and a bottle of 6th-grade fire soul pills. This task is quite appealing. I'll take it. Without hesitation, Ji Yanling accepted the mission. Many disciples observed her boldness in taking on such a task, casting her a curious glance. Although the reward was substantial, the difficulty was considerable. Ji Buchong was a cultivator at the nascent soul realm, and most disciples lacked the strength to engage him. However, upon noticing that Han Yu was beside her, their understanding was instant. He was the legendary genius who had slain a nascent soul cultivator while at the celestial stage. Such a task was hardly a challenge for him. Watching Ji Yanling accept the mission, a faint smile played upon Han Yu's lips. Junior sister, Your decision to undertake this task isn't solely based on a generous reward, is it? Ji Yanling paused for a moment, then smiled and replied, I noticed that this flower thief has recently been active in the Fiery Fire Dynasty. I thought I might take the opportunity to check on Zhao Honging. She's a good person. Hanyu nodded, gently ruffling Ji Yanling's hair. Rest assured, your elder brother will protect you. Ji Yanling beamed brightly, and the two of them boarded various spirit-powered flying vessels operated by merchant associations, setting off toward the Fiery Fire Dynasty. Not long after their departure, a flurry of flying missives began to arrive in Yanjing City, within the palace of the Great Flame Dynasty. The sovereign Ji Huamao, upon reading the missives, revealed a smile. I have waited for you for so long. You have finally ventured out. I shall see whether the ploy of the Yuxian sect is genuine or merely a ruse. If it is false, and you dare to harm my son Ji Huamao, you shall undoubtedly pay the price. Chapter 29. Bullying a young girl. Is there no shame left? Ever since the soul lamp of the Grand Prince Xinjiang extinguished that fateful day, Ji Huamao had tasked the Military Intelligence Department with an investigation. However, the information from the department had yet to return. It was the sixth prince who returned to the capital, relaying his suspicions to Ji Huamao. Ji Huamao was only half convinced by the sixth prince's words, for from every perspective, he was the greatest beneficiary of these recent events. Given this, the credibility of his statements was inherently suspect. Ji Huamao's initial reaction was to consider that the sixth prince was merely trying to absolve himself of guilt. The Grand Prince Ji Xingyang had been killed by the sixth prince's orders, and that mysterious body cultivator was also in the employ of the sixth prince. 8s for the so-called master brother of the heavenly sword peak from the Yuxian sect. He was merely a scapegoat sought by the sixth prince. Despite such conjectures, Ji Huamao did not confront the sixth prince directly, but instead instructed the spies of the Military Intelligence Department to continue gathering information. Before long, the Military Intelligence Department indeed uncovered intelligence regarding Hanyu from the whispers emanating from the Yuxian sect. This only deepened Ji Huamao's suspicions that he felt the messages released by the Yuxian sect were overly deliberate and likely intended to create confusion. However, Ji Huamao dared not take the risk. If he gambled incorrectly, it could cost the entire fortune of the Great Yin dynasty, a consequence he could not afford, especially considering the powerful families from the upper state. After much contemplation, Ji Huamao decided to adopt a cautious approach. Since the Great Yin dynasty could not take action, he would push the Qihua dynasty into the spotlight. If that master brother Hanyu from the Heavenly Sword Peak truly held significant backing, he could easily use the Qihua dynasty as a scapegoat while remaining uninvolved. Once the plan was set in motion, Ji Huamao kept a close watch on the movements of Hanyu and Ji Yanling. And now that the two had finally departed from the Yuxian sect, his anticipation grew. Days slipped by like sand through fingers. Hanyu accompanied Ji Yanling as they wandered through the Qihua dynasty, following the intelligence provided by the Tianji Peak to track the whereabouts of the flower thief Ji Buchong. During this period, the Qihua dynasty was rife with unrest, with battles breaking out between various counties. Occasionally, troops of martial cultivators would march through. Their overwhelming aura of blood and slaughter was quite unnerving, likely suppressing the energy of ordinary qi refining cultivators they encountered. Among the myriad schools, the military cultivators excelled in warfare. Having experienced the baptism of battle, their growth rate was exceedingly rapid at a legion of 10,000 military cultivators, even if composed largely of low-level practitioners, could contend with those at the nascent soul stage due to sheer numbers. The strategy of overwhelming an opponent through mass numbers was one the military cultivators mastered. Even many qi refining cultivators at the king level were reluctant to provoke them, and no matter how strong a king-level cultivator might be, a swarm of hundreds of thousands of military cultivators could wear them down to nothing. The most formidable aspect of military cultivators was their incredibly accessible entry point. Even a mere commoner could become a competent soldier after a brief period of training in the military path. Thus, amidst the turmoil in the Qihua dynasty, many affluent merchants and powerful families seized the opportunity to train their own legions, carving out territories for themselves. The royal family of the Qihua dynasty had not anticipated that the mere execution of a member of the Zhao family would incite such upheaval. They hastily dispatched various lords to suppress the rebellion, only to find the situation spiraling further out of control, with flames of war igniting across the land. Those lords took advantage of the chaos to divide the fortunes of the Qihua dynasty, each seeking to carve out their own domain. This made Han Yu and Ji Yanling's quest to locate the flower thief increasingly arduous. Han Yu felt wearied, and Ji Yanling realized that in such a chaotic environment, finding an individual was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. With a sigh of despair, she suddenly had a spark of inspiration. "Senior brother, I have a brilliant idea. We could first seek out Zhao Hongying. She holds considerable power here and commands a sizable following, which should make locating someone much easier." Han Yu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, that is an excellent suggestion. To the east lies a contingent clad in red, formed by the Zhao family, which has already occupied several counties. They should be relatively easy to find." The two quickly came to a consensus and took to the skies on their swords. Flying eastward, Ji Yanling, being a practitioner of the fourth extreme realm, possessed formidable spiritual energy, enabling her to soar at astonishing speeds, comparable to those at the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. However, no matter how swift Ji Yanling flew, Han Yu could effortlessly keep pace with her. In no time, they arrived at the territory occupied by the red-clad army. Upon their arrival, they were immediately met with the chaos of a siege. Over 100,000 military cultivators surged forward, their murderous aura palpable, forming battle formations and utilizing various tools crafted by the engineering school to engage in fierce combat against the defenders within the city walls. The walls towered over 100 feet high, and under the influence of the array, the surrounding spiritual energy was drained, rendering flight impossible. The attacking cultivators hurled palm-sized objects, infusing them with spiritual energy, which in mere moments transformed into towering ladders reaching heights of over 100 feet. The sides of the ladders were equipped with suction-like devices that adhered securely to the surface of the city walls. A group of agile military cultivators nimbly leapt several feet high, firmly grasping the ladders and climbing the walls with the dexterity of monkeys, engaging in bloody combat. Han Yu observed the combat tactics employed by these military cultivators with great intrigue. Mentally comparing their prowess, in a duel between a Qi refining cultivator and a military cultivator of the same rank, the outcome was often uncertain. Yet, in a clash between 10,000 Qi refining cultivators and 10,000 military cultivators, the latter would undoubtedly emerge victorious. The sheer intensity of the murderous aura generated by the Legion would likely diminish the Qi refining cultivator's effectiveness. The Ji Yanling gazed toward the city walls and spotted a familiar figure. It was a striking young woman clad in armor, wielding a 6-foot-long spear, relentlessly dispatching enemies attempting to scale the walls. This could only be Zhao Hongying. After months apart, she had ascended to the nascent soul stage. The city walls were expansive, measuring several dozen feet across. Standing upon the battlefield, she summoned her nascent soul avatar, manifesting as a warrior gripping a long spear. With a sweeping motion, she sent hundreds of enemies flying, resulting in the immediate demise of dozens upon impact. With Zhao Hongying present, the enemy could scarcely gain a foothold. The soldiers on the battleground breathed a sigh of relief, but their respite was short-lived as several of the climbing enemies suddenly revealed their true strength. 5 of them, all possessing nascent soul cultivation, activated their avatars, transforming into towering giants that advanced toward Zhao Hongying. Zhao, family girl, today we shall encircle you and see how you escape." One of the giant figures, formed from solid rock, bellowed, brandishing 2 spirit weapon hammers as he charged at Zhao Hongying. Zhao Hongying dared not hold back. She immediately activated her innate abilities, summoning a fiery serpent that erupted from within her, aiming directly for the giant's face. This was Zhao Hongying's fire serpent spirit body, which, through recent trials and fortuitous encounters, had now ascended to the ranks of exceptional spirit bodies, second only to the sacred body prodigies. Upon witnessing Zhao Hongying unleash her spirit body, the 5 nascent soul experts sneered in derision. Truly a talent with a spirit body, her combat prowess is remarkable, yet we shall see how long you can endure. The 5 were undeterred, seemingly confident in their victory over Zhao Hongying. Although they lacked extraordinary innate abilities, as seasoned nascent soul experts, they held advantages in many respects, with greater numbers and ample time. They were certain they could wear down Zhao Hongying. One of your special body. It merely means a faster cultivation speed and higher combat power at your level. In the end, you are still just a young girl. They taunted, their words intended to provoke. "O dare rebel, is to seal your own fate. I am quite curious to experience the sensation of slaying a genius." As they advanced in their assault, they continued their verbal jabs, as psychological warfare was also a strategy. Zhao Hongying, unfazed by their taunts, recognized that if the battle continued in this manner, even if she survived, the soldiers defending the city would surely perish. She had not anticipated that the royal family would dispatch so many powerful cultivators to extinguish her Zhao family. Neglecting the turmoil in other regions, it was clear that she had no choice but to fight with all her might. Alas, she longed to witness what wonders the King realm held. With a heavy heart, Zhao Hongying prepared to unleash a secret technique that would burn her potential to enhance her combat prowess. This would mean forfeiting her eligibility to break through to the King realm, relegating her to remain merely a nascent soul cultivator. For someone of her caliber, second only to the sacred body geniuses, such a loss was immeasurable. Yet, in that moment of desperation, just as she was about to make her move, a clear and icy voice resonated across the battlefield, the group of old men bullying a young girl. "Do you not have any shame left?" Chapter 30. Junior sister, do not panic. There is still your senior brother. The voice echoed from the distant skies, reverberating through the air with the aid of an echoing technique, compelling many cultivators to turn in unison to seek its source. There, suspended in midair, stood a man and a woman, both exuding an extraordinary bearing. The man, clad in white, sported a wine gourd at his waist, his long black hair flowing freely, appearing carefree and unrestrained. The woman, dressed in vibrant red, possessed a beauty that could topple kingdoms. Her tall and voluptuous figure was accentuated by a black belt cinching her waist, resembling a radiant red lotus of the fiery domain. Upon recognizing the woman's visage, Zhao Hongying was taken aback. "Your Highness, how did she come to be here?" The nascent soul cultivators, upon seeing Ji Yanling, noted her status as a practitioner in the midst of flight. Her aura, unmistakably potent. One among them scoffed. "I was expecting a formidable opponent, yet here we have a mere child at the condensation stage, daring to bark. Zhao Hongying, is this your reinforcements? Aren't they rather feeble?" Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Hongying clarified, "She is merely a friend of mine, unrelated to this battle. Everyone, focus on the fight." As she spoke, her spear lunged forward with sudden ferocity, piercing through the shoulder of a primordial spirit avatar. Under the onslaught of the fiery serpent, the shoulder of that avatar shattered, sending countless spiritual energy splattering. Little girl, do not feign innocence. That person must be closely connected to you. Once I shatter your primordial spirit avatar, I shall capture her and reward the entire army with both of you." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hongying's previously calm heart surged with rage. She could endure insults directed at herself, but she could not tolerate the disrespect towards the princess. "Old fool, you seek death." Her spear struck repeatedly, fueled by her fury, increasing its might even as her technique grew somewhat chaotic. The provocateur, a powerful being of the primordial spirit realm, laughed heartily, clearly relishing the opportunity to enrage Zhao Hongying. Not only did this serve to deplete her strength, it also exposed her vulnerabilities. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that his words had not only incited Zhao Hongying, but also stirred Ji Yanling and Han Yu. Ji Yanling took the initiative, descending from her sword, charging toward the city wall. Upon witnessing an unfamiliar woman enter the fray, soldiers roared in anger, brandishing their spears and unleashing battle techniques against her. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The collective roar of the soldiers, coupled with their overwhelming malevolence, momentarily stifled the spiritual power within Ji Yanling. However, being a practitioner of the Four Extremes realm, her foundation from body refinement to celestial platform was exceptionally solid, allowing her to quickly adapt to the battlefield. Gripping the red lotus sword, Ji Yanling swiftly slashed at those obstructing her path, unleashing a wave of fiery sword chi. With a series of swift cuts, dozens of soldiers were cleaved in two, yet Ji Yanling paid them no heed as she soared toward the city wall, light as a swallow, her feet gliding like the wind, aided by her swift movement technique. On the city wall, a primordial spirit realm powerhouse, observing the chaos below, erupted in laughter and commanded, "Do not impede her. She is merely a lamb walking into a tiger's den, seeking her own demise." With no one to hinder her, Ji Yanling ascended the cloud ladder with ease, unhesitatingly activating her holy body to unleash her most potent sword technique against a primordial spirit avatar, the Flame Spirit Slash. A sword technique of her former life was unparalleled in rank, its power increasing with her cultivation. Beneath the towering primordial spirit avatars, Ji Yanling appeared diminutive, akin to an ant. Yet, bolstered by the Fire Phoenix holy body and her own profound cultivation, the might of her strike was formidable. With a resounding cry of a phoenix, a fiery sword chi several feet long surged forth, cleaving a primordial spirit avatar in two. The primordial spirit realm powerhouse revealed his true form, his face etched with horror. In the next instant, he recoiled from the backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "How can you be this strong?" he exclaimed in disbelief, realizing that before her sword, his primordial spirit avatar was as fragile as parchment. "It is you who are too weak," Ji Yanling retorted with a cold laugh, flames rising beneath her feet as she continued her charge toward the primordial spirit realm powerhouse. Not daring to underestimate her, he summoned his spiritual weapon for defense. Though Ji Yanling's previous strike was indeed powerful, he believed that with his full defenses, she would not be able to shatter his avatar. Now that his avatar had been broken, his cultivation remained, and he was confident that in a battle of wills, he would not be crushed by this mere cultivator of the condensation realm. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Ji Yanling and the primordial spirit realm powerhouse exchanged dozens of blows, and he found himself drenched in cold sweat. But he suddenly realized that in this contest of spiritual combat, he was being overwhelmed by this woman. What on earth is she? How can a condensation realm cultivator suppress a primordial spirit realm fighter? Fearful, he called for help. "Fellow cultivators, this woman is likely a prodigy of the holy body. I implore you to assist me until my primordial spirit avatar can recover." The four individuals who had been pressuring Zehonging were taken aback by his plea. They had been astonished for a moment when Ji Yanling had shattered that man's avatar, but they initially thought it was merely due to his carelessness. Now, however, it was evident that this crimson-clad maiden was indeed extraordinary. "Haha, Lu Dao Yu, where in Qingzhou are there so many prodigies of the holy body? This girl is at most a spirit body. With a little caution, how could she have shattered his avatar? Watch how I deal with her." One primordial spirit realm powerhouse laughed heartily, swinging his swollen spiritual weapon toward Ji Yanling. Relying on the strength of his primordial spirit avatar, he began a barrage of attacks, leaving no room for Ji Yanling to counter. Seeing Ji Yanling in danger, Zehonging instinctively shouted, "Princess, do not worry about me. A mere primordial spirit is nothing to fear." Ji Yanling replied calmly, using her swift movement technique to evade the relentless bombardment of the primordial spirit avatar while maintaining her safety. She occasionally retaliated with her sword techniques, causing the arrogant primordial spirit realm powerhouse to suffer continuous damage, with numerous sword marks marring his avatar, healing proving elusive. "Truly an annoying fly, damned," the primordial spirit realm powerhouse bellowed. Though a hint of panic lurked within, he understood all too well that if this continued, he would eventually be worn down by this woman, and he would be left utterly humiliated. It seems that Lu was not mistaken. Perhaps this girl truly is a prodigy of the holy body. The fact that Zehonging addresses her as princess likely indicates she is the 9th princess of the Great Yin dynasty. If I capture her and present her to the royal family, I shall surely be handsomely rewarded. With this in mind, the primordial spirit realm powerhouse decided to abandon any pretense of dignity. Summoning a spiritual artifact, he produced a token. "All troops, heed my command. Array yourselves with might." Boom! Countless beams of blood light erupted from the token, connecting with over 10,000 soldiers, their bodies surging with overwhelming malevolence, coalescing into a fearsome bear-like creature that charged towards the city wall. This was one of the techniques of military cultivators, summoning the malevolence of the entire army to greatly enhance their battle prowess. With the malevolence of tens of thousands behind him, even without any special physique, his combat power surged dramatically. Ji Yanling's advantage as a holy body began to wane, and the primordial spirit realm powerhouse sneered. Die! A torrent of spiritual techniques surged forth, causing the battlefield on the city wall to crack and tremble, malevolence encroaching upon her. This is bad. The longer this drags on in a military battlefield, the more unfavorable it becomes for me. I must end this quickly. Ji Yanling's beautiful eyes narrowed. She had initially intended to defeat her enemies without injury, but it seemed that to escape unscathed, some cost would be necessary. This cost was not steep. It merely required a few months of rest, at most delaying her cultivation progress, just as she prepared to unleash a secret technique to forcibly enhance her power. A voice suddenly rang out. "Junior sister, do not panic. Your senior brother is here." From a vantage point on the city wall, Hanyu had been observing for some time, out of consideration for his junior sister's training. He refrained from intervening immediately. However, it seemed that she had reached her limit, and even with hidden trump cards, her body would be at risk. Hanyu knew it was time for him to act. "Junior sister, step back. This battlefield is now under your senior brother's command." Ji Yanling trembled slightly at his words, but obediently retreated behind Hanyu. The primordial spirit realm powerhouse, intent on pursuing Ji Yanling, scoffed at Hanyu's intervention. "You juniors are all so arrogant. Today I shall." Before he could finish, the white-clad youth made his move, unleashing a formidable aura of spiritual power. What? He is merely of the condensation realm. How can he exude such a powerful spiritual pressure? Typically, a chi refining cultivator would only feel spiritual pressure when facing a significantly more powerful opponent. Yet this primordial spirit realm powerhouse felt such pressure from a condensation realm cultivator, which was utterly illogical. Not just him, but all the chi refining cultivators present found their spiritual power stalling the moment Hanyu took action. What had once flowed smoothly now moved at a snail's pace, and the difficulty of mobilizing their energies surged. They instinctively turned their gaze to the source of the spiritual pressure, where the white-clad youth stood, his fingers poised together, channeling spiritual energy to form a 3-foot-long spiritual sword. This was a fundamental technique of condensation, capable of shaping spiritual energy into various weapons. Then, the youth executed another foundational spiritual technique, enlarging the sword. The sword suddenly expanded to several dozen feet in length, and with a casual flick of his wrist, he swung it toward the primordial spirit avatar that was pursuing Ji Yanling. Boom! The speed of the spiritual sword was astonishing, accompanied by a fierce rush of wind. In the next moment, the primordial spirit avatar shattered, dissipating into a torrent of spiritual energy. One strike, and the avatar lay broken. Yet this was not the end. The spiritual sword, having cleaved through one primordial spirit avatar, continued its momentum toward the remaining avatars. Swish, swish, swish. The remaining primordial spirit realm powerhouses were taken aback, hastily employing various spiritual techniques to defend themselves. Yet, beneath the might of this spiritual sword, they were as fragile as paper. Swiftly severed, the primordial spirit avatar shattered. The terrified faces of the few remaining powerhouses were revealed. All who witnessed this scene held their breath in astonishment, questioning their very existence. A condensation realm cultivator effortlessly dispatching primordial spirit realm foes was akin to slaughtering chickens or dogs. Who on earth is this child? Chapter 31. They can survive, but you must perish. At this moment, a shared thought flickered in the minds of several celestial spirit realm cultivators. This individual had concealed their true cultivation level. They were not merely at the condensation Dan realm, but rather at the monarch level. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain how a single spiritual technique could shatter the spiritual manifestations of so many of them. And the oppressive force of their spiritual power was formidable indeed. Damn it, I detest these pretenders who masquerade as weaker beings. You, a monarch, feigning to be at the condensation Dan realm. What madness is this? The celestial spirit realm cultivators harbored a deep resentment, yet on the surface, they dared not express any discontent. They immediately bowed and trembled as they spoke in unison. "We pay our respects, esteemed senior." Observing the behavior of these celestial spirit realm cultivators, the surrounding onlookers were struck with astonishment, comprehending Hanyu's true identity. A monarch, the battlefield, which had been rife with conflict, suddenly fell silent. No one dared to make a move. A powerful monarch can quell a myriad of forces. Should they provoke him, the lives of the tens of thousands present would not suffice to appease his wrath. Hanyu instantly became the focal point of the gathering, with all gazes directed towards him. Zhao Hongying regarded Hanyu, standing before Ji Yanling, her heart filled with uncertainty. I recall this individual as the senior brother of Her Highness the Princess. I never anticipated him to be a monarch. No wonder Her Highness relies on him so deeply. With such prowess, he is indeed worthy of being her senior brother. Yanling also stared at her senior brother's back, lost in thought for a prolonged moment. Her cherry lips slightly parted, her eyes brimming with astonishment. I can't believe the system spoke the truth. My senior brother is truly formidable, even more so than I had imagined, having been in seclusion for an extended period. Ji Yanling had not interacted with other disciples of the Yuxian sect and was entirely unaware of the events surrounding Hanyu. She knew her senior brother was powerful, yet she had not anticipated him to be this extraordinary. My senior brother can sever multiple celestial spirit manifestations with a single strike. No wonder he could instantaneously slay me in the comparative space. It appears that in terms of chi refining cultivation, I have fallen far behind my senior brother. I am certain that he possesses some unique physique, at the very least of the lower grade celestial tier. Otherwise, he could not be this formidable. Fortunately, the next comparison will be in swordsmanship. I have the experience from my past life. In this regard, surpassing my senior brother will not be a challenge. After all, no matter how gifted he is, he must walk the path step by step, while my past experiences can be directly applied. I merely need to allow my body to gradually adapt. As Ji Yanling's thoughts raced, she let out a long sigh of relief. Her perception of her senior brother's innate talent had shifted once again. The once self-assured Ji Yanling now felt an inexplicable sense of inferiority. My senior brother is so exceptional. If I am too incompetent, I would not deserve to be his junior sister. Initially, she had thought that after gaining some opportunities in the Fire Mountain secret realm and elevating her physique to the middle tier of the saint level, she could compete with her senior brother. However, it now seemed that the disparity between her and her senior brother was unfathomably vast. This insufferable senior brother, so outrageously powerful yet so low-key and reserved. How exasperating. A hint of resentment flickered in Ji Yanling's gaze. Meanwhile, Hanyu cast a glance at the several celestial spirit realm powerhouses and said coolly, "Surrender your life souls, and you may live." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the individuals changed dramatically as they exchanged glances. The life soul is the essence of one's life and spirit. Once surrendered to another, should it be destroyed, they would meet their demise. Esteemed senior, we serve under the command of King Changfeng, that if you are willing to recruit us, we would gladly offer our loyalty. However, regarding the life souls, before he could finish his sentence, Han Yu's gaze pierced through him like a sword. His voice frigid. "Was it not you who spoke disrespectfully to my junior sister?" The man trembled at the words and hastily offered an explanation. "Esteemed senior, I was unaware that she is your junior sister." Before he could complete his sentence, Han Yu interrupted him. "That I forgot to mention, while they may surrender their life souls and live, you must die." As soon as Han Yu's words fell, a surge of spiritual power shot forth from his fingertip, transforming into a streak of light that pierced the celestial spirit realm cultivator's brow. The man had no time to react. His protective spiritual technique was shattered, and a blood hole suddenly appeared in his forehead, blood spurting forth. Witnessing this scene, everyone felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. So powerful, incredibly powerful. Without even unleashing a spiritual technique, a mere wisp of spiritual power can eradicate a celestial spirit realm cultivator. This is no ordinary monarch. At the very least, he is at the third level of the monarch realm. Moreover, despite their mention of King Changfeng, this individual remained unperturbed, indicating that he was indeed not to be trifled with. The others dared not hesitate and swiftly made their choice. They brought their fingers together and pressed them against their brows, a red-blue light sphere materializing. "Esteemed senior, we are willing to follow you." The four displayed respectful demeanor. Han Yu waved his hand, and the spheres of life souls descended before Zhao Hongying. "From now on, these individuals may be at your disposal. If they defy you, you may eliminate them at any time." Han Yu's tone was icy, leaving the celestial spirit realm cultivators with complex expressions. They were, after all, celestial spirit realm powerhouses. How could they endure such humiliation? They longed to resist, but ultimately chose to suppress their feelings. Prioritizing their survival, gazing at the life souls before her, Zhao Hongying hesitated momentarily, unwilling to accept them without consideration. Instead, she glanced at Ji Yinling. Sensing her hesitation, Ji Yinling nodded and softly urged, "Follow my senior brother's instructions." Understood. Zhao Hongying ceased her deliberation and absorbed the spheres of life souls into her dantian. With the capture of the several celestial spirit realm powerhouses, the soldiers below were left in a state of confusion regarding their next steps. Zhao Hongying immediately ascended the city wall, employing the echo technique to call out, "Warriors, our ruler is incompetent, harming the loyal and good, persecuting the populace, leading to turmoil in the dynasty and dislocation among the people. The Zhao family has formed the Crimson Garment Army to restore peace to the Qihua dynasty. I understand that your involvement in this conflict is out of necessity. If you lay down your weapons now, you shall not be considered enemies, and all grievances shall be forgiven. You may choose to join the Crimson Garment Army or return home. We will not obstruct you in any way." Zhao Hongying's heartfelt speech led most of the soldiers to choose surrender. It was not that her words were particularly stirring. Rather, the overwhelming image of Han Yu dispatching several celestial spirit manifestations with a single strike was profoundly shocking, coupled with the decades of corruption within the dynasty that had rendered the people destitute. The soldiers held little loyalty to the Qihua dynasty, and none were foolish enough to resist. After Zhao Hongying conversed briefly with the two, she instructed that Han Yu and Ji Yinling be taken to the city lord's mansion to rest while she busied herself with various matters. Han Yu and Ji Yinling spent a long time sipping tea in the parlor. Eventually, Zhao Hongying arrived, panting slightly. "Your Highness, Uncle Han, I have uncovered some information regarding the person you seek." Han Yu was taken aback by Zhao Hongying's efficiency, feeling a newfound admiration for the young woman. Currently, within the Qihua dynasty, the major monarchs were carving out their territories, and Ji Buochang served under the banner of the Qinghua king. Here is all the intelligence regarding the Qinghua king. Uncle Han, please take your time to review it. Zhao Hongying showed great respect towards Han Yu, still considering herself a disciple of the Tianhua peak, thus addressing him as Uncle Han was not inappropriate. Upon hearing that Ji Buochang had the backing of a monarch, Ji Yinling felt a twinge of concern. Even if her senior brother possessed the strength of a monarch, she wished to avoid unnecessary risks. "Senior brother, should we perhaps set aside this matter for the time being?" Han Yu smiled gently and replied, "No need to worry. This matter is mine to handle, as long as we have knowledge of his whereabouts. Everything else will be manageable." He intended to find an opportunity to confront the Qinghua king's territory directly and eliminate the scoundrel Ji Buochang. He would not bring Ji Yinling along to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Han Yu's confident words reassured Ji Yinling, who thought to herself that her senior brother must have his own trump cards, and she refrained from further objections. Zhao Hongying, contemplating for a moment, finally spoke up. "Your Highness, I speak candidly. You should not linger in the Qihua dynasty. The Dian dynasty surely harbors ill intentions towards you. Among the several monarchs of the Qihua dynasty, at least half are lackeys of the Dian dynasty. Now that they have learned of your presence here, there may be those who secretly plot against you." Chapter 32. The aggrieved seek out the unwary. Zhao Hongying's concerns were not unfounded. When Ji Yinling entered the Qihua dynasty, nearly all the monarchs received the news. The three monarchs directly affiliated with the royal family were the first to learn of it, all of whom were royal relatives, long stationed in the three major garrison cities surrounding the royal city. They gathered at the royal city without delay to discuss. "Have you all made up your minds? Should we take action against Ji Yinling?" An elder with white hair and beard spoke first. His name was Chang Mingho, the most formidable figure in the Qihua dynasty, having reached the 9th level of the monarch realm. The other two monarchs, appearing similarly aged, exchanged glances and shook their heads. "I believe it is better not to act. We cannot afford to offend the Dian dynasty, but we certainly cannot provoke the Yuxian sect either. I share your sentiments. The current master of the Yuxian Gate is exceptionally formidable. It is rumored that not long ago, he confronted and executed a ruler of the great Yin dynasty in person. Given the animosity between them, it is perhaps prudent for us to refrain from intervening." Both individuals expressed their dissent, and Chong Mingho nodded in agreement. "That it appears that neither of you has lost your wits. Your thoughts align with mine, that it would be best to maintain a facade of compliance with the Great Yin dynasty while discreetly avoiding any unnecessary involvement. However, while we abstain from action ourselves, we could discreetly inform a few other rulers in their eagerness to curry favor with the Great Yin dynasty. They are unlikely to remain passive. These individuals may take advantage of the turmoil to carve out their own territories, thereby allowing us to eliminate them without lifting a finger." Upon hearing Chong Mingho's words, the other two rulers voiced their agreement. Unbeknownst to them, within the royal family of the Qihua dynasty, aside from the three of them, there was another who had learned of Ji Yanling's whereabouts, the newly ascended crown prince, Chong Hui. Initially possessing only the cultivation of the nascent soul realm, he had ascended to mid-level ruler strength after acquiring the crown prince's jade seal. However, with the current turmoil within the dynasty and the gradual erosion of national fortune, Chong Hui realized that the effects of his royal blessings were waning, that if this continued, he would inevitably regress to his former state. In the midst of his anxieties, a messenger from the Great Yin dynasty arrived with an offer. If he could capture Ji Yanling and return her, they would dispatch a formidable army to assist him in quelling the unrest and securing his reign. This news elated Chong Hui, prompting him to immediately send out search parties for Ji Yanling. However, to prevent other rulers from seizing the opportunity first, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. Chong Hui was no fool. He understood that Ji Yanling had joined the Yuxian Gate, which provided her with substantial backing. While he did not wish to offend the Yuxian Gate, Ji Yanling's unique lineage, being of royal blood from both the Great Yin dynasty and the Qihua dynasty, posed a significant threat. Although she was not favored in the Great Yin dynasty, even as a saintly body prodigy, she was unlikely to ascend to the throne. Yet, should she aspire to become the ruler of the Qihua dynasty, supported by the Yuxian Gate, she could very well usurp his position. For whatever reason, he felt compelled to act. Having resolved the matter in his mind, Chong Hui wasted no time, swiftly departing the royal city with the palace guard. After a period of rest, Han Yu presented Ji Yanling with a jade talisman infused with his primordial spiritual energy and marked with his soul imprint that, in the event of danger, she could shatter the talisman, summoning a protective barrier capable of withstanding the attacks of a mid-level ruler for at least the duration of a single incense stick. Ji Yanling, aware of Han Yu's intentions, expressed her concern. "Senior brother, the mission can be abandoned. Do not take unnecessary risks. Do not worry. Junior sister, in the territory of Qingzhou, I doubt anyone could pose a threat to me." Han Yu reassured her with a smile. Gently ruffling her hair, Ji Yanling chose not to press further, recognizing that her senior brother was not one to underestimate his capabilities. After all, he had endured the stigma of being deemed a failure for 10 years despite his remarkable cultivation. Such resilience made even Ji Yanling, the reincarnated empress, feel somewhat inadequate. Thus, she understood that her brother was aware of his limits without needing further caution. After bidding farewell to Ji Yanling, Han Yu ventured outside the city and swiftly took to the skies on his sword. His solitary flight was remarkably swift. According to the map provided by Zhao Hongying, he would reach the domain of the Qinghua king in no more than half an incense stick's time. In Chongqing City, the residents of the Qinghua king stood resilient amidst the chaos engulfing other cities. Despite the turmoil, the city thrived under the king as protection. Within its walls, life flourished, while outside lay fields littered with the desperate and starving. Many huddled together, their eyes glistening with longing as they inhaled the tantalizing aroma of food wafting from the city. They yearned to enter the city, but could not afford the entrance fee. Forced to watch helplessly, Han Yu donned a blue fox mask, sheathing his Qinglian Immortal Sword, and descended gracefully at the city gates. Observing the emaciated figures of the refugees stirred a flicker of compassion within him. However, he quickly extinguished that sentiment that, in this world of cultivation, excessive kindness often leads to one's own suffering, and he would do what was necessary. Yet he wished to avoid entanglements with others' fates. Han Yu was no altruist, nor did he harbor aspirations of being a savior. He had no debts to these people and did not wish to meddle in their affairs. After paying the required entrance fee, he stepped into the bustling city. The city was protected by formidable formations, making it exceedingly difficult for even a nascent soul realm expert to channel their spiritual energy without the primary wielder's permission. Upon entering, Hanyu was approached by several young attendants eager to offer their services. "Could you direct me to the Chengdu Wei residence?" One rather scrappy-looking attendant immediately inquired. "Allow me to report, esteemed elder, I know the way. The Chengdu Wei has only recently joined the Qinghua King's ranks, and their residence has only just been completed. There's no plaque yet. Few in Chongqing City are familiar with the layout, but I worked there for a few days and possess some insider knowledge." Hanyu nodded, handing the attendant a spirit stone, which left the youth astonished. This was a spirit stone worth 10 taels of gold, an immense sum for a novice cultivator in the body refinement stage. "Just for guiding me, you are indeed exceedingly generous." The attendant's enthusiasm intensified as he hurried ahead, eagerly sharing tales of Chongqing City's culture and customs. After some time, they arrived before a residence where an attendant was affixing a plaque inscribed with the words Chengdu Wei. "Esteemed elder, this is the place. Is there anything else you require of me?" "None. You may leave it. Truth be told, the sum you offered me could cover 3 days of guiding that if you have further instructions. I can wait nearby." The attendant, quick-witted, perceived the elder's generosity and thought that if he continued to serve, even if he offered his services free of charge, the elder might reward him nonetheless. Hanyu discerned the attendant's intentions and waved his hand with a smile. "You should depart. Lingering here offers you no advantage." Though puzzled, the attendant complied and left. Not far from the street corner, he concealed himself, peeking at the masked figure. Hanyu approached the Chengdu Wei residence and addressed the guard. "I seek your commander." The guard, assessing him, replied without condescension, "Our commander is quite busy. May I inquire as to your purpose?" "If it is a common matter, prior notice is required, and you may have to wait several days." Hanyu contemplated for a moment and responded slowly, "I believe I possess a more expedient method." The guard were momentarily perplexed by his words. In the next instant, Hanyu waved his hand, unleashing a palm strike that shattered the residence's entrance, sending debris flying and clouds of dust billowing. The guards were taken aback, swallowing hard. This was clearly an act of aggression. Who was this individual? Their commander was a nascent soul realm expert. Did this person dare to cause trouble? Stunned, they quickly activated a messaging technique. Shouting into the residence, "Commander, someone is here causing a ruckus and has destroyed our entrance." Inside the Chengdu Wei residence, a rotund man emerged from a throng of women, his eyes glinting with malice. However, he soon furrowed his brow, contemplating. Dare they come here to wreak havoc? Has my identity been exposed? Which unfortunate soul has come knocking? Ha! And if they do, with the Qinghua King backing me, those ordinary women and small clan members are of no concern. I shall see who is foolish enough to come here seeking death. Chapter 33. Only death remains at the entrance of the Chengdu Wei residence. Several guards eyed the elegantly dressed man in a blue fox mask and white robes with trepidation. Noting that he did not rush in to slaughter indiscriminately, they brandished their weapons in a show of resistance, though in their hearts, they contemplated how swiftly they would flee should he choose to attack. Shortly after the gates were demolished, a slick figure emerged. Ji Buchang scrutinized Hanyu, his voice icy. "Who are you?" "The one who will kill you," Hanyu replied calmly. Ji Buchang erupted into laughter. "Many have sought my life, yet they have all perished by my hand. Speak, which unfortunate soul do you hail from? I shall recall which of my conquests involve your kin, so I may savor the memory before extinguishing your life." Observing Ji Buchang's smug demeanor, Hanyu shook his head and sighed. "I suddenly feel that killing you this way would be too merciful." As he spoke, his spiritual energy surged forth, an overwhelming pressure radiating from him. Initially, Ji Buchang dismissed the aura of Hanyu's cultivation, believing it to be mere condensation stage strength, easily extinguishable with a flick of his finger. However, in the next moment, the overwhelming pressure of spiritual power surged forth, causing his expression to shift drastically. This fellow could not possibly be at the Dan condensation realm. Years of experience evading capture warned him not to underestimate his opponent. He had to give it his all. In an instant, he summoned his primordial spirit manifestation, transforming into a towering giant of several dozen zhang. Who are you, the aggrieved party? I recall that none of the women I have encountered possessed any notable background. With the support of his primordial spirit manifestation, Ji Wuchang felt a newfound sense of security as he looked down on Han Yu, his mind brimming with confusion. Despite his numerous misdeeds, he had never provoked those he could not afford to offend. He had only employed his arts on common female victims. This cultivator, adorned with a blue fox mask, was certainly no ordinary individual. I can't be bothered to engage in idle chatter with you. Just know that you are doomed. Before Han Yu finished speaking, a spiritual sword materialized in his hand, rapidly growing in size as it swung viciously towards Ji Wuchang. You think a mere sword technique and giant sword technique can kill me? How presumptuous! Ji Wuchang's words were cut short as the massive spiritual sword descended upon him, shattering the formidable defenses of his primordial spirit manifestation in an instant. What? How could his spiritual arts be so powerful? Confusion flooded Ji Wuchang's mind. Before he could gather his thoughts, his primordial spirit manifestation was abruptly shattered, dispersing into a myriad of spiritual energy. Flee! This singular thought consumed Ji Wuchang's mind as he immediately employed a swift movement technique. Activating a flying shuttle spirit artifact in a desperate bid to vanish from sight, in truth, Ji Wuchang's expertise lay not in combat, but in escape. His movement technique had long reached perfection, and with the aid of the flying shuttle, he believed that even a king-level opponent would struggle to catch him in a short span of time. However, before he could act on this belief, a figure clad in white appeared before him. The stranger raised a hand slightly and waved it towards Ji Wuchang's face. Boom! Before the palm could make contact, a ferocious gust of wind surged forth, interrupting his escape. What? How can he be so fast? He doesn't even exude any spiritual energy. He isn't using any techniques. Could it be that he possesses such speed solely through his physical prowess? Impossible, utterly impossible. Ji Wuchang's mind was overwhelmed with questions. Yet, the most pressing concern was preserving his life that he hastily called out, Senior, I implore you to spare my life. I am willing to serve you. Ji Wuchang understood that this battle would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Qinghua king. If he could just hold out for a moment, he would surely survive. His intuition was correct. The instant Han Yu unleashed his spiritual pressure, the Qinghua king had already sensed in the following moment. He vanished from the royal palace, traversing the air to hover above the Chengdu Wei mansion. He happened to witness Ji Wuchang's primordial spirit manifestation being cleaved in two by a single sword strike, followed by him being sent flying by a mere slap. What tremendous power in his spiritual arts! What astonishing speed in his physical form! The Qinghua king was filled with shock, still reeling from the revelation. He then observed as the masked man's spiritual sword rapidly shrank before suddenly launching towards Ji Wuchang. Friend, please hold your hand, the Qinghua king shouted. Under the instinctive pressure of his royal authority, the spiritual sword was forcibly halted beside Ji Wuchang, who was already drenched in sweat. Upon seeing the Qinghua king appear, Ji Wuchang immediately cried out, Your Majesty, please save my life. The Qinghua king disregarded Ji Wuchang's plea and continued addressing Han Yu. Might I inquire your name? Friend? Could you grant me the favor of sparing him? No. Han Yu's voice interjected before the Qinghua king could finish. The sword that had been at a standstill suddenly accelerated, piercing through Ji Wuchang's dantian. Boom! Ji Wuchang felt a surge of ferocious spiritual power invade his body, obliterating his spiritual roots, foundational base, and offerings, reducing them to mere dust. No, Ji Wuchang wailed. Yet the spiritual sword did not relent, swiftly executing another strike that tore through his flesh, blood gushing forth. Ji Wuchang's cries echoed as the Qinghua king's face turned ashen. He glared at Han Yu, his voice cold as ice. Is it not excessive of you? This is my subordinate. Regardless of circumstances, he should be dealt with by me. The Qinghua king was fully aware of Ji Wuchang's character and had surmised why the masked man sought retribution. Had he not witnessed the terrifying speed displayed earlier, the Qinghua king would have already engaged him. From what you say, it seems you understand why I acted against him. Han Yu raised his head, his gaze indifferent as it met that of the Qinghua king, who scoffed in response. Regardless of his past misdeeds, he is now under my command. You must provide me with an explanation. However, Han Yu merely smiled faintly in response. I owe you no explanation, nor am I inclined to judge your transgressions that I do. However, wish to offer you a piece of advice. I came here solely for this flower thief. I have no desire to engage in unnecessary matters, and I hope you will not compel me to act beyond my intentions. By the way, those who disregard my counsel often find themselves buried beneath a mound of grass that is already a yard high. The Qinghua king shook his head. My friend, I have given you an opportunity, yet it seems you interpret this as a sign of my leniency. Do not forget, you are currently in my domain. Even if you are at the pinnacle of king-level power, you shall not leave unscathed today. National fortune suppression. The Qinghua king had long prepared a royal seal, and now he unleashed the accumulated force of national fortune. Directing it towards Han Yu, an enigmatic and intangible force pressed down upon Han Yu, causing the speed of his internal spiritual energy to falter slightly, witnessing the successful suppression of national fortune. The Qinghua king's confidence surged. Presently, he was not the sovereign, and his ability to mobilize national fortune was limited, which explained his delay in confronting Han Yu, now that his opponent was under the weight of national fortune. The Qinghua king felt no hesitation. However, when he turned to glance at the masked man, he found no trace of panic in his eyes, only an unwavering calm. I have a habit. I do not strike those who do not strike me first. But those who do shall meet their end. Boom! The boundless power within Han Yu erupted, his blood energy coalescing into a formidable blood manifestation, exuding a fearsome aura. You are a body cultivator. The Qinghua king shuddered internally and immediately activated his primordial spirit manifestation, transforming into a massive blue serpent wreathed in flames. He was a natural talent in spirit bodies and had recently manifested a physical anomaly through his primordial spirit. Although his cultivation was at the 5th level of King Realm, he still possessed the strength to contend with a 9th-level King Realm opponent. In this chaotic era, the Qinghua king harbored aspirations of becoming a ruler of a dynasty. He never anticipated encountering such a formidable body cultivator here. He had heard tales of the might of body cultivators at the king level, and he hastily called out, "Brother, I do not wish to engage in a death struggle with you. I urge you not to act impulsively." "Apologies, but it is too late," the blood giant spoke in a deep, thunderous tone. Subsequently, the blood demon shattering heaven fist was unleashed, an overwhelming force of blood energy hurtling towards the blue serpent. Chapter 34. He is playing a grand game. The Qinghua king had not expected Han Yu to be so domineering. He could only hastily employ spiritual techniques to manipulate his spirit artifact for defense. Unfortunately, as soon as his spiritual arts were cast upon Han Yu, they were shattered by a single punch. As for the spirit artifact, it was sent flying, unable to withstand even a moment's pressure. This the might of body cultivation? Terrifying. No, could it be that this man is the one from the recent rumors? It must be him. Damn it. Why am I so unfortunate to encounter this harbinger of doom? Panic surged within the Qinghua king's heart, his eyes filled with trepidation. As a king-level cultivator, he had long heard of the events that transpired in the Dine Empire a few months ago. That body cultivator had single-handedly annihilated 2 major sects and several kings. Now, facing him alone, even with the support of national fortune, he was absolutely no match. Realizing this, he quickly exclaimed, "Senior, I acknowledge my mistakes. It was my folly not to recognize the gravity of the situation. Please spare my life." The Qinghua king, self-assured in his abilities, was reluctant to bow easily. However, facing the terrifying reputation and combat prowess of the man before him, he genuinely wished to avoid death. Regrettably, the body cultivator remained silent, the blood giant relentlessly pummeling the blue serpent until it burst apart. The Qinghua king was filled with regret, thinking he should not have spoken out. What did it matter if this harbinger of doom killed Jibuchang? Now he found himself in such a predicament, all due to his own folly. "You have brought about my demise." The Qinghua king glared resentfully at Jibuchang, who lay on the ground, bloodied and on the brink of death, yet still cognizant of the dire situation. "How could this be? How did I offend a king-level cultivator? I was only provoking a bunch of useless fools." Jibuchang felt a sense of indignation, ultimately transforming into a lament. he had come to comprehend that this was what they referred to as karmic retribution. Although the women he had preyed upon were of common lineage, he could bear the consequences, yet the sheer number of his victims had compounded the weight of karma to an unbearable extent. The former Jibwachang had been a skeptic of cause and effect, but now he found himself somewhat convinced. Before his thoughts could fully settle, the ethereal manifestation of the Qinghua King's spirit was shattered in midair, and his corporeal form was sent crashing into the Chengdu Wei mansion. The ground fractured, and debris was sent flying. With a bitter smile etched across his face and blood trickling from his lips, the Qinghua King gazed at the masked figure approaching him, his tone laden with melancholy. "Predecessor, I bear no enmity towards you. My misfortune today is a result of my own blindness. Should you insist on taking my life, could you grant me the clarity of understanding my fate? May I inquire your esteemed name and origin?" The Qinghua King was indeed curious. The rulers of Qingzhou were all well known, yet here emerged a mysterious figure of royal cultivation. "You need not concern yourself with such matters," came the frigid reply, extinguishing any flicker of hope within him. He had not anticipated that even this modest request would be denied, rendering his demise all the more unjust, just as despair enveloped him. The masked man extended his hand. "Surrender your life essence, and you may yet live." In that moment, the Qinghua King felt as if he had been granted a reprieve from death, without a hint of hesitation. He pressed his finger to his brow and relinquished his life essence. Upon witnessing Han Yu collect it, the Qinghua King, almost involuntarily, uttered, "Did you not say that to defy your will is to court death?" "Indeed," Han Yu replied nonchalantly. "However, whether you live or die is merely a matter of thought." Hearing this, the Qinghua King could not help but chuckle bitterly, realizing the capricious nature of his predecessor. He was a ruler, and yet his life hung by a thread at the whim of another. Yet in the next instant, a realization struck him. This predecessor had never intended to kill him. Otherwise, based on his previous exploits, ending his life would have been a matter of a single strike. Yet he had managed to withstand at least 10 blows, which was utterly illogical. The Qinghua King possessed a clear understanding of his own strength. He had received reports of Han Yu single-handedly slaying several royal figures, including a few peak royal beings. If Han Yu truly wished to end his life, even the weight of national fortune could not shield him from annihilation. He quickly deduced the reasoning behind Han Yu's actions. The predecessor had initially threatened to kill him only to defeat him and then grant him mercy, aiming to ensure he accepted his loss with grace. It was only when one faced death that the value of life became apparent. Had Han Yu demanded his life essence from the outset, he would have surely refused. However, being threatened with death first and then spared left him with no room for hesitation. This method was undoubtedly more efficient for Han Yu, sparing him the need for elaborate explanations. Having come to this understanding, the Qinghua King sighed, feeling no resentment, but rather a newfound admiration for his counterpart. After all, had Han Yu demanded his life essence from the start, his refusal would have led to a more embarrassing confrontation, revealing his fear of death and potentially undermining his resolve as a cultivator. But Han Yu's approach was straightforward and forceful, leaving him devoid of such inner turmoil, and he felt genuinely convinced. The so-called inner demons and crumbling resolve were merely matters of thought. Han Yu's method, in his view, was far superior to any other. The more he contemplated, the clearer everything became, filling him with a sense of gratitude towards Han Yu. In truth, Han Yu had not overthought the situation. As he had stated, the decision to kill or spare was merely a fleeting thought for him. "Predecessor, having heard of your illustrious achievements, I have long held you in high regard. Now that my life essence lies within your grasp, you need not worry about my revealing your identity. May I be granted the honor of seeing your true visage?" The Qinghua King inquired. The tales of the mysterious figure who had slain numerous rulers had circulated fervently among the high-ranking cultivators of Qingzhou, and he now felt a kinship with this enigmatic individual, driven by a desire to uncover the truth. "When the time is right, you shall know. Do not be overly curious. Curiosity may lead to peril." Han Yu replied coolly. The Qinghua King immediately nodded in agreement, recognizing his own overreach. "Then, is there anything you require of me?" Han Yu pondered for a moment before responding. "Not at present, but soon there will be. For now, Pursue your own endeavors. The critical moment. I shall inform you of what needs to be done. The Qinghua king nodded, refraining from further inquiries, sensing that this predecessor was orchestrating a grand scheme. As Han Yu approached Ji Buchang to escort him away, a sudden tremor ran through his heart. The talisman I left for my junior sister has shattered. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed his foot down forcefully, causing the ground to quake. Han Yu's figure soared into the air around him crackling as he leapt repeatedly, breaking free from the confines of the Longqing city formation, whereupon a Qinglian Xianjian manifested beneath him, transforming into a streak of ethereal light and vanishing into the horizon. Witnessing this spectacle, the Qinghua king swallowed hard, realizing that the predecessor had shown him far too much leniency. Who could have anticipated that not only was this figure a formidable corporeal cultivator, but his mastery of spiritual energy had also undoubtedly reached royal heights. In their recent confrontation, he had likely not even unleashed a fraction of his true power, had not this benevolent predecessor spared his life. He would have been reduced to mere ashes. Within the city occupied by the Red Robe Army, a solitary figure stood in the air, emanating an oppressive royal aura that caused many cultivators below to prostrate themselves. Utterly immobilized, a band of traitors deserved nothing less than death. Chang Hui cast a cold gaze downward, finally locking onto Ji Yinling among the throng. Channeling his spiritual energy, he conjured a massive hand intent on seizing Ji Yinling. "Stop!" Zhao Hongying coldly snorted, summoning her spiritual manifestation to charge at the colossal hand. Overestimating your abilities, the spiritual hand seized Zhao Hongying's manifestation effortlessly, and with a surge of power, it began to disintegrate her form piece by piece. "Strike! If she dies, we shall perish as well. Hold on just a moment until that predecessor arrives." Several spiritual realm cultivators who had their life essences seized rapidly communicated before activating their manifestations to assault the gigantic hand. Ha ha ha! A swarm of ants dares to resist this king. Chang Hui reveled in their futile defiance. After claiming kingship, he had longed to test the might of royal power, and now the opportunity had presented itself. Boom! He unleashed his own manifestation, transforming into a colossal fiery giant, the essence of royal intent entwining around him. With a casual wave of his hand, he rent asunder one of the spiritual manifestations, reducing it to a flurry of a SHI in mere moments. The remaining spiritual manifestations fell, including Zhao Hongying's. Chang Hui paid no heed to the fallen, his unwavering gaze fixed solely on Ji Yinling, his fiery hand lunging forward. "It is your turn." Ji Yinling dared not hesitate and immediately shattered the talisman her senior brother had given her. In the next instant, a torrent of formidable spiritual energy erupted, obliterating all flames that sought to engulf her. This spiritual barrier can withstand my royal intent. Chapter 35. The Wine Sword Immortal Unleashed. Today we drink and be merry. Chang Hui paused momentarily, though not overly surprised. After all, Ji Yinling had joined the Yuxian sect and possessed the talent of a sacred body. So having some means of protection was entirely reasonable, a mere spiritual barrier. Let this king show you how to shatter it. Chang Hui, brimming with confidence, manipulated his spiritual manifestation, channeling the royal essence as he struck down upon Ji Yinling's barrier. Boom! With a single punch, the ground surrounding the barrier fractured, collapsing into a deep pit. Yet the spiritual barrier remained unyielding, merely dimming its glow slightly. What? Could it be a spiritual protection left by a peak royal? He dismissed it, resolute in his belief that even the strongest barrier could be shattered by him. Chang Hui was determined, having firmly allied himself with the great Yin Empire, unafraid of retribution from the Yuxian sect. As long as I can capture Ji Yinling, all will be worth it, Chang Hui mused inwardly. Within the confines of the spiritual barrier, Ji Yinling assessed the intensity of the assault from outside. Remaining entirely composed, a reincarnation of the empress, she had faced numerous similar situations in her past life. With my current strength, if I were to unleash my full potential, I could very well slay a king. Yet, such an action would come at a significant cost. Never mind, I shall bide my time and await my senior brother's return. Historically, Ji Yinling had approached such conflicts with a mindset of indifference. willing to face death head-on. Possessing the Fire Phoenix sacred body, even in dire straits, she could be reborn from flames. In her past life, she had carved her path to the Emperor's realm by overcoming formidable foes through adversity. However, in this life, with her senior brother's protection, she felt no urgency to act recklessly. The talisman had shattered. Her senior brother would surely arrive promptly, though she could not ascertain whether he would make it in time. His strength was unfathomable, and she was confident he would arrive when needed. Ji Yanling, for reasons unbeknownst to her, harbored an inexplicable trust in Han Yu, a sentiment that had escalated to a rather foolish extent. She disregarded Chang Hui's onslaught, her gaze piercing through the barrier of spiritual energy, fixated on the distant horizon. Yanling yearned for her esteemed senior brother to soar on his flying sword, to turn the tide at the last moment and rescue her from peril. Even if she were a reincarnated empress, she longed to witness that heroic scene of a gallant savior. Time slipped away swiftly, the radiance of the spiritual barrier dimming progressively, while Chang Hui's grotesque visage became increasingly vivid. As the imminent threat loomed closer, the calmness within Yanling began to wane, prompting her to lament silently. How foolish I am! Senior brother has already gone to Qingsheng, at such a great distance. How could he possibly return within the span of a mere incense stick? Am I not placing undue burdens upon him? Ji Yanling, you are a dignified empress. How can you rely so heavily on your senior brother? In your past life, you endured countless tribulations, traversing mountains of corpses and seas of blood to attain the throne. Do you truly wish to ascend to power in this life without struggle? Everything must be achieved through your own efforts. A bitter smile curled at the corners of Ji Yanling's lips as she mocked her own naivety. Her senior brother had already treated her with great kindness. How could she expect him to solve her crises when she herself ought to confront them? Clutching the Honglian sword tightly, a glimmer of resilience flickered in her eyes as she gazed at her adversary in the sky. The pride that belonged to an empress surged forth from Ji Yanling. In that moment, she transformed back into the unparalleled sovereign of slaughter. In her previous life, she commanded the boundless realm of fire, vanquishing countless formidable foes. How could a mere king hope to contend with her? This empress shall carve her path through adversity. With a crack, the spiritual barrier shattered, and Chang Hui's face broke into a grin. At last it has crumbled. Ji Yanling, if you surrender without a fight, I, in consideration of your royal bloodline, may spare you some suffering. Chang Hui's gaze turned frigid, yet Ji Yanling merely scoffed. Surrender? Ha! That term does not exist in my lexicon. Stubborn and unyielding. Chang Hui scoffed derisively, ceasing his words, and unleashed the true essence of a king, charging towards Ji Yanling. Not far away, Zhao Hongying, blood trickling from her lips, found herself gravely injured, witnessing the unfolding scene. She could only cry out in desperation, "Your Highness, flee quickly!" Before her voice could dissipate, Ji Yanling was already engaged in fierce combat with the manifestation of Chang Hui's divine essence, her body ablaze with spiritual energy as she danced and evaded. Drawing upon her peak cultivation at the Dan formation stage, she managed to evade several attacks from the King Realm practitioner, leaving numerous scars upon his divine manifestation. This enraged Chang Hui beyond measure. As a powerful king, it was humiliating for him to be wounded by someone of the Dan formation stage, even if the injuries were trivial. Annoying pest, does he truly believe I am afraid to strike with full force? With that thought, Chang Hui prepared to unleash his might and swiftly subdue Ji Yanling. Just then, a chilling roar echoed from the heavens, amplified by spiritual energy. How dare you lay hands on my junior sister? You seek death. A streak of sword light entered everyone's view, and Zhao Hongying, along with the other practitioners of the divine essence realm, displayed expressions of joy. Our master has returned. We are saved, though their life essences were in Zhao Hongying's hands. The divine essence practitioners acknowledge Han Yu as their master in their hearts. Initially, they may have felt some resentment, but upon reflecting on his talents and strength, they suddenly felt it was not a loss at all. Especially after witnessing Han Yu's spiritual barrier withstand the assault of a King Realm practitioner for such an extended duration. Their confidence in his extraordinary capabilities solidified, They recognized that the aura of that spiritual barrier could not be mistaken. It was undeniably identical to Han Yu's essence, distinct from any other king's methods, in stark contrast to the excitement of the divine essence practitioners. Chang Hui, upon hearing the thunderous shout, merely cast a cold gaze towards the sky. However, as he sensed the speed of the sword light, a jolt ran through his heart. Such rapid sword flight. Could this person also be a king? Impossible. The intelligence provided by the Dian Empire indicated that Ji Yanling was merely accompanied by a practitioner of the Dan formation stage. He had just referred to Ji Yanling as junior sister. Could he possibly be that so-called senior brother? With such speed in sword flight, you dare to call this a mere Dan formation practitioner? Chang Hui's heart stirred with tumultuous emotions, yet he maintained an air of calm. As the current ruler of the Blaze Fire dynasty, he remained unperturbed even when facing a peak king realm practitioner within his own territory. What if this individual is Ji Yanling's senior brother? It changes nothing regarding the outcome. Without a hint of hesitation, he retrieved his royal seal and bellowed, "The destiny of the dynasty shall suppress foreign foes." Compared to the territorial fortune summoned by the Qinghua dynasty, Chang Hui's was far superior. Even if the Blaze Fire dynasty were currently fractured, it still possessed the resilience of a centipede that refuses to die. As the ruler of the dynasty, he still held significant advantages. Boom! 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 An invisible force surged towards Han Yu from all directions, causing his speed in sword flight to slow dramatically. Observing this, Chang Hui felt a sense of relief and spoke with an air of nonchalance. "Foreign kings, why do you enter the territory of my Blaze Fire dynasty without prior notice? Today, I have matters to attend to, so I shall not hold this against you. Depart swiftly." His voice boomed, echoing with the authority of a sovereign, amplified by spiritual energy. Under the suppression of the royal fortune, Han Yu sneered in response. "Are you trying to act tough?" With a jolt of energy coursing through his body. The pressure of the royal fortune dissipated instantly, followed by an explosive surge of spiritual energy from within. The carefully honed spiritual energy surged forth, coalescing into numerous flying swords. Spiritual technique. 10,000 swords return to one. Upon witnessing Han Yu's intent to utilize the royal fortune as a basis for his spiritual technique, Chang Hui's heart quaked. With the royal fortune enhancing and suppressing him, he sensed an overwhelming danger emanating from that technique. Chang Hui muttered to himself, "Thank goodness for the protection and suppression of the royal fortune. If this were outside, even 10 of me could not withstand the might of that technique," just as he felt a sense of security. Believing he had stabilized the situation, Han Yu nonchalantly retrieved the Qiankuan gourd and took a hearty swig of potent liquor. Boom! An ethereal figure materialized behind Han Yu, a dashing young man clad in white. One hand grasped a long sword, while the other held a wine jug, exuding an aura of carefree elegance. Live for today, drink for today. Tomorrow's worries shall wait until tomorrow, infusing wine into the sword's path, transforming countless sword energies to cleave through the injustices of the world. Go! The ethereal figure waved casually, causing torrents of liquor to cascade down upon the spiritual swords forged from the 10,000 swords returned to one technique. In an instant, the myriad spiritual swords hummed to life, their power surging exponentially. Feeling the terrifying might emanating from the swords, Chang Hui's composure shattered. He cried out in panic, "Stop! I am," before Chang Hui could finish his declaration. The multitude of spiritual swords soared forth, blotting out the sky as they hurtled towards him. Chapter 36. The Slaying of the Ruler of the Blaze Fire Dynasty. The kings gathered to discuss the annihilation of the red-robed army. No, at this moment, Chang Hui's heart surged with a tempest of emotions, predominantly shock and regret. He could not fathom why this individual, whose aura clearly belonged to the Dan formation stage, could unleash combat prowess that eclipsed even the pinnacle of the king realm. Simultaneously, his heart brimmed with regret. Had he known this would occur, he would have remained hidden within the royal city, content to be the ruler. The royal city was protected by the guardians of the 3 great sentinel cities. Unless a sovereign intervened, it was virtually impregnable. He had been too greedy, unsatisfied with merely occupying the position of ruler. Amidst the chaos of emotions, Chang Hui's divine essence manifestation was pierced by the storm of spiritual swords. His kingly true essence shattered one after another, ultimately dissolving into countless bubbles. Thus, the ruler of the Blaze Fire Dynasty fell into oblivion. Within the city, all the soldiers and divine essence practitioners exchanged glances, their eyes revealing mutual astonishment. Our master is simply too formidable. This is the ruler of the Blaze Fire Dynasty, and he was slain with such ease. Our life essences were not given in vain. Following such a master ensures a bright future. The excitement of everyone overflowed, and the entire red-robed army erupted with fervor. Everyone wished to follow a strong leader, for such an alliance would allow them to survive longer amidst the chaos of the world. The original red-robed army had merely been pawns of various factions within the Blaze Fire Dynasty. Had they not been intended to disrupt the situation, they would have been eradicated by those kings long ago. Throughout, no one had regarded the red-robed army seriously. They were merely seen as small fish stirring the waters. The true overlords remained those few kings who sought to alter the balance and entirely consume the fortunes of the Blaze Fire Dynasty. Yet now, everything had changed. Their red-robed army also had a king to command. Moreover, they had just slain that contemptible ruler with a single strike. Amidst the gazes of the crowd, Han Yu casually waved and seized Chang Hui's storage ring and the royal seal, gently descending beside Ji Yanling. "Junior sister, are you unharmed?" Han Yu inquired, looking at Ji Yanling, who stood gracefully, her face radiant with a smile, her autumn-like eyes shimmering with tender affection as they fixed unwaveringly upon him. Ji Yanling's affection level increased by 1, reaching 97. Their current state was one of intimate closeness. The current investment target is on the verge of complete conquest. Please continue your efforts, host. Upon completion of this conquest, the next investment target will be unlocked. Upon noticing the system prompt, Han Yu was momentarily taken aback. System, what does this strategy imply? Ding! Once the affection level of the investment target reaches 100%, it signifies complete conquest. The investment target will obey the host unconditionally, allowing the host to unlock any desired poses. Furthermore, the investment target shall remain eternally loyal to the host, unwavering unto death. Han Yu replied, aren't you an investment system? Why does this sound rather frivolous? Ding! Investment is merely a means. Winning hearts is the true path to success. To ensure that the host's investments yield substantial returns, the system will meticulously select suitable investment targets, ensuring that the host's investment is of exceptional value. How considerate of you, system. Han Yu scoffed inwardly. Regaining his composure, he noticed Ji Yanling gazing at him with deep affection, prompting him to clear his throat twice. Junior sister, I believe this item is meant for you. Han Yu extended the National Lord's seal, and only then did Ji Yanling come to her senses, her cheeks flushing crimson. The scene of her senior brother slaying the enemy was simply too impressive, leaving her utterly enthralled, and upon regaining her composure, she felt immensely bashful. Ji Yanling quickly averted her gaze towards the National Lord's seal. Senior brother, this is of no use to me. Before Han Yu could respond, Zhao Hongying approached. Your Highness, with this National Lord's seal, our Red Garment Army can harness the national fortune, undoubtedly aiding you in ascending to the throne. Ji Yanling furrowed her brow, replying slowly, I have little interest in becoming the National Lord. Upon hearing Ji Yanling's refusal, Zhao Hongying's expression dimmed, though she refrained from pressing the matter further. At this juncture, Han Yu interjected, Junior sister, why not assume the role of National Lord for a while? This would facilitate your swift cultivation to the King realm. Ji Yanling paused at his words, meeting Han Yu's gaze, from which she discerned encouragement. It dawned on her that her senior brother intended for her to become a National Lord of the Blazing Fire Dynasty. No, her senior brother's vision could not be so limited. Could it be that he wished to help her establish the Blazing Fire Dynasty first, then gather strength to counterattack the Great Flame Dynasty? Yes, it must be so. Her senior brother surely understood the enmity between her and the Great Flame Dynasty and aimed to assist her in resolving it swiftly. He was right. With the blessing of national fortune, she could indeed accelerate her breakthrough to the King realm. If she could conquer the Great Flame Dynasty and gain its national fortune, her advancement would be even swifter. Thus, her senior brother was paving the way for her cultivation journey. He was exceedingly kind to her. With this realization, Ji Yanling gazed at Han Yu with even more affection. Her conjecture was accurate. Han Yu genuinely sought to help her conquer the Blazing Fire dynasty, thereby significantly hastening her cultivation pace and facilitating his own investment returns. After all, her cultivation progress was indicative of Han Yu's own advancement. If he did not care for his junior sister, who would? Having come to this understanding, Ji Yanling no longer resisted, promptly grasping the National Lord's seal and resolutely declared to Han Yu, "Senior brother, I shall not disappoint your expectations," observing his junior sister's compliance. Han Yu affectionately ruffled her hair. "Rest assured, no matter what occurs, your senior brother will always support you from behind." And Zhao Honging, witnessing Ji Yanling's agreement to become the leader of the Red Garment Army, was elated beyond measure and immediately began notifying the three armies. The powerful beings at the spirit realm, upon hearing this news, secretly marveled, thinking that their master was exceedingly generous towards this junior sister. The position of National Lord was being freely bestowed upon her, without hesitation. Such a benevolent senior brother was truly rare. However, they soon realized that their master possessed unparalleled talent and likely deemed the national fortune's blessing beneath him. Meanwhile, within the palace of the Blazing Fire dynasty, the news of the extinguished soul lamp of National Lord Chang Hui had already spread. The three kings guarding the city were profoundly shaken by this revelation. Chang Hui had embarked on a secret mission, and they could not fathom his audacity to wade into such murky waters. To their astonishment, he had perished so swiftly and without a trace. Though he was inept, he was still the National Lord, protected by the national fortune. The fact that he was slain was a testament to the wisdom of the three kings, who had wisely refrained from provoking the pair of siblings. The three kings promptly decided to recreate the seal, consolidating the national fortune of the dynasty. Although the new seal was inferior to the old one, the royal city was situated upon a dragon vein, allowing them to gather a significant portion of the dispersed national fortune. Initially, the three kings believed that Chang Hui had been slain by a master from the Immortal Wanderers sect, but as days passed, the truth gradually emerged, leaving them in shock. The one who had killed Chang Hui was, in fact, a young genius from the Immortal Wanderers sect. Moreover, this young man intended to assist Ji Yanling in seizing the position of National Lord of the Blazing Fire dynasty. Upon receiving this news, apart from the three kings of the royal family, the other several nobles of the Blazing Fire dynasty were equally astounded. Some, upon regaining their composure, felt a surge of indignation and angrily exclaimed, "Impudent youth! Just because you have slain a useless king realm figure, do you think you can rampage through the Blazing Fire dynasty? I refuse to believe that you can turn the tides." Others remained silent, pondering their course of action. Meanwhile, at the royal city, the three kings received messages from various nobles, most of which contained a singular directive: for all the kings of the Blazing Fire dynasty to unite and jointly besiege the Red Garment Army. Chapter 37. The choices of the three kings of the Blazing Fire dynasty at the royal city of the Blazing Fire dynasty. The three kings convened as royal relatives. They possessed the authority to harness the national fortune. In a state blessed by the national fortune, their combat prowess exceeded that of ordinary king realm experts. Led by Chong Mingho, they began deliberating based on the recent intelligence gathered. Have you made up your minds? Shall we heed the call of the other kings and join in the assault on the Red Garment Army? Chong Mingho initiated the discussion as per customary. The other two kings exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. I see no necessity for that. Even with the assistance of that young king, the Red Garment Army does not pose a threat as significant as that of the other kings. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. We should continue to observe from the sidelines as we have before. Upon hearing the conclusion of the two kings, Chong Mingho shook his head. This time, we cannot remain passive spectators any longer. I have decided to answer the call of the other kings. The remaining two were taken aback, failing to comprehend Chong Mingho's strategy. If they truly intended to act against Ji Yanling, they would first need to deal with that young king, which would undoubtedly provoke the Immortal Wanderers sect. Yes, that young king is exceptionally gifted if misfortune befalls him. Given Master Lu's temperament, the Immortal Wanderers sect would surely retaliate without hesitation. Both were deeply concerned and opposed to Chong Mingho's proposal. Chang Mingho, however, simply smiled. Who said anything about us acting against the Red Garment Army? Who suggested that I intend to engage in battle with that young king? Upon hearing this, the two kings were momentarily stunned before they quickly grasped Chang Mingho's meaning. Their hearts racing. Are we perhaps going to assist Ji Yanling in ascending to the position of national lord? This would certainly incur the wrath of the Great Flame Dynasty. Indeed, we cannot afford to offend the Immortal Wanderers sect. Nor can we provoke the Great Flame Dynasty. Both understood the survival tactics of smaller nations, to navigate between two powers without offending either, ensuring their survival in the narrow margins. Chang Mingho, however, shook his head. Do you believe we can maintain a neutral stance at this point? That is impossible, since that young king is determined to elevate Ji Yanling to the position of national lord. We must choose a side. It is far better to align ourselves early than to wait until it is too late. After receiving a message from the Great Flame Dynasty, I dispatched someone to investigate matters concerning Ji Yanling and the Immortal Wanderers sect. And the intelligence suggests that this young man likely hails from a major power in the upper state. Upon hearing this, the two kings were taken aback and quickly inquired about the authenticity of the information. Chang Mingho replied nonchalantly, regardless of whether this news is true or false, we have at least confirmed one thing. This young man is indeed extraordinarily gifted and likely possesses a celestial body. Such a prodigy should either be left alone, or if provoked, must be eradicated entirely. Given our strength, we cannot afford to provoke him, regardless of whether he is from a major power in the upper state or merely the Immortal Wanderers sect. Since we cannot afford to provoke him, we should instead seek to establish goodwill and cultivate a positive relationship. I believe the Great Flame Dynasty shares this sentiment. Their orders for us to act are likely a ploy to test the young man's capabilities. Chang Mingho's analysis prompted the other two kings to nod in agreement, silently acknowledging his astuteness. Since we must choose a side, assisting Ji Yanling in ascending to power would undoubtedly benefit the Blazing Fire Dynasty. Firstly, she carries the bloodline of our royal family. Helping her eliminate the obstacles posed by the other nobles would also bolster our ruling position. Secondly, with such a senior brother by her side, should he achieve success in his cultivation, he will undoubtedly extend his support and favor towards our Blazing Fire Dynasty. Lastly, she is exceptionally talented, a promising prospect we must not allow to slip away to the Great Flame Dynasty, as we did in the past. In summary, our Blazing Fire Dynasty must seize this opportunity, which may not only liberate us from the shackles of the Great Flame Dynasty, but also elevate us to greater heights. The two individuals, upon hearing this, were convinced and expressed their agreement with Chang Mingho's words that, if that is the case, let us feign compliance with the call of the kings, identify the right moment, and eliminate those treacherous ministers and traitors. A glimmer of determination flickered in Chang Mingho's eyes, and the other two also displayed a surge of fighting spirit. They had been safeguarding the royal city for quite some time, and their impatience to demonstrate their sovereign might was palpable. Were it not for the need to protect the royal city, guard the dragon vein, and maintain the greater good, how could they remain indifferent to the chaos engulfing the dynasty? Now, the opportunity has finally arrived. In the territories of the Blazing Fire Dynasty, upon receiving the response from the three kings, many rulers felt an overwhelming excitement. The opportunity has finally come. If those three old fellows leave the royal city, I shall have a chance to invade and seize the dragon vein of the Blazing Fire Dynasty. First, I will capture that Ji Yanling. With her, I am certain to gain the support of the Great Flame Dynasty, making the assault on the royal city a mere, trifling matter. The ease with which the three kings agreed to the summons begs the question, have they completely submitted to the Great Flame Dynasty? There seems to be more to this than meets the eye. Each ruler harbored their own thoughts, and regardless of their intentions, they pretended to heed the call and began dispatching troops towards the cities occupied by the red-clad army. Meanwhile, the red-clad army had already learned of the movements of various factions, leading to widespread anxiety. They could hardly have anticipated that the rulers of the entire Blazing Fire Dynasty would unite against the red-clad army. Could their youthful sovereign truly withstand this onslaught? In the council chamber, one of the advisors urged, "My lord, I believe it would be wise for you to avoid the spotlight for now and leave the Blazing Fire Dynasty." Indeed, Those rulers dare to act in such a manner, indicating their complete allegiance to the Great Flame Dynasty, and perhaps even the backing of that dynasty itself. Otherwise, such unity would be inconceivable if my lord does not wish to depart. We could also seek assistance from the Yuxian sect, requesting a few peak masters to bolster our confidence. The strong spirits of the Yuanshan realm echoed their agreement, acknowledging the current state of the red-clad army, which, apart from Hanyu, consisted of but a handful of capable individuals. Hanyu reclined in a grand armchair, casually sipping from a wine gourd. Yinling held a platter of fruit, feeding him with a leisurely demeanor. "Let them come. There is no need to seek aid from the Yuxian sect," Hanyu stated nonchalantly. Several Yuanshan realm experts analyzed the situation, emphasizing the strength of those rulers and the gravity of the circumstances. Hanyu merely stretched and calmly uttered, "It matters not. I shall intervene." He then departed the council chamber, intending to take a brief rest. The Yuanshan realm experts exchanged glances, turning to Ji Yinling in hopes that she might persuade Hanyu. However, Ji Yinling merely smiled lightly. "Since my senior brother has chosen this course, he must have his reasons. There is no need for you to fear. Simply go and stabilize the morale of the troops." With that, she followed in Hanyu's footsteps, leaving the chamber. "Senior brother, wait for me," Ji Yinling called out, joining him side by side. Observing how his junior sister seemed to blossom with beauty, Hanyu felt a surge of happiness. Having an enchanting companion certainly lightened his spirits. "Oh, I almost forgot something. Junior sister, I have a gift for you." Hanyu retrieved a teleportation talisman from his storage ring and handed it to Ji Yinling. "Is this a sacred artifact?" Ji Yinling's eyes lit up, astonished that her senior brother would gift her such a treasure. Aside from the Red Lotus Sword she received as a system reward, she truly had little of value. "Yes, this is the teleportation talisman. If the battles ahead grow fierce, take cover," Hanyu advised. While the talisman was of little use to him, it could prove to be a lifesaver for Ji Yinling. It was likely that even an average ruler would find it difficult to capture her. After pondering for a moment, Hanyu also presented Ji Yinling with the crimson iron shield he had obtained from the Crown Prince. Previously, he had refrained from handling the spoils to avoid exposing his involvement in the Crown Prince's demise. Now, however, he felt unencumbered by fear of the Great Flame Dynasty. After bestowing these two sacred artifacts upon Ji Yinling, Hanyu yawned, reminded her to diligently cultivate her skills, and then departed. Holding the two sacred artifacts gifted by Hanyu, Ji Yinling felt warmth in her heart, silently appreciating her senior brother's kindness. At that moment, Zhao Hongying approached. Observing the two artifacts, her heart stirred. Having witnessed Hanyu's generous act, she first marveled at his magnanimity, but upon recognizing the artifact's significance, she was taken aback. Sacred artifacts in the Qingzhou region were exceedingly rare. Even rulers could only wield top-tier spirit artifacts. Only major powers such as the Great Flame Dynasty, Yuxian sect, and Tianshui sect, which possessed rulers, could afford a few. Thus, each sacred artifact was renowned, and she recalled that the teleportation talisman and crimson iron shield were indeed in the hands of the Great Flame Dynasty. The fact that Hanyu had given them to Ji Yinling could not signify his allegiance to the Great Flame Dynasty. Therefore, only one possibility remained. Zhao Hongying recalled the significant events that had transpired in the Great Flame Dynasty during that period. Her heart racing. Senior Han has to be the mysterious figure who killed the Crown Prince. Not only that, but he had also single-handedly vanquished two major sects and slain several rulers. No wonder he was so confident. It seemed that even if the rulers of the entire Blazing Fire Dynasty joined forces, they would be unable to contend with him. Chapter 38. Senior Han turns out to be that mysterious body cultivator. Zhao Hongying had initially thought that Hanyu was merely formidable in chi refinement. She never imagined he was the mysterious body cultivator who had made waves in Qingzhou recently. Mastery in both chi refinement and body cultivation. What a prodigy! Could it be true, as the rumors suggested, that Senior Han hailed from the upper province as a genius? Now, I finally understand why the princess speaks so highly of her senior brother. I had thought that the strength he displayed was astonishing enough, but it turns out to be just the tip of the iceberg. I heard he is of similar age to the princess, even 3 years younger than I thought. Alas, how infuriating it is to compare oneself to others. Days passed in the blink of an eye. Within the Blazing Fire Dynasty, millions of troops gathered, encircling the territory of the red-clad army. The red-clad army, now reduced to mere tens of thousands, faced an overwhelming enemy force, seemingly facing inevitable annihilation. On this day, in the territory of the red-clad army, the clang of metal and the rumble of hooves echoed as the army surrounded them, leaving them with no avenue for escape. Only the prospect of a desperate battle remained. Outside the city, in a certain estate, several distinguished cultivators arrived in succession that a banquet was being held here, spearheaded by the three kings of the Blazing Fire dynasty, with all the rulers in attendance. In the grand hall, music and dance filled the air as king-level experts took their seats one after another. But the head of the hall, Chong Mingho stroked his long beard, waiting in silence. The Long Wind King has arrived. The Blue Fire King has arrived. The Golden Lance King has arrived. Soon, all the rulers of the Blazing Fire dynasty had gathered, each bearing smiles, their eyes reflecting a profound seriousness. Ha ha, esteemed Elder Jiming, it has been too long since we last met. It must be nearly a decade since our last parting, and you have finally deigned to leave the royal city. The robust Golden Lance King was the first to speak. Clad in golden battle armor, exuding an air of vigor and decisiveness, the Golden Lance King was a martial cultivator, exceptionally skilled in close-quarters combat, and was among the strongest of the more than 10 rulers in the Blazing Fire dynasty. Without the protection of national fortune, even Chong Mingho would not dare claim victory over him. Upon hearing the Golden Lance King's words, Chong Mingho smiled lightly. It was only natural for the Golden Lance King, who had been frequenting the Great Flame dynasty, to have not been seen for so long. Had he truly wished to meet the old man, the royal city was not far away. The Golden Lance King discerned the deeper meaning of Chong Mingho's words and immediately burst into hearty laughter. Elder Jiming speaks truthfully. However, my visits to the Great Flame dynasty were solely for the purpose of cultivation. You are well aware that only there can one find royal-level martial cultivators in the Qingzhou region. Over these years, I have learned much from the Red Tiger ruler. I wonder when Elder Jiming might have the opportunity to spar with this junior. A glint of battle intent flashed in the Golden Lance King's eyes. Chong Mingho smiled lightly, replying, "At my age, I fear I may not be a worthy opponent for you, Golden Lance King." The Golden Lance King waved his hand dismissively, laughing. "Elder Jiming, you truly are humble. You are a well-established ruler in both the Blazing Fire dynasty and the entire Qingzhou region. I have only cultivated for a mere 300 years. How could I possibly be your match? I propose we do not wait for another opportunity. Let us duel today," as the King of the Golden Spear spoke. The intensity of battle intent in his eyes grew increasingly palpable. That it was evident that he had not come merely to partake in the banquet. Rather, his true aim was directed at Chong Mingho. In fact, none of the assembled sovereigns were present merely for the feast. They all understood that the fate of the entire Blaze Empire and the distribution of interests among all sovereigns would likely be settled today. Chong Mingho regarded the King of the Golden Spear and then cast a glance at the other sovereigns, his face, lined with wrinkles, unfolding like an old chrysanthemum. King of the Golden Spear, I am aware that you all aspire to usurp the throne. However, I wonder if you possess the capability to gnaw through this old man's formidable bones." Rising from his seat, Chong Mingho was joined by the other two members of the royal family, who also stood. The smile on the King of the Golden Spear instantly morphed into a fierce expression, and the battle intent in his eyes intensified yet again. "This hard bone you speak of may not be as unyielding as you imagine. Even if I consume it entirely, it shall not impede my progress." As he spoke, 5 sovereigns stood alongside him, clearly signaling their allegiance to his side, together with the King of the Golden Spear. They formed a formidable coalition of 6 sovereigns, while the royal faction consisted of merely 3.2 sovereigns remained present, the King of Long Wind and the King of Blue Flame. The King of the Golden Spear cast a glance at the two, unable to suppress a smile. "King of Long Wind, do you still persist in your allegiance to the Blaze royal family?" The King of Long Wind, a slender man, surveyed the King of the Golden Spear and his allies, snorting disdainfully. "Our lineage has endured until this day solely due to the blessings of the ancestors of the Blaze Empire. We shall not forget our roots." As he spoke, he rose slowly and took his place beside the 3 kings of Blaze. The other sovereigns expressed no surprise at this outcome. To them, The king of Long Wind epitomized the most foolish loyalty. Amidst the recent turmoil, he had been the most proactive in quelling the rebellion. The Blaze Empire's dragon vein consisted of one main vein and 3 tributaries, one of which was guarded by the king of Long Wind in Wind and Rain City. Were it not for his obligation to protect the dragon vein, he might have taken a more aggressive stance to quell the unrest. The other 2 tributaries were under the watch of the king of the Golden Spear and the king of Blue Flame, both of whom were inherently restless, each desiring to ascend to the throne of the Blaze Empire. However, that was in the past. The current king of Blue Flame no longer harbored such aspirations. The reason was simple. His life essence had been pledged to another, and should the position of the Blaze Empire's sovereign be filled, it would be by his own master. Yet he remained uncertain whether his mysterious master would even wish to assume that role, leaving him to continue along his own path of development. Noticing that all eyes were upon him, the king of Blue Flame let out a sigh of resignation. I do not wish to take sides. In essence, just do not provoke me. Upon hearing the words of the king of Blue Flame, the king of the Golden Spear burst into hearty laughter. For him, the king of Blue Flame's neutrality was, in fact, a form of alignment. This fellow possesses considerable strength. Should he side with the Blaze royal family, it would undoubtedly complicate his victory. With the 3 kings of Blaze alongside the king of Blue Flame and the king of Long Wind, even with only 5 sovereigns, they could easily overwhelm the allies behind the king of the Golden Spear. Nevertheless, the king of the Golden Spear held unwavering confidence in himself, as long as he could contend with the mightiest of them. The king of Chongming, the remaining 5 allies would surely triumph over the last 3. King of Blue Flame. Since you choose not to engage, I suggest you keep your distance. I would prefer to avoid any accidental harm. The king of the Golden Spear rubbed his hands together, seemingly on the verge of initiating battle. The king of Blue Flame shook his head in exasperation, expressing his discontent. Why are you in such a rush? After all, with so much fine food and drink available, can't we finish our meal before we fight? The king of the Golden Spear laughed heartily. King of Blue Flame, if you truly wish to indulge in good food and drink, then once I have dealt with these adversaries, I shall host a grand banquet in the royal city to properly entertain you. Alternatively, you could join us. This battle would conclude more swiftly, allowing you to partake in the banquet sooner. The king of the Golden Spear sought to recruit the king of Blue Flame at the last moment, yet the latter merely waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. Had this been in the past, I might not have minded joining you. However, for the present, it is best to refrain. The king of Blue Flame's words carried a deeper meaning as he took a jug of wine and a plate of peanuts. Slowly making his way toward the hall's exit, as he walked, he remarked with a hint of significance, alas, what is the point of such trivial skirmishes? Ever since that day, he learned the identity of the masked man. The king of Blue Flame felt he had transcended the level of these individuals. Now he considered himself aligned with that enigmatic predecessor who possessed formidable combat prowess and undoubtedly an extraordinary background. As long as he could earn that individual's recognition, the title of sovereign of this minor Blaze Empire would be utterly inconsequential. Regrettably, that predecessor had not issued him any directives, leaving the king of Blue Flame in a state of melancholy. The others, hearing the words of the king of Blue Flame, felt perplexed, yet with tensions running high and both sides poised for confrontation, they deemed it unnecessary to dwell on his sentiments. They simply awaited his departure to settle matters through combat. Just as the king of Blue Flame took a few steps, he unexpectedly encountered someone blocking his path, seizing the jug of wine from his grasp. The young man lifted the jug and took a swig. The king of Blue Flame was momentarily stunned, gazing at the youth clad in white, filled with suspicion. This lad possesses remarkable audacity to dare seize my wine. Just as the king of Blue Flame was about to express his anger, the young man broke into a smile. Indeed, this is splendid wine. The voice seemed somewhat familiar to the king of Blue Flame. His body trembled, and as he regarded the remarkably youthful figure, his heart raced with disbelief. Could it be? Chapter 39. This Hanyu is the weakest. Let us choose him. The king of Blue Flame was enveloped in confusion, his earlier anger dissipating entirely, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to respond as a dignified sovereign. Although the voice of that predecessor sounded undeniably youthful, he had never anticipated that he would be a mere boy. despite the presence of numerous age-defying techniques and elixirs within this world. The essence of time invariably clung to the elderly, revealing their true age. Whether genuine or feigned youthfulness, discerning cultivators could easily differentiate. The youth before him, drinking heartily with an air of carefree nonchalance, appeared undeniably youthful in the eyes of the king of Blue Flame. Estimating, he deduced that the young man could not be older than 30 at such a tender age. Could he truly be that predecessor? The king of Blue Flame's thoughts were fraught with uncertainty. Meanwhile, Han Yu's figure caught the attention of all present, and everyone scrutinized this uninvited guest. Initially, the sovereigns harbored a sense of displeasure. They were on the verge of battle when an interloper intruded, disrupting the atmosphere. However, these sovereigns were astute, and their instincts indicated that this young man was no ordinary individual. In a hall filled with the oppressive aura of sovereigns, he walked with ease, suggesting he possessed notable abilities. Thus, for the moment, no one made any hasty moves. Near the head of the banquet, the king of Chong Mingho felt a jolt of recognition and murmured to himself, "This youth bears an uncanny resemblance to the senior brother of Ji Yanling." The king of Chong had seen a portrait of Han Yu, though the artist's skills were lacking, rendering the likeness only about 70% accurate, which is why he had not recognized him immediately. The arrival of Han Yu filled the king of Chong with joy. The senior brother of Ji Yanling possesses extraordinary strength. With him present, we stand a great chance in this battle. The king of the Golden Spear and the others also recognized Han Yu's identity in secret. After all, their ostensible aim was to eliminate the Red Robe Army, and the sole threat posed by that army was the prodigious youth from the wandering celestial sect. Consequently, they had gleaned some knowledge regarding Han Yu. However, in truth, they did not regard him as a significant threat, even with his reputation for having slain Chong Hui. Chong Hui was merely a spirit realm cultivator, bolstered by the national fortune to barely match the strength of a sovereign. In their eyes, he was merely a useless individual. Nonetheless, despite their indifference to Han Yu's combat prowess, they remained vigilant regarding his arrival. His calm demeanor could potentially indicate the presence of formidable allies from the wandering celestial sect. The sovereigns extended their senses, sweeping the entire estate, yet detected no other powerful auras, which alleviated their concerns significantly. The king of the Golden Spear breathed a sigh of relief, casting a glance at the young man who was feasting heartily at the table, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. However, he maintained a facade of cordiality. "You must be the renowned prodigy from the wandering celestial sect, young friend Han Yu. Am I correct?" Han Yu nodded, surveying the assembly before stretching lazily and casually replied, "Yes, I am Han Yu. That if I remember correctly, you're the king of the Golden Spear, yes? I've heard it was you who orchestrated this grand hunt." The king of the Golden Spear nodded, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Indeed, the Red Robe Army has wreaked havoc upon the Empire, leaving the common folk in disarray. Their eradication is our moral obligation." "Oh, are you not aware that the Red Robe Army is under my protection?" Han Yu replied nonchalantly, devoid of any discernible emotion. Feigning surprise, the king of the Golden Spear exclaimed, "Is that so? Yet, young friend Han Yu, I recall that there is an agreement among the various factions prohibiting interference in one another's internal affairs." Han Yu smiled at this, "That I speak solely for myself. This matter has no connection to the wandering celestial sect." The king of the Golden Spear seemed to be eagerly awaiting Han Yu's words, bursting in a hearty laughter. "Yes, oh it is. Young friend, you just startled me. I was pondering that if the Yu Xian sect intended to meddle in the internal affairs of my Blazing Fire dynasty, I would have no choice but to concede that I cannot provoke the Yu Xian sect." The implication in the king's words was evident to all. Han Yu showed no intention of playing along and directly questioned him. "Oh, by your reasoning, you cannot contend with the Yu Xian sect, yet you believe you can contend with me." The king of the Golden Spear let out a soft huff, narrowing his eyes. "Young friend, your talent is unparalleled. Perhaps in a few decades, I might not be able to match you. However, as for now, if you have no business here, it would be wise to depart the Blazing Fire dynasty post-haste. We have some domestic matters to attend to, and in the chaos of battle, should you be inadvertently harmed, it would be rather unfortunate." The king of the Azure Fire, overhearing the Golden Spear King's remarks, glanced at the composed Han Yu. He had gradually confirmed Han Yu's identity as that enigmatic powerhouse and could not help but think, the king of the golden spear is indeed brave. He may possess considerable strength, but this individual is even more formidable. Based on that senior's achievements, I'd wager the king of the golden spear would struggle against 10 of him. With this thought, the king of the azure fire felt a flicker of anticipation. Seeing that he had not yet departed, the king of the golden spear furrowed his brow. Azure Fire King, why haven't you left? Do you intend to meddle as well? Ha! Whether I stay or go is none of your concern. This territory yours. The king of the golden spear, the Azure Fire King scoffed. The golden spear king was momentarily taken aback. What's the matter with this fellow? He seems as if he has swallowed gunpowder. Wasn't his earlier demeanor more agreeable? Why the sudden shift? The transformation of the Azure Fire King left all the sovereigns bewildered, their gazes shifting towards him. The Golden Spear King's brow knitted tightly, his gaze icy as he scrutinized the Azure Fire King. What do you mean? Are you planning to wade through this murky water? The Azure Fire King chuckled coldly. And if I am? Now that he had confirmed Han Yu's identity, he naturally stood in solidarity with him. Those who dared to oppose his master were enemies, requiring no courtesy. Upon receiving the Azure Fire King's response, the Golden Spear King's expression darkened. Very well, Azure Fire King, I had thought you to be a wise individual, yet you are just a fool. Do you believe that by joining the fray, the Blazing Ming King and the others will emerge victorious? The Golden Spear King laughed derisively, but the Azure Fire King merely scoffed in return. You are the fool, a complete and utter fool. Who told you that I am allied with them? I intend to team up with young friend Han. At this proclamation, all the sovereigns present were momentarily stunned. Even Chong Mingho was taken aback for a moment, privately wondering if the Azure Fire King had discerned his thoughts. The Golden Spear King, however, erupted into laughter, his expression one of absurdity. Azure Fire King, have you lost your mind? The Golden Spear King wished to mock him further when the Blazing Ming King interjected with smiled, in truth, we are, in essence, on the same side as young friend Han. Young friend Han, we wish to nominate Princess Yin Ling as the sovereign of the Blazing Fire Dynasty. This goal aligns with yours, and I trust you will not refuse, will you? Upon hearing this, not only did the Golden Spear King falter, but even Han Yu was taken aback for a moment. The Long Wind King, too, wore a puzzled expression as he looked at the Blazing Ming King. You didn't inform me about this, did you? The Blazing Ming King replied with a smile. This matter is known only to the three of us. I refrained from informing you as I was uncertain of your stance. The Princess Yin Ling has the bloodline of the Blazing Fire royal family. I believe the Long Wind King would not oppose her ascension to the throne of the Blazing Fire dynasty. Would he? The Long Wind King pondered for a moment and then nodded. He was merely upholding the ancestral teachings, loyal to the Blazing Fire royal family for generations, and indeed did not mind who became the sovereign. As long as that sovereign hailed from the Blazing Fire lineage, at this juncture, the Golden Spear King began to feel uneasy. Despite possessing a numerical advantage, he now observed that both sides had 6 sovereigns. The 6 sovereigns opposite him were formidable opponents, while his own 5 allies were of mediocre strength. The difficulty had escalated significantly. The Golden Spear King's countenance shifted rapidly, but he ultimately regained his composure. With a sacred artifact bestowed by the Great Flame Dynasty aiding me, as long as I strike first and injure one of them, it is not impossible to emerge victorious. Among them, Han Yu should be the weakest. If so, he shall be my first target. Chapter 40. The demise of the King of the Golden Spear. The King of the Golden Spear swiftly made his decision, acting without hesitation as he drew forth the sacred artifact. The Crimson Flame Spear from his storage ring. Infusing it with spiritual energy, he lunged it towards Han Yu, and one had time to react. Even the Golden Spear King's 5 allies were taken aback by his decisiveness. The Crimson Flame Spear erupted with a fierce might. A single strike could likely overwhelm even a peak sovereign at that moment. Everyone was fully alert, their attention riveted on the unfolding scene with the Golden Spear King. The Blazing Ming King and others internally fretted for Han Yu, despite having mobilized their own spiritual energies in an attempt to intervene. It was already too late. The Golden Spear King was a martial cultivator, adept at close combat. and this sudden strike was unavoidable for anyone present. They could only strive to withstand the blow with minimal loss or mitigate the damage inflicted by the spear. Reports indicated that Han Yu specialized in spiritual techniques, making it impossible for him to evade unscathed in the blink of an eye. The spear was already upon Han Yu. This moment, he exhibited no signs of spiritual energy fluctuation. With the spear tip mere inches from his chest, in a critical moment, Han Yu suddenly reached out, grasping the crimson flame spear directly. Everyone was astonished by the spectacle. That fellow, has he lost his senses? This is a sacred artifact. He is attempting to catch it barehanded. However, the crowd was even more astounded that Han Yu actually succeeded. The sound of metal clashing resonated. The spear tip of the crimson flame spear was firmly gripped by a pair of distinctly defined hands. Unable to advance a fraction further, immobilized at that moment, the entire arena fell into silence. One could hear the hurried breaths of everyone present, including the Golden Spear King, whose eyes were wide with shock as he beheld the unmoving spear. His heart sinking this moment. The crimson flame spear seemed as though it had become embedded in an impenetrable fortress, unable to move even an inch, nor could he pull it out. He had just augmented himself with several enhancement techniques, Mighty Force Technique, Blood Fiend Technique, and had employed spear techniques. The power of this strike could pierce through not just a person, but a mountain of iron in an instant. Yet, such a formidable attack, when faced with Han Yu, seemed to vanish into thin air, producing no effect whatsoever. How is this possible? The Golden Spear King's mind was in turmoil as he gazed at Han Yu, his eyes filled with disbelief. He dared not hesitate. He immediately activated his divine manifestation, the essence of kingship enveloping him. In an instant, the sacred artifact expanded, transforming into a colossal spear dozens of feet long. The king of the Golden Spear wielded the giant spear, thrusting it towards Han Yu with ferocity. The spear's brilliance surged. The entire hall was overturned, countless fragments soaring, dust billowing forth. You seek death. Han Yu's voice emerged from the swirling dust, and soon a massive blood-red hand reached out, seizing the crimson flame spear once more. The Golden Spear King's divine manifestation took the form of a golden-armored warrior. He sought to withdraw the spear from the grip of the blood-red hand. Yet he remained utterly unable to budge it. I had intended to spare your life, but since you choose to fight to the death, I shall send you on your way. Han Yu's voice rang out again, and as the swirling dust settled, a blood-colored giant materialized before the astonished audience. He grasped the spear's tip, channeling his strength along the spear's shaft, and with a sudden thrust, the spear plunged backward into the golden-armored warrior's body. A tumultuous wave surged forth as the golden-armored warrior was directly pierced through, the radiance of his divine manifestation dimming, despair filling his eyes. Elder Chi Hu, save me. The king of the Golden Spear cried out in desperation. Yet there was no response. You said that as long as I probed his depths, you would assuredly come to my aid. You deceived me. You deceived me. In that moment, the king of the Golden Spear finally realized he had been played. Yet it was too late. The blood-colored giant unleashed a powerful punch, shattering his divine manifestation into countless fragments, dispersing his energy in the air. The king of the Golden Spear, as a physical form, crashed heavily to the ground, gazing up at the blood-colored giant with sheer terror on his face. Elder, spare me. The king of the Golden Spear attempted to plead for mercy, but the blood-colored giant showed no hesitation, bringing his foot down with crushing force, obliterating him in a spray of blood. The renowned sovereign of the Blazing Fire dynasty met his end in mere moments. The entire encounter lasting no more than a few breaths, he expended all his strength, yet could not even breach the skin of the blood-colored giant. Witnessing this scene, the sovereigns hovering amidst the ruins trembled uncontrollably, their eyes filled with horror. Even the prepared Azure Fire King was taken aback. He had anticipated Han Yu would easily dispatch the king of the Golden Spear, but he never imagined it would be this effortless. It was as if he had crushed an ant. His king chiming and his companions gazed in astonishment at the blood-red giant before them, exchanging glances that revealed their shared shock. Their disbelief. This young individual was none other than the enigmatic body cultivator who had recently stirred up a great commotion. The old man realized he had underestimated the situation. He had thought the young man's prowess in chi refinement was extraordinary, yet he discovered that his capabilities in physical cultivation were even more formidable. It struck him that even if all present joined forces, they would still be no match for this young friend. As King Chiming expressed such sentiments, the other two were left at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the remaining 5 members of King Jinxiang's group dared not hesitate and immediately bowed in submission. Senior Henin, we beseech you to spare us. Had we known your true identity, we would not have dared to associate ourselves with King Jinxiang. Even if given 100 lives, they implored. Indeed, please forgive us. We are willing to await your orders. Han Yu, looking down imperiously at the assemblage of kings, spoke coldly, surrender your life souls, and you may live. Upon hearing this, the individuals displayed hesitation, but after a moment's contemplation, they steeled themselves and promptly extracted their life souls, offering them to Han Yu. After accepting their life souls, Han Yu did not revert from his state of blood energy manifestation. Instead, he turned his Han Yu, upon hearing the words of the Crimson Tiger Monarch, couldn't help but cast a lingering glance at the fellow. This individual was indeed intriguing. He appeared rugged beyond compare, yet possessed a shrewdness that surpassed that of most. However, Han Yu was not one to be easily swayed by mere words. He first retracted his bloodthirsty manifestation, returning to the guise of a graceful youth, and offered a smile to the Crimson Tiger Monarch. Since you have expressed such sentiments, it would be rather ungracious of me to cause you trouble. Yet, since we are here, how about we share a drink before parting ways? The Crimson Tiger Monarch, observing the amiable smile on Han Yu's face, felt an inexplicable shiver in his heart. His instincts warned him that this young man was likely not as innocent as he appeared. The forced smile resembled that of a cunning fox. In his youth, the Crimson Tiger Monarch had often fallen prey to such charming deceivers. Thus, he preferred to limit his interactions with Han Yu and wished to leave. However, noting the young man's demeanor, he surmised that voicing his intent to depart might provoke an unwanted confrontation. No, it would be better to stay for now. After a moment of contemplation, the Crimson Tiger Monarch broke into a foolish grin. Very well, I too wish to spend more time in the company of such a talented young man like Brother Han. Seeing that the Crimson Tiger Monarch was somewhat perceptive, Han Yu's smile became more genuine. He turned to the Blazing King and said, kindly find a suitable location and prepare another feast. IT would be ashamed to let those delicacies go to waste after that fellow's disruption. Though the Blazing King sported a mane of gray hair, he treated Han Yu with utmost respect. Upon receiving Han Yu's command, he immediately promised, this old man shall prepare it at once. Please allow me a moment. Esteemed seniors in the realm of cultivation, those who excelled were held in high regard, and the Blazing King did not flaunt his age, showing deference akin to that of Junior. Han Yu nodded and glanced at the several monarchs whose souls he had claimed. Ensure your troops are well managed, and remember to inform my junior sister that everything has been resolved, so she need not worry. The monarchs' attitudes were even more respectful than the Blazing King's. They all clasped their hands in salute and exclaimed in unison, as you command. Having taken their souls, Han Yu now held dominion over them. Disobedience would not be tolerated if they wished to keep their lives. The group soared into the air, heading towards the domain of the red-clad army. The red-clad army had retreated entirely, gathering within a fortified city. Outside the city, millions of elite soldiers lay in wait, their potent bloodlust swirling in the air, manifesting as fierce war beasts. These were phenomena conjured from the combined will and cultivation of the troops, a testament to their unity and training. Typically, only well-disciplined and harmoniously aligned soldiers could summon such war beast. A beast formed from 100,000 elite soldiers could contend with a monarch, while one birth from 1,000,000 could rival a sovereign. Now, the forces surrounding the red-clad army were elite soldiers trained by various monarchs, all having manifested war beasts, dozens of which roared in the air. The thunderous sounds echoed, tormenting the red-clad soldiers within the city, akin to being besieged on all sides. Many of them displayed panic, trembling uncontrollably. Most of the red-clad soldiers were mere mercenaries, lacking any semblance of martial will. They could hardly withstand the pressure of the war beasts, let alone conjure one themselves. Were it not for the lingering dread instilled by Han Yu's earlier actions and the oversight of several powerful beings, The red-clad army would have long since descended into chaos on the city walls. Ji Yanling and Zhao Hongying surveyed the surrounding forces, their expressions grave. They were at a loss for how to break the impasse. Your Highness, you should consider leaving through the secret passage. Staying here is far too perilous. Zhao Hongying had made this suggestion more times than she could count. Yet Ji Yanling shook her head. My senior brother assured me that he would resolve everything. Her eyes brimmed with unwavering trust. Zhao Hongying, seeing this, could only sigh in resignation. Even though she had surmised Han Yu's true identity, she couldn't shake her anxiety. Could Han Yu, the enigmatic body cultivator, truly contend with so many monarchs endowed with the favor of the nation and the might of millions? Zhao Hongying's unease prompted her to speak. Your Highness, regardless of what happens, you must promise me that if anything goes awry, you will leave at once. Ji Yanling nodded and smiled. Fear not. There will be no issues. You must trust my senior brother. Zhao Hongying wore a wry smile. She thought to herself, Your Highness, this is blind faith. Even I, knowing Han Shixiang's true nature, do not harbor such confidence. As Zhao Hongying pondered this, her expression suddenly shifted. Several figures appeared in her line of sight. Approaching the city point, 4 monarchs. Zhao Hongying's eyes widened, and she hastily warned Ji Yanling, Your Highness, this is bad. There must be trouble with Han Shixiang. We must hurry and leave. Chapter 42. There is only one senior brother. Ji Yanling, having spotted the approaching monarchs, felt her heart drop. Before Han Yu departed, he had informed them of his intentions. To capture the king before dealing with the thieves, she realized that her senior brother was preparing to challenge so many monarchs single-handedly. Yet now, those monarchs had arrived unscathed. Could it be that her senior brother had been defeated? The thought of this possibility ignited a surge of murderous intent within Ji Yanling, her gaze tinged with crimson. If her senior brother were in peril, Ji Yanling would not hesitate to sacrifice her own cultivation to ensure they paid a price. As the reincarnated empress, Ji Yanling undoubtedly possessed her own trump cards. Over this time, she had gradually completed her golden core refinement and was on the cusp of breaking through to the soul realm that, if she would go to any lengths, she could slay not just monarchs, but even sovereigns. However, the consequence would mean starting over, with potential damage to her bloodline and a regression in talent. Thus, she would not deploy such trump cards lightly. But if her senior brother were in danger, she would have no reservations. With a heavy heart, Ji Yanling stared at the approaching monarchs, who also regarded her in turn. On the city wall, all the leaders of the red-clad army were on high alert, channeling their entire cultivation to prepare for the impending monarch assault. Fear gripped their hearts. After all, these were monarchs, 4 of them. To be precise, 1 monarch could sweep through them. What could they do against 4? Just as anxiety reached its peak, those 4 monarchs bowed toward Ji Yanling in the air. That we pay our respects to our matriarch. We pay our respects to our matriarch. At that moment, everyone was left dumbfounded. The once bloodthirsty Ji Yanling was equally perplexed. What did they just call me? Matriarch. Had they lost their minds? Yet she sensed no hostility from them, leaving her with a myriad of questions, furrowing her brows. Ji Yanling coldly inquired, Why do you address me in such a manner? The monarchs exchanged glances, and one, a middle-aged woman, smiled and replied, We respectfully inform our matriarch that our master sent us to convey that everything has been resolved. So you need not worry. Upon hearing these words, astonishment flickered in Ji Yanling's beautiful eyes as memories rushed back. You are my senior brother's people. The monarchs promptly recounted the events leading up to their arrival. As Ji Yanling and the others listened, they were at a loss for words, their emotions a tumultuous mix. They had been racking their brains to find a solution to a life-and-death crisis, only to discover it had been resolved silently by Han Yu. Zhao Hongying, with her strikingly heroic features, also bore a look of disbelief. I never imagined that Han Shixiang would be tenfold more formidable than I had anticipated. No wonder your Highness trusts him so deeply. Perhaps this explains why Han Shixiang treats you with such kindness. Reflecting on this, Zhao Hongying turned to Ji Yanling and smiled. Your Highness, Han Shixiang is exceptionally good to you. I once thought it would take him years to pave the way for you to ascend to the throne, yet in less than a month, he has already smoothed the path for you. Once you assume the throne and gain the favor of the nation, your cultivation will surely advance by leaps and bounds. When our blazing fire dynasty rises again, we can launch a national campaign to avenge the late Emperor Jilin. The Flame Sovereign is none other than the mother of Ji Yanling, having once reigned as the queen of the blazing fire dynasty. Regrettably, during her time, the Great Flame Empire exerted its dominance, compelling the Flame Sovereign to enter a political marriage. For the sake of the hundreds of millions of citizens of the blazing fire dynasty, she had no choice but to acquiesce. Ultimately, she met her demise at the hands of the reigning monarch of the Great Flame Empire, who drained her of her cultivation and potential through a nefarious method. This grudge is solely remembered by the Zhao family, who have been tirelessly seeking vengeance for the Flame Sovereign in their quest for retribution. One of their kings was slain by the Great Flame Empire, leading to the gradual decline of the Zhao family. Upon learning of Ji Yanling's existence, the Zhao family has been devising ways to bring her back. After Ji Yanling awakened her sacred body at the Immortal Wanderers sect, the Zhao family felt a renewed sense of hope and dispatched Zhao Hongying to the sect, not only to alert Ji Yanling, but also to protect her. Subsequently, the Great Flame Empire incited Chong Hui to act against the Zhao family, aiming to lure Ji Yanling to the Blazing Fire dynasty, resulting in the current predicament. Zhao Hongying initially believed that assisting Ji Yanling in reclaiming her position as sovereign would be a daunting journey. However, witnessing Han Yu resolve the matter so effortlessly filled her with admiration. Ji Yanling nodded in agreement upon hearing Zhao Hongying's words. Without Han Yu's intervention, she realized that achieving this milestone would have required enduring considerable hardship and numerous tribulations. As Zhao Hongying spoke, a sudden epiphany struck her. Could it be that Master Han had orchestrated this plan long ago? After all, why would he annihilate the two major sects aligned with the Great Flame Empire and eliminate that imperial prince? Wasn't this a strategy to weaken the Great Flame Empire's strength and lay the groundwork for a future confrontation? Now, as Master Han converses with the Red Tiger Sovereign, it seems he is further setting the stage. In light of this, it becomes evident that Master Han's apparent laziness is merely a fade. Such a formidable individual could not possibly spend his days solely indulging in wine and slumber. Master Han has concealed his true capabilities remarkably well. It is likely that only Her Highness the Princess has discerned this, which explains her profound trust in Master Han. Hearing Zhao Hongying's words, Ji Yanling's expression twitched. Internally, she mused that she had not considered much. Her trust in her senior brother was simply instinctive. However, as Zhao Hongying recounted Han Yu's actions, she felt a jolt of realization. These matters had never been disclosed to her by Han Yu. Ji Yanling had been mostly engrossed in secluded cultivation and had not heard others mention them. It turned out that her senior brother had been silently dedicating himself to her cause. Yet he had shared nothing with her. How fortunate she was to have such a senior brother. A warm current surged within Ji Yanling as a bittersweet smile graced her lips. Oh, senior brother, you have truly made me increasingly reliant on you. She had never anticipated that, as an empress in her previous life, she would now enjoy such tranquility. Her senior brother had provided her with an exceptional environment, offering abundant resources and resolving all her crises. This allowed Ji Yanling, who had endured countless trials in her past life, to find a safe haven where she could revel in peace and security. Given her senior brother's immense sacrifices for her, she could not remain idle. Her current weakness rendered her unable to assist him. Thus, she resolved to cultivate diligently, striving to stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Determination gleamed in Ji Yanling's eyes. Meanwhile, within a mountain estate, a grand feast was underway. An array of spirit-infused fruits and delicacies was being served, accompanied by fragrant barrels of fine wine. Many of these treasures had been cherished by several kings. Yet now they were lavishly presented in honor of Han Yu. Han Yu indulged in the feast, his joy evident as he beamed with delight. However, the Red Tiger Sovereign beside him felt a profound unease. Fully aware that this was a banquet with ulterior motives, Han Yu could not possibly be inviting him purely for merriment. Although Han Yu initially intended to discuss serious matters, the exquisite wine and delectable dishes momentarily distracted him. Aside from the Red Tiger Sovereign, the Azure Fire King, Long Wind King, and the Blazing Light King were also in attendance. Yet none seemed to share Han Yu's enthusiasm, all awaiting him to broach the topic. As Han Yu continued to eat and drink, a sudden system notification sounded. Ding! Ji Yinling's favorability 2, currently reaching 99, status, deeply in love. The mildly tipsy Han Yu was taken aback by this unexpected delight, prompting him to recall the pressing matters at hand, that he gazed at the assembled guests and slowly began to speak. Let me say a couple of words. The Red Tiger Sovereign and the other kings immediately ceased their actions. Turning to Han Yu with expressions of varying emotions, they understood that he was about to address serious business. This matter was undoubtedly related to the negotiations with the Red Tiger Sovereign. Should they fail to reach an agreement, a great conflict would be inevitable. Chapter 43. You hold the truth. Why didn't you say so earlier? In the Grand Hall, Han Yu's lips parted slightly, seemingly engaging in a telepathic exchange with the Red Tiger Sovereign. The expression on the Red Tiger Sovereign's face shifted repeatedly, revealing his inner turmoil. After a brief pause, Han Yu raised his wine cup, took a small sip, and looked at the Red Tiger Sovereign with a smile. Brother Red Tiger, would you be willing to agree to what I propose? The Red Tiger Sovereign regarded Han Yu with a wry smile, sighing, Brother Han, my current position as the Grand Marshal overseeing the 3 armies of the Great Flame Empire means that if I were to act upon your words, it would fundamentally contravene my principles. Even if you were to threaten my life, I could not acquiesce. Han Yu had not anticipated such unyielding resolve from this individual, since he refused to comply. Han Yu knew he could not hold back any longer. He could not allow an enemy to escape. The Red Tiger Sovereign must die. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Han Yu's eyes, prompting the Red Tiger Sovereign to speak up. However, let us consider this. Life is paramount. If you cannot take my life, I still have the option of self-preservation. How about this, Brother Han? Let us find a place to engage in a full-scale battle. If I am defeated, then being captured by you and fulfilling those tasks would not be seen as betraying my principles. The Red Tiger Sovereign smiled at Han Yu, whose lips twitched in response. He had not expected this individual's moral boundaries to be so flexible. He had imagined the other would rather die than yield. However, Han Yu recognized that the Red Tiger Sovereign was not a coward. His willingness to consider Han Yu's proposal was likely tied to Ji Yinling's noble lineage. Han Yu's suggestion was to assist Ji Yinling in becoming the sovereign of the Great Flame Empire, as well as to aid her in unifying the major forces of Qingzhou, thereby harnessing the fortune of the entire region to establish a new kingdom. If the Red Tiger Sovereign wished to leave this place alive, he would have to join this cause. Since the Red Tiger Sovereign had no intention of resisting, Han Yu would refrain from delivering a lethal blow. After all, this individual was a king. Killing him would be a significant loss. The two made their way to an open area, ready to settle all matters through combat. This also served as a form of inner reconciliation for the Red Tiger Sovereign, allowing him to save face by not outright conceding. They both summoned their respective manifestations. True to his name, the Red Tiger Sovereign's spiritual manifestation took the form of a colossal crimson tiger, enveloped in a dense aura of fire. Han Yu summoned his blood energy manifestation, equally imposing in presence. During this period, Han Yu's physical cultivation had not received feedback from the system. However, due to the continuous refinement of his qi cultivation, his physique had benefited significantly, resulting in considerable progress. Relying solely on his physical prowess, it was not difficult to confront a junior king. Yet the Red Tiger Sovereign had already reached the 6th level of the Imperial Realm, perilously close to the 7th level. The gap between each level in the Imperial Realm was as vast as a chasm. For Han Yu to bridge this divide and defeat him with mere physical cultivation seemed nearly impossible. Nevertheless, Han Yu possessed more than just physical strength. He also wielded qi cultivation. Numerous physical enhancement techniques greatly benefited his physical cultivation. As for the Red Tiger Sovereign, upon summoning his spiritual manifestation, he had cast several enhancement techniques upon himself, making his tiger manifestation more solid and emanating an even more formidable aura. Brother Han, I assure you, I will not hold back, so be on your guard. You must give it your all to avoid being defeated. Oh, are you certain you want me to go all out? Han Yu replied with a faint smile, that if I were to unleash my full power, Brother Red Tiger, you might not last even a single round. As he spoke, Han Yu summoned the chaotic demon god halberd, fully unleashing its might. The aura of the divine weapon spread out, causing the surrounding mountains and forests to tremble. The Red Tiger Sovereign's expression shifted dramatically as he swallowed hard several times. This aura, was it that of a celestial weapon? No, it must be a divine weapon corresponding to celestial artifacts. The Red Tiger Sovereign felt a tremor in his heart and immediately exclaimed, "What the hell? Brother Han, if you possess such a treasure, why didn't you say so earlier? Had you mentioned it, I would have conceded without a fight. In realms of equal standing, possessing a divine weapon or celestial artifact equated to holding the truth. Who would dare to provoke such power?" Upon hearing the Red Tiger Sovereign's panicked words, Han Yu smiled with amusement. "You must have some hidden cards as well, right? I refuse to believe that as a prominent sovereign. You lack a single celestial artifact." Han Yu's words struck a chord deep within the heart of the Red Tiger Sovereign. This time, when he arrived at the Blazefire Dynasty, he brought with him two sacred artifacts. One was the Crimson Flame Spear, which he had temporarily lent to the Golden Lance King, and the other was the Golden Sun Armor. The Red Tiger Sovereign initially thought that if Han Yu's combat prowess did not meet his expectations, he could activate the Golden Sun Armor and use its defensive capabilities to escape. However, upon seeing Han Yu produce a remarkable treasure, he realized that his mere sacred artifact could never compete with such divine weaponry. He instantly felt deflated, as if all hope had vanished. "Brother Han, with that in your possession, I stand no chance." Han Yu retracted the chaotic demon god halberd and smiled. "Brother Red Tiger, fret not that I genuinely wish to engage in combat with you. And I assure you, I will not utilize any treasures. How about that?" "Oh." The Red Tiger Sovereign's eyes sparkled with excitement. In truth, I also yearn for a genuine duel with you, Brother Han. You are a physical cultivator, and I have only heard tales. I never imagined I would encounter a living physical cultivator here in our humble Qingzhou." The two quickly reached an agreement, and a battle was imminent, with a resounding crash. The martial sovereign and the physical cultivator clashed in a whirlwind of lethal energy, their combined murderous aura and bloodlust engulfing the area, causing the very mountains to tremble and the winds to howl, uprooting countless trees. Han Yu's primary objective in this fierce confrontation with the Red Tiger Sovereign was to comprehend the combat techniques of high-level martial cultivators. He discerned that while the physical strength of the Red Tiger Sovereign paled in comparison to his own, the application of martial arts and spiritual techniques effectively compensated for this disparity, preventing him from being overwhelmed in close combat. The Dharma manifestation is a comprehensive reflection of one's inner strength, and the characteristics of martial cultivators were prominently displayed through it, with their effects magnified. Without the use of their Dharma manifestations, the Red Tiger Sovereign would not withstand even a few of Han Yu's strikes, regardless of any enhancements. However, with their Dharma manifestations activated, they found themselves evenly matched for the time being, though this was primarily because Han Yu was holding back. After gauging the situation, Han Yu unleashed his full might, fully igniting his qi cultivation and employing several enhancement-based spiritual techniques. Even though these were merely foundational techniques, under the relentless refinement of Han Yu's spiritual power, their effects were astonishing. Techniques such as great strength, golden body, bone strengthening, and muscle fortification surged forth, causing Han Yu's physical prowess to skyrocket, and his Dharma manifestation experienced a significant enhancement. The once slender figure of the blood qi giant transformed dramatically into that of a formidable and imposing figure. Muscles bulging like hills, and veins protruding like coiling serpents. The blood demon shattering heaven fist was unleashed, releasing an overwhelming ferocity. After enduring a barrage of over 10 punches from Han Yu, the Red Tiger's Dharma manifestation began to crack inch by inch. Enough, Brother Han, please stop. I concede, if you shatter my Dharma manifestation, I would need 10 days to recover." In a moment of desperation, the Red Tiger Sovereign spoke, fearing that if he delayed even a moment longer, his very essence would disintegrate. The taste of backlash was unbearable, and he wished to avoid such an undeserved disaster. As both men reverted to their true forms, Han Yu turned to him with a smile. "Brother Red Tiger, I trust you know what comes next without me needing to elaborate." The Red Tiger's Sovereign sighed in resignation. "It's just a soul essence. Take it." He brought his fingers together, extracting his soul essence and nonchalantly tossing it to Han Yu. "Here, a wager is a wager. I can't accept defeat. Very well, then I shall not see you off. Han Yu chuckled as he accepted the soul essence, while the Red Tiger Sovereign wore an expression of helplessness. Brother, you truly lack compassion. Now that you've achieved your aim, you wish to send me away. Oh, would you prefer to stay for another drink? Forget it. I'll take my leave. The Red Tiger Sovereign shrugged, then sheepishly rubbed his hands together. Brother Han, could you return the Crimson Flame Spear to me? You possess a divine weapon now, so surely you no longer covet that trinket? The Red Tiger Sovereign was reluctant to part with his only two sacred artifacts. Very well, take it. Han Yu tossed the Crimson Flame Spear to the Red Tiger Sovereign, who caught it and laughed heartily. Brother Han, to be honest, my strongest Dharma manifestation isn't the tiger form, but rather the human form. In that guise, should I employ my spear techniques, you might not necessarily be my match. Han Yu chuckled upon hearing this. Agreed. If the opportunity arises, we shall have another bout. Excellent, it's settled then. The Red Tiger Sovereign waved his hand. I shall take my leave first. With that, he vanished into the distance, observing his departing figure. Han Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. Now, he awaited his junior sister's breakthrough into the Yuan Shun realm. He pondered whether the Bloodcheat Dharma manifestation and the Yuan Shun Dharma manifestation could stack simultaneously. If so, even a sovereign blessed by national fortune would fall easily before him. Chapter 44. Ji Yanling ascends. The second investment target emerges after bidding farewell to the Red Tiger Sovereign. Han Yu returned to the manor, where Qiming Wang and the others were still awaiting his return. The first to speak was Qing Hua Wang. My lord, have you dealt with the Red Tiger Sovereign? Han Yu nodded that I have. Was he killed or spared? Qing Hua Wang inquired candidly, having fully committed to Han Yu and speaking without reservation. Han Yu succinctly replied, spared. Upon hearing this, the details were unnecessary. They all understood. It seemed that the Red Tiger Sovereign had been subdued by Han Yu, for he would not have been allowed to return to his mountain otherwise. Realizing this, Qiming Wang glanced at the other two, who nodded in agreement. The three of them promptly surrendered their soul essences to Han Yu. If Senior Han does not mind, we are willing to serve you. Han Yu accepted the soul essences, his gaze softening towards them. There is no need for such formality, since we are all comrades now. Let us keep our titles casual. You all are centuries my seniors. Calling me young friend will suffice. Qiming Wang and the others were taken aback, inwardly lamenting the young man's adeptness at navigating social dynamics. Before they surrendered their soul essences, Han Yu had maintained a degree of wariness toward them. But now, following their submission, his demeanor had transformed into one of genuine friendliness, granting them a sense of relief. Han Yu smiled at Qiming Wang and the others, yet directed a less amiable gaze toward Chong Feng Wang. The latter could distinctly sense an oppressive aura directed at him, causing a flutter of unease in his heart. He understood that this seemingly gentle youth could easily obliterate him should he choose to strike. Nevertheless, he stubbornly spoke, I will not submit my soul essence to you, as soon as he uttered these words. The pressure intensified. The young man before him appeared as a ferocious beast, baring its fangs. Mustering his courage, he continued, I can only submit my soul essence to Princess Yanling. Han Yu raised an eyebrow in surprise, studying Chong Feng Wang for a moment longer. Qiming Wang quickly interjected, cough, cough, forgive me, young friend Han. The Chong Feng Wang clan has always been loyal, sworn only to the Blaze Fire royal family. Han Yu nodded, not angered. In fact, he found Chong Feng Wang intriguing. Such individuals were indeed rare in any world. Hand over your soul essence. I will ensure it is given to my junior sister. After a moment of hesitation, Chong Feng Wang complied, extracting his soul essence and presenting it to Han Yu. Although he was obstinate, he was not foolish, fully aware of the consequences of inciting Han Yu's wrath. Having gathered all the soul essences, Han Yu addressed the group with a smile. Rest assured, I do not collect your soul essences to control you. It is merely a precautionary measure, as we have yet to accomplish our grand endeavor, and I must guard against any potential betrayal. Once our mission is complete, I shall return each of your soul essences. Han Yu understood that human hearts are inscrutable. He could not allow these individuals to remain near Ji Yanling without holding their soul essences. With their essence in hand, they were all in the same boat. Any treachery would warrant his ruthless response. Han Yu quickly exchanged further information with the group before departing on his sword. Arriving at the domain of the Red Robe Army, the various sovereigns had begun withdrawing their troops, restoring tranquility to the city. Han Yu found that Ji Yanling was not present. Upon learning that the situation was stable, she had devoted herself wholeheartedly to her training. Han Yu had always held great appreciation for his junior sister's diligence. However, he chose to interrupt her training, calling her out from the cultivation chamber. "Junior sister, I have returned." Upon the return of her senior brother, Ji Yanling was filled with joy in front of others. She maintained a demeanor of aloofness. Yet before Han Yu, she sprang forth with the exuberance of a young girl. "These past few days have been quite hectic. Do not become too engrossed in your training. Now, let me escort you back to the city of blazing fire, where the kings will announce your ascension to the throne nationwide, and a coronation ceremony will be held in your honor. This way, you will be endowed with the legitimacy of sovereign power, and your cultivation speed and combat prowess will see a significant enhancement." Ji Yanling nodded obediently at his words. "All right, I shall follow your arrangements. Senior brother." Han Yu affectionately patted Ji Yanling's small head, a gesture he cherished deeply. Regardless of what he said, she never opposed him. She simply complied. Following this, Han Yu took to the skies on his sword, carrying Ji Yanling to the city of blazing fire. Subsequently, King Chiming and others began organizing various affairs, orchestrating a grand coronation ceremony. Adorned in a crimson phoenix crown and flowing robes, Ji Yanling sat upon the throne, exuding an irresistible charm and grace. In that instant, she felt as if she had returned to her previous life. As an empress of an era, she commanded the boundless realms of fire, with nations paying homage, her authority unmatched. I could see that moment. Her heart trembled with an uncontrollable excitement. With her senior brother's assistance, her return to the throne was expedited beyond measure. In that fleeting moment, her feelings for Han Yu surged to a profound intensity, initiating a qualitative transformation. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The affection level of your investment target, Ji Yanling, has reached 100, completing the full strategy. The system is currently searching for your second investment target. Please be patient. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Han Yu appeared calm on the surface, yet within, a flicker of anticipation began to stir. As for the second investment target, he wondered who it might be and hoped they would be as compliant as his junior sister. The process of Ji Yanling ascending to the position of sovereign of the Blazing Fire dynasty proceeded remarkably smoothly. Without any opposition, the top-tier combatants of the Blazing Fire dynasty had all been subdued by Han Yu. Thus, they dared not voice any dissent, and the lower ranks naturally complied. As for the civil officials, they were indifferent to who held the title of sovereign, for it did not impact them the least. Following Ji Yanling's successful coronation, she received the full backing of the national fortune, causing her combat power to soar drastically. It is worth noting that the current national fortune was not akin to that of previous rulers. The former sovereigns ruled independently, while now they were united in purpose. The main dragon vein of the Blazing Fire dynasty and its 3 auxiliary veins began to flow anew, gradually influencing the entire ecological landscape of the dynasty. The national fortune is an enigmatic force, intertwined with factors such as timing, geography, and the hearts of the people. The previous kings had deliberately tolerated rebellions in various regions and neglected the plight of displaced refugees, intending to stir discontent among the populace to disrupt the national fortune of the Blazing Fire royal family. If the main dragon vein lost the people's favor, then the 3 auxiliary veins would have the opportunity to ascend as the main vein, in circumstances where the martial powers were relatively evenly matched. Cunning and schemes were required to vie for supremacy. Han Yu, with his overwhelming strength, naturally found such complexities unnecessary. After Ji Yanling's successful coronation, she entered seclusion to cultivate, and under the auspices of the national fortune. Her progress in cultivation was meteoric. Meanwhile, Han Yu, feeling somewhat bored, began to involve himself in the internal affairs of the Blazing Fire dynasty, offering numerous suggestions to the civil officials. While these officials were termed civil, they were by no means weak. They were practitioners of the literary path, a branch of the Qi refining arts. However, their cultivation did not solely draw upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but rather harnessed the energy of humanity and righteousness. requiring deep immersion in the mortal realm. Thus, they primarily served as officials in the mundane world, unlike typical Qi refiners who engaged in battle and conflict. Hanyu suggestions were straightforward: to advocate for governance by law, meticulously refining and perfecting various statutes, mirroring the practices of his previous life. The civil officials of the Blazing Fire dynasty traditionally adhered to a philosophy of non-interference, often dedicating their time to lecturing and educating the populace with grand principles. These officials wielded various spiritual techniques, and their teachings indeed penetrated the hearts of the people, fostering profound understanding. However, regrettably, while this may benefit the practitioners, it proved of little utility for the state. A person's moral transformation requires time. Yet deterioration can occur in an instant. Should a single malefactor emerge within a group, it could spoil the entire assembly. The effectiveness of the practitioner's teachings would gradually fade, and the hearts of the populace would begin to sour. The practitioners remained indifferent to such matters. Should the hearts of the people decline, they could always resume their teachings, which would serve as a form of tempering for them. Thus, when Hanyu proposed governance by law and the refinement of legal frameworks, the civil officials expressed their discontent and even initiated various protests. The protests of the civil officials meant a halt in internal governance, which, compared to warfare, posed a similarly grave threat to the national fortune. Faced with these officials, mere execution would not resolve the issue, as many of them adhered to the principle of sacrificing oneself for righteousness and feared not death. While Hanyu pondered how to address these obstinate individuals, the system delivered good news. Ding! The second investment target has been located. As Hanyu busied himself with various matters within the Blazing Fire dynasty, news of Ji Yinling's ascension to the throne had already been relayed back by the intelligence organizations of various factions. In the Great Flame dynasty, within the imperial court, Emperor Ji Huamao sat upon the throne, gazing down upon the civil and military officials below. What are your thoughts on the situation in the Blazing Fire dynasty? Ji Huamao inquired. The officials exchanged glances, and after a brief pause, a civil official spoke up. The ninth princess is also of the imperial bloodline of our Great Flame dynasty. Now that she has become the sovereign of the Blazing Fire dynasty, it is indeed a fortuitous occurrence that should foster greater harmony between our two nations. Many civil officials chimed in, agreeing with the sentiment, believing it to be a sound argument. Civil officials typically favored peace, as it often proved more beneficial to their cultivation. However, upon hearing the consensus among the civil officials, a military official scoffed derisively, "Daha! Though the ninth princess possesses the royal blood of our Great Flame dynasty, her allegiances now likely lie with the Yuxian sect. Without the intervention of powerful individuals from the Yuxian sect, how could she have ascended to the throne so swiftly? The Yuxian sect had consistently opposed the Great Flame dynasty. I believe we should mobilize troops to suppress them and teach them a lesson in imperial dignity." This remark incited discontent among the civil officials, prompting immediate rebuttals. Daha! Is the Yuxian sect a soft persimmon that can be easily crushed at will? Indeed, if we engage in a mutual destruction with the Yuxian sect, the Tian Shui sect will undoubtedly reap the benefits. They argued that the Yuxian sect was not to be trifled with. Yet surely the Blazing Fire dynasty could be dealt with. The current Blazing Fire dynasty has completely succumbed to the Yuxian sect. If we turn a blind eye now, it will surely lead to future calamities. The two factions engaged in a heated dispute. After a considerable time, Ji Huamao intervened. All right, we are indeed not in a position to wage war with the Yuxian sect at this time, yet the situation in the Blazing Fire dynasty must be addressed. Give the order to mobilize the various kings, instructing them to lead their troops and prepare for an expedition to the Blazing Fire dynasty. Upon hearing Ji Huamao's words, everyone understood that the emperor had already formed his own conclusions. The court meeting was merely a formality. After the court was dismissed, Ji Huamao sought out the Qihu emperor, inquiring, "How have matters progressed with the Tian Shui sect? They have agreed to assist us in restraining the Yuxian sect. Once accomplished, they demand half of the territory of the Blazing Fire dynasty." That is acceptable. Even if we receive the entirety of the Blazing Fire dynasty to them, it matters little. As I seek not territory, Ji Huamao's face broke into a confident smile as he silently mused. If I can harness the physique of Little Nine, My own physique will undoubtedly reach new heights, allowing me to break through the barriers of the imperial realm and ascend to that exalted state. Little Nine, oh little Nine, how could you have made your father do this? Who would have thought that your so-called brother from the upper state would lack any significant backing? Ji Huamao chuckled to himself. The mere Yuxian sect thought to deceive me with such smoke and mirrors. Fortunately, I had the Chihu Emperor investigate, or I might have truly been taken in by you. Ji Huamao imparted a few final instructions to the Chihu Emperor before the latter departed the imperial palace. Outside, the Chihu Emperor couldn't help but smirk, thinking to himself, Ji Huamao, oh Ji Huamao, who told you to be foolish enough to offend Brother Han? You have led me into a pit. Let your body serve to fill it. The two harbored their own ulterior motives, each plotting in different directions. Meanwhile, within the Yuxian sect, the Tianji Peak had transmitted the latest intelligence from Qingzhou to Lu Ruyan. Upon hearing the news of Ji Yanling's ascension to the throne of the Blazing Fire Dynasty, her exquisite features displayed a look of astonishment. How is this possible? Was she not merely at the Dan condensation stage? How could she have achieved such a feat, given the significance of this news? The Peak Master of Tianji Peak, Li Wanji, personally reported to her. Upon hearing Lu Ruyan's confusion, he too felt a deep sense of wonder. Reporting to the Sect Master, based on various clues, I suspect this incident is highly likely related to Junior Brother Han. The intelligence we have gathered indicates that on the day the kings of the Blazing Fire Dynasty approached the city, they retreated not long after, and shortly thereafter, Junior Sister Ji ascended to the throne. It is highly probable that during this period, Han Shidi employed force to suppress all the rulers of the Blaze Dynasty. After Li Wanjiji concluded his statement, he himself found it somewhat incredulous. Yet this seemed to be the most reasonable inference that he then added. I suspect that the body cultivator who recently annihilated the two major sects and killed the crown prince is none other than Han Shidi's subordinate. Perhaps Han Shidi indeed possesses a formidable background, just as the rumors we have propagated suggest. If he has the assistance of that mysterious body cultivator, it will be quite logical to subdue the several rulers of the Blaze Dynasty. After expressing his analysis, Li Wanjiji noticed that Lu Ruyan did not display any signs of surprise. A thought suddenly struck him, and he cautiously inquired, Sect Leader, did you already know about this matter? Lu Ruyan nodded. I had my suspicions some time ago, and now I have confirmed the facts. Upon hearing this, Li Wanjiji couldn't help but exclaim, truly worthy of being the sect leader, possessing such wisdom. A sudden thought occurred to him. Could it be that Lu Ruyan allowed Han Yu and Ji Yanling to venture into the Blaze Dynasty as part of a larger scheme? With this in mind, Li Wanjiji couldn't resist asking, Sect Leader, did you foresee the relationship between Han Shidi and Junior Sister Ji? Lu Ruyan shook her head, revealing a wry smile that I knew that the Great Flame Dynasty was using the Blaze Dynasty to test my nephew. But I never expected him to directly bring the entire Blaze Dynasty under his control. That lad certainly knows how to play the game. However, all his actions are for Ji Yanling, while he gains no benefit for himself. Is this what being a senior brother entails? TSK, TSK, TSK. I find myself somewhat envious. Li Wanjiji also expressed his sentiments. Han Shidi truly dotes on Junior Sister Ji, yet the Blaze Dynasty is a subordinate force of the Great Flame Dynasty. Now that Junior Sister Ji has become a princess, I wonder if this will incite discontent from the Great Flame Dynasty. And what if the Great Flame Dynasty is displeased? They must have already dispatched individuals to secretly monitor the Blaze Dynasty. Since Han Yu has assumed the position of ruler, it indicates they are aware of his significant background and would not dare to take action against him. Lu Ruyan remained unconcerned. Li Wanjiji realized that this was indeed the case. The two continued to discuss some intelligence, after which Li Wanjiji took his leave. However, not long after his departure, he rushed back in a flurry, reporting to the sect leader, a grave matter has arisen. Our spies left behind in the Great Flame Dynasty have just sent back urgent news indicating that the Great Flame Dynasty seems to be mobilizing troops, preparing to attack the Blaze Dynasty. What? How dare they? Lu Ruyan's brow furrowed deeply. Could it be that I have miscalculated? Have I overlooked some detail? Lu Ruyan found it incomprehensible. The strength Han Yu had displayed clearly suggested he had a significant background. How could Ji Huazhao dare to mobilize troops? Even if he believed Han Yu lacked a substantial background, he at least had the support of the Yuxian sect behind him. How could this fellow boldly wage war against the Blaze dynasty without considering the Yuxian sect? Did he perhaps possess some hidden trump card? Lu Rian was at a loss. Unbeknownst to her, Ji Huazhao's audacity to act against the Blaze dynasty was solely due to the manipulation of the traitor, the Crimson Tiger Sovereign. Just as Lu Rian was lost in thought, a secret letter arrived from Tianji Peak. Upon reading the contents of the letter, Lu Rian's beautiful eyes sparkled, and the corners of her mouth lifted into a pleasing arc. My dear nephew has indeed laid a cunning trap. This secret letter was sent by Han Yu from the Blaze dynasty, primarily urging her to cooperate. After reading it, Lu Rian narrowed her stunning eyes. Very well, dear uncle. I shall play along with you, you little rascal. In the air above the Blaze dynasty, Han Yu soared through the skies on his flying sword, searching for a second investment target according to the system's prompts. Why does this wretched system provide such a vast range? Could it not offer a smaller area? Fortunately, my speed while flying is quite swift. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly waste a considerable amount of time. Han Yu continued to grumble internally. The system had expanded the search range to encompass the entirety of the Blaze dynasty, and only when Han Yu approached the investment target within a certain distance would he receive a prompt. Han Yu cursed under his breath. What a nuisance. Just then, the system sent him good news. Ding! The second investment target has appeared within a 10-mile radius. Please take note. Host, Chapter 46. Literary Celestial Body, Xiao Yuyo. Han Yu's heart leaped with joy as he glanced downward, spotting a small city. This moment, a grand literary examination was being held within the city. The cultivators of the literary Tao used this examination to select disciples. Only those who passed could embark on the path of literary cultivation. The examination was conducted live, with immediate evaluation, and generally, cheating was not tolerated. The examination papers were crafted by the cultivators who were to take on disciples, and their understanding served as the sole reference answer. Han Yu sheathed his flying sword and entered the city. As he reached the entrance of the examination hall, he overheard the crowd discussing. That genius girl from the Xiao family has failed again this year. What? Are you referring to Xiao Yuyo, who could speak at half a year old, recognize characters at 1 year, and earn the title of Tongsheng at 3 years? Who else could it be? Initially thought to be a promising scholar, expected to rival those of the royal realm. Yet here she is, still a Tongsheng at 18th Sai. Upon hearing that name, Han Yu's heart stirred. An information provided by the system surfaced in his mind. Investment target introduction. Name, Xiao Yuyo. Physique, literary celestial body, unawakened. Tag, fallen genius. At last, I have found you. Han Yu's heart raced. This second investment target was a literary celestial body, destined to cultivate the literary Tao. I wonder what kind of power she will provide me in return. For now, I should think about how to win over this second junior sister. After all, my Yuxian sect's Tianshu Peak is also a part of the literary Tao. It wouldn't be unreasonable to bring her there for cultivation. Within the Xiao family, a young girl walked along a small path with her head bowed. Appearing dispirited, clad in white, she possessed delicate features reminiscent of a finely crafted porcelain doll that a group of young men and women approached, blocking her path on the narrow way. Isn't this the genius girl from the Xiao family? Failed the literary examination again this year? Truly a perennial Tongsheng. You should really consider abandoning the literary Tao and explore other paths of cultivation, lest you bring shame to our Xiao family. After all, we are a family of the literary Tao, having produced great scholars, comparable to those of the royal realm. How could someone still be a Tongsheng at 18? It's utterly humiliating. You think she hasn't tried? Unfortunately, not only is her aptitude for the literary Tao abysmal, but her qualifications for other paths are equally dismal. Turns out she is nothing but a complete failure. I suggest you leave the Xiao family as soon as possible. Stop using our name to embarrass yourself at the examination hall every year. Their taunts were painfully piercing, and Xiao Yuyo bit her lip, her head lowered, trembling with rage. Her silence did not grant her reprieve. Instead, they grew even more brazen. Alas, it is rather excessive to speak to Sister Yuyo in such a manner that a girl stepped forward, grasping Xiao Yuyo's hand with a mischievous smile. As a fellow clan member, we should guide Sister Yuyo in her literary cultivation. Come, Sister Yuyo, My dear sister has recently been practicing the art of verbal sparring. I would greatly appreciate your assistance in testing its effectiveness. The girl dragged Xiao Yio toward the Xiao family's literary pavilion, where many cultivators were practicing various literary techniques to engage in combat. Xiao Yio sensed something was amiss and immediately shouted, "Xiao Mei, let go of me." The girl named Xiao Mei pushed her away, a smile blooming on her face. "Sister Yio, if you can withstand my verbal sparring for 3 rounds, I shall let you leave." How does that sound? Upon hearing that Xiao Mei intended to use verbal sparring against Xiao Yio, the surrounding onlookers displayed expressions of shock. Verbal sparring is a technique utilized by 4th-grade literary Dao cultivators, equivalent to an attack from a celestial platform realm cultivator. Xiao Yio's cultivation level was merely at the first stage, with hardly any literary chi to speak of. She could only barely wield a modicum of lexical power. How could she possibly withstand 3 rounds of verbal sparring? Is Xiao Mei attempting to kill Xiao Yio? The crowd was puzzled. Xiao Mei opened her mouth, and a slender flying sword shot forth from her tongue, rapidly swelling to a size of 3 feet. This small sword was composed entirely of characters, appearing quite unique. "Xiao Yio, are you ready? If you are prepared, I shall commence my attack," Xiao Mei said with a smile. Xiao Yio's complexion turned pale. She remained silent, quickly channeling the scant literary chi within her body, and uttered a single character. "Shield." A shield manifested, taking form as a protective barrier before her. Upon witnessing Xiao Yio's technique, Xiao Mei scoffed. "Humph, worthless." The flying sword then surged forth, shattering the shield effortlessly, and continued its momentum to pierce through Xiao Yio's shoulder. Her garment shredded and blood splattered. To this sight, everyone was momentarily stunned. Xiao Mei is serious. Is she truly attempting to kill Xiao Yio? Thoughts raced through the minds of the onlookers. The consensus was that it was not merely Xiao Mei's intention to kill Xiao Yio, but rather that the higher-ups of the Xiao family sought her demise. But why? Was it simply because Xiao Yio repeatedly failed to pass the literary examination, bringing shame to the Xiao family? That reasoning hardly seemed sufficient. In the midst of the scene, Xiao Yio was momentarily taken aback. She did not anticipate that Xiao Mei would dare to act so ruthlessly. Did she not fear the repercussions of clan rules? Or was it that someone had incited Xiao Mei to eliminate me? Who could it be? A myriad of questions swirled in Xiao Yuyao's mind, only to culminate in a bitter smile. It no longer mattered who it was. If they wished to kill, then let them. After all, living had become a source of humiliation. Xiao Yuyao's eyes brimmed with despair, having entirely relinquished her will to resist. This indifference rendered Xiao Mei somewhat bored. "Xiao Yuyao, even if you do not fight back, I shall not hold back. Should you perish beneath my verbal blade, you can only blame your own weakness." With that, Xiao Mei unleashed her verbal blade, aimed directly at the center of Xiao Yuyao's brow. As the blade approached, Xiao Yuyao felt utterly hopeless and did not exhibit a trace of panic, only a calm acceptance. Buzz, initially expecting the verbal blade to pierce her brow, she felt no pain whatsoever. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that the blade was suspended in mid-air, firmly gripped between 2 fingers, unable to move an inch. Witnessing this scene, all members of the Xiao family were taken aback to catch a verbal blade with mere fingers. Could this person be a 5th-tier practitioner? Who is this elder, and why do they intervene in the affairs of the Xiao family without hesitation? Xiao Mei's expression shifted, but she maintained a facade of composure as she inquired of Hanyu. Hanyu, however, disregarded her and turned his attention to Xiao Yuyao, speaking in a gentle tone. "Are you unharmed?" Xiao Yuyao opened her mouth in surprise and instinctively shook her head. Her delicate face was etched with confusion, unable to fathom why this person had come to her aid. Nonetheless, the feeling of having narrowly escaped death filled her with gratitude. Although Xiao Yuyao was unafraid of death, she did not desire it. Living was undoubtedly preferable. Initially, she had been resigned to her fate, prepared to embrace death, yet this unexpected turn of events had altered everything. Seeing Hanyu disregard her, Xiao Mei's heart blazed with fury. "Elder, who are you to meddle in the affairs of the Xiao family? A mere 5th-tier practitioner." The Xiao family had 6th-tier practitioners at their disposal. They were not intimidated by the likes of him. Moreover, her intention to kill Xiao Yuyao was sanctioned by the higher-ups of the Xiao family, leaving her utterly fearless. Xiao Mei refused to believe that this martial practitioner would dare to act against her within the Xiao family. Reflecting on this, she sneered, "If you do not provide an explanation, the Xiao family will not let this matter rest." Before she could finish her words, Han Yu interrupted with a cold reprimand. "Enough!" In an instant. The verbal blade he held between his fingers shot backward, piercing Xiao Mei's throat and instantly severing her vocal cords. Xiao Mei's eyes widened in terror, blood pouring from her mouth. The scene plunged the entire venue into a heavy silence. No one had anticipated that this unexpected assailant would dare to strike within the Xiao family. Chapter 47. The Heavenly Book Academy. Within the Xiao family's conference hall, several senior members convened in secret discussion. Why do you think the Heavenly Book Academy is willing to expend vast resources to have us deal with a nameless junior? What secrets lie beneath this? Why concern yourself with such matters? That is the Heavenly Book Academy. We cannot afford to offend them. We should simply comply with their orders. After all, Xiao Yuyao is nothing but a useless waste. Her death would mean little, and the resources we gain in exchange would be a mere utilization of a waste. That may be true, but I still harbor concerns. The mysterious disappearance of that child's parents. Could this incident be connected? Indeed, it is quite possible. Perhaps they offended the Heavenly Book Academy, prompting them to seek revenge. Are you foolish? With the strength of the Heavenly Book Academy, do you think we could escape if they truly wish to retaliate? I believe there is a significant secret hidden within Xiao Yuyao. Just as this senior member finished speaking, an alarm sounded. Enemy attack. Suspected 5th-tier martial practitioners. While Han Yu severely injured Xiao Mei, the other members of the Xiao family utilized literary spiritual techniques to relay the message. The expressions of the senior members shifted dramatically, and one spoke up, "I knew it. Xiao Yuyao is not as simple as she appears. You speak too late. Let us first assess the situation." Ha! A mere 5th-tier martial practitioner dares to cause trouble in the Xiao family. How absurd. The group immediately cast a lightness spell upon themselves, becoming as agile as swallows as they hurried toward the scene of the incident. The scene. Xiao Mei clutched her throat desperately, her eyes filled with fear. Several Xiao family members hastily applied healing potions to stem the flow of blood, saving her life, though her vocal cords were damaged, rendering her unable to speak coherently. Many combat techniques employed by literary practitioners required vocal incantations. Thus, with her vocal cords harmed, she had effectively lost part of her path. Consequently, resentment filled her gaze directed at Han Yu. Yet Han Yu paid her no mind. Focusing solely on Xiao Yu, he found it strange that this time, the system had not automatically bound Xiao Yuyao. His investment list still contained only Ji Yinling. Han Yu pondered that perhaps he had missed a step, but he was not anxious. Instead, he contemplated how to win over this young woman. He then straightforwardly inquired, "Your name is Xiao Yuyao, correct? I am Han Yu. Would you be willing to come with me?" Xiao Yuyao lifted her gaze to Han Yu and found him to be exceptionally youthful and strikingly handsome. Yet she was baffled as to why this elder had chosen to rescue her and sought to take her away. Nevertheless, despite her uncertainty, she understood that following this elder was preferable to remaining within the Xiao family. Even if this elder had ulterior motives, she felt there was no cause for alarm. After all, he was quite handsome, and there was no loss on her part. Yes, this thought crossed her mind. Xiao Yuyao felt her cheeks flush, and she inwardly scolded herself. "Xiao Yuyao, you fool. Even now, you still think of such trivial matters." Just as she was about to respond to Han Yu, several figures suddenly appeared before her. "Impudent youth, how dare you commit violence within the Xiao family? Quickly state your name, and I shall summon your elders to apologize." One of the middle-aged men scoffed, disdain evident in his brow, clearly dismissing Han Yu as inconsequential. From the moment he laid eyes on Han Yu, he had perceived him as merely a junior, not worthy of concern. Han Yu glanced at the group, sensing their cultivation levels to be roughly equivalent to that of spirit realm practitioners. While various paths of cultivation differed, they often shared commonalities to be why gauging their aura, he could infer their corresponding levels that a mere spirit realm practitioner was no match for Han Yu. He could easily dispatch them with a single strike. He narrowed his eyes, regarding them with indifference. Without further ado, he declared, "Xiao Yuyao, I intend to take her away. Who is in favor, and who is against?" Upon hearing this, the senior members of the Xiao family were immediately incensed. their eyes glinting with murderous intent. "Arrogant youth, how dare you be so brazen? Quickly reveal your name and inform us of your lineage," shouted a tall, thin man. Hanyu cast a cold glance at him and scoffed. "So, you oppose me?" The man was momentarily taken aback, and Hanyu continued, "I offer you a chance. Showcase your strongest technique. Otherwise, when I make my move, you will have no opportunity left at this declaration." All present, including the senior members of the Shao family, were taken aback. They had not anticipated that this young man would possess such audacity. However, they were not foolish and discerned that this youth did not appear to be simple-minded. Given his confidence, he must have some form of backing. The previously enraged tall, thin man fell silent, immediately conveying his thoughts to the others. Who is this kid? Could he possibly be a 6th-tier martial practitioner? Even if he is, there are so many of us. Could we truly fear him? Wait, this youth seems extremely confident. Perhaps he is not merely a 6th-tier, but a 7th-tier King Realm practitioner. Are you jesting? A 7th-tier King Realm practitioner, let alone the Blazing Fire Dynasty. How many practitioners of that level exist in the entirety of Qingzhou? Each one is renowned. How could we not recognize them? Wait, he might indeed be a King Realm practitioner. Even if he is not, he could possess King Realm combat strength. Have you forgotten the new ruler's elder brother? It is said that he once defeated the previous ruler in combat. He too was this young. Oh, are you referring to the one advocating for civil service reforms recently? The group quickly exchanged thoughts, arriving at a rough consensus regarding Hanyu's identity, sending chills down their spines. Although they deeply disliked Hanyu, they were also wary of him. This individual had a record of slaying King Realm practitioners. Such a figure was not one to be trifled with, especially by mere Spirit Realm practitioners. The tall, thin man who had first confronted Hanyu immediately forced a smile, blooming like a chrysanthemum, revealing a hint of servility. "Might I inquire if you are the esteemed Hanyu of the Yuxian sect?" Hanyu squinted slightly, casting a sweeping glance over the crowd, and couldn't help but silently admire them. These cultivators of the literary path were indeed perceptive, adept at reading the room, unlike those previous fools who acted recklessly. He nodded in acknowledgement of his identity. This acknowledgement sent a wave of unease through the group, for their knowledge of Hanyu was scant. However, the fact that he had directly confronted and slain the former ruler, Chong Hui, and had shattered the manifestations of several formidable primordial spirit experts with a single strike was enough to instill fear. The tall, lean man who had just prepared to attack Hanyu dared not hesitate any longer and immediately bowed deeply. "Senior, I apologize for the offense. Please forgive me." At this, the entire Shao family was left in stunned silence. Even the most dim-witted could discern that Hanyu's status was far from ordinary. Even their own upper echelons had to respectfully address him as senior. Could it be that this individual was a master of the royal realm? Once filled with resentment, Xiaomei now felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, cold sweat trickling down her forehead. Just moments ago, she had been groaning in pain, but now she covered her mouth, too fearful to make a sound. Hanyu, however, paid her no mind, instead turning to the upper echelons of the Shao family and reiterating his inquiry. "Did you hear my words clearly?" The few exchanged glances, quickly communicating via sound transmission. "What should we do? Should we hand over Xiao Yuyao to him? Of course, do you dare not to? You think you can afford to offend this calamity? He even dares to kill the former ruler, but we cannot afford to provoke the Tianshu Academy either. Should we bring them in to exert some pressure?" "Fool! The Tianshu Academy has instructed us to handle this matter discreetly to avoid exposure. Do you still dare to bring them in? You want to court death? Forget it. Let us just hand her over and deal with this first." After their exchange, they all nodded in unison. "Please proceed." "Haha, it is an honor for Yu Yao to accompany you. As the saying goes, those who recognize the times are the true talents, and it was evident that these individuals were indeed talented." Hanyu then turned to Xiao Yuyao and asked, "Miss Yuyao, do you wish to come with me?" Xiao Yuyao's face bore a bitter smile as she nodded. "Please wait a moment, senior. While I gather a few things, I'll accompany you," Hanyu replied with a warm smile, adding, "There's no need to call me senior. If you don't mind, just call me senior brother. I'm the eldest brother of the Tianjian Peak of the Yuxian sect. Our Tianjian Peak has seen a decline in talent. Currently, it is just me and another junior sister. If you are willing, You will become my second junior sister. Hearing this, Xiao Yuyao trembled all over. To be honest, she had considered many possibilities just moments ago. But this was not one of them. She had even thought that Han Yu was merely attracted to her beauty and had braced herself for the possibility of being mistreated. Yet, she never expected that Han Yu's intentions were so pure and that he was offering her a tremendous opportunity. As a top-tier force in Qingzhou, the Yuxian sect was the dream of countless family science. Who could have imagined that Xiao Yuyao, deemed a waste, would be personally courted by the eldest brother of the Tianjian Peak? The gazes of the Xiao family science toward Xiao Yuyao were filled with envy and resentment. One of the oblivious Xiao family juniors suddenly spoke up. Senior, you may not be aware, but Xiao Yuyao is no longer the genius she once was. She is now entirely useless. In the eyes of these Xiao family juniors, they believe that Han Yu might be misled by past rumors. More than a decade ago, Xiao Yuyao had indeed been a renowned genius. But that was now a thing of the past. The current Xiao Yuyao could barely pass literary examinations and could not formally enter the literary path. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yuyao also trembled. Cautiously glancing at Han Yu that moment, Han Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of anger evident within them. Xiao Yuyao's heart quaked, thinking Han Yu was upset because she was deemed a waste, and she instinctively began to apologize that, "I'm sorry, senior. I truly am quite useless." Han Yu frowned in confusion and looked at her. "Why are you apologizing? The ones who should apologize are those loquacious fools." Han Yu cast a cold glance at the Xiao juniors, his voice frosty. "Did you not hear what I said?" The juniors turned pale, glancing anxiously at the higher-ups of the Xiao family. Those higher-ups were equally enraged, and without hesitation, the tall, lean man rushed to the front of the juniors, raising his hand to deliver several sharp slaps. "You insolent wretches! The senior commands you to apologize. So do so obediently. All of you kneel and apologize to the senior." The juniors were taken aback, and the higher-ups felt a surge of fear, worried that the actions of these juniors might provoke Han Yu's ire. The juniors, not daring to delay, immediately knelt down and repeatedly bowed to Han Yu. "Senior, we were wrong. We should not have spoken out. Please forgive us, senior. We implore you to show mercy." Han Yu coldly regarded them. "You should be apologizing to Miss Yuyao, not to me." Upon hearing this, the juniors immediately turned to Xiao Yuyao and pleaded, "I'm sorry, Sister Yuyao. We were wrong." Xiao Yuyao paid them no mind. She had grown accustomed to their mockery over the years and did not care in the slightest. She looked at Han Yu and cautiously said, "Senior Han, knowing I am a waste, are you still willing to take me with you?" Han Yu shook his head. Xiao Yuyao sighed internally, her beautiful eyes filled with despondency. "I have said it. You are not a waste, and you are not allowed to refer to yourself as one in the future. Speaking of which, we are quite similar that I was once labeled a waste as well." But those voices have since quieted. Xiao Yuyao's mouth opened slightly, her eyes filled with disbelief. "Senior Han, how could you possibly be a waste? Those people must be blind." Han Yu laughed heartily. "Exactly. Therefore, you are not a waste either. Those who claim you are no different from those who once labeled me. They're merely a bunch of blind fools." Upon hearing Han Yu's scathing rebuke, the Xiao family members felt deep shame but dared not refute him. Xiao Yuyao, however, wore a bitter smile. "I am not like you. I truly am a waste. Even if I study the basics of the literary path diligently every day, I forget it all just as quickly. No matter how much I learn, I forget just as much. I am almost illiterate now." Xiao Yuyao had once been a proud and gifted young lady, but under the harsh realities, she could only resign herself to her fate. Han Yu, however, remained unconvinced, for as the saying goes, there must be a reason for such peculiarities. When such oddities occur in a person, that individual is likely not ordinary. He speculated that perhaps this was due to Xiao Yuyao's literary celestial body. Thus, he spoke up, "Rest assured, as long as you are willing to join the Yuxian sect, I will certainly help you resolve this." "Huh, is what you say true?" Xiao Yuyao's beautiful eyes sparkled, filled with uncertainty. Han Yu nodded. "What? You do not believe me?" Xiao Yuyao shook her head. "That I believe you." For some reason, her intuition told her that Han Yu was not lying. "Then do you wish to join?" "I do." Xiao Yuyao nodded resolutely. "Good, from now on, you shall be my second junior sister at Tianjian Peak, and I will be your eldest brother." "Huh. All right, Senior Han, senior brother," Xiao Yuyao felt as though she were in a dream. The sensation surreal. Then let me accompany you to gather your belongings. Take everything you wish to bring, for this place may not be returned to in the future. All right. Han Yu and Xiao Yuyao walked side by side, while the members of the Xiao family could only watch them leave, not daring to utter a word. Once Han Yu's figure was out of sight, the upper echelons of the Xiao family finally breathed a sigh of relief. They exchanged glances and immediately began to employ secret techniques to attempt to contact the envoy from the Tianshu Academy. Shortly thereafter, within the inner courtyard of the Xiao family, a man clad in scholar's robes appeared before them. His speed was so swift that none of them noticed when he had arrived. "Da-da. We pay our respect to the envoy." The others hastily bowed. I'm aware of everything." The man in scholar's robes spoke coolly. "You need not concern yourselves with this matter. I will handle it." Upon hearing this, the others let out a collective sigh of relief. The man in scholar's robes waved his hand casually, uttering a single phrase, "Seal your lips." A few characters transformed into shimmering chains of light, merging into their bodies that a chill swept through their hearts. But it was soon replaced by joy. They understood that they had been placed under a prohibition by the other party. To utter a word regarding this matter, or even to contemplate speaking of it, would invoke punishment and lead to immediate backlash. However, this was a good sign, as it indicated that the other party would not attempt to take their lives. A collective sigh of relief escaped them. They wished to speak further, only to realize that the scholar in robes had already departed, that in the Xiao family. Within a dilapidated courtyard, Xiao Yuyao sifted through her belongings, her eyes brimming with reluctance. This small courtyard was a legacy from her parents, where every flower and blade of grass held memories. Xiao Yuyao had endured countless cold stares in the Xiao family. The only moments of joy she had experienced were within this sanctuary. Observing her sorrowful demeanor, Han Yu refrained from idle chatter and beckoned her out of the courtyard. Subsequently, Han Yu summoned his spiritual energy to perform the basic earth manipulation technique. Under the immense support of his spiritual force, the ground of the entire courtyard trembled and was uprooted in its entirety. Han Yu produced a storage ring, enveloping the courtyard and its entire foundation within it. Having previously annihilated 2 major sects, he had amassed a considerable number of storage rings, most of which were of mediocre quality, with very few being of the spiritual artifact grade. Among the 4 tiers of artifacts: treasure, spirit, holy, and immortal. The lower-grade treasure rings typically offered only 10 cubic units of space, with each subsequent minor rank doubling or tripling the capacity and major ranks increasing by tenfold or more. Han Yu thus opted to sell all the lower-grade treasure rings, exchanging them for several top-tier spiritual artifact rings, each boasting over 10,000 cubic units of space. Casually tossing the storage ring containing the courtyard to Xiao Yuyao, he remarked, "Consider this little gift a token of our first meeting, junior sister." Xiao Yuyao hastily waved her hands. She was not foolish and could discern the immense value of a ring capable of containing an entire courtyard. "No, this is far too precious, Senior Han. I cannot accept." "Oh, if you refuse, then I shall dispose of it," Han Yu said with a feigned smile. Xiao Yuyao paused, momentarily at a loss for words, and could only lower her head. Han Yu furrowed his brow, bewildered by her reaction, only to notice that the young girl was trembling, and a few tears unexpectedly fell to the ground. "She is crying?" Han Yu exclaimed. "Junior sister, why are you in tears? Did I upset you?" He was genuinely concerned, for this was his second treasure. Xiao Yuyao shook her head, lifting her small face to wipe away her tears, revealing a faint smile. "Not at all, senior brother. I simply feel that you have been too kind to me, da-da." Han Yu was taken aback, then burst into laughter. "What are you talking about? Silly girl, I shall treat you even better in the future." He affectionately ruffled her hair. That moment, a mechanical voice echoed in her mind. Ding! Xiao Yuyao's favorability 60, current status, grateful. Chapter 49. Wine enters the grieving stomach. How delightful. Han Yu continued to touzle Xiao Yuyao's hair, then gently touched the spot where she had been injured by Xiao Mei. "Does it hurt anymore?" Xiao Yuyao nodded. "Thank you, senior brother, for using your spiritual technique to heal me. It no longer hurts." Han Yu pinched her cheek, marveling at its smoothness and elasticity. "Silly girl, there is no need to be so formal with your senior brother." Xiao Yuyao felt no resistance to Han Yu's affectionate gestures. Only a warm surge of emotion within her. It had been over a decade since she had experienced such care from another. Stealing a glance at her senior brother, she noted his extraordinary appearance and graceful demeanor. He was the very embodiment of the Prince Charming she had fantasized about during her times of distress. Reflecting on this, Xiao Yuyao's cheeks flushed crimson as she bit her lip, silently chastising herself. How wicked I am! Senior brother is so kind, yet I wish to take advantage of it. I must not. Senior brother shall always remain senior brother. I cannot harbor any inappropriate thoughts, especially since he is so formidable, while I am merely a waste of potential, unworthy of him that I can only hope to spend my life by his side. Serving him as a humble attendant, Xiao Yuyao had always felt inferior, despite her striking beauty. In this world, beauty was a trivial asset. Without sufficient strength, attractiveness merely relegated one to being a pawn for the powerful. Exploited for their desires, as the saying goes, beauty alone is a double-edged sword. Paired with any other quality, it becomes formidable, but alone, it is perilous. At T18, Xiao Yuyao was bound by family tradition to be betrothed to another, marrying into another clan. Yet with her current abilities, she would only qualify to be a concubine. Thankfully, there was her senior brother. Without him, her future would surely be a living hell. I, Xiao Yuyao, vow to repay my senior brother's kindness throughout my life. At that moment, a mechanical voice resounded in her mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for awakening the genius comparison system. You have automatically bound with the genius Han Yu. Should you surpass him in subsequent comparisons, you will receive substantial rewards. In the event of failure, completing the loser's punishment will grant you compensatory tasks. Upon hearing this voice, Xiao Yuyao trembled, nearly fainting from fright. The timid girl was overwhelmed. The next moment, the voice echoed again. Ding! As a novice reward, the host has activated the treasure, the wordless heavenly book, and removed related negative effects. Buzz! Xiao Yuyao felt a buzzing in her head as countless forgotten pieces of knowledge flooded back to her. Unable to bear the influx, she fainted, collapsing into Han Yu's embrace. Junior sister, what is wrong? Han Yu immediately wrapped his arms around her slender waist, lifting the delicate girl effortlessly. His face was etched with concern. At that moment, he sensed something amiss, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Somewhere in the Xiao family, a man in scholar robes was performing a secret technique, secretly observing everything that transpired with Han Yu. Upon witnessing Xiao Yuyao faint and the peculiar aura emanating from her, the scholar's excitement surged. It is the wordless heavenly book. This girl truly possesses the wordless heavenly book. Having deduced from various clues that Xiao Yuyao likely harbored the wordless heavenly book, he had orchestrated an attack against her, secretly observing to see if she could activate it. He had not anticipated the interference of Han Yu, thinking he would need to expend more time testing her capabilities. Yet he was astonished to see Xiao Yao suddenly activate the wordless heavenly book. In his moment of excitement, the scholar inadvertently leaked a trace of his aura. Indeed, someone is here. Han Yu's voice rang out, followed by several swords of spiritual energy piercing through the area where the scholar had been hiding, reducing it to ruin. A mere condensation. Dan Cultivator dares to attack me, seeking death. In midair, the scholar grasped a brush in one hand and held an inkstone in the other, carelessly unleashing ink. Numerous characters of kill flew forth, transforming into armed warriors charging toward Han Yu. Each ink soldier possessed combat prowess at the level of kings. Clearly, he was a peak scholar of the king realm. I thought it was merely a rat, sneaking around in the shadows. Turns out it's just a king. Han Yu scoffed, conjuring a few spirit swords with ease to obliterate the ink soldiers. Interesting, you have long since detected my presence. The scholar in robes looked down upon Han Yu from above. As he spoke, he continued to unleash ink, surrounding himself with countless ink soldiers, refraining from immediate assault. Han Yu had sensed something amiss the instant he entered the Xiao family. Otherwise, given his temperament, those disrespectful members of the Xiao family would have already been corpses. He refrained from slaying them. Considering it Xiao Yuyao's family matter, believing she would resolve it herself in due time to alleviate her inner turmoil. Moreover, he realized that those who harmed Xiao Yuyao must have been directed by someone in the shadows. seeking to draw that individual out. However, that person was extraordinarily adept at concealment. Despite Han Yu's repeated efforts to scan the Shao family with his divine sense, he could not uncover their presence. Now that the individual had revealed themselves, things would be simpler. Holding Xiao Yuyao close, Han Yu's spiritual energy surged as he unleashed his most formidable technique. The 10,000 swords returned to the origin. Buzz, 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 swords of spiritual energy coalesced around Han Yu, their tips aimed directly at the scholar in robes hovering in the air. Upon sensing the might of the technique, the scholar's expression shifted, but he soon chuckled lightly. How fascinating! Your aura is merely that of the condensation Dan realm, yet you can exude the pressure of the king realm. If it were an ordinary king, they would surely perish at your hands. Fortunately, I am a war king. Ordinary kings were referred to as true kings, while those who reached the pinnacle of the king realm were known as war kings, even if one merely steps into the realm of extremes during the peak of their prowess. The preceding stages are not to be underestimated. The might of a battle king is indeed terrifying that a battle king at the pinnacle of the extreme realm can withstand the assaults of 10-peak royal realm warriors without faltering. This is precisely why the scholar in white robes exudes such confidence. As a battle king of the extreme realm, he could contend even with those at the initial stage of the imperial realm. Not to mention the child before him, who possesses only the aura of the condensed Dan realm. As he spoke, he had already summoned the manifestation of his scholarly spirit, taking the form of a giant forged from ink. This is the renowned Shuama manifestation among scholars. Once this form is conjured, it significantly amplifies the power of ink treasures used against foes. The moment the Shuama manifestation appeared, the ink soldiers summoned by the scholar in white robes experienced a tremendous boost, elevating their combat strength to the late royal realm. It is noteworthy that there were 100 such ink soldiers, now equivalent to 100 late royal realm warriors, even if each soldier possessed but a single strike's worth of power. The impact would be extraordinary as the scholar in white robes activated his scholarly spirit manifestation. Han Yu also invoked the spirit of the wine sword immortal. Spiritual energy lifted the Qian Kuan gourd, with the liquid within cascading forth like a river, merging into the manifestation of the wine sword immortal. There a swordsman, one hand wielding a sword and the other holding a cup, drank heartily, exclaiming in a drunken stupor, "Wine enters the sorrowful belly, relieving my worries and dispelling my troubles. How delightful! Heed my command, sword, come!" With a hum, the Azure Lotus Immortal Sword, nestled within the Qian Kuan gourd, soared forth, enlarging and becoming grasped by the swordsman's manifestation. Overlapping with the sword soul in his hand, in an instant, boundless sword energy enveloped the air, and the 10,000 spirit swords floating beside Han Yu began to tremble. They danced around him as if alive. Reminiscent of butterflies flitting among flowers, the Battle King scholar, witnessing this spectacle, felt his previously unwavering confidence plummet, replaced with disbelief, as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. Trembling, he exclaimed, "What exactly is your cultivation level?" Chapter 50. Deceived by Han Yu did not respond to the words of the scholar in white robes. He merely raised his gaze slightly, his eyes cold as a deep chasm, and uttered a single word, "Death." In the next moment, the culmination of his technique, the myriad swords returning to their origin, erupted forth. Each spirit sword cleaved through the air like 1,000 shooting stars. The scholar in white robes, not daring to underestimate the situation, waved his hand, sending forth over 100 ink soldiers in a rush. He then retrieved a shimmering golden tome, pouring literary energy into it with fervor. As it radiated golden light to envelop him, that juncture, the 100 ink soldiers collided with the 10,000 spirit swords, unleashing a cataclysmic force that swept through the vicinity, showering countless spiritual and literary energies upon the Shao family estate below. The residual power from the clash of these two formidable beings was undoubtedly catastrophic for the cultivators present. Long before the battle commenced, the higher-ups of the Shao family had already transmitted messages for an evacuation. Alas, it was too late. The combat unfolded in the blink of an eye. Spirit swords were shattered by the ink soldiers, reduced to countless fragments that rained down upon the Shao family, piercing through many members of the clan, resulting in instant fatalities. The ink soldiers met a similar fate, exploding into a myriad of liquid remnants that pounded the ground, creating deep craters. The Shao family was left devastated, as if struck by a meteor shower, entirely razed to the ground under the force of their conflict. Over 1,000 members of the Shao family had already perished, regardless of age or gender, with no mercy shown amidst such a colossal battle. It's over, it's all over. The higher-ups of the Shao family, piloting literary treasures to fly, wailed in despair at the unfolding scenes. Their faces turned ashen as they glanced at the figure suspended in midair and then at the calm silhouette below. Cradling the young girl, they found themselves powerless to confront either side, merely sighing in resignation, swallowing their grievances. Meanwhile, the conflict between the scholar in white robes and Han Yu had intensified to a fever pitch. Han Yu's myriad spirit swords had been reduced by more than half, while the ink soldiers of the scholar in white robes suffered heavy casualties. The remaining thousands of spirit swords surged toward the golden, light-enshrouded scholar. And as the golden glow began to dim, panic surged within the scholar's heart. He immediately turned to Han Yu, anxiously stating, "Young friend, we have no enmity between us. There's no need to drive me to my demise. Is there? I hail from the prestigious Tianshu Academy in the upper state. Should I perish here, they will surely investigate, and you will undoubtedly bear the consequences." The scholar deliberately employed an amplification technique, broadcasting his voice throughout the city inhabited by over 10,000 souls. Should Han Yu wish to slay him now, it would be impossible to conceal the news, and he was certain the young man would weigh the repercussions. Tianshu Academy, is it? Han Yu narrowed his eyes. He had heard of this power, rumored to be guarded by several formidable sovereign-level warriors. Such sovereigns were far beyond Han Yu's current capabilities to contend with. However, the distance between this upper state and here was considerable. By the time news reached them, the members of Tianshu Academy would likely take ages to arrive. Why then? Han Yu's cultivation might have ascended to an unprecedented level, where even sovereigns could fall before him. Contemplating this, a smile crept onto Han Yu's lips. Very well. If you hand over that golden tome in your possession, I shall spare your life this time. What say you? Was he serious? The scholar in white robes hesitated in disbelief. Yet Han Yu nodded affirmatively. If you doubt me, I can seal my spiritual energy for half a stick of incense. During that time, you could escape far away, and I would not pursue. Upon hearing this, the scholar's heart stirred. Without further ado, Han Yu began to retract all his spiritual techniques and physical manifestations, then channeled his spiritual energy to form a hand that struck several of his acupoints. In an instant, Han Yu was akin to a candle flame encased in a glass cover, his internal power temporarily sealed, unable to escape. Witnessing this, the scholar's heart leapt with joy, and he immediately considered rushing over to eliminate Han Yu. However, he quickly dismissed that thought. This fellow dared to do such a thing, surely having his own means of protection. To act rashly would surely lead to his downfall. Before the scholar could finalize his thoughts, Han Yu continued, "Now, it is time to hand over that golden tome." The scholar in white robes displayed reluctance, yet ultimately relinquished the golden tome to Han Yu. This was a unique sacred artifact of the Confucian sect, capable of aiding cultivation and possessing formidable defensive capabilities. That it was far more precious than ordinary sacred artifacts, and he felt as though his heart was bleeding. Very well, I shall take my leave now. After tossing the golden tome to Han Yu, the scholar swiftly vanished into the horizon. Han Yu, holding Xiao Yuyo, made his way toward the remnants of the Shao family estate. The numerous powerful members of the Shao family gazed at Han Yu, a fleeting surge of murderous intent blossoming within them. After all, he was one of the principal architects of their family's destruction, and now that he had sealed his spiritual energy, they could easily strike him down. However, several high-ranking members of the Shao family quickly quashed this notion. They dared not gamble. What if he had a trick up his sleeve? While some were cautious, others acted recklessly. That a member of the Shao family, whose kin had perished in the conflict, glared at Han Yu with bloodshot eyes. "You have slain my family. You shall pay for this." He brandished a dagger and lunged at Han Yu. Han Yu deftly sidestepped, yet the dagger lodged itself into his back, blood flowing profusely. With a swift kick, he sent the Shao family member flying, leaving him lifeless on the ground. The dagger remained embedded in Han Yu's back. blood streaming forth, a gruesome sight to behold. The onlookers were taken aback. Was this fellow truly incapable of utilizing his spiritual energy? The high-ranking members of the Shao family exchanged, however, when the scholarly figure in white directed his pen-like blade towards Hanyu. No trace of panic could be discerned upon his visage. Instead, there was only a calmness born of strategic foresight. Alarm bells resounded within the white-robed scholar's heart as he silently exclaimed, "Not good. I have fallen into a trap." Alas, it was too late. Suddenly, a surge of vital energy erupted from Hanyu's body, and the dagger embedded in his back was violently expelled, the wound healing instantaneously. Such minor injuries were but trifles to a cultivator of physical prowess, akin to the bite of a mere mosquito. Had Hanyu not restrained the flow of his vital energy, that member of the Shao family would have been directly annihilated before even making contact. With a white-robed scholar now in the fray, Hanyu showed no hesitation. His vital energy surged forth like a mighty river, completely engulfing the scholar. No. The scholar bellowed as a colossal hand formed from the vital energy seized him, crushing him into a pulpy mass with a sickening crunch. Witnessing this scene, the remaining members of the Shao family felt their scalps tingle, their breaths caught in their throats. Chapter 51. In the Great Yin Dynasty. The emperor himself leads the charge. What a king! To perish so easily, like a defenseless chick, utterly without the means to resist. Several high-ranking members of the Shao family exchanged alarmed glances, their thoughts conveyed through silent communication. This is the cultivation of body refining. He is indeed a body cultivator. Could it be that the rumors swirling around the Great Yin Dynasty about a formidable body cultivator from the royal realm pertain to him? My heavens, he is a terrifying existence capable of annihilating several seasoned kings in a single battle. And yet he is so young. This is someone we cannot afford to provoke. We must tread carefully. Their astonishment was palpable, mingled with a profound sense of dread. If we had known he had taken an interest in Xiao Yuyao, we would have refrained from involving ourselves in this matter. Did we truly have a choice? We cannot afford to offend him, nor can we provoke the Tian Shuyuan. Let us set aside thoughts of the Tian Shuyuan for now. This gentleman is akin to a living demon king. Given his might, had he desired to preserve our Shao family, he could have easily done so. His allowance of our destruction signifies his profound discontent with us. As they contemplated their predicament, the Shao family members could only ponder how to beseech his forgiveness. For otherwise, they would inevitably suffer dire consequences. The remaining Shao descendants stood in stunned silence, paralyzed by fear. Hanyu paid them no heed, instead breaking through the spiritual energy seal with his vital energy and channeling some into Xiao Yuyao. She felt a soothing warmth envelop her, coursing through her body, leaving her pleasantly tingling all over. A soft moan escaped her lips as she gradually regained consciousness, only to find herself cradled in her senior brother's arms. His warmth palpable against her skin. Xiao Yuyao's cheeks flushed crimson as Hanyu gently set her down. "Junior sister, you have finally awakened. Senior brother, what has transpired? How did the Shao family become a ruin?" "Nothing of significance, merely the uproar caused by capturing a little mouse," Hanyu replied placidly. The Shao family members felt a surge of emotion at his words. This was the mark of a true master. Who could dismiss such a formidable opponent as a mere trifle? Hanyu produced a golden scroll and extended it to Xiaoyu. "I find this item rather impressive. Consider a gift." At the sight of the golden scroll, Xiao Yuyao's eyes sparkled with delight. This is the Holy Page Golden Book. It is said that only the flora of the sacred enlightenment realm can produce such a tome, which possesses numerous benefits, akin to a top-grade sacred artifact for scholars. No, senior brother, this item is far too precious. I cannot accept it." Xiao Yuyao hastily returned the Holy Page Golden Book to Hanyu, who frowned in feigned displeasure. "I have already stated not to be so polite with your senior brother. If you continue in this manner, I shall reconsider your position as my junior sister." Hearing this, Xiao Yuyao's heart sank, and biting her lip, she quickly tucked the Holy Page Golden Book into her embrace, holding it tightly. Casting a cautious glance at Hanyu, she stammered, "I will accept it. But please, senior brother, do not cast me aside." Seeing her distress, Hanyu fell into silence. This young lady, was she truly so insecure? He had merely been jesting. Yet she took it to heart. Xiao Yuyao, noticing Han Yu's silence, worried that she had offended him. Senior brother, I am truly sorry. I was wrong. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, looking as though she might cry at any moment. Han Yu reached out to gently ruffle her hair, exclaiming with exasperation, "What a little crybaby, a pearl that weeps at the slightest provocation. I was merely teasing. How could I possibly forsake you? Quickly wipe those tears away. We wouldn't want you to break into sobs and produce bubbles." At his words, Xiao Yuyao could not help but giggle through her tears. The surrounding members of the Xiao family bore witness to Han Yu's tender treatment of Xiao Yuyao, their hearts filled with a complex mixture of envy and trepidation. Previously, they had often cast scornful glances at her, deeming her a disgrace to the Xiao family. Now that she had found a powerful ally, they feared that if retribution were to come, they would be the ones to suffer. "Whatever happens, happens," Han Yu said, turning his gaze to the others. "Junior sister, how do you wish to handle the matter of the Xiao family's intent to kill you?" Upon hearing this, all the Xiao family members felt a chill run down their spines. Their attention sharpened to the utmost. Xiao Yuyao hesitated briefly. Truth be told, she harbored no fondness for the Xiao family. Yet they were her blood relatives, and she owed them some measure of gratitude. To eradicate them all would surely invite scorn from the world and create a deep-seated inner turmoil within her. Given her temperament, it would be difficult for her to commit such an unfeeling act. Thus, Xiao Yuyao spoke softly. "From this day forth, I, Xiao Yuyao, sever all ties with the Xiao family." Upon hearing this, the members of the Xiao family collectively exhaled in relief. They had feared that Xiao Yuyao would seek vengeance for past grievances, leading to their complete annihilation. This was, after all, a case of underestimating her resolve. After Xiao Yuyao's declaration, Han Yu nodded. "Then from this moment on, junior sister, you and the Xiao family are clear of all debts. However, while you have resolved your issues with the Xiao family, mine remain unfinished." His tone shifted, his gaze turning icy as he addressed the gathered individuals. "How you treat your own kin is of no concern to me, but Xiao Yuyao is my junior sister. Should you wish to harm her, you are declaring your intent to kill me. For those who seek my death, there is but one outcome, death." Han Yu extended his hand to cover Xiao Yuyao's eyes. As his words faded, a torrent of spiritual energy erupted, transforming into a flurry of radiant blades that pierced the foreheads of the Xiao family members. Within mere moments, all present from the Xiao family lay lifeless. With a mere thug at the border where the blazing fire dynasty meets the great flame dynasty, the air is thick with the smoke of war, and the sounds of battle reverberate incessantly. The great flame dynasty has unleashed dozens of legions, numbering in the tens of millions of elite soldiers, forcefully advancing into the blazing fire dynasty. Although the blazing fire dynasty boasts millions of troops, their numbers fall short of 1/10 of their adversaries, and their soldiers' average prowess is significantly inferior. Consequently, under the relentless assault of the Great Flame Dynasty, the forces of the Blazing Fire Dynasty are utterly overwhelmed, succumbing to successive sieges and retreats, discarding their armor in their haste. The armies of the Great Flame Dynasty swiftly capture border cities, their momentum akin to a raging torrent, until they reach the Dragon Vein Royal City. This Dragon Vein Royal City, once guarded by the Golden Spear King, Jinming City, is of paramount importance. While ordinary cities may be relinquished, the loss of this stronghold would swiftly erode the fortunes of the Blazing Fire Dynasty. Fortunately, Jinming City is fortified by formidable natural defenses, rendering it easy to defend, yet difficult to conquer. Thus buying some time to this moment. Beneath Jinming City, countless valiant soldiers are stationed, encircling it completely. Towering beasts of war, each 1,000 feet in length and exuding an aura of ferocity, represent the might of the Great Flame Dynasty's formidable legions. After repeated failed assaults on Jinming City, 3 figures emerge from the ranks of the Great Flame Dynasty's forces. Among them is the current sovereign, Ji Huamao, who is personally taken to the battlefield today, determined to seize this vital dragon vein. Chapter 52. The Spirit's Transformation. The Red Tiger Monarch's betrayal of the border has long been in a state of emergency. Even the blazing fire royal city is rife with anxiety, fearing that the flames of war might spread here. Within the royal palace, however, Ji Yanling remains undisturbed, deeply engrossed in her cultivation. Having already reached the pinnacle of the condensed Dan realm, she is capable of splitting her golden Dan to give birth to her primordial spirit, a feat beyond the reach of ordinary practitioners. Yet, Ji Yanling is resolute in her ambition to attain the utmost mastery at every level, necessitating the completion of the 9 refinements of the Golden Dan. This is a protracted endeavor, and according to her previous estimations, it would take at least a year and a half. This is already considered remarkably swift. However, with the assistance of the fortunes of the Blazing Fire Dynasty, her speed in refining the Golden Dan has surged dramatically that in just a few days, she has completed the 9 refinements and is now on the verge of splitting the Golden Dan. Crack! Within Ji Yanling's Dantian, a sprouting spirit root tree thrives, with 9 branches spiraling upward to support an incredibly solid foundation. Atop this 9-layered foundation rests an altar, upon which a Golden Dan floats, already adorned with several fissures, for which a tremendous primordial spirit power emanates, causing the entire Dantian realm to tremble. Moments later, the Golden Dan shatters completely, and a fiery phoenix soars within the Dantian, ultimately transforming into a maiden clad in crimson feathers, seated gracefully upon the altar. This is the primordial spirit that Ji Yanling has summoned. She has finally reached the realm of the primordial spirit. A smile curves upon Ji Yanling's lips. The techniques of the heavenly fire peak are indeed formidable. The fiery phoenix I have summoned far surpasses the flame deity I once worshipped in my past life. Filled with joy, Ji Yanling reflects on why she chose to join the celestial wanderers. The worship of a primordial spirit not only symbolizes oneself, but also manifests the legacy of ancient deities. If the deity she worships resonates deeply with her, the power of the summoned primordial spirit in battle will be greatly enhanced. Having now attained the 5th extremity realm, combined with this primordial spirit, she can effortlessly triumph over ordinary monarch realm practitioners. I wonder how things are faring outside. Perhaps I should take a look? Ji Yanling exits her secluded chamber, only to feel the royal seal vibrating, indicating numerous messages from the border. Unable to contain her eagerness to engage in battle, she receives a communication from Han Yu, instructing her, above all, not to leave the royal city. He assures her that he can handle the matters at the border. Upon seeing the royal fortune's communication, Ji Yanling reluctantly suppresses her impulsiveness and resolves to remain in the capital. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Blazing Fire Dynasty, Han Yu, upon receiving news from the border, takes to the skies on his sword, hastening towards the conflict. Accompanied by Xiao Yue, his speed is not excessively rapid, merely several times that of an ordinary monarch. However, even at this pace, Han Yu employs spiritual techniques to shield Xiao Yue, who appears somewhat uncomfortable, her complexion pale as if suffering from motion sickness. Xiao Yue initially wishes for Han Yu to leave her at a certain location, but he cannot bring himself to do so. He remains unaware if there are lurking dangers akin to that white-robed scholar. If he were to leave Xiao Yue behind and she were captured, it would be a regret he would bear for a lifetime. She is his second treasure, and he cannot afford to lose sight of her. The urgency of the border situation is within Han Yu's strategic plans, so his pace is more than sufficient to reach the site in time. As he flies, a notification from the system sounds. Ding! Congratulations, host! Investment target Ji Yanling has broken through to the primordial spirit realm. Current affinity 100. Unwavering loyalty. You have received a 10,000-fold return. Ding! You have broken through to the 9th heaven of the primordial spirit realm. Ding! You have attained the ultimate state of the primordial spirit realm, having undergone 99 refinements. In an instant, Han Yu completes the feedback process. Within his Dantian, a primordial spirit, nearing the 100 refinements, emerges, exuding boundless power and bearing a striking resemblance to Han Yu himself. Throughout this journey, Han Yu has not practiced any particular techniques. All his cultivation feedback has been distilled from the most fundamental forms. Therefore, Han Yu has not worshipped any deities. His primordial spirit is, in essence, himself. Nevertheless, the strength of his primordial spirit exceeds that of ordinary primordial spirit realm practitioners by 100-fold. Even those who worship the mightiest of deities would find themselves no match against Han Yu's primordial spirit. With my current strength, relying solely on my chi refinement, I could likely contend with an ordinary pinnacle monarch, if I can merge the powers of the primordial spirit with the blood god's essence. I might even slay an extreme realm war monarch. Han Yu feels invigorated. The term extreme realm war monarch does not refer to every monarch who has broken through to the extreme in every realm, but rather to those who have attained the singular extreme monarch realm. For most practitioners, breaking through the extreme is a daunting challenge, typically involving two choices: either to start from the body refinement realm and relentlessly pursue the extreme, or to recognize one's potential and determine the highest realm one might attain, breaking through at that level. For those bold enough, they may attempt to push through the extreme in the one or two realms just below their perceived limit. The process of breaking through the extreme is akin to stacking stones. The more times one breaks the limit, the more challenging it becomes. Thus, the most cost-effective strategy is to break through the extreme in the final realms, yielding significantly greater results than in lower realms. Consequently, extreme realm practitioners are extraordinarily rare, while those who have attained the complete extreme realm are virtually non-existent, and high-tier complete extreme realm practitioners are even rarer still. Ji Yanling's ambition is to become that emperor of the complete extreme. By her good fortune, Han Yu has also ascended to an unparalleled realm, the utmost extreme beyond extremes, a legendary state not even chronicled in history. Each realm has undergone 999 refinements. What power could one possibly withstand? Thus, Han Yu promptly sends a message to Ji Yanling, fearing that this young woman's burgeoning confidence might lead her to foolishly venture forth and create complications. Though Han Yu has acquired another treasure, he cannot afford for any of his treasures to falter. Whether grand or modest, each is precious to him. His junior sisters need only focus on their cultivation. He will handle all other matters, with the power of the primordial spirit at his disposal. Han Yu envelopes Xiao Yiyue in a protective shroud of primordial spirit energy and accelerates his flight. His previous caution and speed was due to the concern that Xiao Yiyue, being inexperienced in martial arts, might struggle to endure the swiftness. While her physical form is safeguarded by Han Yu's spiritual power, her spirit could not withstand the strain. If Han Yu were to hasten recklessly, it could result in a scenario where the body races ahead while the soul lags behind. Now, with the protection of his primordial spirit power, the situation is markedly different. Soon, he arrives at Jinming City, where a fierce battle rages in the skies above, with several monarchs engaged in fierce combat. Both sides are bolstered by their national fortunes, resulting in intense fluctuations in their struggle. Although the national fortune power of the Great Flame Dynasty far surpasses that of the Blazing Fire Dynasty, they are currently in hostile territory, and the balance of power is relatively even. Thus, the monarchs on both sides exchange blows with considerable vigor. Moreover, the Blazing Fire Dynasty's forces benefit from the protection of the Royal City's Grand Formation, granting them superior recovery and defensive capabilities compared to their adversaries. If this stalemate continues, the forces of the Blazing Fire Dynasty are bound to emerge victorious. Yet, all are acutely aware that this is merely a superficial illusion. Among the several monarchs of the Blazing Fire Dynasty, led by the Qinghua King and the Changfeng King, the two engage in rapid telepathic communication. Those scoundrels of the Great Flame Dynasty are evidently exhausting the power of our Jinming City as formation. This formation consumes a vast amount of spirit stones every moment. And if this continues, we will not be able to sustain it for long. That I have sensed the presence of a monarch within their camp. Once the city's protective formation is lifted, that monarch will surely strike, subduing us all. The Qinghua King's face is etched with worried. I wonder if our sovereign has successfully settled the matters. Without him, we cannot withstand this onslaught. O sovereign, you have incurred the ire of so many formidable foes. While your absence is acceptable, could you not have summoned a few allies from the celestial wanderers to assist us? Lamenting the absence of assistance and resources, the king of the Blazing Fire Kingdom, Qinghua Wang, expressed his frustration, and oh sooner had his words faded than two streaks of crimson light surged from within the military camp of the Great Flame Dynasty. One was the Red Tiger Sovereign, while the other was Jihuanmao, known as the Wind of Flame Sovereign. Both had gathered their strength mid-flight, their sights set on the city's protective array. Red Tiger Sovereign, I have identified two weaknesses in the city's defensive formation. You take the one to the east, and I shall handle the one to the west. Agreed. The two were in perfect accord. Ji Huamao unleashed his martial technique, the flame dragon wind breaking palm, summoning a colossal fire tornado that roared towards the protective formation. Simultaneously, the Red Tiger Sovereign executed his renowned technique, the Red Tiger roaring to the heaven strike. As a giant crimson flame tiger howled into the sky. Both techniques exuded overwhelming might, rendering the hearts of the prominent kings of the blazing fire dynasty cold. Yet an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Instead of targeting the protective array, the Red Tiger Sovereign's attack veered abruptly towards Ji Huamao. Witnessing this, the powerful figures of the Great Flame Dynasty were left astounded. Has the Red Tiger Sovereign turned traitor? Chapter 53. The wooden puppet sovereign, the Red Tiger Sovereign's strike engulfed Ji Huamao, enveloping him in a torrent of raging flames, swiftly sapping the latter's vitality until he ultimately disintegrated into a cloud of ash. The sight shocked the kings of the Great Flame Dynasty, who gazed at the Red Tiger Sovereign with disbelief. Isn't he a member of the royal family? Why would he betray the Great Flame Dynasty? One of the kings voiced his incredulity. Red Tiger Sovereign, why have you done this? Have you defected to the Immortal Wanderers? No. I believe there's been a misunderstanding. I simply deem that Ji Huamao is unworthy of ruling the Great Flame Dynasty. I wish to select another. The Red Tiger Sovereign grinned widely. Under Ji Huamao's governance, the Great Flame Dynasty's power had diminished rather than flourished over the years. Recently, they had suffered the inexplicable loss of several kings, placing them at a significant disadvantage for the impending battlefield of kings. Having now abdicated, he proposed that with the nation's luck, they could cultivate a prodigious king who would surely bring great fortune to Qingzhou in the upcoming battle. What do you think? The kings of the Great Flame Dynasty fell into a contemplative silence. After a moment, someone ventured to inquire, "Are you suggesting that the sixth prince should be the new ruler of the Great Flame Dynasty?" But it seems too far-fetched. You have slain the Wind of Flame Sovereign. The true power of our dynasty has been drastically diminished. One of the kings, suppressing his fury, found the Red Tiger Sovereign's actions overly reckless and challenging to justify to the others. However, another king, after some reflection, articulated the Red Tiger Sovereign's true intention. No, the Red Tiger Sovereign truly aims to elevate not the sixth prince, but the ninth princess. All present were taken aback, followed by a collective realization. The Red Tiger Sovereign cast a look of admiration at the speaker and boomed with laughter. Indeed, I intend to endorse the ninth princess for the throne. This way, the Blazing Fire Dynasty can merge with our Great Flame Dynasty, and the Immortal Wanderers can ally with us, incorporating the other forces within Qingzhou into our dominion. Only through unification can Qingzhou embrace rebirth. Will you join me? The Red Tiger Sovereign surveyed the kings, who exchanged glances. Though they wished to refuse, it was evident that to do so would invite the ire of the Red Tiger Sovereign. One finally spoke up. The ninth princess is of royal blood and possesses the sacred body as potential. If she ascends to the throne, I have no objections. With this initial endorsement, others found their rationale to maintain their dignity and readily concurred. Ultimately, over a dozen kings of the Great Flame Dynasty voiced their agreement, much to the Red Tiger Sovereign's satisfaction. Well done. Those who know how to bend with the times are indeed wise. It appears none among you are foolish. Before the Red Tiger Sovereign could finish, a voice rang out from behind him. Red Tiger Sovereign, you seem to be celebrating a bit prematurely. Have you not considered that victory may have come too easily? Startled by the voice, the Red Tiger Sovereign turned to find a man clad in a blue robe, smiling at him. Wooden Puppet Sovereign, are you not tasked with guarding the imperial capital? How did you end up here? Wait, with your strength, you could not have silently approached me. Could it be the Red Tiger Sovereign's expression shifted with dawning realization? The Wooden Puppet Sovereign laughed heartily. Indeed, it seems you have grasped the situation. Yes, you have stepped into my domain. In the realm of kings, one perceives the true essence, while in the realm of emperors, one constructs their domain. Within an emperor's domain, their combat prowess surges dramatically. Given the distinct truths each perceives, the characteristics of their domains vary widely. Some are straightforward and bold, while others are insidious and treacherous. The Red Tiger Sovereign's domain belonged to the former, ideal for direct confrontation, whereas the Wooden Puppet Sovereign's domain fell into the latter category. Once one entered, it became exceedingly troublesome. Under normal circumstances, the Red Tiger Sovereign's perceptiveness would prevent him from easily entering the Wooden Puppet Sovereign's domain. Even if the latter initiated his domain first, the former could establish his own in the next instant, allowing for mutual containment. However, the Wooden Puppet Sovereign had discreetly unfolded his domain using the puppet struck by the Red Tiger Sovereign as a focal point, concealing it within the battle's tumult. Time had elapsed, and for the Emperor's domain, it had reached a peak state. Realizing this, the Red Tiger Sovereign promptly chose to retreat. Unfortunately, in the next moment, he felt as if his body was no longer under his control, rendering him unable to move. In his perception, invisible threads bound him tightly, anchoring him in place. This was the Wooden Puppet Sovereign's 1,000 threads domain. Once ensnared, one would be rendered a puppet at his will. Damn it, the Red Tiger Sovereign bellowed, unleashing his power and summoning his primordial spirit. Instantly, he transformed into a flame-wreathed general with a tiger's head and a human body. The Wooden Puppet Sovereign merely chuckled. Feudal, my domain has been operational for too long. Given our comparable strengths, you cannot dispel the influence of the puppet threads. Indeed, no matter how fiercely the Red Tiger Sovereign attempted to exert his power, he remained immobilized. Even if he wished to activate his domain within the Emperor's domain, one could not do so unless they vastly surpassed their opponent in strength. The puppet threads had firmly ensnared the Red Tiger Sovereign, and any attempts to attack the Wooden Puppet Sovereign only directed his strikes towards the protective array of the Blazing Fire Dynasty. Cursed Wooden Puppet Sovereign, if you have the capability, face me in a fair fight. The Red Tiger Sovereign seethed internally, feeling utterly humiliated. The Wooden Puppet Sovereign, however, replied with smug satisfaction. Red Tiger Sovereign, you jest. I am merely a puppet master in the shadows. Had he not been so careless as to allow me to unfold my domain first and remain under its influence for so long, even 10 of me would not stand a chance against you. But fret not, for the Emperor has decreed that after this battle, your very vessel shall belong to me. Although I specialize in crafting wooden puppets, I shan't refuse such a splendid royal vessel. With your form as a puppet, even in direct combat, ordinary emperors shall not be my match. I truly thank you. Upon hearing this, the Red Tiger Sovereign erupted in fury. Filled with regret, he had underestimated Ji Huamao, and it appeared that the latter had long since perceived his flaws and made preparations in advance. Wooden Puppet Sovereign, where is that scoundrel Ji Huamao? Have him come forth. How dare he conspire against me, yet hide away? The Red Tiger Sovereign cast a cold gaze over the throng below, scanning the swarming masses, yet detected no other sovereign's presence. At such a juncture, what could he possibly be concealing? The Red Tiger Sovereign felt a surge of dissatisfaction. The Wooden Puppet Sovereign smiled. The Emperor has far more pressing matters to attend to. As for you, a dying man, what need is there for so much chatter? Simply succumb to my puppet threads and become my marionette. As he spoke, he turned his gaze toward the remaining kings of the Great Flame Dynasty, a wicked smile curling at his lips. And you wavering ones shall also become my puppets. Those kings trembled in fear, feeling the oppressive force of the 1,000 threads domain. Even emperors could not move, let alone them. Anxiety gripped the kings, and one quickly pleaded for mercy. Wooden Puppet Sovereign, I implore you to show mercy and spare our lives. Yes, yes, we are willing to surrender our souls to your command. After all our struggles, we beseech you to grant us leniency. Yet the Wooden Puppet Sovereign remained unmoved, coldly retorting, what use have I for your souls? Seizing your souls and condemning you to death, will you still hesitate? It would be far better to directly erode you into mere puppets, allowing you to perish instantly. What a delightful prospect! Upon hearing the words of the Wooden Puppet Sovereign, the crowd felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. Their hearts ablaze with fury, one among them bellowed, Beast! This king shall fight you to the end. Even if I must destroy this body, I refuse to become your puppet. Some sovereigns contemplated a mutual destruction. Yet, regrettably, they found themselves utterly immobilized, unable to take even a single step forward. Observing their responses, the wooden puppet sovereign let out a boisterous laugh that a bunch of worthless fools, merely barking ineffectually. To be honest, I have long desired you. With your kingly power, only in my hands can you truly reach your utmost potential. Oh, and you, wait and see. Once I break this grand array, I shall refine you as well. The wooden puppet sovereign revealed a sinister grin, sending a chill through everyone within the golden inscription city. The Qinghua king swallowed hard, feigning composure as he coldly declared, "Old man, do not be so arrogant. I have already informed my master, who is now on his way here with the formidable members of the Yuxian sect. When they arrive, it will be your demise." The wooden puppet sovereign scoffed at this. "Oh, the strong of the Yuxian sect? Ha! Let them come. I am eager to see if that wretched Lu Ruyan can kill me. When I sought to join the Yuxian sect, she had the audacity to refuse me. After I acquire these puppets, I shall confront the emperor of the sect, refining her into a puppet to serve me for eternity." Huh! The wooden puppet sovereign reveled in his triumph, feeling as though he had reached the pinnacle of his existence. However, his jubilation was short-lived as countless beams of sword light erupted from the distant sky, cascading towards him like the Milky Way. Pouring forth, a figure clad in white emerged, capturing the gaze of all. The individual, adorned in flowing white garments that danced in the wind, stood upon the Qinglian Immortal Sword, descending as if a celestial being had graced the mortal realm. Merely standing there, he appeared to be the center of the universe, compelling all to pause and behold. Upon seeing the figure in white, the Qinghua king's expression transformed with joy, exclaiming, "Aha! Wooden puppet sovereign, your end has come. My master has arrived." The wooden puppet sovereign was startled by the incoming sword light and instinctively waved his hand, sending forth tens of thousands of wooden puppets to confront the oncoming beams. Swish, swish, swish. As the sword light surged, countless wooden puppets were shattered into a flurry of wood chips, resembling falling snowflakes. "Interesting," the wooden puppet sovereign remarked with a cold smile, locking eyes with Hanyu from a distance. "You are the so-called genius of the Yuxian sect? Not bad, but alas, your cultivation is lacking. If only you possessed kingly power, I could refine you into a puppet of unparalleled worth. What a pity! I am not adept at crafting human puppets. Otherwise, I could preserve some of your consciousness, transforming you into a living dead puppet, allowing for continuous cultivation and ascension." The wooden puppet sovereign mused aloud, feigning regret, but soon a grin spread across his face that, I have come up with a splendid idea. First, I shall suppress you, then sell you to my brethren of the Tianjiao sect, who excel in crafting human puppets. I shall fetch a handsome price for you." The wooden puppet sovereign appeared thoroughly pleased with his scheme, clapping his hands in delight. Yet, Hanyu paid him no mind, instead summoning his spiritual manifestation and activating the Jiu Jian Xian body. With a resounding roar, a dashing sword cultivator's manifestation rose majestically, the Qinglian Immortal Sword transforming into a streak of light, gracefully landing in the manifestation's grasp. Hanyu and his manifestation moved in perfect synchrony, maximizing his chi combat power to its fullest potential. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the spiritual swords rapidly coalesced, a terrifying pressure emanated from them, causing all present to display expressions of shock. Such formidable spiritual pressure. Is this truly merely the realm of the primordial spirit? Even the previously self-satisfied wooden puppet sovereign wore a grave expression. From the spiritual techniques exhibited by Hanyu, he sensed a lethal threat. Impossible! A mere primordial spirit, even if capable of slaying kings, could not threaten me. The wooden puppet sovereign reassured himself, confident that with the protection of national fortune and his activated domain, he could effortlessly suppress Hanyu. Nevertheless, despite his confidence, he remained fully focused, not daring to let his guard down. The entirety of his domain's power was mobilized, the invisible yet tangible puppet threads vibrating violently. In the next moment, Hanyu's sword techniques had fully brewed, and the Qinglian Immortal Sword struck abruptly at the wooden puppet sovereign's domain at a beam of sword light, carrying a multitude of spiritual swords, sliced through the air like a shooting star, raining down upon the myriad threads of the domain. It was only when the spiritual swords entered his domain that the wooden puppet sovereign truly comprehended the might of Han Yu's strike. He desperately commanded the puppet threads to ensnare the incoming spiritual swords. 10,000, 100,000, indeed, 1,000,000 puppet threads surged forth, ensnaring the spiritual swords tightly. Snap, snap! As the threads crushed the swords, a cacophony of destruction filled the air point one by one. The threads were shattered by the swords. In just a few breaths, over 500,000 threads have been obliterated. Damn it! How could a mere primordial spirit's techniques possess such destructive power against my kingly domain? Panic began to rise within the wooden puppet's sovereign. Without hesitation, he commanded the remaining threads to seize the Chi Hu's sovereign and the other kings, using their physical forms as shields against the spiritual swords. Huh. Your name is Han Yu, is it? Aren't you quite strong? Come, kill them. The wooden puppet sovereign hurled a taunt at Han Yu. The latter remained silent, his gaze growing ever colder. Meanwhile, the Chi Hu's sovereign laughed heartily. Brother Han, do not hold back. I'm willing to die, as long as you slay this wretched creature for me. Hurry, act. Do not give him any more time. Those puppet threads are about to penetrate my very marrow. If I fall completely under his control, it will be far more troublesome. The Chi Hu's sovereign's demeanor was carefree, yet the other kings were unwilling to face death. Upon hearing his words, the wooden puppet sovereign sneered. Chi Hu's sovereign, are you too deluded? Even if he kills you, I can swiftly refine you into a puppet. However, a corpse puppet is far less powerful than a living one, of course. I believe that with your strength, even a corpse puppet would pose a significant threat to this brat. The wooden puppet sovereign regarded Han Yu with a cold smile. His earlier panic entirely vanished, replaced by unwavering confidence. Just as he finished speaking, Han Yu abruptly charged into his realm, plunging headlong into the heart of the myriad threads. The entire assembly fell into stunned silence. The wooden puppet sovereign first felt bewildered, then elation. Ah! You have entered my domain. You are doomed. You are doomed. In the brief standoff, his million puppet threads had already regained most of their power. This was one of the traits of a king's domain. Its recovery speed was greatly enhanced. Without the suppression of another king's domain, even 1,000,000 troops could not exhaust a king's strength. By entering his domain, Han Yu had undoubtedly walked into a trap. Without a moment's hesitation, the wooden puppet sovereign commanded the puppet threads to swarm towards Han Yu. The Chi Hu sovereign and the others watched in confusion as Han Yu rushed into danger. It's over. Brother Han does not understand the true might of the king's domain. Damn it. Had I known, I would not have held back that day. Regret filled the Chi Hu sovereign's heart. During their previous battle, he had refrained from unleashing his kingly ultimate move, his domain. The ease with which he had pledged allegiance to Han Yu stemmed from many reasons, not merely because he felt incapable of defeating him. In the Chi Hu sovereign's mind, Han Yu was indeed gifted, but they were evenly matched, even with the divine weapons enhancement. Now, as he faced oppression from the wooden puppet sovereign, wasn't Han Yu doomed as well? But before he could finish his thought, an extraordinary transformation occurred. Han Yu's spiritual manifestation surged with an indomitable blood energy, the once ethereal sword cultivator's manifestation now tinged with a hint of ferocity. This was the manifestation born from Han Yu's body refinement. A mere gathering of blood energy had now evolved into the blood god manifestation. At this moment, Han Yu possessed both the primordial spirit manifestation and the blood god manifestation. The former resonated with his spiritual essence, while the latter resonated with his physical form in that instant. Han Yu's essence, energy, and spirit united in resonance, causing a cataclysmic transformation within him, melding all of his power into a singular force. Achieving the legendary Tonrin manifestation, 3 flowers atop the head, 5 energies returning to the source, heaven and man in unity. The moment this Dharma form manifested, the entire cosmos erupted in fervor. Chapter 55, You are unworthy to threaten me. As Han Yu condensed the celestial being's Dharma form, he did not even lift a finger. The domain of the puppet emperor began to collapse rapidly. The puppet threads, without ever touching Han Yu's body, snapped one by one, dissipating into a vast expanse of energy. How is this possible? What kind of power is this? The puppet emperor was utterly astonished, his eyes filled with terror. the instant the domain crumbled. He suffered a backlash, spitting out a mouthful of old blood. The Crimson Tiger Emperor and others instantly felt their restraints loosen. Their bodies, previously bound by the puppet threads, were liberated, and joy surged in their hearts. Meanwhile, Hanyu was equally taken aback. He had not anticipated that such a small endeavor would yield such terrifying power. He immediately withdrew from the state of unity with the heavens, retracting both the blood god and the primordial spirit Dharma forms. The consumption was excessive, placing immense strain on both his spirit and physique. Were he to engage in actual combat, he might not endure for long. However, he mused, as my realm ascends, this duration should gradually improve. Hanyu reflected on the sensation from that fleeting moment, still deeply shaken in that instant. He felt as if he were a deity. Not only was his essence harmonized as one, but it also seemed as though he had completely transformed into the very fabric of heaven and earth. With but a thought, the cosmos trembled in response. Without even lifting a hand, he had shattered the domain of a sovereign. This celestial being's Dharma form was truly extraordinary. Hanyu marveled inwardly. Even though the puppet emperor's frontal combat prowess was not particularly strong, he was still a sovereign to confront him without relying on one's domain, and instead shatter it from within, was something even a peak realm war sovereign could not accomplish. Only a domain could contend with another domain. This was a fundamental truth among cultivators. Yet this truth had just been shattered. Even now, the puppet emperor remained incredulous, convinced he must have lost his mind. How could such an existence be possible? It was utterly terrifying. If he were allowed to grow and maintain such power, it would spell disaster for the entire realm of mortals. Just as the puppet emperor's thoughts lingered, a crimson light flickered in his eyes, and the surrounding sky turned a fiery red. The Crimson Tiger Emperor had unleashed his domain the moment he was freed. The puppet emperor had no time to react before he was enveloped by the Crimson Tiger Emperor's domain. In the next moment, the Crimson Tiger Emperor appeared beside him, grasping his throat firmly. "You treacherous scoundrel, I've now unleashed my domain. Let us see what tricks you can pull." The Crimson Tiger Emperor had been thoroughly frustrated, yearning to end the puppet emperor's life. However, he knew what was most important and immediately demanded, "Where is Ji Huamao? Get him out here." The puppet emperor gritted his teeth, forcing out a few words. "If you let me go, I will tell you." "You're talking nonsense." The Crimson Tiger Emperor vehemently refused. "You nearly caused my death. How could I possibly let you go if you refuse to speak? I have countless methods to make your life a living hell." "Fine, then try it. I can endure it." The puppet emperor was indeed tough, showing no fear of the Crimson Tiger Emperor's threats. "But you, as a dog, should not decide my fate. I suggest you ask your master." The puppet emperor's gaze turned toward Hanyu, and the Crimson Tiger Emperor was about to explode in anger. However, Hanyu furrowed his brow, suddenly realizing something, and bellowed, "Scoundrel!" He swiftly dashed to the puppet emperor, seizing his crown chakra. The puppet emperor felt a surge of panic. Realizing Hanyu had deduced Ji Huamao's whereabouts, he quickly spoke, "Spare me, and I will exchange myself for your junior sister that Ji Huamao will surely agree. Or else, you are unworthy to threaten me. Die." Before he could finish, Hanyu unleashed his strength, crushing the puppet emperor's head. In the next moment, Hanyu soared into the air on his sword, vanishing like a streak of light from the other's sight. As he departed, Hanyu sent a message through his spiritual power to the Crimson Tiger Emperor, instructing him to protect my second junior sister, Xiao Yuang. She is at. Hanyu informed him of Xiao Yuang's hiding place, having previously left her in a nearby peak as a precaution before the battle. With the location disclosed to the Crimson Tiger Emperor, he should be able to ensure Xiao Yuang's safety. Upon receiving the order, the Crimson Tiger Emperor did not hesitate and immediately set out to find Xiao Yuang. Meanwhile, only the rulers of the Great Flame Dynasty and the Blazing Fire Dynasty remained, exchanging glances. Before one finally spoke, "Are we still fighting?" The rulers of the Great Flame Dynasty wore wry smiles, internally lamenting, "What's the point of fighting now?" One sovereign had been killed, and another had defected. The prospect for the Great Flame Dynasty in this battle were utterly bleak. They had etched into their memories the scene of Han Yu shattering a sovereign's domain, extinguishing any thoughts of resistance. Regardless, Hanyu had saved their lives and had already promised the Crimson Tiger Emperor to support Ji Yinling's ascension as sovereign. After much deliberation, the rulers could only mediate the situation, calling for all forces to rest in place. The millions of soldiers below rejoiced upon hearing this news, as they had no desire for battle. Everyone understood that in this world, they were merely cannon fodder on the battlefield. The true determinants of victory lay solely with the high-ranking cultivators. Now that the high-ranking cultivators had conceded, they certainly would not stubbornly resist. Even if they could exhaust a dozen sovereigns, they would suffer heavy casualties. And no one wished to be the one to die. Thus, the two factions that had recently been at each other's throats were now seated on the ground, engaging in idle chatter and laughter. Meanwhile, within the capital of the Blazing Fire Dynasty, chaos reigned. The capital was built atop the main dragon vein, surrounded by 3 protective cities. These cities not only served as fortifications, but also as the 3 pivotal points of the city's protective array. Not long ago, Ji Yanling, situated in the palace, felt an ominous warning and received a national fortune alert. A person bearing the great fortune of a foreign nation was approaching the royal capital. Ji Yanling, keen-minded, quickly sensed something amiss. Without hesitation, she grasped the national fortune jade seal and activated the city's protective array. The powerful formation, shielded by the 3 cities, was formidable, though it consumed immense energy. Ordinarily, it could not be opened lightly. However, once activated, it signified a dire moment of life and death. The 3 sovereigns meditating within the protective cities also received immediate feedback from the national fortune. A formidable enemy was invading. Without hesitation, they began to oversee the array. Boom! In the next moment, a massive, winged crimson fire dragon descended towards the capital. This dragon, thousands of zhang long, radiated an overwhelming ferocity, should it land within the capital. Its might would likely engulf the entire city in flames. Bang! Fortunately, just moments before impact, the protective array had been activated, forming a colossal spiritual shield that intercepted the descending fire dragon. Haha! Your reaction is commendable. Truly worthy of a sacred body, it seems you have fully garnered the recognition of the Blazing Fire Dynasty's national fortune in just a few short days. A voice emanated from within the fire dragon. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Ji Yanling felt a surge of fury. Having been reincarnated, her memories of this life were fraught with suffering endured within the palace of the Great Flame Dynasty. Even the common eunuchs and maidservants looked down upon her, the 9th princess. After her memories returned, Ji Yanling initially dismissed these grievances, for she was an empress who had weathered countless tribulations in her past life. Such matters were trivial in her eyes. However, everything changed upon learning that Ji Huamao had caused her mother's death. The vendetta against her mother could not be overlooked. It would surely become a heart demon on her path of cultivation. Contradicting Ji Yanling's very nature, she could overlook minor grievances, but this was not something she could easily set aside. Even if her memories of her mother were scant, it was evident that her mother had sealed her sacred body in advance to protect her from Ji Huamao's gaze. Indicating profound love. In stark contrast, Ji Huamao had first caused her mother's demise and now sought her life. Such a fiend must be vanquished. It would be an affront to natural justice to allow him to live. Ji Yanling stepped forward, summoning her primordial spirit Dharma form. With the augmentation of national fortune, her cultivation sword, instantly reaching the level of a sovereign. Her primordial spirit Dharma form initially took the shape of a beast. A crimson fire phoenix, which, after a resounding cry, transformed into a woman clad in fiery feathers. This woman bore a striking resemblance to Ji Yanling. With a flick of her wrist, a massive red lotus sword materialized in her grasp, and the ambient temperature surged once more. Upon witnessing Ji Yanling's transformation, the fire dragon in the sky morphed into a man clad in crimson battle armor, wielding a great sword, his eyes filled with disdain. What? You rebellious daughter, wish to confront your father. Chapter 56. Fortunately, I have finally arrived. You vile old wretch, you are unworthy to be my father. With a cold cry, Ji Yanling stepped in the void and unleashed a sudden sword strike. This blow was delivered without reservation. It was her most formidable attack in her normal state. This sword technique, named Flame Spirit Slash, was the most powerful move among Ji Yanling's self-created sword arts. Under the augmentation of the extreme Dao Imperial weapon, the Crimson Lotus Sword, the might of the flame spirit sword to unprecedented heights. The term Extreme Tao Imperial Weapon is given due to its characteristic that only those of extreme realms can fully harness its power. It is a weapon devoid of rank. In the hands of ordinary cultivators, it would merely be equivalent to a common low-grade sacred artifact. However, in the hands of a powerful being of the extreme realm, the Extreme Tao Imperial Weapon possesses boundless potential for growth. Ji Yanling had long since refined the Crimson Lotus Sword into her life sword, and with each breakthrough she made into the extreme realm, the sword would gain strength. Now, having broken through 5 extreme realms, the enhancement the Crimson Lotus Sword provided her had already reached the celestial tier, coupled with the unique properties of the Extreme Tao Imperial Weapon. This strike had undergone a qualitative transformation. As the sword light passed, blossoms of fiery red lotuses erupted, creating a sea of flowers in the high sky. These fiery red lotuses were enchanting and suffused with destructive power. Countless fiery sword lights cleaved through the air towards Ji Huamao. Sensing the intensity of these sword lights, Ji Huamao's expression turned astonished. "Your rebellious daughter still possesses such combat prowess. It truly surprises this emperor. But alas, you are merely at the early stage of the Yuan Shun realm. Even with the support of national fortune, you cannot shake this emperor. Shatter for me." With a cold snort, Ji Huamao wielded his sacred-grade great sword, unleashing a torrent of sword chi that collided with the incoming sword lights. Crack! Crack! The sword chi and sword lights were all shattered, leaving only a sea of red lotuses in the sky. Ji Yanling and Ji Huamao gazed at each other across the expanse of the Red Lotus Sea, both their eyes brimming with boundless fighting spirit. "Enough, rebellious daughter. It is time to end this." Ji Huamao sneered, his emperor's domain rapidly unfurling. The surrounding space gradually tinged red. The domain spread towards Ji Yanling, who narrowed her beautiful eyes and spoke coldly. "Indeed, it is time to conclude." No sooner had her words fallen than the Red Lotus Sea surged towards Ji Huamao, each petal sharp as a blade, transforming into countless sword lights. This was the second phase of the Flame Spirit Slash, enhanced through the Extreme Tao Imperial Weapon, named the Crimson Lotus Sky Slash. The power of this move rivaled Han Yu's 10,000 swords returning to one, and in some respects, it even surpassed it. Ji Huamao was momentarily stunned by the overwhelming sea of red lotuses, and he immediately deployed his own spiritual techniques in response. Yet he was still a fraction too slow. As the petal struck, even when shattered by Ji Huamao's sword chi, they would explosively burst. Akin to numerous small bombs, countless fiery energies dispersed, causing Ji Huamao's fiery battle armor to shatter piece by piece, and even his Yuan Shun avatar showed signs of disintegration. It was evident that Ji Yanling, having broken through the Yuan Shun realm and with the backing of national fortune, had experienced a significant surge in combat power, even if Ji Huamao had underestimated her, failing to prepare in advance. The potency of that previous strike was sufficient to annihilate any king. Even a war king, fully focused, would find themselves gravely injured by such an attack. Fortunately, Ji Huamao had already activated his domain. Although it had not reached its peak state, he still managed to withstand the blow with the power granted by the domain. However, his Yuan Shun avatar bore numerous scars, appearing quite battered as a dignified emperor. Being forced into such a predicament by a mere king was undoubtedly a humiliation. "Rebellious daughter, you seek death." Ji Huamao roared in fury, desperately swinging his great sword, unleashing fiery tornadoes rushing towards Ji Yanling. This was Ji Huamao's renowned sword technique, the Flame Wind Tornado Slash. Those struck by these fiery tornadoes would suffer continuous cuts from the sword chi while being violently spun, causing chaos within their power, leading to dizziness or, in severe cases, self-detonation. These fiery tornadoes surged forth with the might of Ji Huamao's domain. Even ordinary kings would find it difficult to endure for long. Unfortunately, Ji Yanling had already retreated into the Grand Formation, which enveloped her in protective energies, keeping all fiery tornadoes at bay. This city-protecting Grand Formation was situated atop a dragon vein, far surpassing the defenses of ordinary royal city formations. Even an emperor would find it challenging to breach. "Rebellious daughter, Do you truly believe that with this formation's protection, this emperor is unable to deal with you? How naive. Ji Huamao's voice echoed ominously, his domain fully unfurled, engulfing the sky in flames. The power of the domain continued to erode and compress the protective grand formation, causing the seemingly indestructible barrier to develop cracks. Among the three guard cities, Qiming Wang and others, upon witnessing this, dared not hesitate for a moment and shouted in unison, "We will stand as a bulwark, protecting our king. We will stand as a bulwark, protecting our king. We will stand as a bulwark, protecting our king." Their voices resonated through the three guard cities and a royal city, after which they summoned their Yuan Shun avatars and entered the three critical points of the grand formation. These 3 points were not only the transmission points for the grand formation's energy, but also the points that would bear the brunt of incoming attacks. If the formation were to be breached, these points would certainly shatter first at this moment. The 3 points had already shown signs of collapse after withstanding several of Ji Huamao's attacks. The 3 immediately stepped into the 3 points adorned with formation runes, and the immense pressure forced down upon them caused their Yuan Shun avatars to exhibit cracks. However, with the 3 sharing the burden, the city-protecting grand formation quickly stabilized, and the cracks within the barrier began to heal. Upon seeing this, Ji Huamao was filled with rage. This emperor will see just how many attacks you can endure. No sooner had he spoken than his sacred weapon Great Sword began to wildly swing, unleashing countless sword chi strikes. The entire grand formation trembled. Even though the external attacks had been significantly reduced, the residual force still penetrated through the formation's barrier, instilling fear in the hearts of over 1 billion citizens within the 4 cities. Countless people looked up in terror, their expressions filled with dread, as Ji Huamao's Yuan Shun avatar appeared to them like a divine entity descending, causing many to prostrate themselves on the ground, repeatedly bowing and pleading for mercy. Today, this emperor shall bring ruin to your blazing fire dynasty, shatter your mountains and rivers, sever your dragon vein, and scatter the hearts of your people. A mere tiny nation dares to defy this emperor's will and elevate this rebellious daughter. You shall all pay the price. Ji Huamao continued his relentless assault, his voice echoing, leaving over 1 billion citizens in a state of panic. The 3 great kings, originally blessed by national fortune, could have helped share some of Ji Huamao's attacks. However, with the people's hearts divided, the dragon vein's energy was difficult to gather, hastening their downfall. Before long, the 3 began to spit blood, their Yuan Shun avatars completely shattered, with the absence of the 3's support. The city-protecting grand formation cracked under Ji Huamao's next attack, splintering into numerous fine fissures. Ji Huamao, witnessing this scene, was filled with delight. Good, good, good. His gaze pierced through the formation's barrier, locking onto Ji Yanling above the palace. A surge of greed swelling within him. With this rebellious daughter assisting me, I shall undoubtedly break through that final barrier and ultimately ascend to the esteemed realm. He was overwhelmed with excitement. Within the palace, Zhao Hongying, witnessing the precarious state of the city-protecting grand formation, was filled with panic and called out to Ji Yanling, "Your Majesty, quickly use the instant teleportation talisman given by Master Han. We can hold him off." Ji Yanling, observing the imminent collapse of the grand formation and then glancing at Zhao Hongying and the others, replied, "This old rogue's target is me. You need not impede him." With that, she activated the instant teleportation talisman, causing the surrounding space to ripple and a vortex gate to appear. Ji Huamao, seeing the spatial vortex, erupted with rage. "Yuval's servant, that is the protective treasure I bestowed upon my son. Humph, you collude with those from the Yuxian sect, killing my son and seizing his treasures. You are deserving of death 1,000 times over." Ji Yanling scoffed, her voice icy as she retorted, "The one deserving of death is you, old rogue. If not for my senior brother's instruction not to risk my life, I would have disregarded everything to slay you here today." As Ji Huamao gazed at the nearby spatial vortex, his teeth nearly ground to dust, he nonetheless sneered, "You can only escape a mere 10,000 miles. With my speed, killing you will be effortless. However, you may flee, but once I breach this grand formation, I shall slaughter the lives within these 4 cities, particularly those 3 old dogs who have delayed me for so long. They shall be subjected to 1,000 cuts. They have protected you for so long. Yet you abandon them. Remember, they are all deaths caused by you. Even if you successfully escape, the burden of guilt will haunt you. This psychological attack indeed caused Ji Yanling to waver. She understood that Ji Huamao was attempting to morally bind her. Yet it was the truth that if these people were to die because of her, it would surely give rise to a psychological burden. This was also the reason Ji Yanling was reluctant to become the sovereign. While reaping the benefits of national fortune, she would also have to bear that karmic consequence. Had it not been for Han Yu urging her to assume the role of sovereign, she would have never entertained such thoughts. After contemplating, she ultimately retracted the instant teleportation talisman, her gaze reflecting newfound determination. Alas, if I flee without fighting, this emperor's path will likely come to an end. I apologize, senior brother. This time, I shall not heed your words. As Ji Yanling contemplated this, she lifted her gaze to meet Ji Huamao's, a surge of murderous intent rising within her eyes, upon witnessing her relinquishing the use of the long-distance teleportation talisman. Ji Huamao's face could no longer conceal his delight. The protective city formation abruptly shattered, revealing his sinister visage to the multitude. "Ha ha! Fool! A complete and utter fool, just like your mother, to jeopardize yourself for a swarm of ants. How could such a simpleton ever become a formidable power?" Ji Huamao sneered, immediately channeling his domain towards the royal city below. Ji Yanling, having reconstituted the Red Lotus Heavenly Slash, prepared to employ the forbidden secret technique to amplify its might once more. This strike, even a monarch could be cleaved by it. As for the cost, it would mean a significant regression in her cultivation, rendering her unable to wield spiritual power for a year or two. This price was not too steep, well within Ji Yanling's endurance. However, just as she was about to unleash the forbidden technique, a streak of white light shot from the distant horizon, crashing directly into Ji Huamao's monarch domain. The speed was so swift that no one could react. Not even Ji Huamao, who found himself momentarily dazzled. It was only when the figure entered his domain that he discerned the youth's appearance. Clad in white, the young man stood upon a flying sword, his eyes brimming with relief as he murmured, "Thank goodness, I finally made it." Chapter 57. Breaking the monarch domain to traverse half of the Blazing Fire dynasty in such a brief span was a speed that even a monarch would envy. Han Yu's arrival plunged the arena into silence. Initially, Ji Yanling felt a flicker of joy, but upon realizing Han Yu had intruded into Ji Huamao's domain, a wave of panic washed over her. As a reincarnated empress, she understood the formidable power of the monarch's domain all too well. Just moments ago, she could barely contend with Ji Huamao by relying on the protective city formation. Once he activated his domain, she dared not linger. Had it not been for the protective force of Ji Huamao's domain, her Red Lotus Heavenly Slash would not only have failed to exact vengeance, but would have severely wounded him. Now, with Han Yu breaching Ji Huamao's domain, it was akin to a prey stumbling into a hunter's trap, left at the mercy of the predator. What to do? What to do? Desperation surged. She had to fight with all her might. Only then could she save her senior brother. Ji Yanling's eyes narrowed, her mind racing through various forbidden techniques. She paid no heed to the costs of these techniques. As long as the power was sufficient, she was willing to bear any price. While Ji Yanling pondered, Ji Huamao snapped back to reality, erupting in a laughter. "So, you are the infamous Han Yu? I expected a paragon of greatness, yet here you are, so reckless as to trespass into this monarch's domain. Even if an elder from the Yushin sect were to arrive, they cannot save you now." Ji Huamao had gathered intelligence on Han Yu and recognized him at a glance. Han Yu had arrived just in time, maintaining his composure as he looked at Ji Huamao. "You seem to believe victory is in your grasp. Pray tell, who bestowed upon you such audacity?" Ji Huamao, taken aback by Han Yu's calm demeanor, could not help but scoff. "What are you pretending for, boy? Do you think this monarch still fears your dubious identity? I've already uncovered the truth. It is merely a smokescreen released by the Yushin sect. And regarding the betrayal of the Red Tiger Monarch, I am well aware he has likely been turned into a puppet by the Wood Puppet Monarch. He deserves it, such is the fate of those who betray me." That fool, not realizing the madness he succumbed to, dared to align with the Yushin sect. Oh, And as for Lu Ruyin and the others, they have likely been intercepted. Once I resolve matters here, I shall deal with them, leaving no one to rescue you. At Ji Huamao's words, Han Yu's heart stirred. Does the Tinshui sect have such a close relationship with you? They must have emptied their ranks to thwart the strong of the Yuxin sect. Ji Huamao sneered in response. The Tinshui sect? Ha ha ha, fool. There is no longer a Tinshui sect in Qingzhou. It is now merely the Tianshai Zong. Upon hearing this, Han Yu's expression shifted in surprise as memories of the wood puppet monarch flashed through his mind. A sudden realization striking him. The Tinshui sect had been usurped by the Tianshai Zong, and the Great Flame Dynasty had long since forged a deep alliance with the Tianshai Zong, with Ji Huamao himself already part of it. This was information Ji Huamao had kept from others all along. Thus, when the Red Tiger monarch reported the Tinshui sect's response, Han Yu immediately sensed something amiss, seeing the change in Han Yu's demeanor. Ji Huamao felt a surge of satisfaction. Ignorant child, do you think such trivial schemes could deceive me? Ha! You are utterly delusional. I'm a master of destiny in Qingzhou. Only I can unify it. Once I step into the realm of the revered, I shall lead Qingzhou into the upper states and use so-called paragons. Merely stepping stones on my path. Ji Huamao was brimming with excitement as he gazed at Ji Yanling, saying, rebellious daughter, why not kneel and beg for mercy? I might show mercy and spare your senior brother's life. Has he not treated you well? Should you dare defy me in the slightest, I shall execute it as unacceptable. Under no circumstances can we let him go. Having reached this juncture, I find there is no turning back. Capture him and deliver him to the sect. Transform him into a puppet, and he shall undoubtedly become a formidable force in the future. Ji Huamao's thoughts surged within him, and the determination in his gaze intensified that he hesitated no longer and immediately transformed into a blazing fire dragon, charging towards Han Yu with lethal intent. I could see that moment. After unleashing his celestial transformation, Han Yu felt an overwhelming tide of power surging within him, yearning for release. The previous wooden puppet monarch was far too feeble, causing him to break free from the opponent's realm before he could maintain his transformation for long. It was akin to being under the influence of a drug, unable to find an outlet for his pent-up energy, leaving him profoundly unsettled. This was one of the reasons Han Yu chose to relinquish his celestial state promptly. Should he continue, the unbridled force within him would only exacerbate his discomfort, lacking an avenue for expression. Though the celestial transformation was potent, it merely represented a process of merging Han Yu's essence. Spirit and energy, the greater the fusion, the stronger his internal power. Only when this fusion reached 100% would Han Yu's celestial transformation attain its zenith, when confronting the wooden puppet monarch. Han Yu had barely fused less than 10% of his essence before the opponent could no longer withstand it. Yet, Ji Huamao possessed considerable strength, and Han Yu had now fused to 20%. Yet the opponent's realm had yet to shatter. A surge of excitement welled up within Han Yu. At last, he could unleash his prowess. Witnessing Ji Huamao advance towards him, Han Yu could hardly contain his exhilaration. Splendid, absolutely splendid. At this moment, Ji Huamao concentrated his realm's power, transforming into a blazing fire dragon, now facing Han Yu's celestial transformation. This fire dragon, imbued with immeasurable might, distorted the very fabric of space in its wake due to the intense heat. It lunged directly at Han Yu's celestial form, who in turn swiftly extended his hands to grasp the dragon's head, to be extinguished. The force within Han Yu surged forth like a torrent, spilling out without restraint. The head of the fire dragon was brutally torn asunder, scattering fiery embers across the sky. This scene was indelibly etched in the minds of all witnesses in the face of such a spectacle. They felt nothing but profound shock. Whether cultivators or ordinary folk, it was unlikely they would ever forget this moment to owe them. The fearsome and destructive fire dragon had been savagely ripped apart by a figure reminiscent of a war god. Han Yu's attack was striking in its simplicity. After shattering the dragon's head, he executed a swift knife hand strike, cleaving the fire dragon's body in two. In that instant, Ji Huamao's true form experienced a backlash. Gazing at the descending palm strike, as formidable as a mountain, he was consumed by horror. No. In a moment of desperation, His true form transformed into a streak of fire, teleporting away, but not before spewing forth blood. His vitality rapidly waning, he looked towards his vulnerable celestial form and was engulfed by an ocean of confusion. Why? Why could he be so powerful? No, I have not yet lost. My realm remains intact. There is still a chance. Ji Huamao's heart trembled with trepidation. Yet, what filled him with dread was that, after Han Yu had obliterated his celestial form, he paid no heed to his true self and instead hurled a punch towards his realm. Ji Huamao's realm extended for thousands of miles. In the once boundless azure sky, a patch had been completely stained crimson, resembling a red crystal embedded in a blue canvas. For an ordinary monarch, this red crystal would be unassailable. Yet at this moment, under Han Yu's punch, the realm began to fracture inch by inch, revealing myriad cracks stretching hundreds of miles. From below, this sight was nothing short of spectacular, as though the very sky were splitting open. No, no, Ji Huamao wailed in despair. Yet Han Yu's onslaught continued, raining down punch after punch. Crack, crack, the entire fiery domain was utterly shattered, dissipating into countless bubbles. Up until now, Han Yu's celestial transformation had only reached 40%. He swiftly dispelled the transformation and exhaled deeply. Not bad. To have lasted this long is commendable, yet still somewhat lacking, failing to fully satisfy me, Han Yu remarked, casting an evaluative glance at Ji Huamao, who trembled fiercely, terror evident in his gaze. Who exactly are you, and how can you be so powerful? Ji Huamao posed his question once more, but Han Yu merely smiled faintly, responding nonchalantly, You, a man on the brink of death, need not concern yourself with such matters. I can hardly be bothered to engage in idle chatter. Han Yu shifted his form, appearing before Ji Huamao, and with a firm grip, seized him by the throat. Ji Huamao felt the overwhelming strength of Han Yu's physique, terror flashing in his eyes once more. You are the body cultivator from before. Ji Huamao's heart raced with panic. He had not been privy to this information. In his mind, the so-called mysterious body cultivator must have been a hidden expert of the Yuxian sect. The Yuxian sect was a once mighty imperial-level force, which in ancient times had boasted a lineage of body cultivators. Although it had long since fallen from grace, it was conceivable that a body cultivator might still exist. This was one of the reasons Ji Huamao had consistently dismissed the Sixth Prince's claims. In his view, even if the Sixth Prince was astute, his knowledge paled in comparison to his own. However, it was becoming evident that the Sixth Prince's conjecture linking the body cultivator to Han Yu was indeed astute. Ji Huamao, who had sought to test the waters regarding Yuxian's sect and Han Yu, had been met with staunch opposition from the Sixth Prince. Yet Ji Huamao had dismissed his counsel. Now he found himself engulfed in regret. O Sixth, it appears you were indeed correct. Ji Huamao had never felt so helpless as a peak sovereign-level powerhouse. He now found himself akin to a fledgling chick, grasped by the throat by an inexperienced youth. His heart brimmed with humiliation and resentment. Yet he suppressed it, instead addressing Han Yu. Young friend Han, I do not ask for my life to be spared, but I implore you to spare my royal lineage. I am willing to end my own life to atone. Upon hearing this, Han Yu scoffed at ridiculous take your life would require but a flick of my finger. Do I truly need you to commit suicide to appease me? The only reason I have not slain you is that it should not be my hand that delivers your death. With a pointed gesture, Han Yu unleashed his spiritual power, piercing through Ji Huamao's dantian. The humiliation and anger in Ji Huamao's eyes intensified, as Han Yu casually discarded him like a dead dog. Casting him before Ji Yanling, Yanling gazed at the struggling Ji Huamao on the ground, still reeling from the events that had just transpired. Moments ago, she had felt utter despair, wishing only to sacrifice her own life to save her senior brother. Yet in the blink of an eye, her senior brother had displayed immense power, shattering the realm of a peak monarch with sheer force. Even with her memories from a past life, she had never heard of such a figure existing in the world. It was important to note that her senior brother was not even at the king level. With her brother's capabilities, were he to ascend to the throne, he could suppress all enemies beneath the heavens. What merit had she, Ji Yanling, to encounter such a brother in this lifetime? Ji Yanling felt a mixture of excitement and sentiment, momentarily lost in thought. Only when Han Yu cast Ji Huamao before her did she come to her senses. "Junior sister, why are you in a daze? What do you wish to do with this old wretch?" Ji Yanling turned her gaze to the pitiful, barely conscious Ji Huamao on the ground, a glimmer of murderous intent surfacing in her eyes. "Old scoundrel, did you ever consider today when you conspired to kill my mother?" Ji Huamao revealed a wry smile at her words. "The law of the jungle is the fundamental principle of this world. All I have done was for the sake of becoming stronger. Your mother elevated my physique to the superior grade of the sacred tier. I had hoped to leverage your breakthrough to the pinnacle of the sacred tier or even the celestial tier. In this world of victors and vanquished, I have no retort. However, you cannot kill me. After all, you are of my bloodline, and should you slay me, the world would surely condemn you." Upon hearing Ji Huamao's words, Ji Yanling furrowed her brows, initially intending to respond, but Zhao Honging interjected. "Your Majesty, he speaks the truth. This man is guilty of heinous crimes, yet you cannot personally execute him. Allow me to carry out the deed." As Zhao Honging spoke, she brandished her spear, aiming it at Ji Huamao's forehead, ready to pierce him at Ji Yanling's command. The Ji Huamao, witnessing this, merely laughed coldly. "I do not require your assistance. If I must die, it shall be by my own hand. However, before that, I have something to say." Ji Huamao turned his gaze towards Ji Yanling, his expression complex. "Ji Yanling, you are of my royal blood, since we are of the same root. I wish to exchange a secret regarding your mother for the continuation of the Ji family's lineage." Yanling narrowed her beautiful eyes. She had never intended to eradicate the Ji family entirely. Her sole target for revenge had always been Ji Huamao alone. Thus, she coldly replied, "Speak." Ji Huamao wasted no time and stated directly, "In truth, your mother did not die. She merely went missing." Upon the utterance of those words, Ji Yanling and Zhao Hongying were both taken aback, their expressions etched with disbelief. However, Ji Huamao began to recount the tale of Ji Yanling's mother in detail. Chapter 59. The ascension of Ji Yanling's bloodline to celestial rank. Ji Yanling's biological mother was the queen of the Qihua dynasty, known as the Chiling Wang, who possessed a sacred fire constitution. Logically, had circumstances unfolded normally, she would have achieved the realm of sovereign. Yet, it so happened that the Ji family of the Dian dynasty wielded a peculiar secret technique that could absorb the constitution of women to enhance their own physical prowess, albeit under stringent conditions. Coincidentally, the Chiling Wang met those conditions, thus drawing the attention of Ji Huamao, who, under the pretext of the Qihua dynasty's survival, coerced her into a political marriage with him as a consort in the Dian dynasty. Through repeated absorptions, Ji Huamao indeed reaped substantial benefits. His inferior sacred constitution ascended to a superior one. Meanwhile, the Chiling Wang's cultivation and constitution deteriorated progressively until she became akin to an ordinary mortal. Ji Huamao showed no concern for her, nor did he resort to violence against her. In his eyes, her value had been completely exhausted, and he, in a moment of misplaced benevolence, chose to confine her eternally within the palace, sparing her life. Perhaps it was also because the Chiling Wang bore him a child. Though Ji Huamao held no affection for the offspring, it stirred a flicker of conscience within him, granting the Chiling Wang a sliver of hope. Thereafter, Ji Huamao paid no further heed to the affairs of the Chiling Wang and her daughter until one day, when his subordinates reported that the Chiling Wang had gone missing. The palace eunuchs and maids searched thoroughly, yet her whereabouts eluded them. This perplexed Ji Huamao. After all, the Chiling Wang had lost all her cultivation. How could she possibly escape the heavily guarded palace, while he was indifferent to her life or death? A person disappearing right beneath his gaze disquieted him. As the ruler of a dynasty, Ji Huamao conducted an exhaustive investigation but found no trace of her. It was as if she had evaporated into thin air. In his fury, he executed several individuals, yet the matter remained unresolved. Upon hearing Ji Huamao's account of these past events, Ji Yanling furrowed her brow. How do Chapter 60? Lu Rian indeed. It is time to bring this to an end. Hong Feng felt a jolt in his heart, quickly gathering his thoughts. Sensing that Lu Rian likely did not mean what he initially perceived, he feigned composure and replied with a smile. Leader Lu, you jest. With your strength, once you join us, we shall certainly engage as equals. How could you possibly be a puppet? However, Lu Rian responded with a cold smile. Oh, when I spoke of puppets, I did not refer to this kind of puppet, but rather to those who are controlled like lifeless marionettes. Just like you at this very moment. Upon hearing this, Hong Feng trembled, astonishment filling his eyes. How could you possibly know? It's nothing. Merely a matter of keen perception. Lu Rian replied lightly. Hong Feng scoffed. What does it matter if you know? My domain is already unfolded. You have lost. As his words fell, an intangible yet palpable, eerie force enveloped Lu Rian and her companions. The leaders of the Yuxian sect shuddered, their eyes wide with terror. In that instant, they felt as though their bodies no longer belonged to them. This was the characteristic of the puppet-related domain. Always difficult to defend against. Ha ha ha. Foolish woman. Do you think I've been engaging in idle chatter with you for no reason? It was merely to quietly draw upon these puppets to expand my domain. Now that you have stepped into my realm, will you not obediently surrender? Yet Lu Rian remained unperturbed, smiling. Is that all there is to your domain? How impressive. She gently covered her red lips, a hint of coldness emerging in her beautiful eyes. With a wave of her hand, a throne of icy water materialized in the air, and she gracefully seated herself upon it, crossing her long legs. Her teasing voice echoed. Furthermore, how do you know that I have not unfolded my own domain? Before her words could fully dissipate, she snapped her fingers, and the temperature around them plummeted. Flakes of snow began to form in the air, cascading down like sharp blades, instantly severing the invisible threads that had ensnared the leaders of the Yuxian sect. With a series of sharp sounds, the threads snapped, and the once puppet-like leaders breathed a sigh of relief, collectively exclaiming, "Thank you, sect leader, for saving us." Relieved, they were grateful that Lu Rian had intervened. Otherwise, they would have surely been reduced to mere puppets. Meanwhile, Hong Feng was in disbelief, stammering, "How is this possible? When did you unfold your domain? How could I have been so oblivious?" He had some knowledge of Lu Rian's abilities, understanding that her domain of icy water was not inherently hidden. It should not have been deployed so silently. Hong Feng was perplexed. He had expanded his own domain the moment he encircled Lu Rian and her companions, utilizing the bodies of these puppets as a foundation. His puppet domain was the most covert among them, allowing for swift expansion through the control of the puppets, catching opponents off guard. Yet, why had he not sensed Lu Rian's domain? It was utterly illogical. Lu Rian yawned, her supple waist stretching like a serpent, her eyes filled with mockery. "What do you think?" Hong Feng was taken aback, then snorted coldly. "Even if you have unfolded your domain, what can you do? I command so many puppets. With just these worthless ones you brought, how could you possibly challenge me?" As he spoke, he gestured, and over 50 powerful kings sprang into action, unleashing their respective spiritual manifestations and charging towards Lu Rian and her companions. These puppets were all cultivators of the Tianshui sect, which, as its name suggests, specialized in the water path. Thus, each of their manifestations was water-related, resembling fearsome water beasts. The leaders of the Yuxian sect were equally formidable, each summoning their own manifestations and employing their finest techniques. The leader of the Tianzhan Peak exuded a heavy aura of killing intent, akin to a warrior cultivator, while the leader of the Tianhua Peak was enveloped in flames. Exhibiting a powerful counter against the Tianshui sect's manifestations, the leader of the Tianshu Peak appeared quite refined, hiding behind the other leaders as he waved his brush, continuously reciting poetry, with each stroke of ink and verse summoning soldiers to compensate for the numerical disadvantage faced by the Yuxian sect. Despite the Tianshui sect having a greater number of king-level cultivators, each leader of the Yuxian sect was exceptional, able to gain the upper hand even against multiple opponents. Thus, the battle between the two sides was fiercely contested, with neither side showing signs of being overwhelmed. Both Hong Feng and Lu Rian, the two monarchs, refrained from engaging directly, exchanging glances from afar. Hong Feng's eyes were filled with wariness, while Lu Rian's displayed a sense of languor. "Let us converse," Lu Rian suggested, yawning. Hong Feng, remaining calm, clasped his fists and looked at Lu Rian, responding with a smile, "Certainly." After all, he had no reason to rush. Dragging things out would only benefit him. You hail from the Tianshui sect. Correct? Indeed, Lu Rian replied. You possess quite the discerning eye. Leader Lu, I did not expect to encounter cultivators familiar with the methods of my Tianshui sect in this remote area. Hong Feng wore a beaming smile, his words dripping with pride, as though he took great pride in being associated with the Tianshui sect. Merely a hunted dog fleeing from the upper state. Is that truly something to be proud of? Lu Rian's words dripped with disdain, causing Hong Feng's expression to darken. Leader Lu, you may insult me, but you shall not insult my sect? Oh, I did not expect this little mouse, hiding in the shadows, to possess such self-respect. Lu Rian arched an eyebrow, and Hong Feng's face grew even more sullen. He had not anticipated that Lu Rian would turn the tables on him, insulting him in return. Observing his defiant expression, Lu Rian chuckled. You seem quite indignant. Am I mistaken? You do not even dare to reveal your true form, relying solely on a puppet to confront me. Are you that afraid of death? Hong Feng's expression shifted at her words, narrowing his eyes. I did not expect you to be so knowledgeable about the methods of the Tianshui sect. How do you know this isn't my true form? Actually, I was merely guessing. After all, with your sect's underhanded tactics, how could you possibly reveal your true self so openly before me? Hong Feng let out a cold laugh, choosing not to elaborate further. He was not foolish. Revealing his true form so easily was out of the question that he practiced the path of puppetry, possessing an astonishing ability to invade another's body with his spirit, akin to seizing control of it, thereby mastering all of that person's cultivation and memories. His spirit was immensely powerful, far surpassing that of cultivators of the same level, allowing him to control several equals and dozens of lower-level cultivators. Since he had long abandoned his original body, the puppet primarily occupied by his spirit was referred to as his true form. This path of cultivation was deemed sinister in the realm of mortals, which explained why the Tianshui sect had been hunted down and forced to flee the upper state. With the enhancement from the secret art of puppetry, the other paths of the Tianshui sect had significantly increased in power. Had they not been discovered unexpectedly and given enough time to nurture an emperor-level puppet, they would not have found themselves in such a dire situation. Fortunately, many core disciples of the Tianshui sect had successfully escaped, ensuring their lineage was not severed. Given enough time, they could return with vengeance. Initially incensed by Lu Rian's mockery, Hong Feng quickly suppressed his anger, waiting silently with a cold smile. Lu Rian, too, regarded him without any intention of striking. The two merely stared at each other, watching the battle between their respective king-level cultivators unfold. After a long while, Hong Feng finally spoke again, his smile radiant. Leader Lu, I apologize, but you have already lost. You may have some understanding of the combat techniques of my Tianshui sect, but your knowledge is insufficient. It is time for this to end. With a slight smile, Hong Feng observed as the kings battling the leaders of the Yuxian sect suddenly trembled, their vitality instantly waning as if it had been drained, collapsing like marionettes suspended in mid-air. In contrast, Hong Feng's aura began to swell, a terrifying water-related manifestation rising ominously, exuding a disquieting might. Sensing the overwhelming presence of that manifestation, all the leaders of the Yuxian sect gulped nervously, feeling they could not withstand even a single blow from it. Everyone turned to their own sect leader, only to see Lu Rian's lips curve upward as she smiled slightly. Indeed, after dragging this out for so long, it is time to bring this to a close. That I wonder how my junior disciple is faring. Once I deal with you, I shall go see for myself. Chapter 61. Annihilation of the Puppet Monarch's true form. Upon hearing Lu Rian's words, Hong Feng was taken aback, then scoffed. Empty bravado. I have now gathered the full strength of all my puppets. Even if you are a battle monarch of the highest caliber, you will retreat in fear. I am invincible below the revered level. What do you have to contest with me? As Hong Feng's voice faded, his aura surged once more, and the water-based loomed thousands of zhang high, resembling a deity descending from the heavens, exuding an aura of boundless majesty. With a mere wave of his hand, torrents of water transformed into rivers, cascading towards Lu Ruyan. A smile curled at the corner of Lu Ruyan's lips, and behind her, her own materialized. This, too, was a giant forged from liquid, yet it emanated a chilling, piercing aura, Its features bore a striking resemblance to Lu Ruyin, and her figure was strikingly alluring, radiating an enchanting charm. Extreme cold descends. A gentle feminine voice issued from the... She raised her hand and pointed suddenly. The rivers rushing towards her were instantaneously frozen, the ice creeping inch by inch towards Hong Feng's. What? Hong Feng's breath hitched, and he immediately severed his own spiritual power, causing the encroaching frost to halt. You are also a water-based. How could you possibly freeze my spiritual techniques? This is illogical. His confusion was palpable. Yet Lu Ruyin merely chuckled lightly. Though both are water-based, mine is vastly different from yours. Mine is the water of extreme cold. Even an ice-based of the same level cannot freeze it. However, a water-based of the same tier as yours will be susceptible to my freezing capabilities. If you were to command a group of fire-based practitioners, I would certainly harbor some trepidation. Alas, your puppets are all disciples of the heavenly water sect. Before me, you shall find yourself utterly powerless. Her tone was calm, yet brimming with confidence. Hong Feng's expression shifted dramatically as his thoughts whirled, ultimately culminating in a cold laugh. Is that so? I do not believe it. As he spoke, spiritual energy erupted around him, and torrents of water surged wildly. Engulfing thousands of miles of airspace from the ground, it appeared as though a vast lake had manifested in the sky, an awe-inspiring sight indeed. I, the Emperor, have now gathered the strength of dozens of King Rel practitioners. The spiritual power I can mobilize at this moment far exceeds that of an ordinary monarch, so let us see just how much you can freeze. It was evident that Hong Feng intended to overwhelm Lu Ruyin with sheer volume of spiritual techniques. In a straightforward contest of spiritual power, he was utterly suppressed by her, leaving him no choice but to seek an alternative approach at that moment, bolstered by the presence of dozens of puppets. Hong Feng's total spiritual energy and the intensity of his divine sense far surpassed Lu Ruyin's, making this a viable strategy against her. As he beheld the deluge that would engulf Lu Ruyin and her companions, a smile spread across his face. Even if you can freeze my water-based techniques, what of it? These techniques have already surrounded you. Once frozen, they will become your prison. Before Hong Feng's words could fully dissipate, he felt a bone-chilling cold wash over him, and his eyes widened as he glanced down at his own body. Frost was rapidly spreading, climbing swiftly from his feet to his upper body. The frozen portions of his body felt as though they no longer belonged to him, as even the flow of spiritual power within that part of his physique slowed to a crawl. Damn it! When did I fall victim to your techniques? Hong Feng's eyes brimmed with horror as he focused intently on resisting the encroaching frost, with his divine sense and spiritual power no longer sustaining it. The water curtain that had ensnared Lu Ruyin and her companions collapsed instantaneously, transforming into countless raindrops that fell to the ground. Once the water curtain receded, Lu Ruyin simply retracted her, as if she deemed Hong Feng incapable of posing any threat. Indeed, even as Hong Feng exerted all his effort to resist the freezing of his body, he could only slow the frost's advance. Yet, even at its slowest pace, within the span of a single incense stick, he would be completely encased in ice. Lu Ruyin, how on earth did you manage this? Hong Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at her. Lu Ruyin offered a slight smile. You claim not to understand your heavenly puppet sect, yet do you truly comprehend me? Are you not aware that the most formidable trait of my constitution is not the ability to freeze water-based powers of the same level, but rather to control the water within a human body? The longer you remain within my domain, the greater my control over the water in your body becomes. Therefore, if I wish to kill you, it would be as easy as turning my hand. Upon hearing Lu Ruyin's words, Hong Feng felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, a wave of despair washing over him. He gazed at Lu Ruyin, a bitter smile gracing his lips. It appears my skills were lacking. I never expected that such a figure would arise in this humble region of Qingzhou. I shall remember this lesson. Next time, I will certainly avenge today's humiliation. Before Hong Feng's words could fade, a streak of flowing light shot from his body, merging into a puppet. The other dozens of King Realm puppets followed suit, releasing dozens of streaks of light that all flowed into that single puppet. These streaks of light represented the source of the controlling these beings, and upon merging into the puppet, it wasted no time in gathering its domain's power to flee into the distance. However, before it could even initiate its escape, it suddenly realized that its body was rapidly being encased in ice. Simultaneously, Lu Ruyan's voice echoed from behind. "Why are you so greedy? Even at this juncture, you still cling to the preservation of your debt. If you had commanded these puppets to flee together, perhaps you could have salvaged a fragment of your. Alas, you have made the most erroneous choice." Lu Ruyan's voice dripped with a demonic whisper, and the eyes of the human puppet monarch were already filled with terror. He understood that this time, he was truly finished. This woman seemed to have anticipated his actions, preemptively locking onto his. She was merely waiting for this moment, waiting for him to draw all his back into this body, only to ensnare him in one fell swoop. Damn it! The human puppet monarch's heart raced with fear as he rapidly contemplated, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Boom! His immediately vacated the puppet body, abandoning his physical form in a bid to escape. Without the support of his body, his began to burn rapidly like a flame. The physical body served as a vessel, while the soul navigated. Abandoning the physical form was akin to losing the vessel. The soul could only struggle in the sea of suffering if he could not find a new body or a special object to attach himself to within a given time. His would be entirely consumed. Nevertheless, Hong Feng was confident he could swiftly locate a new host. Upon witnessing him abandon his body to flee, Lu Ruyan could only sigh in resignation. Only the power of the could harm another. The soul power of the human puppet monarch far exceeded her own, rendering her methods incapable of inflicting harm upon his. Yet, Lu Ruyan did not remain idle. She withdrew her domain and pursued the direction in which the human puppet monarch had vanished. As long as she prevented his from attaching to another being, he would naturally perish in the void that a game of cat and mouse ensued, with the human puppet monarchs fleeing at astonishing speed. Without the constraints of physical body, he possessed certain advantages. For instance, the human puppet monarch could disregard terrain, plunging directly into the ground, whereas Lu Ruyan would need to employ earth-based techniques to follow him. Lu Ruyan, who primarily focused on the water path, was not adept at earth techniques, rendering her unable to pursue the human puppet monarch underground. However, she could still utilize her divine sense to locate the direction of his escape. Wherever the past, remnants of spiritual power would linger for a time, not dissipating immediately. As Lu Ruyan pursued, she discovered that he had taken refuge in a city of the Blazing Fire dynasty. This city, teeming with tens of thousands of inhabitants, was rife with chaotic human presence, causing the traces left by the human puppet monarchs to be quickly obliterated, though the power of mortals was insignificant. In overwhelming numbers, it acted like a persistent drizzle, washing away many traces left by formidable beings. Damn that fellow. He truly knows how to hide. Lu Ruyan soared above the city, her divine sense scanning continuously. Unfortunately, the human puppet monarch was too skilled at concealment, and she could not detect his whereabouts. Narrowing her eyes, Lu Ruyan had no choice but to employ her spiritual techniques, her voice resonating throughout the city. From this moment on, no one is to leave the city. Even a fool could perceive Lu Ruyan's strength and dared not defy her will, remaining obediently within the city, among the masses. An unremarkable-looking commoner bore cold eyes, inwardly cursing, "Damn Lu Ruyan, so you wish to engage in a war of attrition with me, do you? Very well, let us see who can outlast whom, as long as I do not expose myself. With your divine sense, even standing before you, you shall never uncover my presence." Chapter 62. Such powerful divine sense. The puppet sovereign harbored great confidence in his spiritual power. Not only did he regard Lu Ruyan, a sovereign herself, as inferior, but he also believed that even the ordinary exalted beings would likely pale in comparison to him. After identifying his host, he remained unperturbed, meandering through the city, preparing for a prolonged confrontation with Lu Ruyan. Externally, Lu Ruyan appeared remarkably tranquil, yet internally, she experienced a tinge of anxiety. In truth, she too was reluctant to squander time in this stalemate with the puppet sovereign, deeming it a significant waste. However, she found herself devoid of any viable alternatives at this juncture. The puppet sovereign's methods were exceedingly insidious. Even the heavenly water sect had been surreptitiously usurped by him. Should he escape unscathed, he would undoubtedly pose a grave threat to the Yuxian sect, and indeed to all in the realm. The fact that the Tiankai sect was eradicated by a major power in the upper state was no coincidence. No one wished to see such a malignant growth flourish. Sighing inwardly, Lu Rian resolved to endure to eliminate this individual. She could either seek the assistance of an exalted being from the upper state or await the return of her junior sister, though she was uncertain if that would come pass. Lu Rian's thoughts drifted to her enigmatic junior sister, Mu Bingyao, the master of Hanyu. Oh, dear sister, your prized disciple has grown to this level in such a short span. You cannot simply turn a blind eye to him. That lad is far from docile. He would obliterate a dynasty at the slightest provocation if he were to provoke an adversary beyond my capacity to handle. I, your elder sister, would be unable to protect him. As Lu Rian's thoughts swirled, a streak of light shot down from the heavens. Master Uncle, I have finally found you. Hanyu, clad in white, sword upon his sword, resembling a celestial being descending from the heavens. Well, look at you. In just a few days, you have blossomed even more exquisitely. Lu Rian's sultry gaze appraised Hanyu from head to toe, her eyes gleaming with a hint of audacity. The mature aura of the water's sacred body naturally emanated from him, akin to a ripe peach, inciting within Hanyu a parching thirst and an irresistible urge to take a bite. Instantly, he seized the Chinquan gourd and took a swig of wine to ease his agitation. Observing his demeanor, Lu Rian's lips curled into a slight smile. What brings you here? Have you resolved matters on your end? It was fraught with danger, but I managed to sort it out, Hanyu replied. Oh, so swiftly? A flicker of surprise danced in Lu Rian's eyes. The great Yin dynasty boasted millions of soldiers and 3 sovereigns. It was astonishing that Hanyu had managed to navigate through it with such ease. Hanyu had not fully elaborated on the situation, merely suggesting that she flanked the formidable opponents of the great Yin dynasty. His initial intention was merely to have Lu Rian serve as a backup to thwart Jihua Mao and others from fleeing. He had not anticipated the emergence of the Tiankai sect. Lu Rian inquired about the specifics of Hanyu's circumstances, to which he casually recounted the general events without concealing his prowess. Before so many witnesses, he had slain Jihua Mao, a feat that could not be concealed. Upon hearing his account, Lu Rian's beautiful eyes sparkled with astonishment. Master Nephew, are you implying that your current combat strength allows you to slay a peak sovereign, or even an extreme realm battle sovereign? Hanyu nodded, smiling. Roughly, so that this revelation, Lu Rian was genuinely astonished. She excitedly approached Hanyu, her fair hands exploring his physique. That is this the prowess of body refinement? To wield dual. If you were to further advance in body refinement and possess the blood energy domain, would you not then command dual domains? Hanyu paused at Lu Rian's words. Logically, that was indeed the case. The domains of body refinement and chi refinement were vastly different. Perhaps their fusion could yield remarkable results. Yet he refrained from dwelling on this notion and instead inquired about Lu Rian's current situation. After she briefly explained the matter regarding the puppet sovereign, Hanyu nodded and proposed, Master Uncle, why not allow me to give it a try? Hearing Hanyu's words, Lu Rian narrowed her beautiful eyes. Good disciple, are you suggesting that, aside from body and chi refinement, you also possess skills in spirit refinement? Hanyu chuckled in response. Master Uncle, you misunderstand. I have yet to delve into the path of spirit refinement. But my spiritual awareness should not be lacking. Besides, trying it out wouldn't hurt. With that, Hanyu unleashed his full spiritual awareness, sweeping it over the city below, whether through body refinement or chi refinement. As one's cultivation advanced, spiritual awareness would gradually expand, especially upon reaching the realm of primordial spirit, where it would surge significantly. After all, essence, chi, and spirit are one. The advancement of any one aspect would invariably enhance the others. Hanyu's accomplishments in both chi and body refinement were notable, particularly in chi refinement, where he had honed every stage to an unparalleled level, aside from the primordial spirit realm. Consequently, his current spiritual awareness exceeded that of the sovereign realm and, while it might not rival that of an exalted being, It far surpassed that of an ordinary extreme realm battle sovereign. Meanwhile, within the city, although the puppet sovereign wandered about, he remained vigilant of the skies. Poised to escape once Lu Ruyan let her guard down, he sensed Han Yu's arrival, but did not give it much thought, as the mere emanation of spiritual energy from Han Yu suggested his cultivation was only at the primordial spirit realm, a level of practitioner not worthy of his concern. As Han Yu appeared to be utilizing his spiritual awareness to scan the city's inhabitants, the puppet sovereign couldn't help but chuckle. This Lu Ruyan must be out her mind, sending a mere primordial spirit realm junior to track down my whereabouts. Ha ha! How utterly ludicrous! If I could be found by him, I might as well swallow my pride and end it all. The puppet sovereign shook his head repeatedly, but when Han Yu's spiritual awareness enveloped his vicinity, he suddenly sensed something amiss. What is this? Is the intensity of his spiritual awareness rather absurd? Alarmed, he realized, I'm done for. Lu Ruyan has played me. This is definitely not a primordial spirit realm practitioner. He must be a sovereign with substantial expertise in the path of spirit refinement. A wave of terror washed over the puppet sovereign as he recognized the gravity of the situation. A chilling sensation gripped him. He had not felt such a presence when Lu Ruyan's spiritual awareness swept past him. Calm down. Don't panic. I have completely concealed my primordial spirit's aura. He shouldn't be able to detect my disguise. The puppet sovereign swallowed hard, feigning composure, and refrained from revealing himself easily, as anticipated. The scrutiny of the spiritual awareness soon passed over his vicinity, and Han Yu appeared to overlook him, continuing to survey the remaining areas of the city. The puppet sovereign breathed a sigh of relief internally. Damn. Thank goodness I'm composed enough. I almost let that brat intimidate me. He pondered, what is the background of this fellow? If Lu Ruyan's spiritual awareness is like resilient thread, and mine is akin to tougher iron wire, then this lad's spiritual awareness is comparable to steel-forged thread, unimaginably resilient. I practice the art of puppetry. My spiritual awareness naturally surpasses that of practitioners of the same tier. Yet I find myself inferior to this boy. Could it be that he specializes in spirit refinement? The puppet sovereign was perplexed. The path of spirit refinement was exceedingly rare in this era, with many practitioners having never heard of it. It was even more obscure than the path of body refinement. However, if anyone succeeded in cultivating it during this age, they would undoubtedly attract considerable attention. If I were to make strides in the path of spirit refinement, even reaching the realm of kings, I need not fear the dissipation of my primordial spirit upon losing my physical form. It is said that upon reaching the primordial spirit realm in spirit refinement, one can completely abandon their corporeal body and exist solely as a soul. Alas, in today's world, such tales have become mere legends. The puppet sovereign lamented inwardly. Before long, Han Yu had scanned the entirety of the city, seemingly finding nothing amiss. He promptly bid farewell to Lu Ruyan with a respectful gesture before vanishing from the puppet sovereign's line of sight. Upon witnessing Han Yu's departure, the puppet sovereign's confidence surged. Next, I shall live normally based on the memories of this body, and once Lu Ruyan relaxes her vigilance, I will seize the opportunity to escape. The puppet sovereign had effectively usurped this body. The original soul was so weak that it was consumed in an instant. He reflected on the memories of this physique, blending into the crowd as several hours slipped by. As night fell, the puppet sovereign returned to his abode and began to meditate. The compatibility of this body with him was not particularly high, necessitating certain measures for prolonged use. However, as he focused on his cultivation, he suddenly sensed a wave of danger approaching. That a figure, moving with astonishing speed, shattered the walls of his dwelling and confronted him, seizing him by the throat. A formidable spiritual awareness, akin to tempered steel, formed a cage, binding him tightly within. Upon recognizing the face of the figure before him, the puppet sovereign was struck with a profound shock and fear. It's you. Chapter 63. News of Mu Bingyao. The puppet sovereign's host body widened its eyes in terror, staring at the youth before him. Did you not leave? How have you returned? In an instant, he comprehended the situation. You were playing me all along. You discovered me during the day, did you not? Han Yu flashed a gentle smile and nodded at him. Congratulations, you are correct. The puppet sovereign was engulfed in despair, Feeling shame for his earlier self-satisfaction, he had thought that Han Yu was oblivious to his presence, unaware that the latter was merely feigning ignorance. Most likely, this was to prevent him from fleeing, or perhaps it was a reckless decision to sacrifice the entire city. Given the puppet's sovereign strength, if he were cornered, he would undoubtedly forcefully refine the hundreds of thousands of citizens into puppets, making a desperate bid for survival. Unfortunately for him, Han Yu had severed this path at this moment. The puppet sovereign, ensnared within Han Yu's mental cage, felt as though his very soul was completely bound, rendering escape impossible. With eyes filled with resentment, he gazed at Han Yu, incredulous that he had fallen to a junior. You are so young, yet your mental prowess is astonishingly powerful. Could it be that you are a master of spirit cultivation? The puppet's sovereign voiced his doubts. Han Yu yawned nonchalantly and replied, I do not understand spirit cultivation. The puppet sovereign seemed to hear the greatest of jokes. What are you trying to play at? Your mental strength dwarfs that of even a puppet master, and you claim to be ignorant of spirit cultivation? He snorted derisively. If you choose not to speak, so be it. I have fallen into your hands, and I can only accept my misfortune. However, I advise you to consider this. I'm the foremost genius of the heavenly puppet sect. If you kill me, you will have irreparably offended our sect. There are several elders within the heavenly puppet sect who are on the verge of breaking through to the esteemed rank. If they learn of my demise, your Yuxian sect will undoubtedly suffer a catastrophic disaster. The puppet sovereign's tone was laden with a palpable threat. Han Yu, however, was unfazed. It matters not. Let them come. I have already offended a formidable power, the heavenly Shu Yuan, so I am indifferent to offending another. The heavenly puppet sect. The heavenly puppet sect is but a stray dog now, and even if they possess esteemed level experts, they are likely only at the initial stage, that if they are merely common esteemed practitioners. With Han Yu's current strength, the odds of victory would be heavily in his favor. In a single incense stick's time, he could defeat them 9 times over. Han Yu was also eager to test the pinnacle state of a human and heaven law manifestation. But regrettably, he had yet to encounter a worthy opponent to fully indulge himself. As the two conversed, Lu Rian, seated in the sky, transformed into a streak of light and descended. Good disciple, you truly captured him. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement. Han Yu had previously conveyed his plan to her. Lu Rian had anticipated that Han Yu could control the puppet's sovereign soul, but she had not imagined it would be so effortless. The once troublesome puppet sovereign now lay in Han Yu's grasp like a fish on a chopping block. Leave him to me. The heavenly puppet sect is exceedingly cunning and likely has many hidden hands remaining in Qingzhou. They must all be eradicated. I will take him back to Heavenly Prison Peak for thorough interrogation, striving to uproot the heavenly puppet sect's foothold in Qingzhou. Lu Ruyin spoke candidly, causing the puppet sovereign's complexion to turn pale. He had heard of the interrogation methods employed at Yuxian sect's Heavenly Prison Peak. They were notoriously brutal, capable of extracting even the essence of a soul. Sect Master Lu, no need for interrogation. I can cooperate. The puppet sovereign hastily interjected. Yet Lu Rian revealed a charming yet menacing smile, akin to a blood rose with thorns that no, I do not trust your words. Information derived from soul extraction is far more authentic and reliable. Upon hearing this, the puppet sovereign felt a mix of fear and anger. Lu Rian, you wretched. He attempted to curse, but Lu Rian merely cast a cold glance at him, and the sovereign's imposing aura surged forth, sealing his vocal cords. Ignoring him, Lu Rian turned to Han Yu with a smile. Good disciple, would you like to return to Yuxian sect with me? You have accomplished such a significant feat that even your master is at a loss as to how to reward you. After Han Yu's collaboration with Yuxian sect to unify Qingzhou, the sect had greatly benefited, gaining control over territories and resources previously held by other sections. Thus, his contributions were indeed considerable, surpassing even Lu Rian's. Han Yu pondered briefly before responding, I do not require any rewards. I ask that you allocate my share to my 2 junior sisters at Ah. When did you acquire 2 junior sisters? Lu Rian was momentarily taken aback as Han Yu briefly recounted the matter of Xiao Yuyao. I intend to have junior sister Yuyao cultivate at Heavenly Shu Yuan Peak. I would appreciate it if you could speak with them on my behalf, that I hope they can provide her with suitable resources, and I will compensate Heavenly Shuyuan Peak in other ways. Upon hearing Han Yu's request, Lu Rian's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Rest assured, as long as your junior sister can absorb the resources, I can arrange for the entirety of Heavenly Shuyuan Peak's resources to be devoted to her. However, do you truly intend to give all the resources to your two junior sisters while taking nothing for yourself? Han Yu nodded, indicating he did not require any resources. Lu Ruyan's lips curled into a slight smile. Unable to suppress her admiration. Those two young ladies are fortunate to have you as their senior brother. I find myself somewhat envious. Very well. We shall proceed as you wish. By the way, allow me to inform you of something. Lu Rian began to convey information secretly. Your master is not actually dead. The situation is far too complicated, and you were too weak before, so I feared that revealing this would burden you. Upon hearing her words, Han Yu was momentarily stunned, then filled with joy as he replied through their mental connection. Sect Master, do you mean to say my master has offended a formidable enemy? Yes, more or less. However, I do not fully grasp the details. Despite my persistent inquiries, she refuses to disclose anything and has even left home. Lu Rian's frustration was palpable. That little rascal is becoming increasingly rebellious. I have spent years searching for her in the southern wilderness, yet she has deliberately evaded me, refusing to meet even once. It feels as though I have raised her for nothing. Lu Ruyan, being several decades older than Mu Bingyao, had watched her grow and harbored deep feelings akin to that of a mother towards her younger sister. Hearing Lu Ruyan speak of Mu Bingyao, Han Yu felt a surge of curiosity. Mu Bingyao had pulled Han Yu from the depths of destitution and brought him to Tianjian Peak, yet they had scarcely exchanged a few words since then. Han Yu dared not provoke his icy master, only daring to steal glances from a distance, his mind conjuring the image of her stunning silver hair and crimson eyes. Truth be told, Mu Bingyao was the most beautiful woman Han Yu had ever encountered in this world. Without exception, her features seemed to have been meticulously crafted by divine hands, devoid of any flaw. From any angle, she could captivate the hearts of all. While Lu Rian was also beautiful, their temperaments differed greatly. Lu Rian exuded a mature allure that stirred primal desires with a mere glance. In contrast, Mu Bingyao's beauty was pure, evoking sincere affection rather than base lust. As for Ji Yanling and Xiao Yuyao, they had yet to fully blossom and could not be compared to the two. In this world, a woman's beauty extended beyond mere appearance. Differences in strength could also enhance one's aura, as long as one's cultivation was sufficiently high. Barring any wicked practices, no woman would be deemed unattractive. After a wave of thoughts, Han Yu inquired once more, Master, what level of cultivation does my master possess? I wish to gauge the strength of the entity she fears. Lu Ruyan nodded. This is something I have considered as well. Your master possesses a celestial body. When she left the sect, she had already reached the pinnacle of the Battle Emperor level, and she has maintained that peak throughout her journey. Upon hearing this, Han Yu's heart trembled. An 8 Extremes Battle Emperor could contend with even the most ordinary esteemed practitioners at their peak, could it not? This meant that the existence which drove Mu Bingyao to leave home, wishing to avoid embroiling the sect, was at least an emperor-level powerhouse. Chapter 64. The first meeting of two junior sisters that was indeed an emperor-level powerhouse. Each one was a once-in-a-10,000-year prodigy. Those haughty major powers of upper state were insignificant before an emperor-level entity. The forces associated with the emperor-level beings generally resided in the hidden holy states. The locations of these holy states were independent worlds, realms that ordinary cultivators could not access. Such places are referred to as paradisiacal abodes, while those outside are deemed the mortal realm. The mere thought that his master's enemy was an emperor-level powerhouse filled Han Yu with pressure. For him at present, it was not just emperor-level experts he needed to worry about. Even formidable esteemed practitioners posed a significant challenge. No, I must ensure that my junior sisters cultivate more rapidly. Otherwise, in this world, I possess no sense of security. Han Yu mused internally, conferring with Lu Ruyan once more before she departed, taking the bound puppet's sovereign with her. Meanwhile, Han Yu soared through the skies on a sword, heading toward the royal city of the blazing fire dynasty. During this time, the Red Tiger Sovereign had personally escorted Xiao Yuyao to the royal city, when Ji Yinling learned that her senior brother had taken on yet another junior sister. A whirlwind of emotions surged within her as she gazed at the frail Xiao Yuyao before her, momentarily at a loss for words. Xiao Yuyao cautiously glanced at Ji Yinling, sensing the formidable aura emanating from her, and could not help but swallow hard. The senior sister looks so fierce. Does she dislike me? It is said that the senior brother treats the senior sister exceptionally well. Not only has he vanquished the Blazing Fire dynasty for her, but he has also subdued the Great Flame dynasty, and in the future, the entire Qingzhou will be under her jurisdiction. Given the depth of their relationship, it is certain that my intrusion will cause the senior sister great displeasure. As Xiao Yiyao's thoughts surged, she hastily explained to Ji Yinling, "Senior sister, my senior brother only took me to the Heavenly Sword Peak out of pity. Please do not misunderstand. In short, there is nothing between my senior brother and me. I'm not worthy of him." The Ji Yinling was momentarily taken aback. Observing Xiao Yuyao's cautious demeanor, she couldn't help but feel amused. "What are you saying?" Ji Yinling feigned seriousness as she looked at Xiao Yuyao, who trembled in fright. "What I mean is, only you, senior sister, are deserving of my senior brother. I won't compete with you for his affection. I swear." Ji Yinling shook her head helplessly. "Do not think too much of it. Since my senior brother has accepted you into the Heavenly Sword Peak, you are now our junior sister. He is our shared senior brother. There is no question of competition." Xiao Yuyao opened her mouth in disbelief. "Really? Is that true?" A spark of joy illuminated her heart. In truth, she harbored a slight infatuation for Hanyu, but she felt her own strength was too lacking to be worthy of him. Moreover, with Ji Yinling being such an exceptional junior sister and Hanyu treating her so well, Xiao Yuyao felt even less deserving. Logically and emotionally, she believed she should not interfere. She had initially thought Ji Yinling would regard her with disdain, like many of the disciples from her family, yet she was pleasantly surprised by her amiability. Of course it is true. Besides, there are only two of us at the Heavenly Sword Peak, so having one more person will certainly liven things up. By the way, I heard you are a scholar in the way of literature. What realm are you currently at? Ji Yinling inquired curiously. Xiao Yuyao's cheeks flushed, and she shyly grasped the hem of her garment. I have yet to even embark on the path of the way of literature." Ji Yinling expressed surprise, stepping closer to Xiao Yuyao, taking her hand to sense her energy. Indeed, she felt little scholarly aura within her. However, as a reincarnated empress, she possessed numerous secret techniques to explore the human body. Upon probing, she discovered something intriguing. Like her past self, Xiao Yuyao harbored a unique, yet dormant, special constitution within her. How curious. My own constitution remained dormant due to my mother's secret arts before birth, requiring gradual unsealing. But what has caused this junior sister's constitution to remain unawakened? Ji Yinling pondered, while Xiao Yuyao, feeling embarrassed, spoke up that "I'm sorry, senior sister. I'm too useless. Rest assured, I will never tell anyone you are my senior sister. I won't bring you shame." Xiao Yuyao vowed earnestly. Although she now possessed a mysterious entity called a system, in a wordless heavenly book had appeared in her mind, she had yet to grasp their functionalities. Even if she did understand, she did not think herself worthy of comparing to Ji Yinling, which left her feeling somewhat anxious. Ji Yinling gently caressed her cheek and spoke directly. "Junior sister Yuyao, it seems you possess a unique constitution that is yet to awaken. You need not belittle yourself. This constitution should be quite powerful, at least at the saintly level that, if it pertains to the way of literature, it will undoubtedly allow you to excel in your cultivation." Xiao Yuyao was stunned by her words, incredulously asking, "Senior sister, is that truly the case?" Ji Yinling nodded, and a glimmer of hope shone in Xiao Yuyao's eyes. She thought to herself, "How wonderful! If I awaken this constitution and practice diligently, I will not bring shame to my senior brother and senior sister. But how can I awaken it?" Xiao Yuyao found herself in a quandary at that moment. The long silent system in her mind suddenly stirred to life. "Ding! Please conduct your first comparison with the target Hanyu." Focusing on the way of literature's cultivation. According to the system's assessment, the likelihood of your success in this comparison is exceedingly high. Should you succeed, you will be rewarded with a trove of books. Note: Reading these tomes can activate the wordless heavenly book, accelerating the awakening of your constitution. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuyao was momentarily taken aback, immediately inquiring within her mind, "System, how is this comparison conducted? Will it affect my senior brother in any way?" Ding! Please rest assured. The comparison process will only be visible to you and will not affect the target, the system replied. Once the comparison is successful, the system will assign a new target for you, with increased difficulty. Should you fail, you will face a penalty task befitting the loser, in order to receive your reward. What kind of penalty task does the loser face? Xiao Yuyao timidly asked in her mind, relieved that the system was quite intelligent and patient in its explanations. Ding! The penalty for the loser is quite simple. You need to engage in some light interactions with the comparison target, such as massaging, warming the bed, or kissing. What? How can this be? Upon hearing the system's words, Xiao Yuyao was instantly flustered. This is far too embarrassing. It is utterly inappropriate. Xiao Yuyao was a reserved young lady. Even the notion of holding hands with another man was a significant challenge for her. However, as she considered Han Yu's visage, she thought, if this person is my senior brother, perhaps it may not be so unacceptable. As this thought crossed her mind, Xiao Yuyao's face flushed crimson. Yet, she suddenly remembered a terrifying possibility. If she were to surpass her senior brother in the comparison, the system would then select another individual for her to compare against. If she were to fail again, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xiao Yuyao's breath caught, and she immediately queried in her mind, "System, can I permanently bind my senior brother as the comparison target?" Ding, that is not possible. Once a comparison is successful, the system will assign a target of higher difficulty. Can I concede then? Xiao Yuyao suddenly proposed this possibility. Since failing still yields a reward, why should I even bother with the comparison? I could simply concede and take advantage of the system. She felt quite clever for this idea. Ding! It is not advisable to concede. True strength lies in daring to challenge stronger opponents. The implication was clear. Xiao Yuyao's heart stirred, and she resolutely declared, "System, I concede." Ding! Since you have chosen to concede, the penalty for the loser will now be issued. Chapter 65. Xiao Yuyao's punishment. Kiss the comparison target. Upon hearing that the system was about to impose a penalty for her concession, Xiao Yuyao felt an inexplicable thrill rather than fear. She swallowed hard, appearing somewhat dazed. Ji Yanling, noticing her deep in thought, did not interrupt, but instead had the maids prepare a banquet. Han Yu had already sent word that he would soon arrive at the royal city. Ji Yanling, aware of her senior brother's fondness for fine wine, had specially arranged for the best wines in the royal city. After all, her senior brother had been so attentive to her. She must treat him well. With anticipation in her heart, Ji Yanling awaited Han Yu's arrival. Meanwhile, Xiao Yuyao focused on the system panel, her face turning bright red upon reading the task details, akin to a ripe apple. Punishment task. Please kiss the comparison target. Task reward. Based on the target's level of happiness. System. Are there any restrictions on where to kiss? Xiao Yuyao cautiously inquired in her mind, to which the system promptly replied, "Ding. Please explore at your discretion." She thought to herself, I have read that there are many customs involving kissing on the face. As a junior sister, a kiss from my senior brother shouldn't be too much to ask, right? Glancing at Ji Yanling again, she felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. I cannot let senior sister see me kiss my senior brother. Otherwise, she will surely misunderstand that I promise, senior sister. I only wish to complete my task. I will not compete with you for him. The two young women, each lost in their own thoughts, awaited Han Yu's arrival. A streak of light soared through the sky, unmistakably Han Yu. With a chi, he effortlessly navigated the complex formations within the royal palace, descending directly into Ji Yanling's chamber. The doors had been opened, welcoming his arrival. Upon entering the grand hall, Han Yu was greeted by the rich aroma of wine, prompting a delighted smile. Wow, junior sister, is this exquisite wine prepared for me? Of course, Ji Yanling replied with a smile. Gently pouring him a glass, Han Yu raised the cup and drank heartily, savoring the lingering flavor and a warm sensation coursing through him, akin to a beautiful maiden's gentle caress. Not satisfied with the small cup, he decided to embrace the wine jar and drink deeply. Ji Yanling, witnessing this, could only shake her head with a smile. Senior brother, This is the renowned fire juice from the blazing fire dynasty. Even a cultivator of the royal realm would feel the intense heat if they overindulge, so please do not drink too much. Rest assured, junior sister, my constitution is unique, and no matter how much I drink, I will be fine. Drinking is beneficial for me. Hanyu confidently spoke up. He possessed the wine sword Immortal Body, endowed with unparalleled talent in both the path of wine and the path of the sword. For him, drinking was not merely a means to enhance his cultivation. It also served to nurture his sword. The more he drank, the more the alcohol essence accumulated within him, and upon explosion, the enhancement to his sword energy was exceedingly pronounced. Ji Yanling was well aware of her senior brother's uniqueness. Although he appeared to spend his days inebriated and slumbering, he was actually cultivating in a special manner. A reincarnated empress. She had a wealth of experience and could surmise the situation without further elaboration, lest she dampen her senior brother's spirits. Then I shall instruct my subordinates to gather fine wines from the Qingzhou region and deliver them all to you. Senior brother, very well, my dear junior sister. Hanyu replied, visibly pleased as he affectionately ruffled Ji Yanling's hair. In front of others, Ji Yanling exuded an icy and formidable demeanor. Yet at this moment, she displayed the innocent joy of a young girl. Observing this, Xiao Yiyao felt increasingly uneasy. She was certain that her senior sister harbored feelings for her senior brother, and she feared that if she intruded, her senior sister might retaliate with violence. Despite Ji Yanling's polite and friendly demeanor towards her, Xiao Yiyao sensed a terrifying aura emanating from her. If Ji Yanling were to misconstrue her intentions as an attempt to usurp her senior brother, she would undoubtedly eliminate her. With her heart pounding in trepidation, Xiao Yiyao was startled when Hanyu approached her and gently tousled her hair. As her senior brother, he could not play favorites. This timid junior sister appeared to be quite insecure and should not be overlooked. Yuyao, once your senior sister ascends as the sovereign of the Dian Empire, I will send you to the Yuxian sect, where you can cultivate at the Tianshu Peak. That I have already arranged everything. Xiao Yuyao was taken aback that her senior brother was concerned for her, and she felt a lump in her throat. Moved to the point of tears, Yanling nodded in agreement. The Tianshu Peak housed numerous ancient literary traditions, making it indeed suitable for her junior sister's cultivation. In the coming days, I will also have someone gather the literary secrets from the Qingzhou region to send to you. I hope you can embark on your path of cultivation soon and discover a literary path that suits you. The most common method of cultivation for literary practitioners is to read countless books. The more one reads, the richer their knowledge reserves become, leading to deeper understanding and higher cultivation. This path of cultivation can be simple yet complex. Some may attain enlightenment in a day, swiftly advancing from an ordinary literary practitioner to the realm of kings, while others may toil for a lifetime without making any progress, which is equally plausible. Upon hearing Ji Yanling's kindness, Xiao Yuyao felt a pang of guilt and became more resolute in her decision not to compete with her senior sister for her senior brother's affection. She must maintain a pure relationship with him and be mindful of her feelings. In the following days, Hanyu accompanied Ji Yanling and Xiao Yuyao to the capital of the Dian Empire to assist her in completing the coronation ceremony. After Ji Yanling received the blessing of the national fortune, her aura grew even more formidable. At this moment, she bore the weight of a great empire and its destiny, while the Qihu Emperor was leading a delegation to negotiate with other major kingdoms, confident that they would soon yield their national fortunes. When that time came, all the dragon veins and national fortunes of Qingzhou would rest in Ji Yanling's hands, and her cultivation speed would undoubtedly soar. Once Hanyu witnessed Ji Yanling officially ascending the throne and gaining the national fortune, he felt reassured enough to depart. Now, as long as Ji Yanling remained within the borders of the Dian Empire, not even a sovereign could harm her. Hanyu soared through the skies on his sword, swiftly carrying Xiao Yuyao towards the Yuxian sect. His flying speed was exceptionally rapid. In just a few hours, they returned to the Tian Sword Peak of the Yuxian sect. Although Xiao Yuyao was under Hanyu's protective strength, she felt somewhat dizzy and her complexion was less than favorable. Hanyu took her hand and infused her with gentle spiritual energy to soothe her discomfort. Junior sister, your constitution is too fragile. Rest well for today before heading to Tianshu Peak. Xiao Yuyao nodded. initially wanting to say something, but upon seeing the dwindling time on her task panel, she grew anxious. She had not had the opportunity to be alone with Hanyu these past few days, causing her task to remain unfulfilled. Ding! The system alerted the host that if the task of the failed candidate could not be completed on time, the binding with the host would be dissolved. Xiao Yiyao instantly panicked. After days of studying the ancient texts, she had come to understand what the Wuzi Tian Shu within her body truly entailed. She realized that her inability to retain the knowledge of literary arts over the years was due to the interference of the Wuzi Tian Shu. Even her unique physique had been suppressed by it, preventing her from awakening. Though her system had alleviated some of the negative effects of the Wuzi Tian Shu, awakening her physique and mastering it without the system's assistance was certainly not a matter of a day or two. Xiao Yiyao had already delayed for so many years. She could not afford to procrastinate any longer. She needed to grow quickly so as not to hinder her senior brother's progress. After a brief internal struggle, Xiao Yiyao finally made up her mind. She leaned closer to Hanyu, the fragrance of her innocence wafting into his nostrils. Then, she pressed her delicate face against Hanyu's, her rosy lips brushing against his cheek. A soft sensation surged through Hanyu, causing him to swallow hard. Junior sister, what are you doing? Chapter 66. The kiss on the cheek. Xiao Yuyao's face flushed crimson, her breath quickening. However, she promptly explained that senior brother. Is a kiss on the cheek a gesture of gratitude? You have been so kind to me, and this is the only way I can express my thanks. Hanyu pondered for a moment. He was aware that in certain places in his past life, such a custom indeed existed, but he had not anticipated it would be present in this world as well. I see that I did mention. Didn't I? Junior sister, you need not be so formal. Just focus on your cultivation. Hanyu gazed earnestly at Xiao Yuyao, who nodded in response. Very well. Junior sister, take your time to rest that if you need anything, just call for me. Xiao Yuyao nodded lightly, casting a glance at the system panel. Ding. Current joy level compared to target. 20 out. Please continue your efforts. Host? Huh. Is the joy level so low? That means the rewards will be minimal as well. She thought that, in a way, a kiss is a kiss. It doesn't matter if it's 1 or 10. After taking that initial step, Xiao Yiyao felt her psychological burden lighten considerably, and she promptly tugged at Hanyu's sleeve. Senior brother, that gesture isn't complete yet. Just wait a moment. Xiao Yiyao propped herself against Hanyu's shoulder and pecked his face a couple more times. Current joy level compared to target. 30. Upon seeing the system's notification, Xiao Yiyao was filled with exhilaration as she continuously pecked Hanyu's left and right cheeks like a little woodpecker. Hanyu was utterly bewildered. It seemed that the custom of the kiss on the cheek in this world was rather extravagant. Was it really necessary to kiss so many times? He wondered internally. Could it be that this little junior sister is taking advantage of me? Hanyu glanced down at the petite figure of Xiao Yuyao, whose delicate lips, even without lipstick, looked resplendent and inviting, flitting across his cheeks like a dragonfly skimming the water. From his vantage point, he could clearly see her exquisite collarbone and her ample bosom. Each of Xiao Yiyao's gentle kisses was undeniably a provocation towards Hanyu. During this time, he had been so preoccupied with assisting Ji Yanling in seizing the national fortune that he had not had the chance to interact with the ladies of the Wanhuij for quite a while, resulting in a long build-up of pent-up energy. At this moment, being kissed repeatedly by such a beauty made Hanyu feel a surge of heat rising from his lower abdomen, and unable to resist. He pulled Xiao Yuyao into his embrace, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Xiao Yuyao had been kissing Hanyu's cheek while keeping an eye on the system's notifications when she suddenly found herself being pulled into his embrace. Their bodies pressed together, and even through their clothing, they could sense each other's warmth. Senior brother, what are you doing? Xiao Yuyao stammered, a hint of fear creeping in her voice. She gazed up at Hanyu, whose eyes were filled with an assertive intensity, feeling like a fragile fawn ensnared in the gaze of a predator, aware that he could easily consume her. Hanyu smiled faintly as he delicately brushed aside Xiao Yuyao's hair, his fingertips grazing her fair, delicate face. Junior sister, your kiss on the cheek is rather fervent. Do you think I ought to reciprocate? Xiao Yuyao trembled at his words, unable to meet his gaze, and could only murmur. I suppose that would be appropriate. I'm not entirely sure. Before she could finish her sentence, Hanyu gently cupped her chin and pressed his lips against her soft, pale oval face. The sensation was akin to savoring a perfectly boiled egg, yielding a soft and delicate touch that left Han Yu feeling parched. After kissing both her cheeks and her forehead, Han Yu immediately withdrew, his breath becoming somewhat heated. He collected himself, realizing he could not continue like this. Otherwise, he might genuinely succumb to the temptation of devouring his dear junior sister. Given Han Yu's current cultivation, engaging in mutual cultivation with Xiao Yuyao, who possessed such a fragile physique, would be utterly untenable. She was his beloved junior sister, and he would need her to assist him in his cultivation in the future. He could not bear to harm her. If it were to happen, it would have to wait until a later time. As Han Yu's mind conjured this thought, he immediately chastised himself. What a beast I am! She is but my junior sister. How could I harbor such feelings for her? Yet, he quickly reconsidered, with his junior sister being so exceptionally beautiful. If he were to remain unaffected, it would be akin to being less than a beast. Never mind. Let her focus on her cultivation. Out of sight, out of mind. Han Yu promptly sought an excuse to take his leave. While Xiao Yuyao, her face flushed with embarrassment, found a room to settle into, she touched her still slightly damp cheeks, tightly squeezed her legs together. Just now, when Han Yu returned her courtesy, she had been so nervous that she nearly lost control. What on earth am I thinking? He merely returned my gesture. Xiao Yao hurriedly wiped the chaotic thoughts from her mind and glanced at the system panel, which indicated that her task was complete. Beep! Detection confirms that the pleasure level of the comparison target has reached 100%. Reward: a myriad of treasured tomes. Subsequently, Xiao Yao felt her consciousness plunge into a space where volumes of books were meticulously stacked, each as large as a small mountain, exuding a profound aura of literary cultivation. Upon seeing these tomes, Xiao Yuyao's heart trembled. Such a rich literary aura must surely be penned by a sovereign of literary arts. The higher the cultivation level of the powerful, the more valuable their literary works, as they infuse their insights into every stroke, each line resonating with unique charm, by savoring the writings of these formidable beings. Even those with poor literary talent could attain some level of achievement. However, crafting these texts requires the expenditure of a powerful individual's energy, and it takes considerable time, which is why even the mighty do not write frequently. Any single volume from this collection would be a rare treasure in the outside world. This system is truly remarkable. Xiao Yuyao felt fortunate that she had not abandoned this system. System, are there any tasks remaining? Xiao Yuyao inquired within her mind. Beep! Please digest the current reward before triggering a new comparative challenge. All right, I will certainly read through these tomes as quickly as possible. Xiao Yuyao was filled with excitement and immediately set about reading the treasured books. Each book felt like a small mountain to her, requiring strenuous effort to ascend before she could turn its pages. Each sheet of paper was imbued with a rich literary essence, standing upon these pages. She was as small as the words written upon them. She earnestly absorbed the literary profundities, immersing herself in their content. Meanwhile, the shackles of her literary cultivation within her body were shattered, and her literary energy began to surge rapidly. Xiao Yuyao had forgotten her earlier joy at breaking through her cultivation level. She was now lost in the world of books in a single night. Her cultivation leaped from the threshold of literary arts straight into the third realm. To break through 3 realms in one night was an astonishing speed, far more terrifying than Ji Yanling. Yet, this was also a peculiarity of literary cultivators. Xiao Yuyao had not emerged empty-handed after years of silence. Although the foundational knowledge of literary arts she had learned had been swiftly forgotten under the influence of the wordless heavenly book, keeping her in a semi-literate state, the moment that negative effect was lifted, the forgotten foundational knowledge returned as if she had been honing her literary skills for over a decade. With Xiao Yuyao's innate talent, her grasp of that foundational knowledge now surpassed 99% of literary cultivators. Meanwhile, Han Yu, troubled by the lack of a suitable companion to unleash his yang fire, had turned to wine for solace and drifted into slumber, leaving his worries behind. In his semi-conscious state, system notifications incessantly chimed. Beep! Congratulations, host! Investment target Xiao Yuyao has broken through to the first realm of literary arts. Current affinity level, 72. Status: Trust, triggering tenfold return. You have gained 10 years of radiant chi. Beep. Investment target Xiao Yuyao has broken through to the second realm of literary arts, gaining 50 years of radiant chi. Beep. Investment target Xiao Yuyao has broken through to the third realm of literary arts, gaining 200 years of radiant chi. At the moment the system notifications rang out, Han Yu's drunken haze dissipated considerably. Radiant chi? Is this not the coveted special power that literary cultivators dream of? Just a bit of radiant chi could elevate one to prominence among literary practitioners. What level does my 200 years of radiant chi represent? Though Han Yu's understanding of literary cultivators was not profound, he surmised from the previous system returns that this 200 years of radiant chi must be extraordinarily impressive. As Han Yu received his system rewards, a chime echoed throughout the heavenly book peak of the Yuxian sect, as a bell resonated with a thunderous sound that reverberated through the skies. Due to the array's barriers, the sound could only resonate within the peak, causing all disciples to change their expressions upon hearing the bell. The literary bell has tolled. Which senior has broken through to the sixth realm? The sixth realm of literary arts corresponds to the nascent soul realm, a cornerstone of the Yuxian sect. Generally speaking, only at this level can the literary bell ring once. However, following that melodious sound, another prolonged chime echoed. 2 tolls of the bell. This is a sign of a breakthrough to the seventh realm. The seventh realm of literary arts, this is the realm of kings, is a new king about to emerge from our heavenly book peak. Ah, this is exhilarating. Who could it be? Wait, no one from our generation should be capable of breaking through to the king realm at this time. It is likely a senior from the previous generation. As everyone pondered which senior from the heavenly book peak might have the opportunity to break through to the king realm, the literary bell tolled once more. All were stunned. How could the literary bell ring again? Could someone be breaking through to the emperor realm? Impossible. The strongest in the heavenly book peak is the peak master Yang Xiuhua, and his foundation in literary arts is still far from the emperor realm. Thus, it seemed that the literary bell was not tolling due to a breakthrough in literary realm. There could only be one reason. Someone has comprehended radiant chi. Yet, even if one comprehended radiant chi, it should not toll 3 times consecutively. Could it be that their level of radiant chi surged through 3 tiers in such a short time? Questions filled everyone's minds. Meanwhile, Peak Master Yang Xiuhua had searched high and low throughout the heavenly book peak and even the Yuxian sect, yet found no trace of the literary practitioner who comprehended radiant chi. However, the sect leader Lu Rian immediately turned her gaze towards the direction of the heavenly sword peak, a hint of curiosity flickering in her beautiful eyes. Chapter 67. Lu Rian in the bath. Testing cadres with this? As a practitioner at the Emperor Realm, Lu Rian's perception was exceptionally keen. Even without deliberately probing with her spiritual sense, any extraordinary occurrences within the Yuxian sect would capture her attention. At that moment, Lu Rian was bathing in her quarters atop the sect leader's peak, surrounded by heavenly materials and treasures that nourished the skin and enhanced water affinity. Upon sensing the anomaly, she immediately deployed her spiritual sense towards the heavenly sword peak, sweeping across the entire mountain in an instant. Han Yu, who had been drunkenly lounging beneath a peach tree, felt the probing of her spiritual sense almost instantaneously. His own powerful spiritual sense began to counteract, tracing back to its source, revealing Lu Ruyan's presence in an instant, he perceived every detail of Lu Ruyan, causing him to sit up abruptly in astonishment. Glancing towards the sect leader's peak, Lu Ruyan had just finished scanning the heavenly sword peak and found nothing unusual. Just as she prepared to retract her spiritual sense, she felt a robust and powerful presence ensnaring her own, pulling it towards her. This spiritual sense was immensely strong, as if it were barbed, sweeping over Lu Ruyan's entire being. Even with the barrier of the water beneath her, it could not hinder the probing. In that moment, every contour of her figure was thoroughly surveyed by that overwhelming spiritual sense. Caught off guard, Lu Ruyan had no time to shield herself with her own spiritual sense and was laid bare before him. Her lips parted slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment as she fixed her gaze towards the heavenly sword peak. The two exchanged a glance across the distance, their expressions vividly revealed under the influence of their spiritual senses. My goodness, so grand, so fair. Senior Lu is truly exquisite. Her allure in the absence of clothing far surpasses that of being adorned. Is this truly how one tests a cadre? Which cadre could withstand such a trial? Han Yu's thoughts involuntarily surfaced. The moment this idea crossed his mind, he was struck with alarm. He had forgotten that he was currently entangled in a state of spiritual sense connection with Lu Ruyan. There was no way to halt his thoughts, and such musings would undoubtedly be transmitted to her mind. This was the principle behind the higher-level communication techniques employed by advanced cultivators: spiritual sense transmission. The spiritual sound transmission utilized by lower-tier cultivators merely attaches sound to the carrier of spiritual energy. When confronted by higher-tier cultivators, even covert transmissions may be intercepted, revealing the content of the communication. In contrast, mental sound transmission is far more discreet and expedient. To intercept another's mental transmission, one's own mental prowess must be at least an order of magnitude stronger. Thus, higher-tier cultivators typically resort to mental sound transmission. This aside, the crux of the matter lies in Han Yu's recent thoughts, which were transmitted unreservedly to Lu Ruyan. Upon receiving Han Yu's thoughts, Lu Ruyan's delicate brows furrowed slightly, initially displeased due to being seen by Han Yu. Her emotions had yet to swell when he hastily withdrew his mental presence, appearing rather anxious. A flicker of mischief ignited within Lu Ruyan, prompting her to deftly manipulate her own mental energy to seize Han Yu's retracting thoughts. The two mental energies entwined once more in the air, and Lu Ruyan's voice resonated within Han Yu's mind. Good disciple, why the rush to depart? Is it that your master uncle is unappealing? Han Yu was momentarily taken aback, instinctively replying, appealing? How could it be otherwise? If it is indeed appealing, then why not take a few more glances? After all, it's just the two of us who know. That might not be appropriate, right? Han Yu recalled the provocative scene from earlier, feeling a rush of blood, and involuntarily rubbed his hands together. What is inappropriate? I watched you grow up, so you looking at me is merely a case of the water not flowing outside the field. Don't be afraid. Come take a look. Lu Ruyan's enchanting voice echoed in his mind, causing Han Yu's throat to dry as he swallowed several times. Her mental presence was irresistibly drawn towards Lu Ruyan's alluring figure, akin to her hand gently guiding Han Yu's hand towards her ample bosom. However, just as Han Yu's mental energy was a mere inch away from Lu Ruyan's form, her expression shifted abruptly, her voice turning icy. Well now, you little rascal, having two junior sisters is not enough, and now you have intentions towards your master uncle. Is that it? I am half your master. Do you wish to ride over your own ancestors? In that moment, Han Yu felt akin to a boy caught in the act by his parents in the dead of night, experiencing a profound sense of social embarrassment. Master uncle, please do not tarnish my reputation unjustly. Han could never be that sort of person. Seeing you just now was purely an accident. Oh, an accident, is it? And what about now? Cough, cough. Now it's merely being lured into temptation by you. This is entrapment. It doesn't count. You cheeky brat. So you wish to play the road, do you? Han Yu, his face unflustered and heart steady, realized that had he been weaker before, being caught by his master uncle would have instilled fear. However, with his current strength, he felt confident enough to pin her down and spank her. With this understanding, he felt no need for trepidation. It was his master uncle who had initiated the flirtation, and thus he felt no shame in revealing it. Contemplating this, a wicked smile crept on Han Yu's lips. Master uncle, it seems you have taken the liberty to probe into my privacy without cause. Are you perhaps seeking an illicit dalliance? Should this become public, how would the world perceive you? Lu Ruyan was momentarily stunned, her beautiful eyes fixated on Han Yu, astonished that this lad had the audacity to turn the tables on her. Yet, there was a semblance of reason in Han Yu's words. It indeed seemed to be a misstep on her part. Previously, she was accustomed to probing the realms of the Yu Xian sect with her mental presence, a habit that had formed over time. She had not considered that Han Yu's mental prowess could surpass her own ditto. So you're saying that my being seen by you is my fault? Lu Ruyan voiced her discontent. Han Yu dared not blame Lu Ruyan, for she was his master uncle, a figure of authority. Thus, he could only respond, well, if we are to speak of fault, it appears you are at a loss as well. How about this? I possess a method to compensate you. I wonder if you would be amenable. What method? Lu Ruyin inquired with curiosity. I have gazed upon you once. Allow me to reciprocate by letting you see me in return. Come now. Master Uncle, I shall not resist. My mental defenses are down. So come take a look. You. Lu Ruyin was rendered speechless, not expecting this cheeky lad to dare tease her so. Very well. It seems you have picked up quite a few tricks from your previous escapades. Alas, I'm not one of your Na'vi junior sisters. Do you think I would be intimidated? Lu Ruyin huffed, without hesitation unleashing her mental presence toward Han Yu in an instant. He was laid bare before her, and she observed, oh, not bad. This little rascal truly lives up to his reputation as a body refinement cultivator. Such physique. Impressive indeed. Do you really think this is a challenge for your master uncle? Can you really not withstand such a test? Lu Ruyin mimicked Han Yu's earlier words, leaving him momentarily stunned. Good heavens, a shameless woman. You truly dare to look? I'm still an innocent lad. Han Yu was taken aback, astonished at his master uncle's boldness. Humph, innocent lad, is it? You, who frequent the brothels, do you think I am unaware? Master uncle, you misunderstand. While I may indulge in revelry and late-night escapades, I remain fundamentally a good man. My first time refreshes at dawn every day. Han Yu, bolstered by his past experiences, felt liberated from the constraints that once bound him. Recently, after being ignited by a kiss from Xiao Yu Yao, he had been yearning for an outlet, and now his master uncle had come to him. He certainly would not let this opportunity slip away. Lu Ruyin scoffed at Han Yu's roguish remarks. What a flirtatious little rascal. You speak so freely. Are you truly harboring feelings for your master uncle? Lu Ruyin scrutinized Han Yu, who met her gaze unflinchingly. And if I were, would you reject me? Upon seeing the seriousness in Han Yu's expression, Lu Ruyin's body shivered, momentarily at a loss for words. This lad was now exceedingly powerful. If she were to refuse him, would he resort to coercive measures? Chapter 68. Assist Lu Ruyin with a task, and one may ascend? But if she were to decline, would he harbor resentment and depart from the Yuxian sect? Han Yu's talents were undeniable. He was destined for greatness, a dual cultivator of body refinement and energy manipulation, even surpassing his peers in mental prowess. His current achievements were largely independent of the Yuxian sect. Even if he were to leave, Lu Ruyin was at a loss as to how to retain him. The only tie he had to the sect was Mu Bing Yao. In the midst of a rapid contemplation, an idea struck Lu Ruyin. What if I were to form a partnership with this lad? That would secure his presence. No. He is a disciple of Bing Yao. If I were to partner with him, would that not place me beneath Bing Yao? Must we not each have our own standing? Primarily, this lad was a notorious libertine. He was not the type to commit himself wholly if I were to join him. He would undoubtedly take multiple partners in the future. That is simply intolerable. Lu Ruyin was renowned for her beauty throughout Qingzhou and even in neighboring states. Many esteemed figures had sought her hand in marriage, but had been met with firm rejections. Her holy body of cold water had reached an exceptional tier, and with the right opportunities, she could ascend to the realm of immortals, shattering the shackles of the esteemed realm. To be her partner, one must at least be an extreme realm battle master. If a person were to be fickle and have multiple partners, even if they were an extreme realm battle master, she would not acquiesce. Casting a glance at Han Yu, a sudden thought crossed Lu Ruyin's mind. This lad, currently in the essence spirit realm, could already slay peak emperors. He was destined for greatness. Being his partner would not be a loss. However, she could not allow him to have it too easy. She needed to set a challenging goal for him. After some contemplation, a subtle smile graced Lu Ruyin's lips as she addressed Han Yu. You are my dear disciple. How could I bear to refuse you? Very soon, the king's battlefield will open, and all 9,000 states will enter, seeking great fortunes, if you could secure an opportunity for your master uncle there. Aiding me in ascending to an immortal physique, then I shall yield to you. What say you? Han Yu's eyes lit up at her words. Master uncle, do you speak true? Humph, would I deceive you? Besides, with your current strength, should I go back on my word, you could very well take matters into your own hands, and I would be powerless to resist. Lu Ruyin displayed a hint of girlish charm. Her elegant legs, emerging from the water, perched upon the edge of the tub. The smooth water cascaded down her legs, creating ripples in the liquid. Those legs could be enjoyed for a century. Han Yu, unable to resist temptation, nodded eagerly. Fear not, Master Uncle. With my power, I shall stride through the king's battlefield. Whatever you desire, I shall bring it to you. Wangjing Battlefield is a place that Han Yu has also heard of, accessible solely to those of the Wangjing realm. Within its confines lie numerous opportunities. Merely entering it could yield substantial benefits, even for a fool. Given Han Yu's formidable combat prowess, should he gain entry, he would undoubtedly wreak havoc. Upon hearing Han Yu's words, Lu Rian's lips curled into a slight smile, yet she cautioned him, "You little rascal, do not let your pride blind you. Your strength may allow you to dominate among the talents of the lower states. But in the upper states, the situation is quite different. Among the geniuses of the upper states, there are many with celestial physiques, some of whom have transcended the limits of the body from the very beginning of their training. Furthermore, there are seasoned veterans who have honed their skills for years in pursuit of the unparalleled throne, although only those of the Wang realm are permitted to enter the Wangjing battlefield. The rules do allow for breakthroughs in cultivation once inside. Do not underestimate the people of the world." Lu Ruyan's words prompted a serious expression to cross Han Yu's face. "You speak the truth. Master, I should maintain a low profile. I can afford to be arrogant once I break through to the Wang realm." Lu Ruyan's lips twitched slightly, and after imparting some final instructions to Han Yu, their conversation came to an end. Han Yu then made his way to the courtyard of Xiao Yuyao, taking her with him to Tianshu Peak. Xiao Yuyao felt a bit shy upon seeing Han Yu. But after last night's breakthrough to the third realm, her gaze was imbued with newfound confidence. Strength is indeed a source of self-assurance, and she now believed she would not disappoint her senior brother's generous support. "I only perused a few dozen scrolls last night and managed to break through to the third realm. That if I could finish reading 10,000 scrolls, perhaps I could ascend to the Wang realm. The wondrous tome of no words truly is miraculous. Each scroll I read etches my memories and insights, significantly enhancing my reading speed and efficiency. With every scroll completed, my physique recovers a bit more. Perhaps once I've finished all 10,000 scrolls, my body will be fully restored." Currently, Xiao Yuyao was brimming with enthusiasm and optimism for her future. Han Yu noticed his junior sister's blossoming cheerfulness and couldn't help but wear a proud smile akin to that of a doting father. He gently ruffled Xiao Yuyao's hair and advised, "Junior sister, if you encounter any trouble at Tianshu Peak, do not hesitate to inform the sect leader. Should the leader fail to support you, just let me know, and I will deal with anyone who dares to bully you. If the leader does not stand by you, they shall receive their due punishment as well." Xiao Yuyao nodded obediently, responding, "All right. Rest assured, senior brother. I now possess some means of self-defense. No one can bully me." The two ascended slowly, eventually arriving at Tianshu Peak. The peak's master, Yang Xiuhua, had long awaited their arrival in the main hall, not daring to show any negligence toward Han Yu. The news of his solo defeat of the Yanfeng Emperor had spread among the peak masters of the Yuxian sect. Provoke Han Yu would be to invite disaster. "Junior Han, you have arrived. And this must be junior sister Xiao?" Yang Xiuhua glanced at the delicate Xiao Yuyao, momentarily taken aback by her beauty, silently marveling at how this junior brother of his had managed to attract such lovely disciples. "If you claim you're not a lecher, I simply cannot believe you." However, he refrained from meddling in Han Yu's affairs, as he lacked the authority to do so. Instead, he addressed Han Yu, "Junior Han, I have discussed matters with the sect leader. Now that Xiao Junior Sister is at Tianshu Peak, she is entitled to the privileges of a direct disciple." Before Yang Xiuhua could finish, Han Yu furrowed his brow. "Privileges of a direct disciple. Did my master not say that as long as my junior sister can absorb them, all the resources of Tianshu Peak would be at her disposal? Did the sect leader convey that to you?" Well, junior brother, it's not that I am unwilling, but our resources at Tianshu Peak are rather limited." Yang Xiuhua appeared somewhat troubled. Han Yu's brow deepened as he straightforwardly stated, "What resources do you lack? Can they be purchased with spirit stones? Some can be bought, while others cannot. The resources for our literary cultivators are rather unique." Yang Xiuhua began to explain, but Han Yu interrupted, summoning forth a mountain of spirit stones that filled the hall. Numbering in the hundreds of millions, that he had not yet exhausted the spirit stones acquired from vanquishing several major sects, and had also received a substantial portion from Ji Yinling. who had generously provided him with resources from her inner treasury, resulting in a spirit stone reserve in the hundreds of millions. Upon witnessing such an immense quantity of spirit stones, even Yang Xiuhua, a powerful figure of the Wang realm, could not help but swallow hard. He glanced at Han Yu, silently acknowledging the young man's wealth. "Junior Han, Yang Xiuhua began, but Han Yu interjected once more. "Soon, I will enter the Wang Jing battlefield, which apparently contains numerous literary treasures and resources that I will bring back. I will compensate for whatever resources my junior sister consumes during her time at Tianshu Peak, doubling the amount. How does that sound?" With those words, Yang Xiuhua found himself a loss for words, ultimately nodding gravely in agreement. He understood Han Yu's strength. If he were to gather literary resources within the Wang Jing battlefield, the returns would undoubtedly be substantial. Without further ado, he assured Han Yu, "Rest assured, Junior Han, I will ensure that all resources at Tianshu Peak are made available for Xiao Junior Sister's use." Han Yu nodded and turned to Xiao Yuyao, saying, "Junior Sister, feel free to request whatever you need from them. Do not hold back. Your senior brother will cover the expenses." Xiao Yuyao trembled with joy, her affection for him growing as her eyes glistened with tears. The kindness of her senior brother deeply moved her. Han Yu, concerned that Xiao Yuyao might hesitate to expend resources to save him money, reiterated his instructions several times, then handed her a spirit stone pouch containing several tens of millions of lower-grade spirit stones as pocket money. After ensuring everything was in order, Han Yu bid farewell to Xiao Yuyao and set off toward the Great Yin Dynasty. With the Wangjing battlefields opening imminent, he knew he must prepare thoroughly. Despite his confidence, Chapter 69, the Great Xian Dynasty stirs trouble upon returning to the Great Yin Dynasty. Han Yu encountered the Red Tiger Emperor, who had just returned from several other major dynasties in Qingzhou, his expression appearing rather grim. "Brother Red Tiger, what troubles you?" Han Yu inquired. The Red Tiger Emperor let out a long sigh. "It's somewhat embarrassing to admit, but those several major dynasties refuse to acknowledge us and are unwilling to submit to the Great Yin Dynasty." Hearing this, Han Yu furrowed his brow. "Oh, the rulers of those dynasties cannot be foolish. They must have some form of leverage." The Red Tiger Emperor nodded. "Rumor has it that the ruler of the neighboring Great Xian Dynasty recently broke through to the Zun realm and is preparing to connect the various states' realms of absolute spirit, centering on Xianzhou, gathering the strength of all states to create a prosperous upper state." Han Yu's heart stirred at the Red Tiger Emperor's words. He understood that the thousands of states across the land were marred by peculiar fissures, akin to a single entity shattering a once unified continent into countless fragments. The areas surrounding these fissures are fraught with chaotic and tumultuous energies, rendering the spirit power vital for cultivator survival jumbled and difficult to harness. These fissured regions between states are referred to as the realms of absolute spirit. Only those who have reached the Wang realm qualify to traverse these treacherous areas. To step into them without such attainment is akin to courting death. Once a cultivator reaches the Zun realm, they possess the strength to smooth these fissures and establish connections between the states. Consequently, when a Zun realm expert emerges in a state, they can sweep through the local powers with absolute authority, completely dominating that state. However, for Zun realm experts, a single state cannot satiate their ambitions. They will systematically break through the surrounding realms of absolute spirit, conquering neighboring states and consolidating their fortunes to pursue even greater heights of power. Clearly, compared to the Great Yin Dynasty, the other major dynasties in Qingzhou harbor greater apprehension towards the Great Xian Dynasty. After all, they're dealing with a Zun realm expert capable of traversing the realms of absolute spirit, while the strongest individuals of the Great Yin Dynasty are merely at the Wang realm. When faced with Wang realm experts, the several major dynasties can still rely on their national fortunes to hold their ground. However, against Zun realm experts, they lack any means of resistance. After listening to the Red Tiger Emperor's account, Han Yu regarded him and calmly stated, "And then, did you not take action against them? If they refuse to comply, why not simply eliminate them?" The Red Tiger Emperor offered a bitter smile. "That I did try, but I was no match for them. Those major dynasties have secretly allied. Their national fortune is on par with that of the Great Yin Dynasty. Among them is a ruler from the Great Xian Dynasty. With their national fortune backing them, I couldn't possibly overcome them and had no choice but to return to seek your aid." The Red Tiger Emperor looked at Han Yu with eager eyes, and the latter shook his head, speaking calmly, "Very well. Where is that ruler from the great Qian dynasty? Point me in the right direction. After all, there is still some time before the Wangjing battlefield opens. We should have enough time." The Red Tiger Emperor's eyes lit up, and he quickly replied, "I will lead the way. Damn it, that scoundrel. Without the backing of their national fortune, I could easily make them wish they had never been born." The Red Tiger sovereign was filled with righteous indignation, for the several great dynasties were indeed too distant from the great Yin dynasty. Given his limited authority over the national fortune, he was unable to bestow support across such vast distances. Thus, when he clashed with the sovereign of the great Qian dynasty, he found himself utterly overwhelmed. Had it not been for his commendable strength, he likely would have already perished. A surge of frustration brewed within the Red Tiger sovereign, which he could scarcely endure. He was well aware of Han Yu's formidable prowess. With the backing of such a deity, the Red Tiger sovereign could undoubtedly hold his head high. Without further ado, the two soared towards the circular aperture. Han Yu, finding the Red Tiger sovereign's speed insufficient, grasped his shoulder and enveloped him in spiritual energy, propelling them through the skies. Han Yu did not hold back his power, fully unleashing his spiritual force, his speed so astonishing it sent shivers down their spines. The Red Tiger sovereign, seasoned by countless trials, swallowed hard as he was whisked away by Han Yu's frantic pace. "By the heavens, brother Han, you are far too swift. I declare you the fastest man I have ever encountered." Han Yu's lips twitched. "A bit less chatter would do you well." "What do you mean, the fastest man?" "I, Han, am known for my endurance." Indeed, aside from his swiftness, Han Yu was remarkably enduring. After countless trials, his spiritual energy not only enhanced the effects of his techniques, but was also incredibly resilient. While it would take the Red Tiger sovereign days and nights to reach their destination, Han Yu accomplished it in mere hours. This truly the headquarters of the Qingzhou Alliance. Han Yu mused as he gazed down upon the city. Once the capital of the Mu dynasty, it now thrummed with the vibrant energy of the dragon veins connecting it to the other 6 dynasties of Qingzhou, within the bustling capital of the Mu dynasty. A grand banquet was underway, with kings gathered in joyous revelry, the atmosphere particularly lively. All the sovereigns, in the presence of the man seated at the head, lavished him with compliments. "The strength of the Xianyu sovereign has truly opened our eyes. The Red Tiger sovereign, renowned in our Qingzhou, could not withstand even 10 moves against him. Indeed, it is not that the Red Tiger sovereign is weak, but rather that the Xianyu sovereign is exceedingly strong. Yet, the great Yin dynasty is so oblivious, knowing full well that the Su Njian sovereign has already transcended into the realm of the respected, yet they stubbornly refuse to submit. The current great Yin dynasty is no longer what it once was. I have received information indicating that the current sovereign is merely a young girl who has yet to fully mature, with the true power seemingly resting with the Yuxian sect. Is that so? Regardless of whether it is the great Yin dynasty or the Yuxian sect, under the Su Njian sovereign's might, they are but a collection of insignificant chickens and dogs. Yes, it is likely that they will only grasp the meaning of fear once the Su Njian sovereign breaches the realm of the absolute spirit. A group of sovereigns, utterly sycophantic, displayed no semblance of regal dignity. Were their subordinates to witness this scene, they would scarcely believe that these were the formidable sovereigns they held in such high esteem. Just as the merriment unfolded, a thunderous roar echoed through the skies. "Damn it, that dog from the great Qian dynasty. I've returned. Get out here now." The identity of the voice was unmistakable to all. The Xianyu sovereign, seated at the head, turned ashen, letting out a derisive laugh. "How foolish, to have escaped last time and yet dare to return. Prepare yourselves, array for battle. This time, we shall eradicate this intruder." The Xianyu sovereign suddenly rose, soaring towards the palace's exit, followed closely by the other sovereigns. Upon their arrival outside, they beheld a familiar face. However, to their surprise, they spotted another youthful visage beside the Red Tiger sovereign. It was a dashing young man clad in white, exuding an air of grace. Yet when they noticed he was flying on a sword, they paid him little heed. These sovereigns, traversing the skies through their resonating true intents, required no such artifacts. The presence of this youth on a flying device indicated he was at best a mere spirit realm cultivator, not worth any significant attention. The Xianyu sovereign regarded the Red Tiger sovereign with icy eyes. So, you have returned, Red Tiger sovereign. I afforded you a chance to survive, yet you squander it, seeking your own demise. If you wish to perish, that is your choice, but to bring a junior along. Do you find the journey to the Yellow Springs too solitary and require companionship? The corners of the Red Tiger sovereign's mouth curled into a smirk as he extended a middle finger towards the Xianyu sovereign. What are you boasting about? You waste. Without the support of national fortune, I could easily make you regret your existence. What merit is there in relying on external forces? You of all people should know better. External forces are indeed a form of strength. To refuse their use would render one a fool. The Xianyu sovereign scoffed. The Red Tiger sovereign chuckled in response. You make a fair point. If external forces exist, one must utilize them. And I am merely bringing in external assistance. The Xianyu sovereign furrowed his brow. Perplexed by the Red Tiger sovereign's intentions, yet he maintained a tone of disdain. You summoned external aid? Even if you called upon Lu Ruyan, the leader of the Yuxian sect, I could still deal with him. Speaking of which, the Xianyu sovereign had heard of Lu Ruyan's exploits, a woman who had once refused a respected sovereign. He was curious to witness what charm she possessed, the Red Tiger sovereign. However, merely rolled his eyes. What nonsense are you babbling? The external aid I speak of is the very person beside me. Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned, their gazes converging on Hanyu. Subsequently, one sovereign could not contain himself and burst into laughter. Surely the Red Tiger sovereign hasn't been rendered foolish by the Xianyu sovereign? He seeks to enlist a junior who is not even at the sovereign realm as his aide. Who is the fool here? Yet, do not underestimate him. This young lad may indeed be an unparalleled master. Perhaps he is merely masquerading as a fool. Are you reading too many novels? An unparalleled master, if he were truly such. I would stand on my head atop a red stone. The sovereigns laughed heartily, while the Xianyu sovereign, observing Hanyu's calm demeanor, felt a sense of unease. As a fellow sovereign, he did not regard the Red Tiger sovereign as a fool. This man dared to bring someone before him. Undoubtedly not as simple as it appeared. Could it be that this youth was indeed a master? No, he must proceed with caution. Without hesitation, the Xianyu sovereign activated his domain. The once blue sky gradually darkened, a black curtain unfurling as it surged towards Hanyu and his companion. You're not as foolish as I thought. The Red Tiger sovereign prepared to unleash his domain. But Hanyu gestured for him to halt, uttering a single phrase that "Oh, not interfere. Let me handle this." These words, the Red Tiger sovereign immediately ceased his domain's activation, allowing himself to be enveloped by the Xianyu sovereign's domain. The latter, upon hearing Hanyu's calm declaration, felt a chill run down his spine. This youth possessed an air of mystery. Chapter 70. Directly breaching his lair, the Xianyu sovereign heightened his vigilance, refusing to overlook any detail until his domain was fully established and his state of being reached its zenith, allowing him to exhale a sigh of relief. Presently, the Red Tiger sovereign and the young man in white were completely ensnared by his domain. Even if there were any unexpected twists, they could not stir up a tempest. With this in mind, he regarded the two with a composed expression, slowly speaking. Red Tiger sovereign, your return suggests you possess some reliance. Why not allow me to witness your capabilities? The Xianyu sovereign's tone carried a hint of veiled provocation. The Red Tiger sovereign had witnessed Hanyu's prowess. He vividly recalled the moment Hanyu forcefully shattered the wood puppet sovereign's domain. Yet he felt a twinge of uncertainty, for the Xianyu sovereign now wielded the support of national fortune, rendering his domain's strength far superior to that of the wood puppet sovereign. Nevertheless, bolstered by his trust in Hanyu, he maintained a calm and confident demeanor. What's your hurry? If Brother Han takes action, you have the opportunity to speak. He turned to Hanyu, grinning broadly. I assent that right, Brother Han. Hanyu ignored the Red Tiger sovereign's bravado and focused on the Xianyu sovereign, speaking slowly. This is your strongest state. I assent it. For some inexplicable reason, the Xianyu sovereign felt a sense of unease. The calmness of the youth before him was unnerving. A face as placid as a lake could conceal a storm within. He dared not be careless, quickly retrieving his two sacred artifacts and activating them to summon his. A towering, ominous giant emerged, its presence grand, exuding a formidable aura amplified by the national fortune. Excellent. Observing the pressure emanating from the Xianyu sovereign, Han Yu felt a profound satisfaction. The Xianyu sovereign at this moment was likely stronger than the previous Flame Wind sovereign, Ji Huamao. After all, the latter had been distanced from the dragon veins of the Great Yin dynasty, whereas the Xianyu sovereign now stood at the nexus of several dynasties' dragon veins, empowered by national fortune. His combat prowess had surpassed all expectations that I wonder, to what extent can my heavenly human reach? In Han Yu's heart, he secretly contemplated, simultaneously activating the unity of spirit, energy, and essence to summon the celestial avatar. I hope you can indulge me a little with a resounding roar. As Han Yu's spirit, energy, and essence gradually merged, an extraordinary and divine avatar began to coalesce in that moment. The Xianyu sovereign distinctly sensed his domain trembling violently. It was as if a seed had penetrated a crack in a massive boulder, and as this seed sprouted, the unyielding stone was gradually being pried open. This is bad. The Xianyu sovereign felt an unprecedented pressure. He dared not hesitate and immediately gathered all his strength to launch a sudden assault on Han Yu's celestial avatar. The dark domain, resembling a murky pool, began to surge wildly, with endless shadows that devoured the energy surrounding Han Yu like malevolent spirits. This was a Xianyu domain, characterized by its ability to consume other attacks and energies. Once an enemy was enveloped within its grasp, it was as if they were shrouded in night. All assaults that entered the darkness would vanish without a trace, like a cow sinking into the sea. Endless darkness enveloped Han Yu and the Qi Hu sovereign. The Qi Hu sovereign, who had not activated his domain, felt an overwhelming blackness before him and hastily attempted to probe with his divine sense. However, as soon as his awareness entered the abyss, it dissipated as if a lamp had been extinguished in water. He could see nothing. Even the Qi Hu sovereign felt his internal power being incessantly devoured by the Xianyu domain, an unending chill piercing to the bone. Damn it! What's happening? Is Brother Han too careless? Why is there not a single sound? Am I truly going to perish here? The Qi Hu sovereign swallowed hard, a surge of terror swelling within him. He began to panic. However, the one in greater distress was the Xianyu sovereign. He discovered that every attack directed at Han Yu's celestial avatar was effortlessly neutralized, despite the boundless power of his domain encroaching, shrouding everything in darkness. It could not extinguish the radiance emanating from Han Yu. He appeared as a celestial star, perpetually radiating light and warmth, dispelling all shadows and coldness. Damn it! What manner of monster is this? As time passed, the Xianyu sovereign's fear intensified. The light and warmth emanating from Han Yu grew ever stronger, progressively pushing his Xianyu domain further away. Initially capable of enveloping Han Yu entirely, it soon found itself unable to approach within 100 zhang, then 1,000, and eventually 100,000 zhang. Boom! At last, the dark veil of the Xianyu domain was torn asunder, and in that moment, all within the domain beheld the light of day once more, their gazes fixed upon the colossal avatar, which towered like the heavens themselves. The Xianyu sovereign's domain had been shattered. The rulers of several dynasties, witnessing this scene, were filled with astonishment. The Xianyu sovereign, himself, felt an indescribable shock as his domain crumbled. He experienced a violent backlash, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, his eyes clouded with confusion. Monster! What kind of monster are you? Everyone's gaze was fixed upon Han Yu, who merely shook his head. You could not withstand even 70% of my strength. Very well, let us conclude this tiresome game. He had anticipated that the Xianyu sovereign might offer him some surprises, yet found him disappointingly fragile, leaving him feeling rather bored. Seizing the fleeting moment while his celestial avatar remained, Han Yu vanished in an instant, appearing before the Xianyu sovereign's avatar, and casually unleashed a punch. No, please do not kill me. I am a kin of a Xian sword sovereign. If you slay me, he will undoubtedly seek vengeance. Fear not. Once I have slain you, I shall certainly hunt him down as well. After all, family should remain intact. Han Yu replied nonchalantly, his fist already descending. The Xianyu sovereign's avatar, akin to a clay effigy, began to shatter inch by inch, ultimately disintegrating into a cloud of dust. Han Yu dispelled the celestial unity state, waved his sleeve, and scattered the remnants of the Xian Yu sovereign's shattered energy. He then turned his gaze towards the rulers of the various dynasties and stated flatly, "Is this your support? It seems rather weak." The rulers trembled in fear, daring not to utter a word of rebuttal. Han Yu, disinterested in engaging with these opportunists, merely remarked, "Surrender your life souls. I am pressed for time." Upon hearing this, the rulers rejoiced, believing Han Yu would annihilate them. Yet unexpectedly, he had left them a path for survival. However, even so, one ruler, emboldened by the situation, awkwardly ventured, "Senior, we have pledged allegiance to the Xian Sword Sovereign. He never demanded our life souls. Would you consider—" Boom! Before the man could finish, Han Yu's punch struck him from afar, obliterating him into a mist of blood. I said, "I am pressed for time. Spare me your excessive chatter. If you wish to live, do so quickly." The remaining sovereigns, witnessing this, dared not hesitate for a moment longer and promptly surrendered their life souls. Han Yu cast a cold glance at the sovereigns. Were it not for the need for some protectors for Ji Yanling in the King Rel battlefield, he would have simply exterminated them all without a second thought. Han Yu gathered the life souls and then entrusted them to the Qi Hu sovereign. "Deliver these life souls to my junior sister. There is still some time before the King Realm battlefield opens. And I must hasten to eliminate that so-called Xian Sword Sovereign. Otherwise, once I enter the King Rel battlefield, he will likely cause trouble outside." After speaking, Han Yu soared away on his sword, leaving the Qi Hu sovereign in a state of shock. He swallowed hard, his breath momentarily stilled. This brother Han is truly impressive. While he came to lend support, he directly set off to raid the enemy's lair. Following him promises a bright future. Chapter 71. The Land of Absolute Spirits after Han Yu's departure. The Qi Hu sovereign returned to the Great Yin dynasty with the rulers of several dynasties and their national fortune seals. These seals integrated into the Great Yin dynasty. The entire energy and fortune of Qingzhou surged towards it. In that moment, Qingzhou truly achieved unification. Ji Yanling distinctly felt the changes within her, as the augmented fortune from all of Qingzhou made her feel like the favored child of this realm. Every movement she made could draw in the purest energy, cleansing every inch of her being. She learned of Han Yu's journey to the neighboring Xianzhou. Though she had confidence in her senior brother, worry still crept in. However, Ji Yanling understood that her concerns were futile. The most pressing matter was to diligently cultivate her strength utilizing Qingzhou's fortune. Her senior brother ventured to Xianzhou to clear potential obstacles for her. And the only thing she could do was to elevate her power as swiftly as possible, striving not to hold him back. The King Realm battlefield was on the verge of opening. She had to seize the time to break through to the King Realm. The King Realm battlefield opened once every 60 years, and initially, Ji Yanling had not planned to enter this time. However, she did not expect her cultivation to advance so rapidly with Han Yu's assistance at this rate. In another 60 years, she might reach the Emperor Realm, completely missing the opportunity to enter the King Realm battlefield. For Ji Yanling, this would be a significant loss. A reincarnated empress. She was well aware of the mysteries of the King Realm battlefield. It was said that these ancient trial grounds, left by deities of old, were specifically designed to select suitable divine seeds. Many prodigies were willing to hone their skills in the King Realm for hundreds of years to achieve better results. Countless talents from thousands of states aspired to gain the chance to leap into greatness within the King Realm battlefield, laying a solid foundation for their future ascension to higher realms. Ji Yanling naturally desired the same. To have a fighting chance in the King Realm battlefield, one must at least be a king. Although it was possible for those below the King Realm to enter, they would find themselves amidst the land of absolute spirits, where those beneath the King Realm could not even fly, facing a staggering 99% mortality rate. Very few would be foolish enough to gamble with their lives, unless they were desperate beings from the Yuan spirit realm seeking a last-ditch effort. Thus, Ji Yanling was resolute. She had to break through to the King Realm as soon as possible. Currently, she had reached the 9th level of the Yuan spirit realm and had begun refining her Yuan spirit. Once she succeeded in this refinement and stepped into the extreme realm, she would naturally advance into the King Realm. While Ji Yanling cultivated with the aid of national fortune, Han Yu had arrived at the edge of Qingzhou. This was a desolate land, where a bottomless dark abyss surrounded the periphery of Qingzhou. Just as recorded in the texts, it appeared as though the entire world of thousands of states had been cleaved apart, with fractured spaces between each state, preventing any flow of spiritual energy. The abyssal region held nothing but an oppressive void. Han Yu floated in the air on his sword, attempting to condense his spiritual energy into small swords, sending them soaring towards the other side of the abyss. Yet as soon as the spiritual swords entered the chasm, they seemed to be restrained by some mysterious force, their speed drastically reduced, ultimately shattering into countless fragments. Indeed, as the name suggests, the land of absolute spirits not only lacks spiritual energy, but the spiritual techniques deployed within it also cease to exist. There must exist some peculiar law within this realm. It appears that only by being sheltered under the true essence of kings can one traverse this abyss. Han Yu pondered incessantly, astonished that before he even entered Xianzhou to confront the Xianjian sovereign, he was already obstructed by this land of absolute spirit. Admittedly, this was somewhat embarrassing. Though he possessed formidable combat prowess capable of effortlessly vanquishing kings, he lacked the unique means of the kings, the true essence of the realm. The true essence is a special power acquired by cultivators through their comprehension of the heavens and earth, a realm Han Yu had yet to attain, rendering him incapable of even grasping its essence. A king-level adept can soar without the aid of artifacts, thanks to the enhancement of true essence, which fundamentally transforms the spiritual power within them. In contrast, ordinary cultivators fly by channeling their own spiritual energy into artifacts, invoking the resonance of the world's spiritual forces to achieve levitation, akin to the principle behind flying spells. However, a king-level cultivator drives their spiritual power with true essence, resonating with the heavens and earth without relying on external spiritual forces. Thus, even in the land of absolute spirit, they can walk upon the void. Moreover, while common cultivators may require rare materials to sustain their life functions, a king-level adept, having comprehended true essence, possesses a unique internal space within their dantian, capable of self-sustaining circulation. This allows them to remain unblemished even if their physical body is sealed for centuries, provided their lifespan has not been exhausted. This distinction fundamentally separates king-level cultivators from those below. They are gradually transcending the limitations of the mundane, stepping into the path of the cosmos, observing the land of absolute spirit. Han Yu's mind sparked with inspiration, and he immediately summoned the righteous aura within him. Directing it towards the dark abyss, his astonishment, the righteous aura did not dissipate like spiritual energy upon entering the realm of absolute spirit. Indeed, it proved effective. A smile crept across Han Yu's lips as he fully activated the righteous aura. Lacking training in literary ways, his method of invoking the aura was rather simplistic and crude, merely treating it as a form of energy. The righteous aura enveloped him, his robes billowing as he propelled himself toward the abyss. With a swift motion, Han Yu traversed the dark depths as though they were solid ground, charging directly towards the realm of Xianzhou, a single breath of righteous energy, a swift wind across 1,000 miles. This phrase resonated within Han Yu's heart, invigorating him. Supported by the righteous aura, he rapidly approached the borders of Xianzhou. Unbeknownst to Han Yu, at the instant he dispatched the Xianyu sovereign, the Xianjian sovereign had already sensed it and was soaring towards the direction of Qingzhou. His speed was astonishing, each step akin to a teleportation, with every movement distorting the fabric of space. Enveloped by an enigmatic force, to comprehend true essence is to grasp the laws. To forge a domain is to create power. To master the laws is to wield authority. The power of the laws is born from the metamorphosis of true essence within a domain, each law possessing the capacity to shake the heavens and earth, yielding effects beyond mortal comprehension. The Xianjian sovereign commanded the laws of the sword, imbued with tremendous destructive capability. Under the aegis of the sword law, the space he traversed was constantly rent asunder, leaving behind elongated scars that refused to heal. The Xianjian sovereign darted through these spatial scars, creating an illusion of teleportation from a third-party perspective. Such is the might of the sovereign laws. Even a single strand of their power can effortlessly dismantle the spatial fabric of this world, As he swiftly maneuvered, the Xianjian sovereign covered millions of miles in an instant, soon arriving at the land of absolute spirit. Without hesitation, he stepped into this realm, only to be met with an even more formidable force of law pressing against him. This law was peculiar, exerting a terrifying suppression upon the spiritual power within the Xianjian sovereign. He quickly activated his own laws to barely withstand this force. Perceiving the dense presence of the absolute spirit law around him, the Xianjian sovereign narrowed his eyes, filled with apprehension. He could scarcely fathom the might of the being who had etched such a legacy, whose law had endured for countless eons. With my current strength, should I wish to forge a passage between the states, connecting their destinies, it would likely consume decades of effort. Furthermore, I would need to maintain this passage, lest it succumb to the relentless erosion of this overwhelming law over time. The Xianjian sovereign reflected, feeling a tinge of regret. When he first ascended to the ranks of the sovereign, he brimmed with confidence, intending to open passages between the states. However, after experiencing the pressure of the absolute spirit law, he had become considerably more cautious to save time. The Xianjian sovereign could only dispatch the various sovereigns of Xianzhou to several neighboring states. Once they gathered the fortunes of those states, he could forcefully connect them to Xianzhou, which would be considerably easier. Yet, he had not anticipated that among those sovereigns, some would be directly slain. These were his vanguards. Their deaths would be a slap in the face to him as a sovereign. Initially, he had been consolidating his realm with the fortunes of Xianzhou, but upon hearing this news, he could no longer contain himself. Resolved to take matters into his own hands and make an example of the transgressors. Qingzhou, you say? I recall that Lu Ruyin seems to be in Qingzhou. With her temperament and strength, that Xianyu sovereign likely met his end at her hands. Those who dare to slay me, even if they are favored by other sovereigns, must pay the price, the Xianjian sovereign mused, and as this thought crossed his mind, a figure appeared within his line of sight. Upon sensing the aura surrounding this figure, the Xianjian sovereign was momentarily taken aback. What is this? How can he traverse the land of absolute spirit without the true essence of kings? The novel can be downloaded through the open-source free Starstring downloader developed by Xingyu. If you obtain this novel file through alternative downloads and the merchant did not provide the software source code or open source address, please request a refund and report the merchant.author's email, Xingyu Outlook. Com Authors QQ 201-759-3710 Official QQ Group 149050832 Official TG Group https t.me/fqtool Chapter 72. The cunning Xianjian sovereign, the Xianjian sovereign, filled with doubt, immediately reached out to the youthful cultivator through divine sense. Young man, to what destination do you intend to journey? Standing with his hands behind his back, he exuded an air of superiority. Hanyu glanced at him, responding coolly to Xianzhou. The Xianjian sovereign narrowed his eyes, continuing to inquire, "Oh, what business do you have in Xianzhou?" "To kill someone," Hanyu replied candidly. The Xianjian sovereign chuckled, a glimmer of mockery flickering in his gaze. "How amusing. Are you not aware that a sovereign has emerged in Xianzhou, governing the entire region? Do you dare to commit murder on the territory of a sovereign?" Hanyu nodded, his expression unperturbed. "What is there to fear?" How intriguing. I see you are young and talented, with remarkable potential. If you would consider taking me as your teacher, I might lend you a hand." The Xianjian sovereign, eager to uncover the secrets of Hanyu, feigned depth, believing that upon learning his identity, Hanyu would be utterly astonished. Surely, even if this boy were a king, he would likely beg to become his disciple. However, to his surprise, as soon as the Xianjian sovereign finished speaking, Hanyu merely cast him a dispassionate glance. "No need." The Xianjian sovereign frowned at this response and immediately sent a mental message. "Do you not know who I am?" "I have no desire to know, nor do I need to," Hanyu replied nonchalantly. The Xianjian sovereign felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at Hanyu's demeanor, but refrained from reacting immediately. Having lived for many years, he was well versed in the art of posturing. He was confident that once he revealed his identity, the boy would undoubtedly be taken aback. He would surely end up pleading to be his disciple. After a moment's pause, the Xianjian sovereign smiled and transmitted, "Young man, I am the Xianjian sovereign. The entire Xianzhou is under my dominion. Are you certain you dare to cross me to commit murder? Upon hearing these words, Han Yu did indeed exhibit a look of surprise. Observing Han Yu's expression, the Xianjian sovereign stroked his beard, a satisfied smile creeping onto his lips. "Heh, now you know fear, do you? I told you, as soon as I spoke my name, you would be startled." He suppressed his smile, gazing at Han Yu with an air of disdain. "Speak, young man. Whom do you intend to kill, and for what reason? Let me see if I can assist you." Han Yu regarded the Xianjian sovereign, a complex expression crossing his features, as he slowly replied. "Are you certain you wish for me to disclose this?" "Of course." "What? Do you not trust me?" "Not at all. It's just that the person I wish to kill shares your name." Upon uttering this, the Xianjian sovereign was momentarily stunned, then erupted in fury. "Who is so audacious as to use my name to flaunt themselves? Ah, is there a possibility that the person I wish to kill is you?" Han Yu replied, somewhat bewildered. The Xianjian sovereign was equally taken aback. "Kill me? You dare to speak of killing me? Young man, I am a sovereign. You dare to say you want to kill me?" Han Yu nodded earnestly. The Supreme Sword Master felt a surge of rage within, nearly succumbing to the urge to unleash his power and eliminate Han Yu on the spot. However, after a moment's contemplation, he suppressed his fury, sensing that the young man before him was not an ordinary individual. "Why do you wish to take my life?" Han Yu spoke with gravity. "Qingzhou is currently my territory. You have sent people there to create chaos and have brazenly proclaimed your intent to unify the surrounding states. To preempt any future troubles, it is only reasonable to strike first and eliminate you, is it not?" The Supreme Sword Master seemed to grasp something profound, and a shiver ran through him as he spoke slowly.